Chapter 351. Brave Choice 4. Kuryong. The collapse has subsided a little. The tower was completely in shape and collapsed, and the inside of the rubble was quite spacious. Colic. Yunsol raised his head. There was piles of stone dust and dust on top of it, but the view was pretty clear. Are you trapped? I heard the sound of Drake drooling from the side. I'm used to being trapped. Both the body and the thought. Yunsol, Drake, and Jack-o'-lantern were trapped in the same space. Their space was an elongated space in which the first, second, third, and fourth floors of Calchip's tower were integrated into one. The space above it collapses, and it seems to completely enclose this space. Then, damn, what is this? You fell out with a Zodiac guy. A grunt came from far away. Kim Young-un and Bang Chul-hae, Bang Chul-woo. 3 former Mad Dog members are seen coming out of the rockfall pile. Soon, Yunsol and Drake, Kim Jong-un and Bang's brothers began to confront sharply. Drake quickly judged the situation. The combination is worse this way. The opposing side is a wizard capable of powerful deals and 2 strong tanks. In addition, all 3 are skilled enough to have played in the Pro League. On the other hand, this is 2 except for the NPC, Archer and Healer. In many ways, the match was bad. Even Kim Jong-un noticed Yunsol's characteristics early and took off all the items with the darkness attribute. Ho ho ho, I have to put these annoying things away in advance. Kim Jong-un shone his eyes toward Yunsol and Drake. Yunsol and Drake were only staring at Kim Jong-un with their mouths shut. Right then, patter. A handful of stone dust fell from above. Bing. Kim Jong-un looked up to see if the collapse was still in progress. And what caught her eye was a far worse disaster than the tower collapsing. Human centipede. This grotesque monster rises from the rubble and is looking down. It's struggling with 108 legs. The atmosphere in the hall froze with the appearance of this terrifying monster falling apart. Ah! Kim Jong-un, Bang Chul-hae, and Bang Chul-woo quickly threw themselves away and escaped. Quakwang. The human centipede struck the empty floor with a blow. At the same time, it bent in a V-shaped orbit and began to soar upward. Quakwang. Thud. The human centipede soaring above picks up a brick protruding in the air, then bounces back to the inverted V shape and falls to the floor. That was where Kim Jong-un Patty, who had just escaped, was located. Ah! Coming again. When Kim Jong-un screams, Cheol-hae Bang and Cheol-woo Bang hugged her and threw himself. Quakwang. Tuwum. The human centipede hits the empty floor again by hitting it again, then bounces off the V-shape and heads towards the ceiling. Like this, the human centipede can be seen moving up and down the floor and the ceiling. Was showing. If you bump into a brick that protrudes from the wall on the way, it hits the brick until it breaks and bounces again. Its appearance is similar. It's breaking a brick. Yunsol said briefly. What is Breakout? This is a genre of classic games. Originally created by Atari on May 13, 1976, similar types of games have been hitting steadily since then. Thanks to its simple gameplay and light capacity, it was commonly found in school computer labs from the 90s to the 2000s, and it is always a staple in the corner of the arcade. The basic form is to break the ceiling by shooting a ball at the wall, like squash. You need to set the direction and angle of the ball well until the ball hits the ceiling or the wall and returns to the paddle and bounces it back again until you break the bricks in the ceiling and eventually no bricks are left. Bang. Quakwang. Quajijik. The human centipede is raging right now. Looking at the track, it's like a brick breaker ball. What's different is that this guy has the intention of destroying players on the floor, not 1,000 sheets. Key. The human centipede struggled with pain and fell to the floor. Yunsol thought, what would you have done if you were a young woman? After a while, she raised her head. Mr. Drake, do you have any clear way to deal with this situation? Huh, me, you mean me? Well, I can't see a way. I need a little more time. If so, in the meantime, can you hang out for a while? Yunsol seems to have come up with something. Widely. She put her hand on a large piece of wall lying on the floor. I'm going to use this wall fragment as a paddle to bounce back human centipedes. Right. Are you trying to break bricks? Yunsol and Drake lifted a large wall fragment together. With that, I was going to bounce the dive of a human centipede. The human centipede, who bounced around and bumped into the empty space, will eventually make a hole somewhere in the wall, so he plans to go out there. Then, hey, I think I have found a solution. There, I can see Kim Jong-un laughing with a drowsy expression. Would you like to hold hands with us? The wall is quite heavy, so it looks overwhelming for 2. There are 2 muscle masses on this side. She's Bang Cheol-woo behind her. Pointing to his brother Bang Chul-hae, he said, I can't believe things without faith like you. The moment Drake tried to express his intention of refusal, Yunsol stopped it and said, "Good. Now, even the cat's hand is a board I have to borrow. Hey Sol, these guys are Eogen's enemies. Cannot believe it. But I can't help it now. My opponent is an S-class monster. It's a moment when I have to sleep even if I'm an enemy." Yunsol's words were quite reasonable, so Drake couldn't be stubborn anymore. Countless times, all the people in the hall gathered in one space. Yunsol places orders to everyone. Of these, I think I have dealt with the most graphs. I think my major is a major. Then Kim Jong-un nodded too. I also touched the graph quite a bit. It's been a long time since I've been retired. What did you do before? Game manager, shall I say it? Now it's just unemployed. Kim Jong-un smiled while showing a wink at Yunsol. Yet, Yunsol and Drake, Jack-o'-lantern, Kim Jong-un and Bang's brothers joined hands. They picked up a broken wall and prepared for the dive of a human centipede who would fall forward. I'll send it to the right wall of the tower, between the pointed bricks and the blunt bricks. Just tilt the wall 45 degrees. According to Yunsol's order, everyone tilted the wall with strength. Okay. Quackwang slash. The human centipede, hitting the wall, bent over and headed back to the ceiling. Quack 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 quang. The human centipede, which broke the pointed brick in half, descended back to the floor. Yunsol shouted again. This time, you only need to tilt the wall 5 degrees more. Mr. Drake will need to relax a little. The wall tilted according to Yunsol's order. Quackwang. Again, the human centipede hit the wall and headed to the ceiling. Jik. In the first place, one of the sharp bricks Yunsol was aiming for was completely destroyed. Now the human centipede broke through the pointed brick and started to smack his head into the blocky brick beyond it. Yeah. The human centipede dived back to the floor with his bangs covered with bloody teeth. I'll go one more time at the same angle. Yunsol exclaimed. Quackwang. Again there was a roar, and the human centipede bounced off the ceiling. Simplicity and honesty. Finally, the blocky bricks were also destroyed. At the same time, Yunsol's Narimsu worked properly. Oh, Drake cried out. Caterpillar. Since the human centipede was bounced off at a very large angle, it began to reciprocate closely in a zigzag between the wall on the left and the wall on the right, and at the end, it entered a small gap between the wall stone and brick in the ceiling and was trapped beyond it. He started going around the run and run. It's an exquisite angle for Yunsol. One pointed brick and a blunt brick. It was possible because I removed one. Slam, 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 slam. Loud sounds come from upstairs covered in bricks. It looks like it hovers around in a brick-separated space. Now you won't be able to come down until almost all of the bricks on the top are destroyed. Yunsol sighed in relief. Now, the human centipede will come down to the floor after destroying all the bricks that block his path. Right then, 100 million. Drake's body leaned to the side. Bang Cheol. He was nicknamed Black Oaks when he was a man, and he once climbed to the top 10 in the Korean rankings. This muscular orc warrior struck Drake with the axe he was holding. Cack. Mr. Drake. Yunsol was astonished. But Drake is still. Did not. Dang. Drake, who took Bang Cholhae's axe blade with a dagger, kicked his head as it was, and stepped back. Oh, you're pretty on the subject of archers? Indeed, the rancor is different. Kim Jong-un narrowed his eyes and laughed. Bang Cholhae's defense was so high that he didn't take much damage from Drake's kick. I just rubbed the changed cheek a few times. Yunsol raised his eyes. Are you betrayed now? Then Kim Jong-un smiled a peculiar drowsy smile. You mean betrayal? We've been on the same side since when? As soon as they escape from the threat of human centipede, they are Mad Dog's gang. Quackwang. Bang slash. At the same time, the brothers Bang Cholhae and Bang Cholhu attacked, and at the same time, Kim Jong-un sprinkled a powerful flame magic. Yunsol and Drake had to quickly escape. Although Jack-o'-lantern wielded a scythe to remove the magic, the opponent was the player, so we couldn't expect a lot of aggressiveness. Yunsol shouted as if it was unfair. Are you really going to come out like this? Still, thanks to me, I was able to avoid the human centipede. Then Kim Jong-un laughed as he hit his knees. Ha ha ha, I've never seen such an innocent baby again. Hey, we just decided to stay true to the original relationship. Don't think too badly, because this is what we really are. With her brothers Bang Keelhee and Bang Keelhee, she surrounded Yunsol. It seemed that he was going to pressure without even giving him time to counterattack. However, okay, then it can't be helped. From the moment Yunsol shrugged, the atmosphere began to change sharply. Quackwang. The human centipede reappeared through the ceiling. Ugh. Kim Jong-un did not attack and spit out the wind. It was so unknowingly protruding that there was no time to escape. Even the human centipede was in a state much faster than before it disappeared beyond the brick layer. Quack quack wang. In the end, Wu Bang was beaten by a human centipede hitting it like a lightning bolt. Kuhuk. Bang Wu spit blood from his mouth and fell out. Then he broke 2 stone pillars in the back and went out and couldn't move again. Retire. The combat power of the human centipede was so strong that a tank about Wu Bang stretched out with a blow. Quack wang, slash bang, slash. It is a human centipede that bounces back to the ceiling again, hits the wall, and charges towards the floor. This time, he turned at a strange angle and was rushing toward the Kim Jong-un party. Seeing it, Kim Jong-un's complexion became bright. For surely. She quickly turned her gaze toward Yoon-sol. At that moment, Kim Jong-un knew right away that all of these situations are the result of a maneuver made up by one person. Yoon-sol, a woman with a cute impression, who usually laughed or admired, or only cried. A supporter who is foolish if you follow the back of a deceased person like a thorn in the eye. But now, she was making a 180-degree different expression than Kim Jong-un knew before. Yoon-sol opened his mouth with an extremely cold expression. Okay, let's go back to the real look, right? Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie, 351. Previous talk next. Chapter 352. Brave Choice 5. Quack wang. The human centipede again went behind the brick floor and popped out from the other side. As if expected, Yoon-sol had retired to a safe area in advance. She said in a cold voice. While the tower collapsed and fell, I was familiar with all the topographic features upstairs. What is the structure and where is the shape of the bricks protruding? Thanks to that, it was possible to predict where the human centipede would hit and where it would bounce off. Upon hearing Yoon-sol's words, Kim Jong-un clenched his teeth. 2 years. From the beginning, you were going to use us to use hammock, asterisk. What did you think I was going to hold hands with you? Heartily? Yoon-sol asked back with an embarrassing expression. Who am I, a fool? What? My job is a clergyman, and when I was with Yeojin, I always laughed, so I guess I looked like a good hogu. But you guys thought it was a big mistake. The moment Yoon-sol finishes talking. Quack wang slash. Again, a human centipede hits the floor. Like a lie, Kim Jong-un was only targeting the place where the party was. Handsheep, fuss shack. Poisonous blood spewing out of the human centipede's body splatters in all directions. Even Kim Jong-un could not be free from these drops of blood. Of course, Yoon-sol, Drake, and Jack Orangeton, who were far away, were safe. As if it was in the safe zone of a barrage shooting game, Toxic Blood. They were all deviating at an exquisite angle. Meanwhile, Drake was thrilled to see the sight. It's a complete female successor. How many times are you predicting the centipede's rush trajectory? It feels like seeing a little old character. Drake recalled what he knew about Yoon-sol. Even those who have studied intensively even with poor families and have received enormous private education are difficult to enroll in. The spirit and brain that have entered the prestigious University of Sky Castle. The vitality, interpersonal relationships, and sociality that I build up while doing all kinds of work. If you think about Yoon-sol's social career a little, it's not a fool who just sacrifices and gives. Of course, at first, it was the one who had been together for a while to break the quest for the Heavenly Island. When I was in a position that I had to protect myself, I thought that the unique creativity of newbies that I sometimes saw was novel, but now that my level has risen, I haven't been able to do more than one person's share. Also, looking at Kim Jong-un now. Looking at Yoon-sol's cold expression, I felt fear. Drake stuttered. The usual expression was only shown to Yeojin. Yeah? How does my face look when I see Yeojin? I always thought it was the same. Because I don't have any original expressions. When the time is right, look in the mirror. Meanwhile, Kim Jong-un and Bang Chul-hae were now confused by the bombing of a human centipede. Quack wang. Eventually, Bang Chul-hae was also hit by a human centipede. Big Black. Bang Chul-hae looked down at the broken armor and spit out blood. It was just one hit, but more than 70% of HP has evaporated. Now there will be no next. However, the speed of the human centipede was getting faster and faster. When breaking bricks, the ball speeds up as the stage goes up, but it seems that the same feeling is reproduced. The power of the human centipede was becoming more and more powerful as time passed. Tada! Bang Chul-hae quickly ran to the fragments of the wall far away. Like Yoon-sol, he is also intent on repelling human centipedes by using the wall as a panel. However, puck! An arrow flew in and blocked the front of Bang Chul-hae. As long as you have the distance, it will be difficult to move. I will stop it. Drake is seen aiming at 2 crossbows. Quack wang. Again, a human centipede lifts the ceiling. After receiving this, it comes down to the floor. Centipede eventually crushed Bang Cholhei's body, which was exposed in a defenseless state, and completely crushed it. Ah! Kim Jong-un screamed as he watched Bang Cholhei, which has turned into blood cakes in front of his eyes. Surprisingly, as soon as Bang Cholhei died, the human centipede returned to its original speed. Went back. The movement, which ran wildly fast, slowed down like the first time. Yunsol said to Drake, "The human centipede's movement is based on breaking bricks made by Atari. So, after round 1 heading 448 plus round 1 and heading 896, there will be a breakthrough." How do you know that? I asked Eogen before I entered the dungeon by any chance. There's nothing bad about having it ready. Eogen said he had nothing to do with him anyway, so he told him to take care of it, but meticulous Yunsol dared to ask about this annoying middle boss. Yunsol quickly reiterated the information he had heard at that time. Eogenie said that, but this human genie raid is a kind of dangerous act, right? They said they are taking the form of Ajang's shooting game. It's a shooting game that recommends dangerous behavior? What is that? It refers to a shooting game in which the score increases as the player throws an irrational number with a high probability of being defeated, that is, with a high risk. This unusual type of system has been steadily increasing since the game Omega Fighter, released by UPL in 1989. I've been doing yoga. Yunsol continued to speak while watching the movement of the human centipede. The types of shooting games that are recommended for dangerous behavior include melee system, low fire dynamometer, enemy shot impact meter, sky machine, progressive system, suicide system. In the case of, it belongs to the suicide world, which can be said to be the rarest. Well, it's like I keep asking, so? I don't. What is it? It means that if you continue to play at a high level, such as a no-hit run, the difficulty of the game increases to the point that the human reflexes cannot cope with it. For example, the more the human centipede continues heading, the faster the speed becomes. In order to prevent that, the difficulty of the game must be lowered by committing suicide. Well, if you don't die, you can't even clear a high score as well as a betrayal system. I think it can be said. After speaking, Yunsol smiled and pointed to the body of Bang Cholhei, who was dead in the distance. But we can't die, can't we? So I used them. Look, the speed of the human centipede has slowed significantly. Yunsol's words were the correct answer. Eventually, a person who dies unconditionally occurs. A fight against a human centipede that has no choice but to. Yunsol calculated all angles and trajectories early and chose Kim Jong-un as a sacrifice. Speaking of which, is it a human figure for clearing? Ani didn't want any of us to die, so he was the middle boss who wanted to skip it. In the end, it is like this. Yunsol said with a bitter smile, but Drake shook his head. Good job. Thanks to that, I was able to survive. It was a great help. Was it too cruel? Not at all. They were our old enemies. And didn't they betray us first in the first place? Even though you gave them a chance to live together. Drake said firmly. Although it was a principled answer, Yunsol nodded as if he was relatively relieved. In my heart, she was thinking about being too cruel. Meanwhile, Quakwang, the human centipede, was descending again. It was a lot slower than before. Kim Jong-un, a wizard, was unable to avoid such a human centipede due to his agility stats. Ah, that crazy bitch. That's worse than the dead guy. From next time, you're a candidate of interest in the 4 years. That was her last. Sure. Kim Jong struck by human centipedes. The silver was decomposed without a trace on the spot. Bang. Quakwang. Crunchy. Even after crushing all of Kim Jong-un's gang, the human centipede, who had been wandering in the intestine for a long time, passed through a corner of the weakened wall and disappeared outside. It was after a total of 896 roaring sounds. After seeing the human centipede completely disappeared from the outside, Yunsol exhaled a breath of relief. Hua. Eventually it is like this. It must have been a monster running outside the tower after time. It seems that he was a middle boss who disappeared without having to hunt and catch if he avoided while offering sacrifice as well. As Eogen said, it is more profitable to ignore it like Linmaru. Then, fluttering, something fell through the hole where the human centipede had disappeared. It was an item that looked like a piece of paper. Drake, who picked up the item because it was an order, tilted his head. Official letter from the lowly person /order book / Oz, the Death Dragon, sent a letter to the generals under his core. There are tremendous contents recorded inside. It was a letter filled with small letters. I didn't even take a magazine, but when I saw the items fall, it seemed like a reward for surviving. I didn't have time to read it, so I decided to keep this item by Yunsol and show it to Eugene later. Now, I have to find the eunuch. Where is it? The moment Yunsol rolls up his letters and puts them in his inventory. Quakwang. something startling happened. Drake flew bloody and was buried in a stone pillar in the distance. What? Drake vomited a bowl of blood from his mouth. He looked up at a completely unexpected shock and was soon to be astonished. Bang Chiolwu, the first man who thought he was retired by the attack of a human centipede, was standing in the body of a man Sinchon. Grmbrar. Seeing the bodies of Kim Jong-un and Bang Chol-hae, he cried with tears of blood. After throwing Drake away by using a torso hit, it was Yoon Sol who turned his head around. "Oh no," Drake shouted, wiping the blood that covered his eyes. If Yoon Sol is lost here, there is no way to see Ajin in the future. He thought so. However, he suffered too much damage in an unexpected surprise. It is not possible to run right away only after flying so far. Nyakon Healer Nyun. Bang Chiolwu reached out a big hand and took it to Yoon Sol. "I think I'm going to crush it in one room like this." Ugh. Drake closed his eyes tightly. Don't let the soft Yoon Sol get crushed by that huge weight. I couldn't see it with my eyes. However, there was something that everyone was overlooked. Foundation. Yoon Sol was so calm and held Bang Chiolwu's hand. And Cookie. He crushed Bang Chiolwu's hand as if grasping the softest dream. Chiolwu Bang looked down at his hand with an attitude that he couldn't understand what had happened. His fingers were all bent and turned back. A hand that has been crushed so that the shape is unknown. Soon, Yoon Sol threw a fist at Bang Chiolwu's body. Left arm of the Demon King / one-handed weapon / A+. The left arm of the famous demon was cut out and dried as it is. It gives the user incomprehensible muscle strength. Attack power plus 4,444. The Demon King's right arm / one-handed weapon / A+. The right arm of the famous demon was cut out and dried as it is. Incomprehensible to users. Bukrajate. Gives muscle strength. Attack power plus 4,444. Horn of the Demon King / helmet / A+. The horns of the famous demon were cut out and stuffed. Incomprehensible to users. Bukrajate. Gives muscle strength. Attack power plus 4,444. Suddenly Yoon Sol's arms have grown terribly, and there are 4 large horns on his forehead. It is the power of Harinmaru. Yoon Sol's fist contains the physical attack power of Harinmaru, an S-class monster who never goes behind when it comes to strength. It couldn't be fine because it was orthodox fit in the abdomen. Righto. A red hole was drilled in the middle of Bang Chiolwu's heavy body. Kong attack power of 13,332 dignity. Destructive power that will send even the most advanced tankers in one shot. After being hit by a human centipede, Bang Chiolwu died before he could endure Yoon Sol's main meal insanely. Huh. Drake opened his mouth and admired. Hagen, it is Yoon Sol who swung the collapsed wall like a paddle in the first place. That game's sense, divine power, and Kong attack power that doesn't fall even in close quarters. Drake laughed. Now that such a woman has debuted as a pro gamer, I can't imagine how the pro leagues in Korea, Asia, and even the world will change. Right then, rumble. Another hole was created when Bang Chiolwu's body flew across the wall hit the wall. As the wall, weakened by the human centipede, collapses, the space on the other side can be seen clearly. Moment. Yoon Sol and Drake's eyes were wide open. The shocking situation taking place in the space across the street caught their attention. Pussus. Zodiac, Bundy Vale. A bloody psycho is seen with a triumphant smile. It was holding his neck, not his, in his hand. Since he has 2 hands, he has 2 necks. So now the necks of the 2 losers are in the hands of the Zodiac. One is that of Death Knight, which is changed to enemy ghost mode. The other was mine. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie, 352. Previous talk next. Chapter 353. Brave Choice 6. Drake exclaimed in embarrassment. Lost? I answered. Calm down. It hasn't been cut yet. Yes. My neck was held by the Zodiac, but that didn't mean, well, it didn't fall off my body yet. However, in a state of helplessness, the Zodiac is holding on to it. Wow, this is a real big deal. I rolled my eyes, wondering how to get out of this crisis. How did you get to this point? Me, the Zodiac, and the enemy ghost Death Knight were trapped in a large cavity in the collapse. Rub. Death Knight came out with turned eyes and pointed 10 blades at the Zodiac. Each one of the lion's fingernails is quite like an A+ grade sword. If you hit them, you'll be smashed into pieces right away, just like raw fish picked from a live fish market. I gave a pinzon to the Zodiac, groaning from the side. I did not do that well. Why did you get stolen in the end? Who would have known there was a bug monster? It can't be much. In this situation, I had no choice but to join hands with the Zodiac. Quakwang. Death Knight narrows my space with 10 blades. Kuriak. The Zodiac caused a black flame to create a firewall, but Death Knight ran through it as it was. I gave the Zodiac a Pinzon again. Hey, idiot, can you stop the stone with fire? What if I try to block physical attacks with attribute defense? You damn bastard, shut up. I am doing my best too. The Zodiac seemed embarrassed to make a mistake, and after reaping the wall of fire, he recite the spell again. Then, the bodies from all over the collapsed body rise up and gather in one place. Wooduk/Wooduk/. This is the skill I saw the other day. The Zodiac collects the flesh and bones of the corpses to create a large flesh wall, be built. However, Quabang. Death Knight broke through the walls of the body built by the Zodiac so easily. I gave the Zodiac a Pinzon again. You idiot, when you bring back the undead. Every 1-2 rank drops. You must have been revived so many times that all the bodies have become fuzzy. The soup is thick when you eat the bones of the bear soup once or twice. This is a completely blank wall. This damn beast child is really pissing off. You must kill me and bring me back to life as an undead. But it's not the time to fight like this. Death Knight suddenly came out, and Jody. It has attacked right in front of evil. The Zodiac spoke to me like a chew. I really hate it, but I think I should hold hands with you first. But he couldn't say everything to the end. /sa/sa Sakye. I covered my whole body with a sandworm's cloak with the trait of playing. Because, luckily, there was a 50% chance of hitting it. I disappeared from the Death Knight's sight, and the only opponent left in front of him. Damn it, this pervert. You are real trash. Zodiac began to be pursued by the Death Knight. If it weren't for me in the first place, he would have run away from the tower, but somehow he was trapped in such a small space. Hey, where's the teleport scroll? Zodiac went through the inventory to find the scroll. But of course I didn't have time to take it out and tear it up and wait for it to be triggered. Death Knight drew 5 nails on one hand vertically. Blah blah blah. The stone pillar was split vertically. Pillars cut densely like spaghetti noodles. Death Knight jumps out through the thick vertical. Quackwang. Stone fragments scatter in all directions, as if a bomb exploded. Damn it. The Zodiac is a body that was once Muda's meta. He succeeded in bowing his head to avoid the swinging Death Knight's handsaw. However, Death Knight's weapon is not just a single nail. Per fuck. Middle kick hitting heavily. The horns and various irregularities that protruded on the hard armor were enough to cut off the waist muscles of the Zodiac and to break the bones inside them. Big. In the Zodiac's mouth, pieces of intestines and blood splatter together. It is fortunate that he was wearing high-grade armor from the experience of being ambushed by lizard men during the previous gold mine raid. If the armor had been insignificant, this blow would have split the upper and lower body. GGJIK. The Zodiac was thrown into the stone wall. It rubbed against the wall, scratching the wall with both hands. Kicked by Death Knight's kick is also a big damage, but there was something more than that. On the wall, there was a statue of gargoyle that protruded, and its sharp horn struck through the belly of the Zodiac. Came out. Quick. Death Knight came close to the front of such a Zodiac. He lifted his long nails and swung his hands with the momentum to cut the Zodiac and gargoyle statues at the same time. Boom! The sharp wind that approaches ahead of the nails makes it shallow on the whole body of the Zodiac. Silver after scratches occur. In a moment, the Zodiac had to make a judgment. Ugh! The Zodiac moved aside the body pierced by the gargoyle's horn. He didn't have time to get his body out of the horn. Pajijik. The flesh of the waist was torn into chunks. So, almost a third of the waist was cut off. The pain will be considerable due to the high rate of assimilation between the reality and the body of the game. Had it been for the general public, he might not have dared to dream of this type of escape. If the Zodiac wasn't for Lesch-Nahan syndrome, which barely feels pain, the Zodiac passed out because of pain. I must have done it. But now he is trembling with anger, not pain. Roll up. Oh baby. Zodiac stretched out his palms toward the rushing Death Knight. Kuriak. The fiery flame is the Death Knight. I lost my face relentlessly. When the black magician who used the undead soldiers lost all the soldiers, the maximum firepower that could be produced alone was unfolded. However, it is impossible to deal with the Death Knight standing at the top of the undead world with it. For buck. 5 nails cut through the flames. Dig into the body of this Zodiac. Kek. The Zodiac was drooping, without even a small resistance. Obvious retire. Death Knight looked down at the dead Zodiac and turned his head. N. There, I was walking on the hem of my cloak and showing myself. It's ebb and flow, the enemy ghost. It is an appropriate title to call a person who has become bizarrely altered beyond the deceased person. Krook. Cuck. A ghost staring at me with a bizarre groan. It is not known by what mechanism he is parasitic to Death Knight, but it is true that the first start was from the doppelganger who copied me. So, Death Knight was burning me with a strange hostility. Quackwang. He stepped on a heavy Jean-Jack, and flooded towards me. Come and see. I lowered my posture and confronted such a Death Knight head-on. Hey! The moment his fingernails crushed my body, my heart turned black. The characteristics of Periana Bloom to the limit became Quackwang. I fired reflection damage and intercepted the Death Knight's whole body. Of course, I was able to survive with 1 HP remaining thanks to the characteristic of an angling team. So it turns out that Death Knight also had the characteristics of the Angler team. Well, there aren't that many in this worldview that can kill a monster that's about Death Knight in one room anyway. Therefore, it would be safe to say that the Angler team characteristic has no meaning to the Death Knight. I absorbed HP from Death Knight as a blood predator trait. My stamina, which is not very small, increases again. Beard. The cut was aimed at the Death Knight. It is my victory as long as I see the gap and stab it well and endure as an inexhaustible team, Parayana, and Blood Predator. However, quick. Death Knight began to show off an attack pattern that I didn't remember. Rather, his lion's mane began to stand firmly. Before I feel strange and even step back, Death Knight's feathers shoot out in all directions. Pit. Each one is comparable to a large needle. The road is long and stiff, and has a hair that is even sharp. This random type of attack that spreads small damage is the most annoying pattern for me. This is because the angular trait, which is activated only in full HP, becomes useless, and even if you luckily survive with 1 HP remaining, you suffer minor damage before activating the Blood Predator trait and die. Ugh, is it the first clear? This pattern was not in the calculations. I clenched my teeth and ran away from the hairy needles. However, this enemy ghost was cunningly learning the trajectory where I would run away through deep learning. In the past, Doppelganger and Doppelganger Kaiser had data that had been attached to me in the past, so it seems that my movement trajectory has been detected to some extent. Puck. A sack of Death Knight's nails stuck in my running calf. It was simply stabbed in the calf, but HP quickly dropped to 1. I took out a potion with one hand and cast a blood spore with the other. If there was even a Halloween cloud snack. However, it's been a long time since the Lich King raid was exhausted. Black Mundslash. A potion bottle is just pulled out of the waste. I didn't even have time to remove the cork, so I had to bite the bottle spout with my teeth. I had to swallow the sweet liquid and the crumbs of glass together, but now I can't do it much. Honey. Boo honey. Gulp. At the same time, the blood drawn from the Death Knight is sucked into my fingers. However, the speed at which Death Knight's nails fell was much faster. Pugak. Eventually my body was pierced by Death Knight's nails. It was an attack that could not be prevented or avoided. HP 0. It was a natural outcome that I died immediately on the spot. Quick. The enemy ghost Death Knight. This guy finally bent his back and lowered his voice as if he had solved his long wish and laughed. Indeed, it was a cunning and insidious joy. However, split. My voice, which I heard soon, makes Death Knight's faint eyes open as if torn apart. Beep. A question mark floated above Snight's head when I saw myself rising up vigorously in place as soon as I died, as if a salmon running up the river bouncing off. Meanwhile, I had no choice but to be thrilled with the vitality that fluttered insanely from my whole body. Oh. Would it feel like waking up from dead? A donation that cannot be described in words. When I was a youth, my whole body was full of energy like the morning of the end of a week when I woke up from a bed with good sunlight. As I turned my head, the status window turned red and caught my eyes. Continued fall down mode. LV77. Title: 8 Legs Great King Beheaded. Special: Incomplete Metamorphosis. The trait obtained after defeating the 8-legged Great King Kulikium. Incomplete Transformation. It is a so-called Berserker mode. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 353. Previous talk next. Chapter 354. Brave Choice 7. Split something. Do you want to be split? I grasped one of Death Knight's nails. Oops dash. The tip of the nail begins to crack. The whole body is full of power. Hat. At the same time I screamed hard. Do you look? Death Knight's nails eventually broke. Fragments of nails that break into pieces. The Death Knight, or the enemy ghost, opened wide as if torn her eyes. Yes, that would be amazing. I thought my new body was the strongest, and I must have been proud of it. Tuck. Puduck. Damn it. I woke up from my side after breaking the other nails piercing my body. A dark red aura wrapped around my whole body and was burning. It is as if lava and soot emanating from the crater are mixed together. The blood that radiates from my eyes shines eerily between that hot and overwhelming energy. Continued fall down mode. LV-77. Title: 8 Legs Great King Beheaded. Special: Incomplete Metamorphosis. A corrupt version of the 8-legged Great King called Berserker or Berserk mod. I'm going to take Kilikium, the Great King of Floating. Because of this trait acquired, he was revived from death. It may be somewhat contradictory that I, who is a complete pervert who wears no clothes, became an allegory due to the incomplete pervert characteristic. I turned on the stat window. Wow, this is really amazing. It's a waste of seeing alone. All of the various stats are in a state of tremendous explosiveness. The site was truly phenomenal, but I won't explain everything because of the lack of white space. Well, anyway, as the 8-legged King Kilikium did the last time, I had a pop stat that was equal to 10 times my original combat power. Deus Ex Machina's buff does not simply amplify the character's various values, but increases it. It is incredibly new in that it allows you to feel the shame that has been done with your body. As if a body in her 50s has returned to a body in her teens, the body is full of vitality, as well as strength, sensational weight decreases, and magical power. You can show off a godlike figure that you can't even do in everyday life, and you can even launch critical hits from critical hits like a normal hit. In particular, in my case, the increasing number due to the buffs is ridiculously superior to other buffs, so the pleasure I feel right now is simply impossible to describe in writing. It's really good for gamers. There is no way to explain anything. Of course, with this tremendous power gained in one moment without any delay, it is not without any restrictions. Time limit, 100 seconds. If I defeat my opponent or find some other means of recovery, I will die. It's like a deadline of less than 2 minutes. Tiring. HP decreases. Tiring. HP decreases. Tiring. HP decreases. Tiring. HP decreases. The reddish status window fluctuates in real time. Even at this moment, 1% of HP was being lost per second. If you do not receive the heal magic, you will be logged out after 90 seconds. I'm sorry, but my brother doesn't have much time. Let's finish it quickly. I hit the floor on the spot. Quack quack wang slash. My body shoots out like a harpoon. The speed at which the cheek meet will be pulled back. The explosive power of my surprise was popping up every time I hit the ground with one foot. Of course. Nope. Death Knight dared not even react to my movements. SAEO dash. My nudity, which was agile because I usually didn't wear anything, was like a flurry. Run fast enough to create a storm with just movement. Poop. I ran to the front of Death Knight, then turned around and dug under his left armpit. And, foo fook, lightly pierced the cut into the gap between the armor and the armor. Crook. Death Knight turned around and tried to slap his nails at me, but, what is Dilbo? That's my afterimage. Cuck. At that time, I was already leaving the place and holding my back. I can hardly feel my weight. However, the heavy sensation when attacking is the same as before. Has it gotten much heavier? I decided to try it right away. Quack wang. Quack 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 quang. I transformed into the Mad-On King mode and beat the Death Knight's back with my 2 fists. The eddy currents, earthquakes, and a large area of power that can devastate a large area are transformed into a 1:1 technique and are struck down on a local area of the Death Knight's body. A wide area that is hit with damage almost every second. In fact, this alone is powerful enough. Isn't my stats in a fraudulent state that has multiplied 10 times because of the imperfect metamorphosis? All the time. Straight. All the time. Straight. What does this mean? It's not like college students go to MT and drink alcohol. This is the sound of Death Knight's HP bar shaking. Ah! Death Knight had to be amazed to see his physical strength plummeting in the blink of an eye. But all he can do is just surprise. Boom. If I swing my nails or kick me, I'm already out of place. Great. Death Knight sharpened his teeth. After taking a deep breath, he again explodes his main hair like a needle. P. The hairs that resemble a long needle were stuck in stone pillars, floors, and walls. My body was also hit by numerous hairpins, and you became ragged like a rag. However, you can't see me from now on. I just stand behind Death Knight and spit out lines that I wouldn't say in my second year of junior high school, while pretending to rewrite and used glasses. I wanted to try this line at least once. I was literally overpowering Death Knight's physical. Of course, if you look at the average of various stats, Death Knight will be much higher than me. Among the S-class monsters, he ranks the highest in terms of characteristics and race values. Is it an elite monster located in? But the most important key factor when it comes to fighting. It's agility. The overwhelming gap in these stats is the main factor creating the current situation. No matter how strong your attack power, what do? I can't match the opponent. No matter how strong your defense, what do? It just fits. No, Ryo. Death Knight is nothing more than just a high-quality sandbag in the current situation. Qua 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 qua. With my two fists, I drew a caterpillar and continued to beat the entire Death Knight. Mr. D, you have a lot of it together. Death Knight's full-body meridian service was started that spanned the entire legs, including the neck, shoulders, back and waist. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-slash. A fist that stretches out like a machine gun fires bullets, and a dark red aura that rises from my body at the same time. The chi locomotive runs wild and spews out like steam. I think that the Death Knights, whose punches are receiving so many fists that are comparable to natural disasters, are amazing. What's more, this guy is already after a considerable amount of stamina has been cut off by the Zodiac raid. A little more. Meanwhile, I was also quite anxious. It has already been more than 40 seconds since I entered Berserker mode. Now the time limit is running out. Minutes. It seems to be the fastest passing minute in the world. At night, Io. It cannot be used. Death years, end your breathing, and do your fate. Quick little. I beat the Death Knight with all my might. Who did that? They say, knock it, it will open. Is it through my desperate prayer? Wobble. I felt that Death Knight, who seemed only impregnable, was staggering. Finished. This thought was strong in my head. S-class monsters have strong pride, so they never show disorganized appearance. Among them, the one at the top is Death Knight. If you don't hide the staggering appearance of this guy who always values dignity, it's okay to think that it's already moribund. There was no need to check the status window. I went straight into the killing. Boom, slash quackwang. Wow, poop, pow quackwang. I will continue to blow my fists down Knight's head, shoulders, knees, feet, head, shoulders, knees, feet, head, shoulders, feet, head, shoulders, knees. He crushed all of his ears, nose, and ears. Come on. Wow. Pajak. Death Knight's black gloves gradually turn into powder and scatter. At the same time, I can feel my body crumble. My body turns into dark red smoke and fades. But even if I die, I have to take this guy with me. A little bit. Hold on a little more. It's my body. I closed my fists with desperate heart. It seems that Death Knight, or the enemy ghost, is also enduring with all his might. Program, beyond the limits of artificial intelligence. It is amazing to see that the only one of the flesh for me stands like a stake. I didn't know that I would have a feeling of respect for monsters, even if they were weak. But that's it. I made sure that the gauntlet's durability reached its limit and prepared for the final blow. Quackwang. The atmosphere contracts several folds and then expands repeatedly, twisting violently. My fist stained dark red. It emits steam and shoots out toward the center of Death Knight's face. 1001 breakthrough, Tingyun Tukoa. My fist is a fist through the sky. I focused all my nerves on the tip of my fist, the pole, Jidan. Whether it's a wall or Death Knight's heavy armor, I'm thinking of breaking through this one room. Then, poses suffered. That's it. It would have been possible if it weren't for these eerie whispers in my ears. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 354. Previous talk next. Chapter 355. Brave Choice 8. Was it called Qianrial Sil? Chanlir Yisu? Breaking down the arduous tower would be a moment of inattention at the last moment. Pussies. I had a hard time. That's it. At the same time as I heard this unlucky whisper. Kuriak. Quackwang slash. Something is hot on the side of the face. It's not big, but it's got a lot of irritating heat damage to ignore. Shortly thereafter, a black fire breeze blew and shook my whole body fiercely. Sprained. Whisper. I missed the last blow to the impact I struck from the side. Quackwang. Death Knight was hit by my fist, and his shoulders burst out, but thanks to the tough vitality unique to the undead, he was able to withstand without dying. Meanwhile, I had to roll over the side of Death Knight with intense pain spreading to my side. Hashtag 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 hashtag. Eventually, a shadow of a gloomy laugh fell in front of me and Death Knight. A fucking psycho. I had no choice but to swear. I can see a presumed zodiac guy standing shamelessly in front of me. Ah, why is it estimated? That's because I'm in imperfect perv mode right now, so everything I see is seen only as a reddish silhouette. But at this point in my back, making a disgusting voice like this. The only one who will beat the number is the zodiac. Not surprisingly, the zodiac shrugged, looking down at me. When I was beaten by the lizard men in the past, I thought I had to make about one survival skill. The moment I heard that, I missed it. A damn idiot together. Why is this? Did you forget it? I should have prepared for it in advance. An ominous memory passing by. The zodiac seems to have blossomed the third characteristic recorded in his book. Diary of the Dark King /7, 8, Class Magic Book /A+, S/enhancement, +10. The long and desperate experiences of the Dark King's battle with the devil is written. If you are an ordinary person, just reading a single line will eat you in the dark. One magic attack, plus 4,400 plus 5,800. Dark property resistance -10%, -5%. Written magic? Dog 2 ministry, Yukel, school love, boy near shinga. School love, boy near shinga. This trait can only be obtained by warlocks and very few special occupations, and the content is simple. When he dies, he works on himself to save himself. So, it means that you process your body into undead and breathe new life into it. When this trait is activated, HP returns to the undead state from 0. In this case, the decrease in stats per rank 2 is similar to the other undead process. For example, if an A+ grade monster uses this trait, it resurrects as a B+ grade monster after some time has passed after dying. If you die again after that, after a longer period of time, you will be resurrected as a C+ class monster, and if you die again here, you will be resurrected as a D class monster. From here on, there is no next. To finally face death. To be. Once in the undead state, there is no way to restore the stats to their original state except for going to some secret and special places and receiving the blessing of the Dark Priest. However, it can be said that it is a very useful survival technique in that you will get an extra life. Of course, I need self-rescue to protect the body for a certain period of time after death. 6. Fuss. There are times when you guys are too vigilant, this pervert child. The zodiac seemed to laugh at me, but my vision was all red, so I couldn't see his expression. The voice also buzzes, making it difficult to detect the direction. Chin. Go. The zodiac will catch the fat of the death knight scattered beside me and me. I got it. In the end, the answer is to endure unconditionally, because I, who was still, took advantage of it for free. Character. Now it's time to finish. It was a comment full of the joy of the one who ate the last hit. After listening to the zodiac, I realized that I had made a mistake. The zodiac guy is the first death age. When he set fire on T, his intentions were obvious. I was trying to hide my pale face by making the surroundings refilled. This sneaky guy. When the trait of macrosexuality is manifested, the color of the face becomes pale like a corpse, and ashes were sprinkled all over the area to hide it. To prevent damage to one's body for the short period of time needed to be revived. To be. In the end, my failure was that I had not figured out the tricks of the zodiac, which had already been planned. It's up to here. I took my strength out of my body. The dark red emanating from the body. The steam gets weaker and weaker. Anyway, my body will soon be destroyed by imperfect metamorphosis. Death Knight was also intercepted by the zodiac, so there was no more hope. At that time. Oh, a voice from afar. This was definitely Yunsel's. Nice timing. All the candles of my life that were extinguished are burning. Pot. The heal magic that Yunsol gave me restored my health again. Puck. I pushed the hand of the zodiac and immediately got up. Oh god damn it. What did the mad dog bitch do? Zodiac frightens and retreats. I immediately picked up the cut and tried to stab the zodiac. But is it the after effect of runaway? Or maybe the zodiac is quick. How? Hey, that all is getting sick of it now. The zodiac jumped back after bowing his head to avoid my shaving. I failed even the second attack because of the man's act of putting everything down and trying to avoid resurgence. Oh, it's dangerous to face it. This. Come to lead. In an urgent moment, Yunsol runs toward me. When I am in danger, Yunsol seems to have nothing to see. But there was a big problem. That I don't see anything in my eyes either. I am in a state where it is impossible to identify the blood because of the imperfect metamorphosis characteristic. Every movement that comes into my sight. These things are just displayed red. Right then. Well. Confusion added to the confusion. The drooping Death Knight started to glow again. He swung his broken nails and sprinkled disastrous attacks here and there. Quack 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 quack. However, the aim was inaccurate because my face was crushed by being hit by my fist. The stone pillars that were around me collapsed. What? Oh, Zodiac and Yoon-Sol are confused and fall on the floor. I, too, had to roll sideways to avoid the Death Knight. Get off. Put on it. I kicked Death Knight's shin and broke it. Then he quickly raised his head again and looked at the place where Yoon-Sol was. But in front of my eyes are the silhouettes of two people dyed red. I was just doing it. I lost my sense of direction for a while rolling to avoid the Death Knight's attack. It's a big deal. Which one is Sol? I was really embarrassed. Berserker mode, due to incomplete transformation characteristics. The disadvantage of this state is 100 seconds. In addition to the time limit, there is one more. Pia cannot be identified. As I said before, this is a fatal drawback of Berserker mode. When the eight-legged Great King Kulikium manifested its imperfect metamorphosis, it was after all the spiders on the floating island died. That is why the Great King did not take out this secret weapon until the end of the end, in case he would hurt his innocent people. And now I too couldn't distinguish between Yoon-Sol in front of my eyes and the Zodiac. Both are only seen as red silhouettes of similar size. One side is the Zodiac, the other side. Oh cow. HG. In a moment, I hesitated. If you make the wrong choice here, Yoon-Sol will die. Not only that, but the Zodiac will have a line in the meantime. I unconsciously triggered the choice trait obtained by catching the Dark King, but unfortunately, it didn't work. Probably, the effect disappeared because it was overwhelmed by the incomplete transformation of the S-class monster, Kulikium. Slightly prolonged due to the heal magic. My life is short, and the moment Yoon-Sol dies, I will end soon. Tick, 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 tick. The sound of the second hand that the brain assumes. Time passes slowly, as if trapped in the play of a clock. I slowly raised my hand. The trembling tip of the sword is in front of my eyes. None of the two are heading. Right then. Trust your judgment. There was a voice in my ear. Low-pitched bass, somehow growling voice. Dignity like the lion's. The voice that was there gave warm energy to my whole body. What? There was a question in my head, but I couldn't afford to think deeply. Tuck. Sheedon, who was trembling, stopped like a lie. Someone hugs me from behind. As if there was, I left my body to a trusty and reassuring energy. Left courage go. The voice that I heard in my ears gradually became smaller and smaller, as if squeezing the last force, and eventually disappeared completely. At the same time, the unprecedented warmth that led my body disappeared. However, the courage and trust left behind by that voice still remained in my heart and led my body to crumble. Left. The tip of my sword moved without any hesitation and struck the crown of the red shadow on the left. Puck dash. The skull is broken and the wealth in it. The exposed things were scattered in all directions. At the same time, your eyes are littered with red light. Ah! The flurry, like scratching the eardrum, bursts with terrifying momentum. Those who have come to realize that they cannot go back again because they have crossed the threshold of death. Oh, it was definitely the voice of the Zodiac times DeVale. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie, 355. Previous talk next. Chapter 356. Brave Choice 9. Kaya. The screams of the Zodiac rang out. Since I couldn't identify Pia, I was focusing only on the voice of the other person, so the Zodiac guy will wear it for the first time. The moment I opened it, I could feel it right away. I got it right. I gave strength to my Zodiac punched hand, and literally a few more times. Break crumble. Zodiac can't speak properly for a hole in his throat. Wrap it up. I can feel that the body temperature of the guy who touches my hand suddenly drops sharply. It seems that the characteristic of macrosexuality, Bei-Nishing, was expressed again. In theory, this characteristic has no activation limit, but because it continues to drop by 2 ranks from the user's level, it is bound to disappear someday. No, it's a few minutes before the masochistic trait is triggered in the first place. Because this is necessary, if the body is damaged in the meantime, the resurrection can be prevented. I'll make it impossible to cut the bones. I shattered the Zodiac very much on the spot. To prevent resurrection as a zombie because there is no flesh, or as a skeleton because there is no bone. Right then, Gyral 1. Suddenly one more scream burst out from behind. As I turned my head, I saw the dying Death Knight wake up scratching the wall with his cut nails. Sudden situation, when I don't know what to do for a while. Oh, I'll hold it. Look, bow down. Yoon-Sol and Drake went in front of me and loaded. Pap it. Puff puff puck. Yoon-Sol manifests the divine inviolability and binds the feet of the Death Knight, and all the battlefields the lake decided and shot are pierced through the shattering armor. However, nevertheless, Death Knight was moving. Surprisingly, the last thing he did with his nails wasn't a counterattack. Phew! It stabbed himself in the neck with broken nails. I don't know. Oh, Sue/Tuck. While Yunsol and Drake were astonished, Death Knight took his head off his body and held it in his hand. Quick. An enemy ghost. This psycho bug realized that the Death Knight's body as a host was no longer promising and took off its own body. Boom! The Death Knight threw his head, the body of the enemy ghost, to the ceiling wall on the other side. There was a large hole previously made by a human centipede, and the neck of the enemy ghost flew beyond it in a parabolic shape. I'm freaked out and just opened my mouth open. But now I couldn't climb up that high place and pursue the neck where I didn't know where I was going. Even at this moment, my body is slowly collapsing. Yunsol and Drake supported me. Don't worry, you just have to keep putting on the heels. This is not a joke about the speed of losing HP. Even if it takes a little time, the Lich King shouldn't have installed the heart of it somewhere. Well, the healer's magic power is also limited. Let's find a priest, a village nearby. But there is something more important than that now. Reward. Let's see the reward. I still open my eyes even more brightly. You can see the body of Death Knight, whose neck fell in front of him. And there, Jack-o'-lantern, who was not involved in the fights of the players as much as possible, stood sadly looking at the end of Death Knight. You are no longer a coward. You were braver than anyone else. Until the end. After listening to Jack-o'-lantern, I became a little decent. Of course, Jack-o'-lantern didn't play much of an active role in this raid, but it was this pumpkin head who would have suffered more than anyone else without the Zodiac intervention. Jack-o'-lantern lifted a volcano's scythe. Puck! The tip of the sickle was stuck in the chest of Death Knight. Soon the Death Knight's body turned into black powder and began to fall apart. Jack-o'-lantern looked down at the dead Death Knight's body. The only part that has not disappeared is the mane hair. Jack-o'-lantern, who recalled the mane fur shawl worn by a cowardly lion around his neck in the past, stood there for a long time. Meanwhile, a loud notification sound echoed in our ears. Tiring. The world's first raid of Death Knight, commander of Wu's Undying. You are good. The first conqueror's name is recorded on the Akashic records. Would you like to leave your name? Yes, the deceased person. Reward is paid. The immortal friend commander was completely dead. He cannot be resurrected forever. The morale of the Dragon Camp Immortal Legion decreased. The power structure of the right wing of the Immortal Legion will change significantly. The Vampire clan is afraid. The Zombie clan is afraid. The Ghoul clan is afraid. The Mummies clan is afraid. The Mungmo clan is afraid. The Ghost clan is afraid. The clan. Family. Finally, he broke the two Seekums under the command of the Lowly One. Of the Immortal Legion of Oz, the Death Dragon, he has taken all the necks of the undead two-headed carriage, which is said to be the most tricky. At the same time, the low man shows interest in the deceased person. The coming has come. This is my second experience already. Soon, the face of Oz, the Death Dragon, began to appear in front of me. You, my commander of the left army. Oz gave me an unpleasant look. My power has been greatly weakened. Why did you do this? If I can't give you a reason to be convinced, you're responsible. I will have to take it. Oz gave me a word-of-mouth sermons, and at the end, he told me what to do. Come where I am. That was the last word. The illusion of Oz disappeared suddenly, as when it appeared, and only emptiness remained in the hall. Now it's really irreversible. Well, that's what I expected from the beginning. I muttered, recalling Oz's bloodshot eyes. Soon after this, I have no choice but to take the rewards dropped by Death Knight and go to fight Oz. The first thing to do is check the status window anytime. Opening the status window is always quite a bit consuming. But you have to take a look at this. Have you ever tried to defeat the elite boss monster? Yi continued. LV80 up. Title, Basilisk Hunter, Special, Poisonous, /Sandworm Lander, Privileged, Drought, /The Devil Sinker, Privilege, Deep Sea, /The Dead Man's Graveyard, Special, Undead, Hellwheel Great King Crab Catch, Special, Beakjan Veteran, /Hornbill Catfish, Privilege, Lurking, /Kraken Killer, Privilege, Paleontology, /Wu, Queen Judalope's Pet, Special, Gnawing, /Eight-Legged Great King Beheading, Privilege, Incomplete Pervert, /Lizard Man, Slayer, Privilege, Collection, /Cannibal Emperor Assaulter, Privilege, First Cataclysm, /Twisted Nether Survivor, Privilege, Saving, /Immortality, Undead, Left Legion Leader, Privilege, Female, Heart of Bees, /Commander of the Friends of Undying, Privilege, Optional, New. HP 800 of 800. The experience was higher than when you caught the Lich King. Is it because of the enemy ghost? Level up 3 times in a row. There was a new title, Immortality, Foot Commander of Unsatisfactory. The newly acquired perk is Selection. The characteristics and performances obtained by holding the Dark King in the past are the same, but the effect is stronger. As a result, the privileges obtained by catching the Dark King have disappeared. It seems that the strong ones ate the weak ones because of the overlapping characteristics. Suddenly, when I triggered the 8-legged King's imperfect transformation, it reminds me that the Darkness versus King selection was nullified. The voice that helped me at that time must have been of Richard the Lion-Hearted King. So it turns out that the Cowardly Lion was also forced to choose between Oz and his father. It is possible to speculate that the perks given by Death Knight are derived from this history. And now that I have inherited his Seotake character, I have a stronger power than before. Now in the incomplete transformation mode, you can choose between Yoon's Soul and Zodiac. I thought I could do well even when the situation came. Meanwhile, Drake also leveled up twice, and Yoon's Soul also leveled up 3 times. Now the 2 levels are tiled and 68 respectively. Compared to the top-tier ranks in the world ranking now, it is a very high level. Now let's grab the items now. I was healed by Yoon's Soul and quickly searched the floor. I saw 2 items separated by the side of the jack-o'-lantern. Death Knight's mane of the Lionheart King, /cloak/S. A black mane that goes down to the waist around the neck. He who wears that rich cloak is the object of divine fear from all. Agility plus 5,000. Movement speed plus 50%. Non-destructible, special. Able to use the characteristic Amber Team, special. What more to say? It is truly the best item. A very rare agility stat was attached tremendously. Not only does it increase the speed of movement by 50%, but it also comes with the characteristics of impossible to destruction and absolute team. The moment I saw this item, both Yoon's Soul and Drake nodded. It's a custom item for you. Congratulations, Jean. Everyone's tacit consent and utter. In support of the person, I wore a cloak. The lion's mane, filled with the Death Knight's overwhelming energy, envelopes my body in black. The dignity of being like a demon king. Is it possible to get more seizures even if I wasn't naked? But it doesn't matter. I look up to Drake. Turned. Drake, don't you need a cloak? What I handed to him was a cloak with the Amber Team trait attached. Sandweep's leather cloak /A+. The sandworm is the largest, strongest, and noble creature among the Chungwang race monsters. So far, countless forces have. It attempted to capture the existence of Korea and use it tactically, but it has never been successful. Defense plus 500. Can use the characteristic playing in the soil, special. Able to use the characteristic Amber Team, special. This item was obtained from Sandworm Raid in the past, and is considered one of the 3 gods. A few to get this item had to lose their lives. However, I've got a higher compatible Death Knight's cloak, so I don't need Sandworm's cloak anymore. Meanwhile, Drake listened to me and shook his head. I think it suits this friend more than me. Drake looked at Yoon's Soul and said, Perhaps because Yoon's Soul is a healer, she is often exposed to crises. He is too. As I nodded, Drake handed over the Sandworm cloak to Yoon's Soul. Okay, thank you. I don't think I have done much this time. What? Without you, I would have already died by a human centipede. Yoon's Soul humbly set her belly button and received the cloak that Drake handed over. Meanwhile, Drake acquired the second item. Yi, immortal /material /. The manly appearance symbolizes immortality itself. It was a marble split in half. It looked exactly the same as the item that came out with the Lich King before. Yoon's Soul and Drake merged the half marbles each other had obtained into one. Item is being fused. Do not turn off the power. As expected, the notification sound came out as expected. Orb of Immortality. I lit my eyes toward this mysterious black sphere that was completely united. Now we are ready. Fixed S+, class monster, Death Dragon Oz. It's time to bring down one of the behind the veil that rules this world by dividing it into 17 pieces. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 356. Previous talk next. Chapter 357. Agitation and Fabrication 1. How is the situation in the conflict zone these days? 5. Oak is applying Lizardman X. El Dungle is cheap and cheap. Lizardmen are eating orc wraps. Excuse me, but it's burning right now. El Burin, are you orc? Come to the conflict zone and cut it for 5 seconds. Hello. This is a place that humans cannot wear. Let's go. This time the cataclysmic balance collapses. 4. B. Wunged in the field where I used to go. All the mobs I normally caught disappeared. and only some stupid mobs were buried. L, isn't that just because you're X-Bob? It is very popular overseas for this cataclysmic patch of El Moonsori. L, is it much more fun after the cataclysm? I don't know what's good for the paladin meta. 3. After the L cataclysm, all the mobs have dark properties, making them sick. L, unconditionally additional damage because it is advantageous for most mobs. L, do you know the paladin? I'm scared. I'm good. Huh. Is anyone who ate the conflict zone goldmine dungeon? It's not like run 1. Try to eat it all once except for 1. See if you can raise your score. JPG. Who is the Japanese guy who made a superior bid at my thorium ingot auction house? Go behind the scenes. The lineup of a champ's domestic dream team, created by themselves. TXT 3. Elnim. Only one picture shows up? L. It's correct that only one was uploaded. Low Ox. Korea's largest gaming community site, DC4 Rum Inven Web, which is still peaceful today. A single post posted there caused ripples on the calm waters. Unknown game Dioku 3021 foot. It started with an article that seemed like a floating nickname had been accidentally posted. The situation in the conflict zone is unusual. Text. Unknown game Dux 3021 / 3.21 / 20 * -0 4/15 25 44 inquiry 26 for 87 recommended 12 not recommended 3. Soon, something big in the conflict zone. I think it will explode. I found it while breaking Hidden Quest. Perhaps one demon constellation and one dragon lord will be the mainstay here? As it was, it would have been buried in a number of posts, but it was posted in a busy time. So some of the fixed nicks residing in the community began to throw comments without thinking. Don't fuck. Yeah, Hidden K is the name of the dog, right? Isn't your mother hidden NPC? He equals I. What if there is no authentication? Item $$ money, the cheapest place. www.fprhqkf 6 GUA. Perhaps because of boredom, some people show interest with swear words. However, it was still weak. Then, Unknown Game Dux 3021 posted a second analysis post in a row. The situation in the conflict zone is unusual. Text. Unknown Game Dux 3021 / 3.21 / 20 ******, April 15th 4126 / inquiry 17 302 / recommended 8 / not recommended 6. Why are you swearing? I'm talking about it after recognizing it. The disputed zone refers to the 7th zone. The forces that are likely to fight are Oz, the death dragon among the dragon lords, and Mammon, the constellation of greed among the demonic constellations. From the Oz side, there will be an undead two-headed carriage belonging to the Immortal Legion, and from the Mammon side, there will be an ancient devil two-headed carriage belonging to the Burning Legion. More detailed analysis than before. It's an article. However, the response to the comments was still not very friendly. In the brain, delusions have come, and he's been eating his story writer. Yes, Negami and Negabi are in conflict in the disputed area. Hey, but this is a detailed analysis? What do you have? The person who hits the pads on the top bursts with personality. First of all, you are waking up. What is Dunkey? What if there is no authentication? Around this time, Unknown Game Dux 3021 posted a third analysis. This time, the certification data that would shut everyone's mouth was attached. The situation in the disputed zone is unusual. 3. With authentication shot. Text. Unknown Game Dux 3021 / 3.21 / 20 * -0 4/15 55 32 / inquiry 26 302 / recommended 196 / don't recommend 0. Let's hold back and reflect on those who used to hit the pad. Attachment.avi2. The content of the post was simple. However, the accompanying materials were by no means simple. Attached files were 2 videos. The first video is an anonymous player fighting an S-class monster Lich King. The overwhelming figure of the Lich King controlling a terrifying blizzard was well photographed. The second video was also shot by the same person, but this time, it was a scene of fighting with the S-class monster Death Knight. This also shows the feeling of overbearing of the Death Knight wearing a black aura. Both videos were extremely short, lasting 5 seconds or so, and it was impossible to grasp the location of the dungeon, the identity of the player, and the end of the fight. However, the fact that an S-class monster appeared in the game itself had an enormous ripple effect. While no comments are running, the number of views of posts explodes with tremendous momentum. When the video for about 10 seconds ended briefly, an item appeared at the end. An official letter from the lowly one / Oz, the Death Dragon, sent a letter to the generals under his core. There are tremendous contents recorded inside. The mysterious player in the video revealed the contents of this letter item to everyone at the end of the video. It was a very short moment, but some. The video screen was captured by competent netizens, and the image quality was corrected, and it started to spread all over the place. The contents are as follows. Tamamon Gate Tao Mamanshuan. Oz, the leader of the Black Clan and the king of all the dead, I told you to the insignificant Ironsmith. Don't have ugly doubts. He is from a lowly underworld, ignoring the subject, and invading the dignified dragon's territory. All tribes know about your sins, and not only want to kill them in 100 days, but the demons and minerals of the earth are already discussing to destroy you in the dark. If you read this inscription, understand the subject at that time, and decide to self-determine immediately so that it does not cause trouble to the world. In summary, it is let's get together. It is also a message sent by a fixed S+ class monster to the same fixed S+ class monster. Of course, the comment window was upset. And an H-ear was real. One unthinkable identity. R0J. This is the one who hit the pads earlier. I will reflect on. 3021 Sensei. Elna was a real bad guy. Wow. Is there anyone who catches an S-class monster? L couldn't catch it, and only found it. S-class monsters are attacked. L is also great to discover. Who the hell are you? What is L's identity? 3021. Where are all the S-class monsters hiding? If you stand out, correct it, Renrir. From the perspective of LS-class monsters, you are hiding. More than that, it seems like real S+ class monsters are going to war with each other. L, let's help out too. It seems like it's a chance for L Oak and Lizardmen. If there is a battle with L, it's a chance to raise your identity. Kill enemies and accumulate race kills to get buffs. I don't know if I can get gold. A huge number of comments began to droop under the posts. And other circumstances that Oz and Mammon are attached are also reported in detail. It seems that I heard similar information. Last time, the astronomer NPC in the conflict zone said, I have to run away quickly. Soon they will collide, he said, but I did a little bit of a private house too. The monsters under the dragon are gradually moving their habitats toward the conflict zone. Are the demon monsters like that? Hit. I know only the demon-type monsters, but these guys are also increasingly sensible to the east. Being transferred to. That's interesting. Oh, now that I think about it, don't all the NPCs in the conflict zone who say they are a bit wise are missing? Like Blind Shaman or Old Great Sage. Even though I got a clue by breaking many kinds of hidden questions, I don't understand what that means. Users who were still were verifying through additional testimony one after another. It is now almost a fixed fact that Oz the Death Dragon and Mammon, the constellation of greed, plan to wage a great war in the 7th conflict zone. The problem was the date. While everyone was struggling, they didn't know when the war broke out. Yi Tiring. Unnamed Jimdiaku 3021, which set fire to the controversy at the very beginning, posted the last post. The situation in the disputed zone is unusual. 4. Authentication shot X. Text. Unknown Game Ducks 3021 / 3.21 /20 ****** 0 4 /19:03:21 /inquiry 176 302 /recommended 2 064 /not recommended 2. The date of the Great War is the Morigo certification. None. Believe it or not. There was no authentication this time. It's just a communication. However, no one distrusts the words of 3021 in this current trend. This is the Lizardman Guild. I am looking for someone to go hunting for large-scale orcs the day after tomorrow at L Jungler's 28th year of life. Stand. He is level 35 and can deal close to him. Elend. Level 35 Sheet Master. It's the Oak Guild. Recruiting dealers. Are there any Hogu who don't participate in the war that will happen the day after tomorrow? It's a 2-tank, can it? Eltung Jianwong. Is it possible for an L Archer? L come off. My life to the Immortal Legion. My life for Oz. Renault. Because you are an orc, Mammon Han. I have to stick to it. L is that like that. Run my life for Mammon. Because Mammon is rich, it's a good thing to take care of the mercenary expenses. Fogosnim is also rich. Oh well, what can humans do? Fong bring popcorn. That, Biren. Numerous lizardmen and orcs were gathering into the conflict zone in preparation for the great war that unfolds the day after tomorrow. With slaughter and gold drunk with eyes wide open. *****. Meanwhile, here is another person who watches and tastes the huge flow. As expected, life is agitation and fabrication. Anonymous Game Ducks 3021 or Late Person. It's me. I was smiling, looking down the canyon across the translucent internet window. Within a few minutes of spreading rumors, numerous lizardmen and orcs gathered. Maybe a lot more in 2 days. You will be crowded with users. But they were all deceived by my lies. It's obvious that Oz and Mammon collide in the conflict zone as part of the main quest, but that's what's going to happen the day after tomorrow, but it's purely my hit. But, because he cheated countless people. Nevertheless, I didn't feel anything particularly guilty. It's because it's not going to be the same race anyway. Rather, the dead human camp will be a little energized in Lee Cham. It might be a good opportunity for the human family, who have not been able to grow on lizardmen and orc rice. An opportunity to adjust the in-game balance? Hoo. I'm looking forward to the day after tomorrow. I laughed sly as I looked down at the fish caught in a large fishing ground. With apicalesque mask in your hand. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 357. Previous talk next. Chapter 358. Agitation and Fabrication 2. The situation in the disputed zone is unusual. Gorian Jungshot X. Text. Unknown Game Ducks 3021 /3.21 /20 ****-0 4 /19:0 3:21 /inquiry 4 576 302 /recommended 32 982 /not recommended 4896. The date of the Great War is the Morigo certification. None, believe it or not. A post that heated up the entire gaming community. This post has created a tremendous syndrome in the world beyond Korea. The Great War Syndrome. Great War Syndrome. An enormous crowd flocked to the rotting and burning land, the 7th conflict zone. Most of the flocking people were, of course, lizardmen and orcs. Race, nationality, language, disability, gender, age, and all the differences and discrimination that existed in reality were nothing more than a piece of paper on this rotting and burning land. The people gathered here cannot dare to share with the various standards that exist in reality. Only one. Lizardman or orc. It is only divided by the answer to this question. Lizardmen players belonging to the Immortal Legion under Oz, the Death Dragon, leave their level and equipment. I formed a huge group of me. The scenery was spectacular as Lizardman warriors, whose main weapons were excellent regeneration, agility, and powerful critical attack power, marched north of the gorge. Numerous large guilds, far more small and medium-sized guilds, and the largest number of individuals gathered, and the number reached almost 10,000. The number of orcs was also no less than that. Orc players belonging to the Burning Legion, under Mammon's constellation of greed, also left their level and equipment to form a huge group. Orc warriors with high stamina gauges and strong strength as their main weapons took a seat in the south of the gorge and sat down. Both those who attended as guilds and those who came as individual. Combined, they also approached 10,000. Surprisingly, the proportion of Koreans was not much. It wasn't because there were few Koreans gathered, but because foreigners gathered that much. This was possible because the post of 3021 posted yesterday became a big issue even overseas. In addition, nearly 20,000 players from around the world gathered in one place. The fact that it was so rare was hard to find a precedent, so there were also a large number of spectators who flocked to see it. Ridge, 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 ridge. Along with the loud drums, roaring shouts in the languages of each tribe were popping out from all over. Let's follow Mammon's command and crush those abominable lizards. Dirty orcs. Let's show the power of the dragon camp. Long live Oz. Let's kill them and raise their race kill numbers. It's your chance to get a buff. Maybe you can see where the gold is buried if you set up the ball in this war. You don't need all of them, and the experience you get from the race war is unconditionally doubled. Over 20,000 users each move according to their own desires. Some needed money, some needed honor, some just needed a place to play for me. The inside of the gorge is truly a bucket of drumbirds when the curious onlookers, the Jap dealer who wants to share, and the reporters from various media, and the gangsters looking at which side to join, are gathered. The night before the storm, Balfeng Chanyet. The results will tell who is crappy. Nearly 30,000 players were facing tight on both sides of the gorge. A strange peace flows between the two Koreas even in an atmosphere that is about to burst. Sometimes local provocations erupted, but it was because war was not declared yet, and neither camp was moving quickly. Then, oh look over there. All orc rankers. Lizardman's camp is fluttering. I wondered if the orc camp gathered in the south would split in half for an instant, and a few orc users walked out in between. Thud, thud, thud. Each time they roll their feet, a light earthquake and dry dirt are rolled up. The muscle that seems to show the fact that it is a Gorub with the whole body. High-grade equipment that shines brightly. The 10th place in the current orc rankings, Garai Burel and his guild of testosterones have appeared. They were the group that formed the largest power among the current orc guilds. The dignified appearance of the orcs nearby, as well as the lizardmen in the other camp, was thrilled. Burel shouted in a loud voice. Oak users, don't be drooping because the climate of a rotten and fiery land is hot. Soon we will cool our hot body with the cold blood of those cold-blooded animals in front of us. At Burel's cry, many orcs felt trembling. Of course, the hot heart. Orc, 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 orc. The orcs of the whole canyon rolled their feet together and lifted the weapon high. Their momentum ascended to their fullest, and the South Gorge began to sway. Right then, the nerd pigs are noisy. The lizardman camp also splits into 2 branches. In the meantime, there were lizardmen walking with dignity. The equipment was shabby, but the body wearing them was large enough to overwhelm other lizardmen. Some of the Doma snakes, with a much heavier weight than the others around them, appeared in arrogant gait. Lizardmen were obviously walking on the ground, but there were few footprints on the floor. Considering their large size, it was a very unrealistic sight. The 8th place in the current lizardman rankings. The appearance of Anti-Nemi and the guild scene club he leads, Club Esgin, are all. Likewise, these were also the largest guilds among the lizardmen. Nemi stared at the orc union in front of her with a sharp eye. Burel also opened his beaked eyes and looked at the lizardmen union in front of him. What you looking at? The one who dare not even meet my eyes when the war begins. Anyway, filthy orcs are full of bluff. If you are confident, come in here. Only declare war. I'll beat your head with a mace right away. That beautiful music will be played. I'll use it as a game BGM. A large guild representing lizardmen and a large guild representing orcs face each other. The masters of both guilds are standing at the forefront and fighting with pride, so naturally, the eyes of all races were focused on this side. Wow, Burel and Nemi are in a nervous war. I don't know what they're talking about, but you're definitely swearing, right? My heart trembles when I see that Burel is majestic. I always longed for. It was a rancor. Nemi's force is not a joke. As an individual, he's the highest rank in the lizardman rankings, but he's a good-looking man who also leads the group. Numerous lizardmen and orcs whispered in awe of each one. War has not yet been declared, but when things happen, the 2 in the groups they lead will probably be at the forefront. Everyone gathered here pumped into the heart in preparation for an upcoming burst. According to rumors circulating on the internet, there was a high possibility that war would be declared soon. Giant large monsters will rush into the field and tighten the field, and numerous soldiers from both sides will rush like crazy. The mountain of corpses will accumulate, and the sea of blood will overflow. Reporters from several broadcasting stations were busy wandering around to cover the situation. Immediately triggered, Yi Chu Ji Fa. Even if someone is possessed by a drop of blood, it will be irreversible. A river of blood was destined to flow in this gorge. Right then. No? Hey, there's something on the gorge. Somewhere, a vague voice burst out. The voice of a man. The sound came from the orc side, but the pronunciation was so dim that it was hard to hear even by orc users. But that wasn't the end. War. The person who posted the war. Appear over that gorge. Everyone feels the need to pay attention. I heard a more awkward cry than before. This time, the voice of a woman. It was from the lizardmen's side, but likewise lizardman users. It is an awkward accent and pronunciation so that it is difficult to hear even by the public. However, in any case, the meaning was passed on. Gossip between the lizardmen and the orcs gradually spread. Rumors are spreading out. In the end, the movement of the agitation was the 2 losers standing in front of the lizardman camp and the orc camp. It was also passed on. Well, what? Burel and Nemi raised their heads up when they heard the report of the guild members. It wasn't just them. The 30,000 people gathered in this gorge all headed in one direction. And a shadow stood above the gorge. Fist. Everyone look here. Unknown existence. He spoke fluent lizardman and Occitan languages. Is it so? Neither lizardman nor orc could distinguish his race. Wearing a black hood. In addition, the sun was also on its back, so I couldn't see it straight. Don't you even speak both lizardman and Occitan perfectly? What? Is that the one who posted the war post? Are you paying attention? Why are you up there? Isn't it just the seeds of interest? Hey, are you 3021? Come down. Before you shoot and kill it. It's black again, but why are my eyes yellow? Is it shiny? Discover the race. Which side are you on? The players gathered under the gorge booed all at once. It was a sign of protest against the inability to see the identity due to the Black Hood. However, 30,000 players gathered under the canyon. The earlies soon couldn't say anything. Those who were staring at the top of the canyon quickly disappeared. Flash dash. Black Hood of being standing on the canyon. Cheese. It happened after facing the ominously sparkling golden gaze and gaze. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 358. Previous talk next. Chapter 359. Agitation and Fabrication 3. I was standing on top of the gorge, on a rock with an open view. William Legrand's Scarab Rock. This large golden rock shaped like a giant scarab. It is a tourist attraction that can be seen from anywhere in the gorge and will be considered as a must-climbing course by many visitors in the future. Actually, that's not what matters right now. It is important that the top of the rock where I stand is a place that can be seen by everyone below the gorge at an angle. 30,000 gazes toward me. Doubt and anxiety, curiosity, longing, hate, greed, affection, jealousy, admiration. Various emotions flow like a wave of the yellow sea. The average person might feel overwhelmed, but I didn't think so at all. It is rice when there are a lot of rice. If you say that there are many grains of rice, it is nothing more than rice with air. This is enough to digest. It was a sheep. Extrin Lu. I took an item out of my inventory. Golden Mine's Blood Eyes / eye patch. /A+. It was dried by removing the eyeballs of those who were crazy about gold and could not see anything. If you meet your eyes with these bloody eyeballs, a terrible thing will happen. Vision -5%. Concentration -5%. Dark property resistance -5%. Can use characteristic real name, special. Attribute mana burn. Available, cool time, 12 hours, special. Items such as the items that have been waiting for today. I felt the power of Gordixa in my eyeballs. You feel a stiff foreign body feeling like something is in your eyes. At the same time, the world's vision began to distort to a golden color. Wow, this would be hard to use in your mind. For me as a user, if the world looks distorted like this, there is a burden. It seemed to be the effect of the negative vision and concentration options. But the scarab rock I'm standing on was wide and sturdy, so even if I fell down with dizziness, I wouldn't fall down. I spoke to the people below the gorge while expressing the mana burn trait of Gordixa. No one has closed his eyes, right? Now take it. Cheese. Feeling that everyone's eyes were properly stuck towards me, I pressed the shutter. At the same time, qua 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 qua. A huge golden storm from my eyes raged across the canyon. Dash. I shoot a golden beam from the snow. Depending on the view, it can be a bit grotesque. But the real grotesque thing started after that. What? My eyes. My body hardens. Damn it. Is it a mana-burning trait? This is the first time that it has been so powerful. I haven't seen snow. Judge. I haven't seen anything. Help me. My body is hardening. It's dazzling. Dazzle. The inside of the gorge really became Abi-Gyuan. Each of the lizardmen and orcs grabbed their eyes and ran wild. All of the ranks that were equipped were destroyed, and the bond between the guild, and even the bonds of individuals in the guild, were all disorganized. About that time, Yingsock / an arrow from the orcs' camp awakens and falls into the lizardmen's camp. Lost. Fook. One lizardman user was tinkered with an arrow. However, being beaten was more appropriate to create a sense of fear. Orc guys are attacking. Only 1 or 2 lizardmen scream. It wasn't screaming. Lizardman users who were missed by arrows from all over were appearing one after another. Still, everyone's body was turning to gold, so the movement was unnatural, so panic was added. Dirty orcs. Are you aiming for this time? Anti-Nemi pulled up her nails. He moved away from his eyes and stiff limbs and charged into the orc camp. Even if I die, I will take one more of you. Then there was a person protruding from the orc camp like a thunderbolt. It was Garai Bural. Cunning lizardmen. Don't pass the blame on us. Ooh, you were thinking of weakening Li and then attacking. Even Bural was also blind. Even all over the body was turning to gold. Quakwang. The clash between the two warriors soon resulted in clash between the two races. Wow, these are all their tricks. We were tricked. Let's kill them before they turn completely golden. Lizardmen and orcs clashed in the middle of the gorge. Numerous magic and arrows fly, swords, spears, axes, and nails fly around. And there were those who quickly got out of the basket of chaos. This is not in the sale. You have learned all the suir. Oh, how was that pronunciation? Wasn't it a little pressed? It was Drake and Yunsol. The two quickly climbed the gorge through the shortest mountain trail that I had informed and were able to reach where I was. Meanwhile, you're the minister. I was watching what was going on in the gorge on Scarab Rock. Admiration comes out. It is said that 20,000 or 30,000 people wield swords toward each other as if they were going to kill them. Even though the whole body is hardening to gold, it is. Some of them seem to go back and try to cure the abnormalities of their bodies with medicines. But, unfortunately, Gordic's mana burn isn't that easy. If it was Gorgon or Medusa with mana burn, how could it be healed? Detoxifying the traits that A+ class monsters have decided will be impossible unless you go to town or take a really expensive potion. Okay, then start collecting now. Shall we see? I flipped the black hood I was wearing. Then, a terrifying appearance emerges from within. Sometimes the meta I use to do the billing. Rotten water, no, it's a ghost mode. The black fit that covers the whole body. A picaresque mask that reveals only the lines, muscles, and both eyes. And the black barbed wires wrapped around my body like a snake. The detailed design has been remade by referring to the visuals of the enemy ghosts that they met a while ago. All other items that may be reminiscent of a deceased person or a Modon king are hidden pieces obtained from the Celestial Island. Thanks to the cotton characteristic, all cloaking was possible. Sometimes, there are people who have lost their eyesight, so they point their fingers at me. Wow, look over there. What falls off? And I flew like a black wind and broke his finger. Don't point me, you dirty orc. I speak fluent lizard man and I wrapped a barbed wire around the neck of an orc player. Then, a lizard man user who saw the appearance was resentful. Oh, you were a lizard man. But why do we get mana times? I replied to him in fluent Occitan, you. Lizard men are also dirty. Don't pretend to be close. At the same time I finished speaking. Zurich. Numerous barbed wires protruding from my body move like snakes according to my will. They were wrapped around the neck of the Lee Zadman user who spoke to me. I quickly recovered 2 strands of barbed wire. Papak. Let the barbed wires return to my body. Tuck. Tuck. Lizard men wrapped in barbed wire. The neck of the user and the orc user is broken in its place. Instant death. G2. Of course they died and were logged out. Kaal. What is that? It's a monster. It's not a monster. Monster? That's why I said it before. Since it's artificial intelligence, it might be. You speak both ethnic languages. Lizardman users and orc users gave up against me. I stretch out countless barbed wires towards those who show their backs. Always be afraid. Little penis. Over and over again, he swears fluent Lizardman and Occitan. Like a macro. Meanwhile, Yunsol and Drake, who were hiding in a secret place and watching the scene, were admiring. Yunsol said, sticking his tongue out, I think Jean is a real genius. Other races speak that well. It is based on a language that has already become a dead language. It's a language. How did you learn it? Then Drake shook his head. Jean is not good at speaking all the languages of other races. Of course. He said he knew nothing but swearing. After hearing that, Yunsol is perfect. Spread out. So, is that all cursing right now? However, Drake's words were even more spectacle. Actually, dirty lizardmen and orcs have nothing to do but swear, so that's enough. It was Drake who was deeply empathized with the minor race, the human race. In the first place, it is the human camp that both lizardmen and orcs should not be selected, so they are always a few. Therefore, humans had a deep bond between their own people. Yunsol again turned his gaze to the gorge. Quang / those who have already become golden statues and still survive among them. This is wriggling. However, their resistance seems to have reached its limit now. People kneeling on the floor one by one and turning to gold. Chongwun's dream quickly turned into a nightmare. Wow, that's a real mess. Yunsol opened his mouth and admired. The sight of 30,000 people being annihilated was truly incredible. Considering a large school with 1,000 students, it is the size of all students from 30 schools. The size of the concert venue is huge enough to be called Riga. People who are so crowded are chased by only one person. The appearance was very thrilling. Let's see. I will never forget this grudge, you lizard man. The sound of the howling of the guild master Burel, who leads the orc guild testosterones. However, awesome. Burel's body soon burst with a loud sound. My barbed wire tied Burel's body tight, pulled it, and crushed it on a solid rock wall. Must take revenge. I'll find it and kill it. The largest guild of the lizardman race, the guild master of the Sinclair, Maji Nimi, whose whole body has turned to gold. I just vomited out anger. But I just shrugged. Finally, inside the gorge, only flashing golden statues and bodies were lined up. Not long ago, the inside of the gorge, which formed a drumstick, became a space of death that could not move alive with an ant baby. A creepy silence floats bizarrely among the golden statues. All of the golden statues with distorted expressions. Looking at those terrifying expressions, I can guess how scary it would have been at the last minute. I wandered around the gorge, constantly looking around. That way, that way, that way. Only my footsteps resonate quietly in the canyon. I went all the way from the end of the gorge to the end. There was nothing alive. Everything died in gold, or miserable by being wrapped in barbed wire. Either you were greeted with words. At this point, I opened a system window and checked the item. Picaresque moss. Big/mask/A+. The skin of the psycho serial killer's face was cut out and dried as it is. At the moment of writing, counting begins. Property serial killing available, special. 1 attack power plus 13,021. This mask is applied with the wearer's karma value instead. Attack power increases according to the number of kills from the moment the mask is worn. The increase in damage per XL kill is 1. Carat kill count is limited to the player character. It's over. Work is done. The result was a tremendous feat of 13,000 gang attack power. Yi continued. LV 81 up. HP 810/810. It is a bonus that the level is up to 1. The experience is a bit salty for slaughtering over 10,000 users, but among them, there were a lot of low-level users, so it was unavoidable. If I had first annihilated them before the orcs and lizard men killed each other or ran away, Zhou would have been better, but this alone is a big enough harvest. It's not only half of the water left, but half of it, so it's positive. Let's think. It's the final stage. I pictured the shape of the goal in my head. 17 fixed S+ grade monsters that dominate this world. Now, I really got up to one of those locations where I could reach my hand. Now it's time to bring him down. Dark Dragonlord. The lowly one. The owner of all the bodies. The king of the immortal legion. The absolute of the conflict zone. That's sauce. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie, 359. Previous talk next. Chapter 360. New Team of Fear, 1. Tiring. You have logged out. Please come again next time. I have disconnected from the game. It's been pretty hard for the past few weeks. It was a hard-marching army that had more time spent in the game than in reality. Look at all the muscles I lost because I didn't exercise. What about this muscle loss? As I stretched out my arm, I looked at my subtly injured forearm and blamed myself. In addition to a business phone, let's take a peek at the cell phone used. Health Trainer Kim Chol-Hyen. Missed call 926. Hey. Countless contacts left by personal PT trainers. I closed my eyes, anticipating the horrible hell out of the future. Right then, wing, the business cell phone rings. It was a phone number for the deceased. A familiar phone number was floating on the screen. Park Bo-yeon, the leader of the top Korean girl group Nia. She often calls me like this on days when there is no schedule. Oh, why? As I answered the phone, a bright voice came from over my cell phone. Master, why can't I contact you these days? I was playing a game. After hearing my answer, Park Bo-yeon laughed. Wow, I thought so. If Master How Long is not a game, what else is there? I called to ask you how to say hello. I was wondering if he died. It was something strangely reassuring. Park Bo-yeon soon continues the conversation actively and cheerfully. Oh right, Master. This time, the villain who killed the lizard men and the orcs. It was noisy because of it. You must have already heard it, right? I was hot for a while. I'm sure you'll hear this from Park Bo-yeon. I guess this was an issue. I can't say that villain is me. I shook my head roughly. Come on. It was amazing. You say that almost 100,000 people have died? To that one? Wow, aren't you really a top-notch classmate? 100,000? Maybe not that much. Anyway, it's another. Still, thanks to that, it would be nice to increase the number of kills of human races. That villain seems surprisingly a human race. Park Bo-yeon is also after the Cataclysm. It is one of the few remaining users as a cross-race. Through her phone, the sound of other members' quarrels was being heard loudly. Dirty lizard, get your hands off my pouch. Huh. What makeup is on the theme of muscle mass orc? I have this. You guys ask Oz and Mammon to do a beauty buff. I use this cream because I don't have a back stomach. Bae Suji, Yoon Do-na, and Park So-dam. This is where I can hear you struggling. I stopped dressing up when I heard the conversation. Park Bo-yeon laughs as if the members discord, bashfully. She hasn't even asked, and she has been telling the current situation of herself and Nia members. I told you last time, but Susie, the first thing I paid for was the first thing I bought the capsules, and I only play games every day, except for practice and schedule. You mean you're going to be a real ranker like this? Donna didn't do that at first, but how many times she got PK and pissed off by Susie? So the time spent playing games with Suzy became almost the same. How about Sodam? He doesn't like games very much, right? You say he doesn't like games? Ahahaha, not at all. These days, he too. I'm completely obsessed with it. Maybe it's because they're a human race with me. I don't know if all the members are split after the contract period ends. It looks like a human, a lizard man, and an orc are divided among the 4 members of Nia. Maybe it's hard to do party hunting like before. But I don't care much because they are very close friends. I was listening to Park Bo-yeon's recent talk with a smile on the teacher. She spoke with excitement. After the Cataclysm patch, the healer Deng characteristic disappeared, so even though I can't concept anymore, everyone is still having fun playing the game. Nowadays, it's bustling because High-On-P happens every day in the lodgings. That's a good phenomenon. Park Bo-yeon was silent for a moment. Then, I immediately screamed. Can't you forget me? No? Even if it goes well later? What do you mean? I thought about it for a while, then just nodded without thinking. What is the intention of the baby in her early 20s now? I will forget the first disciples. I laughed at me and gave me a comment to finish the call. Okay, well, work hard, let's have a meal later sometime in time. However, afterwards? When later? Exactly, hold me. When do you have time for master? I'm having a hard time this week, and from next week. Park Bo-yeon clearly revealed his schedule. I ended up making an appointment for the beginning of next month. Okay, call. At that time, it would be just when I came after a performance in Japan. I'll shoot delicious ones. Okay, it's good if you buy it. I eat expensive ones. Take a cheap one, and I'll buy a present when you come. What do you need? Like an erotic magazine. If you have a photo book of Irene Shinozaki, please. Can you find what you want right away? Well, I see. Master's taste. Park Bo-yeon ended the call with a somewhat dull voice. It was a very quiet conversation, but it was a long phone call with a whopping 32 minutes. Hey, what does Master say? Is it time? What did you say? What did you say? Meet me? Wow, look at this supporter's expression. Hey, these pseudo-humans. Get out of the way. Humans are in charge of human love affairs. At the end of the call, the voices of Bae Suji, Yoon Do-na, and Park Sodam were heard, and the phone was cut off. Right then. Gee. The cell phone next to it rings as if waiting for me to hang up. This time, it was a dedicated number from Ma Dong-king. The number of people to call on this phone was extremely limited. And looking at the timing, I can guess who it is. Your brother. Why? When I answered the phone, a roaring voice struck my eardrum. Oh, what is it? Did you answer the phone? Hemp. Why don't you answer the phone like this? Director Jae-young. He is the outer owner of the Torn Newbie club. I replied profoundly, digging in the other ear. I was busy playing raid. Yai-san, do you run the raid all day? If you run once, your teeth will run. Well, is that? He shouted with excitement soon after he had been frustrated for a moment. Oh, I've got a schedule. Do you still use that tone? Has it been so fashionable? Not yet. Selection open leg. I scratch my head. Oh, Asian Champions League. A competition to select the strongest PvP players among 12 Asian countries. Director Jae-young told me. Probably. The selection will start in about 4 weeks. For weeks? It may be a tight time for others to feel, but at least it was more than I expected. That's enough Asia Champions League. I can catch Oz before that. Oz Raid, the Death Dragon who has come for a long time. If this is successful, you will be confident in the World League, not the Asian Champions League. Director Jae-young, who did not know my thoughts, was still in conversation. I finished the application for participation today. Small pills. It was hard because it was a small team, so I bounced about not accepting registration. Don't get upset. Are you tired? Right. Actually, it wasn't that hard. You and I are there. Yes. The new team I created, Torn Newbie. For the first time, the manager of this team is Master Jae-young. As a member of the ACE, there is Ma Dong-king, who reigns in the current Pro League unofficial ranking. It is a secret externally that the owner is me. While this alone is becoming a huge issue, there will be nowhere to ignore our team is new. I follow future knowledge and design a new future that will unfold in the future. I did it. That's that too, and surprisingly, there aren't many teams that could compete this time. After the Cataclysm, all of the pro players have turned into orcs and lizard men, so you'll have to pick up all the picks again. It seems a bit difficult to finish in 4 weeks. Probably, there will be such a current not only in the Korean League, but also throughout the Asian Champions League. Director Jae-young listened to me. He responds as if he was strong. It's correct, as you said, because of the reason. The players in all the clubs, entree, were very poor. The teams that fought before the Cataclysm were all disbanded or bought themselves. Then, how does the champ selection work? As I said last time, this time, the same as the last one, The first battle royale, ground zero, and second to playoffs. Simple, isn't it? It's too simple. It may be a rather unreasonable way of playing in that half is filtered out as a simple survival competition. There will be some incompetents who survive because of good luck, and some will fall because of bad luck, picked out of this unreasonable competition. If you export them to the Asian Champions League as a Korean national team, of course, fans will be dissatisfied. But can it be different? I was already predicting this situation. This is because these controversies arose whenever cataclysms occurred even before the regression. Whatever. This league is fair. That's why I'm going to talk a bit. What can I do? I don't have much time because I have to meet the schedule. Hugh. You must make the people of the association feel hard and ignorant. There are quite a few older brothers who know there, but everyone is very worried that a dispute over equity will arise. Director Jae-young sighed lightly. Home. It says something like this, but stay still. Could it be? I reassured Director Jae-young. When you meet those older brothers, be a little confused. I will make sure that the controversy over equity will not come out. Then, Director Jae-young is puzzled as if he had heard the right sound. What? How? In this type of rush schedule, the controversy over equity has inevitably emerged. I interrupted the words of Director Jae-young, who was confused, and said confidently, you just have to destroy everything. One room for you, and one room for me. The overwhelming power that everyone can crush fairly. Yes. No matter how the match is organized, anyone who stands in front of me becomes a blood clot. What could be a more equitable outcome than this? Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 360. Previous talk next. Chapter 361. New Team of Fear, 2. Response. The place I drove from was Ikondong, Yongsan. It was a small detached house with a pretty garden. Director Jae-young's house, which he always used to visit. I came here today to discuss the Asian Champions League. I crossed the bamboo field past the automatic front door. The number of carp flying in the pond was growing. Pong pong pong. The woman who was feeding the carp by the pond looked at me and fell in love. Oh, the lifesaver is here. Oh, son. She looked at me and came to me with a very happy expression. At first, she looked at me like a crazy guy when I was blindly looking at me to go for a medical checkup, but not now. Stage 1 thyroid cancer. The shock was great because he hadn't felt any abnormalities in his body at all. Thanks to me, son was able to detect cancer cells very early, and now he is in perfect health through surgery and rehabilitation. It goes without saying that they are being regularly managed by continuing to go to and from the hospital. As I climb the stone steps and enter the house, I see Director Jae-young sitting in the living room. He sat on the living room sofa and waved his hand at me. Woman, Eojin Lee looks good. I lose all my muscles just playing the game, and it tastes very dying. The child can't say anything empty. Director Jae-young grumbled and leaned on the sofa. There are piles of documents in front of the sofa. It was piled up like. He stretches and grumbles at me. Hemp. These are the documents that were pushed back because of imperfect identity guarantees when you were pretending to be king of Madong. Now that we have consolidated it under the name I9, you sign it all by yourself. From now on, I will do it on my own. Shin Wondung-rak, who has been procrastinating, is right now. I will grumble with my seal stamp. I got it. Oh, can't you handle player documents? As a director, I've done everything I can, man. Now you, the owner, should review. No, I'm a player. What else do you review? Because you are the owner and you are the player, you have hired yourself. By the way, did you set up a corporation there? If you are the owner of the corporation, you are also the representative, and you are the owner of the club and the players who belong there in the game. You divide your ego and play by dividing the characters of the Madong King, the deceased, and the decayed water, and then you are like this even in reality? What is the real you? It's all really me. Annoying. It's not. Should I just leave it to a legal or tax accountant? Oh man, as an employer, wouldn't it be necessary to carefully review the employee's personal information? I think I'm self-exciting and look closely. I had no choice but to turn over the papers with a grunt. Meanwhile, Jae-young laughed and recorded the profiles of other club players, previous enemies, and videos of the past game. I put it on the screen. By the way, can you really not see these? I already saw it. What? Really? When? I also got these materials recently. Director Jae-young was amazed at my answer. But I shook the answer. I can't believe it even if I say that I've seen everything while living in the next 10 years or so. Before long, time passed, and I finished most of my paperwork. Then, Director Jae-young goes to the cupboard and picks up something. Amber liquid in a pretty bottle. I think it's a very expensive single malt whiskey. Director Jae-young smiled and said, as always. Today go to bed. There is also good alcohol. I shook my head. I have an appointment. What? With who? A woman. Oh, this kid is always holding two promises. He's a playboy. A month ago, you came here to sleep 3 times a week. If you're going to do this, just put my room in this house. After listening to me, Director Eom Jae-young laughed. Ha child. The player now wants to be very close to the coach. Oh huh. I'm the owner before I'm a player. Then, my son, I was the owner of the owner before I became a manager. Director Jae-young shouts humorously, putting a headlock on me. I felt good after a long time because there was a lot of love that I couldn't hide in the playful movements. I left Director Jae-young's house and headed to a hospital in a quiet suburb. After passing through the open road and entering the hospital, you can see a large TV installed in the lobby. Unfortunately, a familiar face appeared on the TV. Don't eat it, give it to your skin. Yoon-sol. She is appearing in a cosmetics commercial. Hey, I'm going to evolve from a YouTube view star to an advertisement. It seems that Yoon-sol is also becoming a real celebrity from a semi-celebrity. Now, if you wander around the streets in reality, are there quite a lot of people you recognize? I'm also a cataclysm or an S-class monster. If you unravel the raid video, your awareness will rise to a non-Asian level. However, I decided not to think impatiently. Kimchi and video must be cooked to make it taste good. It is still time to wait. I went to the bathroom and checked that the voice modulators attached to the face mask and neck were working properly. See, he has no eyesight, but you still have to be careful. Since Yoo Dahee's younger brother you say he has joined our club, we need to make a good distinction between the deceased person and King Ma. I already know that Yoon-sol, Drake, and Matthew Kong are mine, but aren't you Sehee? I went up the stairs and headed to the 17-chamber room where you say he is. The person who does not use the elevator. You is to exercise even a little. Soon the hospital corridor is revealed. I passed between the patients moving in wheelchairs and the nurses who always looked tired of smiling, and entered the innermost special room. But, when I open the door slightly and look inside, I can see a little unexpected sight. Now, do you understand? Matthew River. Avatar was here. While I, Yoon-sol, and Drake went to the Gordixa raid, Matey Gang, the investment god, took the role of informing Yusei to Yomo's grandparents throughout the game under the direction of Jae-young. In the meantime, maybe the two of you have become close together like this, even offline. We are meeting. I overheard their conversation for a moment. Matthew Taegang was telling Yusei about her martial art style and analyzing the patterns of her strong enemies. In that way, I went to the illegal PvP league called Totem Knight. There, I met a guy named Kegger, the king of Siocho. He's a big charm. It was a medium and long-range dealer type that used magic, but to hide the congestion, I deliberately transformed into a melee dealer style and participated. Matthew Taegang was giving a passionate teaching by drawing these and that orbits in the air while holding Yusei's hands. At that time, the rapier Kurger was holding was an item that inflicted additional damage within a certain distance. Oh, then that person would have tried to get close to him and fight. The armor would have been light or not. That's right. I also fought with an outboxer style intentionally to hide my style. Then it would have been nice to use the opponent's strategy in reverse and dive, and then stick closely to win with a single deal. Right. Then how do I measure the kiln here? You have to aim for the ship while your opponent is vigilant. Because the belly has the largest area. If you plug in a pinch, the game is over, and even if you just touch it, the internal organs will flow out, so it won't be long. If the other person was bigger than me, it would be better. Well, it is. If that's the case, it's just Kilgak at the time I was wrong. I was aiming at my chin and failed, but, idiot, even if the chin is a big person, the area is not so large, and it is much more difficult to judge the hit than the ship. So if the agility stat is insufficient, it is easy to make a miss. Why did you do that? Indeed, the conversation between geniuses is different. If you pretend, you will understand, and if you tick, you will be smart and react. Indeed, Yusei's talent was great. She was in a state of sucking up the ability of Tushin like a sponge that met water. Suddenly, Yusei asked Matthew, "But, brother, when will you use that?" "That? Yes, you know that." My brother said, "Treasure." It was said to be the weapon of... Oh, it's a secret to my brother. Later as a surprise. The very moment. It's good. I opened the door of the hospital room and appeared. When Matthew looked at me, he opened his eyes a little surprised, and then quietly nodded. This is the best thing he's happy with. Meanwhile, Yusei's face turns red by herself. What? I smiled at them. What are you two? A strange air current flows. Then Matthew struck his hand as if it was nonsense. Don't play around, brother. What is the age difference? How many? Both are kids in my eyes. So, the age difference didn't seem much. Then, I'm 14 now, so it doesn't make a difference. You say, he exclaimed confidently. When neither I nor Matthew had anything to say, with my mouth half open. Creak. The door of the hospital room opened one more time. Yudahi. She came in. Long time no see. Right. Very. After the conversation you say he had before undergoing a major surgery, I and Yudahi had become a little bit awkward. At that time, after she endured crying and ran to the bathroom, it was difficult to see my eyes straight for a while. Also, Yudahi is awkward with Mate Gang, who is the original investigator. It's because in the past, when we attacked the crying angels, they weren't good images for each other. Clap clap. The air in the hospital room suddenly became awkward, so I clapped and ventilated the atmosphere. Now, good friends have a good relationship. Let it go. We go for a cup of coffee first. Tongue, brother. Who? Matthew River jumped and touched his hand, but I ignored it and stepped out of the room. With a strange gaze, Yudahi took turns looking at her younger brother Yusehi and Matthew River, and then came out with me. We bought a cup of coffee in the lobby on the first floor of the hospital. Then, give me another cup of Americano. By adding a shot, Yudahi ordered another cup of coffee. When I was puzzled, she opened her mouth with a shuddered expression. There is one person who really wants to see the Demon King. I think I know who I am. I nodded and expressed my intention to accept it. I was trying to see it once though. Soon, a tall man pops out of the direction in which Yudahi waved. The shaved hair, the bloody cut on the forehead. Boss, how have you been? It was fluency. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 361. Previous talk next. Chapter 362. New Team of Fear 3. Yuchong has greeted me 90 degrees. Boss, how have you been? How much more impressive than before because of the height of 190 centimeters, the shaved hair, and the cuts on the face. It became more scary. Really? Are you younger than me? This kind of thought is bound to come. I was speechless, thinking that it was fortunate that my face was not shaken by wearing a mask. Why is the head are you going to the army? It's exempt, boss. Why, comma. I'll leave it to your imagination, boss. When I hear Yuchong smile and answer, I get even more confused. Then, Yudahi, seeing me panicked, kicked Yuchang's shin. Hey, don't play with your Demon King. La. Oh, why do joints? Yudahi, who saw Yuchong fluttering, patted his tongue once. Thanks to this, the awkward atmosphere between us was also relieved a little. She looked back at me and said, it's because my grandfather was of national merit. I shortened it as a supplement, and then came out last time. The head was pushed as a token of becoming a new person. Yuchong laughed at her shortcut hair that was funny and awkward. Come to think of it, I hadn't seen Yuchong in the game for a while before, but I think that's the time. Meanwhile, I used to say this to Yuchong. There were times when I left it. You'd better get off your hands in illegal things. I can even give you a full-time job, if you want to. This is what Yudahi and Yusehi said in a sense of responsibility when they died instead of the soldiers who came for me. Okay, follow. I caught a taxi right away while I was there. The place where I took Yuchong was a building I had previously bought in 81. Since the name is a corporation, there is no way that my identity will be revealed to the outside. Oh, I remember the old days. Yuchong screamed at the capsules that were filling the building. Oh, he also had experience running a capsule room at one time. But it is already too early to be surprised. 2, 3, 4. The more and more capsules you climb on the transparent elevator. The whole building is a huge capsule room. You on a scale beyond imagination. The spear opened its mouth wide. Is this whole building a capsule room? Well, it's half right and half wrong. I answered. When you go upstairs, there are private broadcasting rooms where you can do private broadcasting. Literally. As the elevator reached the upper floors, there were numerous rooms lined up like a motel. Inside, the elegantly decorated compartments were equipped with high-performance computers, cams, capsules, and everything else needed for personal broadcasting. It is a multi-contents workshop that combines a capsule room and a personal broadcasting station. The business that I have been planning for a long time is gradually realized in reality. It is going to be. The upper floor of the building is the lodging and practice room for the players of the Worn and Worn Newbie Club. Your younger brother will also stay there. When I mentioned Yusehi, Yuchong's expression was noticeably brighter. After Yusehi was discharged from the hospital, she was worried because there was still no right place to live. I'm once again inside the building. Explain, Joe. After the extension construction is completed, the building has a total of 17 floors. There is a capsule room on the lower floor, a private broadcasting workshop on the middle floor, a lodging and practice room for club players on the upper floor, and a party room and conference room where you can hold various fan meetings and conferences. The top floor is a space where only I can enter, so no one can enter. So the first floor of the building. It is always open. It ranges from private broadcasting floors to confined spaces for hard gamers. Of course, the fire and security facilities were perfect. There is also a special auditorium where you can watch the players practice according to their practice schedule, so it can be said to be a place like a paradise for all pro gamers and private broadcasters. Within, I arrived at the waiting floor by elevator. Yu Chong stood in front of a secret door that only I could open. Gulp. Yu Chong swallowed in front of the door, and he looked at me with a nervous expression. Didn't you say that only the boss can enter here? Right, comma. Wow, but can something like me come this far? Let's make an exception this time. I stood at the door and turned my head, and asked quietly, and now you have to choose. It's time to do it. I took the contract out of my pocket and lifted it up. It was an important contract describing the contents of the building's manager. Salary, welfare, working environment, legal work. All is an ideal contract of employment. It's a matter for you to decide if you stamp here and not. Whether or not. Of course. However, Yu Chong couldn't finish talking, because I took off the mask and voice modulator in front of him. Yu Chong froze in the spot, as if he had seen a ghost. That was all he made a long time later. I looked at the fluency with an expressionless face. It must have been revealed one day. When I got to know the genius girl Yusei, I have no choice but to keep getting entangled with them. It is annoying to lie anymore, and the exhausted mind is cumbersome. It's not polite to Sihi, who became a player in my club again. It was a car that felt heavy because it seemed to be doing a terrible thing to the members of the Madongwang fan club, which Yu Dehe is running hard. There is nothing bad in reality. Currently, my fan club president, Yu Dehe, and Yu Chong, who are in charge of it, are superior in their abilities to reality if it is reality, and games if it is a game. If only the bad feelings before the regression can be excluded, talented people who will never be bad by putting them down. And even if all other things aside, the most important thing above all else, it is Death Dragon Osrate. The biggest thing was that I didn't want to connect to the game in a steamy state at the point where the most important room in the history of the game was ahead. The dice threw. Now I just wait for the results of the snow. If you have any thoughts, come in. I opened the door on the top floor and went inside. Only I can enter. Space. By the way. Suddenly. Fluency. He followed me and came in without hesitation. You? I opened my mouth with an absurd expression. Liza. Wow ha ha ha. Yu Chong smiled cheerfully. The boss was a deceased person. My God, this is a little shocking. Aren't you angry? It is a subtle heart. Yu Chong touched his chin. The days when the youngest brother's hospital bills, and he was working hard to find items for the game. The only way to escape from the pain of this sickness. I'm still angry when I think about being mistreated by the deceased. However, when I remember what I received from King Ma Dong, the anger sometimes softens. This is really subtle. Yu Chong opened his eyes and was reminiscing about the past. One day, I thought about it. My sister, who gave up her life and didn't come out of the basement room, learned about the game, and after she started Diok Jil, the king of Madong, she said that it has brightened a lot. But more than that, it was surprisingly a late character who was energetic. Is there any more primitive vitality than revenge? Perhaps the fact that the older sister was rescued from the life of Hikikomori was more influenced by the deceased than the Madong king. If it weren't for a deceased person, my sister would have used it only as a tool to rally money rather than feel the real joy of the game. Ciao. And the more I did, the more I would have distrusted the man, and the more I could have become the more poisonous and evil, Dry Doll. If in this situation, even the youngest brother's surgery could not be performed in a timely manner due to lack of money. The future that I really don't want to even imagine has arrived. Is it so? Yu Chong is really unexpected to me. Pulled out. I didn't really like the deceased person in the first place. I made a puzzled look at Yu Chang's words. He replied with a shuddered expression. And well, even if you say you hate it, you die a few times in the game. There is not a lot of bad feeling in seconds. It's a bit disappointing, but it wasn't that we had any kind of trust relationship at that time. I did it because I knew that neither Fanzel nor my sister ordered it. So it wasn't that the boss had betrayed or decided to use us to eat. And he also solved the problem of Sihi's hospital expenses. Rather, trust me and reveal my identity. I am very grateful for this. Yu Chong carefully accepted the labor contract in my hand. And, thud, knelt in front of me. From today, I will call you the real boss. Things went well. Can I say it? I nodded and aroused fluency. While taking the elevator downstairs, Yu Chong resolved the conversation, quite chatty. Wow, brother, no boss. But how do you play so sloppy? Can you do it? Even now, I speak honestly. You guys keep interfering first. I never attacked you first. By the way, isn't it too vicious to feed the candy on the contrary? Well, as such, I'm reassuring because I'm on the same side as my brother or the boss now. Yu Chang said, scratching his head. I was thinking differently while he vomited out all the things he had been sorry for. Fluency, one thing to do well is to be stunned. This is the memory before regression. He is innately gifted when it comes to managing the workplace. When it comes to standing above others' heads and managing below, it was not only that, but because he's a great guy from physical to fighting skills, he would have made his name as a bodyguard if he had guided him well in front of someone. A character with certain abilities unless he is entangled with evil. Depending on who moves as the owner, he is a character who can become a shining hero in the sunny place or a vicious villain in the dark. Let's make a different relationship in this life. Of course, there was something that happened before the return, so I don't trust it 100%. A good relationship will last as long as each other can help each other. Well, Yu Chang himself didn't seem to have any thoughts of leaving me. Soon the elevator arrived on the first floor. When I'm just about to go outside. Well, boss. Fluency hesitated and called me. As I turned my head, Yu Chang scratched his head and said to me, "Can I just give you a favor?" "What?" When I asked, Yu Chang said in a small voice, "I hope you don't reveal your identity to your sister." Worn and Torn Newbie. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 362. Previous talk next. Chapter 363. New Team of Fear 4. I informed Yu Chang this and that. Most of the operation of the capsule room was a board I had to learn because Yu Chang already knew a lot, and most of the things I would tell you about salary and welfare was the main agenda needs to be paid to me and cooperate well with other team members. Are there other employees? Not yet. I have to pull it out soon. Personally, I consider Yoon Sol as a priority. Her major is also related to administration, so it would be of great help. By the way, he's almost an entertainer now. Will you accept it? I'm a little worried about that, I said, recalling the job postings. The salary is a fixed salary plus incentive system. It's in percent, so do good. The amount doesn't matter. I will risk my life. There is nothing to bet up to my life. You don't have to do anything illegal. Now it doesn't happen. I'm under my brother. Yu Chang replied with a single smile. Suddenly, the title changed from the boss to the elder brother. Basically, he was a simple guy, so the sediment and circulation had disappeared. However, there was one thing I was curious about. But why did you tell Dahi not to speak? When I asked, Yu Chang scratched his head. Well, what is it? My sister really likes you. Well, but I really hate my brother. Well, I understand what you mean. However, Yu Chang's words were unexpected. By the way, whether it is the feeling of dislike of the deceased or the feeling of liking the Madong King, both are positive for my sister. I think it is having an influence. What is it? It's ambiguous to explain. I feel that I look happier when swearing for a deceased person is more than when swearing for the Madong King. What do you mean by this? Yu Chang also tilts his head as if he doesn't know what he's talking about. Well, I'm not sure either. There are times when I think that drama and drama are in communication, and in fact, my sister likes the deceased person more than anyone else. Rather, sometimes I feel like I care more about the deceased person than the King Madong. For example, in the past during the rotten water crisis, the old character was resentful, so he went out to catch the rotten water with resentment more than anyone else. He said he had to do it. What kind of psychology is this? When I get confused, Yu Chang also scratches his back. I'm not sure, but it doesn't feel like Batman and Joker, Son Goku and Vegeta, Kim Kyamji and a rickshaw. I hate it, but I like it. Yu Chang said he was frustrated as he made a look that I still don't know. I thumped my chest. Oh, actually, I'm not sure either, my sister's heart. The woman's heart is complex. The enemy is the enemy. Friend if friend. If you're loyal, loyalty. Revenge if revenge. It's not if it's lethargy or not. Nothing in the world is so easy. Me and Yu Chang left the building feeling a strange bond. A quiet evening. Park bench. I met Yu Dahi. Because of Yu Chang's earnest pressure, he did not reveal his identity. I just summarized the situation in the past. I always take care of it. She expressed her guilt and gratitude to me. When I met the deceased person, I couldn't find it at all. When I see her speaking in a small voice, I don't know why, but I remember the little and shabby Yu Dahi I met in the belly of a nightmare. As always, I said in a dry tone, don't worry about my younger brothers. Both will be good and big. Haha, only me is left now. I guess I'm the biggest problem. Yu Dahi laughed as if who would be worried about who, but he was still very relieved. In addition, we talked about the overall operation of the fan club. Yu Dahi was still breaking the magician official. Even without a penny, this kind of devotion can be said to be really great. Outside, however, It was not that he lacked management skills, so he really wanted to pay for his wages. It's because I like it. Well, don't worry. I can't help it because I rejected it. She looked at me and smiled brightly. They take care of a lot of younger siblings, but I have to help them like this. But I spend my time managing the fan club like this. What about a living? Oh, are you worried about my living now? This is the first time for a man like this. He laughed as if he was new. Huh, it is. She's a beautiful girl, BJ. It is also quite famous as a game broadcasting streamer, so the profits will be fine. Hagen, in the world before returning, it was a body that advanced into the entertainment world with one appearance. Among the people I've actually met so far, it's definitely one top when it comes to visuals. He smiled vigorously towards me and trembled. I only returned the foreign cars I had forcibly received, but the circumstances of the savings bank book I collected are still okay. The youngest is also healthy, so I don't have to pay hospital bills anymore. The second guy, who was in the military family, also got a job for providing accommodation. It's all thanks to the Demon King. She squeezed into the windshield of the car. Now, if you catch those X meals, I will solve your wish. You should concentrate. At the moment, I felt creepy and trembled. Is the Demon King cold? Well, it's a little chilly. Then Yudahi takes off the coat I was wearing and covers it. A gentle figure that you can never see when you are a deceased person. I feel awkward for a moment in my mouth. Closed. Both of us are sitting silently under a streetlight. It was Yudahi who opened her mouth first. She looks at me in an anxious tone. Oh, Demon King. There is one thing it takes these days. What? When I asked, Yudahi opened her mouth with a serious face. Let's listen to the rumors. So this time, Big Brother seemed to have a lot of horns. The older brother is the man who has been their guardian ever after the death of the three siblings of Yudahi, Yu Changhe, and Yu Seihe. In fact, it has been exploited while holding the economic sphere. Because Yudahi thinks that her father's death is the fault of her eldest brother, her feelings are naturally not good. Apart from that, she even personally flirts with Yudahi. In many ways, if it's a villain, it's a villain. When I showed a strange look, Yudahi spoke again. That Big Brother has invested a lot in the game industry this time, and is in a higher position. I know it as. There is a story that this time, through the association, it is intervening in the selection of the Asian Champions League. Beyond the age of romantic fists, it is now an era where violence is also a corporate type. There is no way not to jump into the money industry. Before returning to my mind, I remembered why the Game Association was so criticized and ignored by the public. A huge lobby intervenes in the player selection and infringes on the manager's authority that in any case, foreign players' accommodation reservations are twisted, resulting in a bad condition, buying a specific club to win, manipulate, act as a broker, and buy and subtract players. Selling clubs or players to foreign capital, cleaning their mouths, causing mechanical malfunctions, causing physical deterioration of the athletes photographed, buying referees, various media plays, private gambling, illegal stock insider trading, and even high-ranking executives' infidelity and even the sexual harassment scandal. I have committed all kinds of esports corruption. In the meantime, some players declared retirement due to the unreasonable results of the association. Some brave whistleblowers were prepared to lose everything and exposed corruption at the press conference. And some of them were unfair people who took their own lives. Listen to Yudahi now. It seems that the Big Brother is an obstacle to the sound development of the Korean game industry in terms of the essential significance of the association. But it won't matter. I laughed bloody. Yeah? Yudahi asks that he did not understand. I responded with absolute confidence. The important thing is tooth. No matter how much a boss-level villain you are, you will not be able to go against me as a result. Game skills. This is a law that cannot be twisted by anything in reality. In other words, it is the dimension of another world. The absolute power of capitalist society is money, but it has no effect in the jungle. In the jungle, Lee Red and nails, which are not treated much in the capitalist society, are more treated. Likewise, in the game, real power or conspiracy does not work. A person named Big Brother is a fan of this time. It doesn't matter how much influence it has on the selection. It's a story when the skills between players are non-equivalent. All the gamblings and bad shit are already covered. Before the return, numerous whistleblowers and reporters unearthed the villain's tricks. I already knew very well what kind of corruption is used in what cunning way. Even if I prepare only the thick ones in advance, I will be able to attack the real villains in reverse. That I'm rather waiting for it. I looked in my palm and laughed. Any corruption news related to the game industry has always been watched with interest, so it is as easy as seeing the evils of the big villains. The reason why the association is insulting is actually Aren't they all the same? The shock and corruption that whistleblowers exploded in the world before the regression. In this world, I intend to mark them exclusively. And it was a plan to avoid having to go through the miserable things that whistleblowers in previous lives had suffered. This was a necessary decision for the well-being of the people around me and for the development of the game world, which I can't help but love. OMG Young's brother was also one of them. Director OMG Young, who gave me a guarantee to establish a corporation, also, before returning, exposed the irregularities of the game industry in front of reporters and retired fiercely. Meanwhile, Yu was still anxious. You have to be careful, Big Brother is. Because he is an active person. On his behalf, he sent people like my father countless times to jail. And even their children are exploited for generations to eat and live. But in the meantime, did you mean that you picked up a foreign car to Yu and made a joke? To a subordinate's daughter who went to jail instead of herself? If Satan sees it, it is enough to retire and take over the business. I shook my head. I hate to be careful with trembling and anxiety. Yeah? Yu tilts her head. I said firmly, you don't have to be careful. It's really time now. Fixed S+ grade monster Death Dragon Oz. If I catch this guy, I will become the absolute in reality. You won't need to see anyone's attention. Worn and Torn Newbie. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 363. Previous talk next. Chapter 364. Racial Furnace, Melting Pot. 1. Connect. Release security by voice recognition. Synchronizing. Synchronization complete. Tiring. Deus Ex Machina Your. Welcome to visit. With a flash of light announcing login, I entered the game world. The Scarecrow, the Tin Woodcutter, and the Cowardly Lion. And now it's time to meet the final gateway, Oz. I headed for the desert in the eastern continent. The land where a lot of sand melted like lava after rising to the moon due to radiant heat. Among them, there is one dungeon that can be encountered when approaching the most northerly. Death Path Grade. An enormously wide and deep underground cave, shallower than the Abyss Terminal, but a much worse and harsher environment lurking in it. Kuriak. Quakwang. Pop. Wow. Lava formed by melting sand overflows everywhere. Gas explosions were exploding through the ground from various places. The hot atmosphere of the ground stretches out over the dark sky, kneading the dark clouds into a strange shape. From time to time, the ground swayed lightly and a loud explosion was heard. This terrifying dungeon is made with the motif of Derwiz, a hole in the middle of the Karakum Desert in Turkmenistan. You've finally come this far. I muttered in the pit, looking down at the burning coals and gases. Then, the lake, who was looking into the pit next to me, said that it was strange to think about him on. Jean, does Oz, the death dragon, really live here? So I came. Upon hearing my answer, Drake looks down into the pit as if he couldn't understand it. Even Yoon Sol, who was next to him, looked puzzled. You mean that Oz? Does he really live here? I see. I nodded again this time. As if proving my words weren't false, the jack-o'-lantern next to him also said, you can feel the smell of him in this. I can feel it. The Avenger shoplifter, jack-o'-lantern, peeks into the pit of the death road and grabs a scythe. Looking at it, it certainly doesn't look like a lie. Drake said with an absurd expression. What kind of S+ class monster is in this place? There was a reason why Drake and Yoon Sol were puzzled now. He would be Yoji-I-Yo, Yoji-I-Arawa, ha-ha-ha bao li dia-jia-ja. Gu. Ha-i-ting. This is because it was a popular hunting ground already crowded with numerous Lizardman users. There is no sense of mystery to say that S+ class monsters, the pinnacle of the world view, are lurking. Most of the Lizardman users who even went back and forth were those with low levels. At best, this dungeon is where users around level 20 gather and do cooperative quests or receive daily quests. The terrain damage that pops out occasionally, but if you are careful, there was no significant risk. The monsters that move around are also low-level undead who don't have to worry too much about them. Yinsol looked at the Lizardman users who were working hard to receive work quests from faraway places and looked at them with a puzzled expression. I know this dungeon as a one-story dungeon for low-level users who are only afraid of their name. I heard that Lizardman users who have just taken off their beginner tees are famous for coming to wake up their daily quests. Her words are true. There are popular hunting grounds for each race, but this place Death Path is a place enjoyed by low and mid-level Lizardmen users. Beyond beginner villages, those who are perfectly suited to the ecosystem of the Central Continent leave the Central Continent and come to this dungeon on the outskirts of the Northeast. This is to receive the famous daily quest Volcanoes Mining. The content of the quest is not much. You can get a pickaxe from the Lizardman NPC, dig the volcanoes, or that is spread all over the first floor, and throw it into the huge furnace in the center of the map. After running for a day like that, it gives a generous daily wage and a day's buff, so the hunting efficiency is good even if you get a quest every 2 days and wake up. Drake and Yunsol tilted their heads. Although the road to the dungeon and the surrounding scenery are bloody low-level lizard men are crowded like this, but there is the world's strongest monster in such a place. Isn't there something weird? Right. And the daily quests that you can receive here are very easy to call and easy. It was a half-star difficulty. Is it too cute to be a quest in a dungeon where S+ class monsters are hiding? No matter how much I say this time, the attitude of not being able to believe. I began to explain in a little more detail countless times. This dungeon is not originally a space for low-level users. It is natural. It is the place where Oz, the death dragon of the world, lives, but there is no way that low-level users can linger. That means, in other words, the low-level lizard man users who flocked here were deliberately summoned by Death Dragon Oz. I lit my eyes. Then he lifted the cutting edge and drew a picture on the ground. Shout shoo. What I drew was the inner map of the dungeon. Yunsol and Drake had to be surprised to see the painting. What is this? It's a total of 4 floors? Didn't this dungeon end on the first floor? Is it Oz's trick that low-level lizard man users gathered here? I nodded. It is a fact that many people misunderstand that Death Path is a one-story dungeon. The first floor has a deep and bloody space that is not even dare to compare with endlessly beneath it. Its depth is comparable to the Abyss Terminal and Netherlands. I glared at Yunsol, Drake, and guest member Jack O'Lantern. The reason why many people mistake Death Path as a one-story dungeon and Oz, the Death Dragon. The reason why he made gold seats full of low-level lizard men. You will find out soon. Seeing the Buddha at a glance. Bowenbui Jan. It would be better to experience it than to say it in words. Yumjul Naraksama Ito Island, Shanghai Dock. Gang. Tao. Whenever the pickaxe moves, the sparks splash. Wu Hyonggun, 42 years old, unemployed. An ordinary, level 29 lizard man player without special features was striking a rock wall with a pickaxe. It is very difficult to dig the ground with a lot of black pebbles and large rocks popping out of the wind. Without luck, there were times when high-pressure gas trapped in the underground cavity or boiling groundwater exploded and suffered burn damage. But you have to do it. This is because the daily quest rewards are quite soul. Damn it. The amount of mining here is small. Did all the other guys go out? Hyunggun Woo grabbed the rope countless times and moved to a high place on the rocky wall. The nails are long and sharp, so it's good to take a deep picture of the wall and climb up. Supports the body with tough muscles and balances with a sharp tail. Wu Hyonggun took the fall damage and climbed up to a high ground and started hitting the wall with a hammer. Land. Dang perfect. Within. Underneath the black bedrock, a dark red earthen vein was revealed. Found. As Wu Hyonggun shouted with a happy expression, exclamation marks appeared above the heads of numerous lizard man players nearby. Numerous lizard men gathered behind Wu Hyonggun. In a huge underworld, these 80-old lizard men were all looking for this dark red tortilla and working with hammers and pickaxes. Land. Tone. Puck. Crisp. They dug up the dark red soil and put it in the leather bag they were carrying. Wu Hyonggun came down to the floor with dark red soil with a happy expression. In the center of the expansive mining site, there was an uphill road that stretched round and round in a spiral like a snail shell, and a huge furnace and a pot are located above it. Blast furnace. Dark red iron water is boiling in a huge pot. Boogle boo 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 gong. Lizard men, including Wu Hyonggun, poured the dark red soil from the leather bag into the furnace. With a plop, with a plop, with a plop, dark red soil pours into the furnace. The lava became thicker and darker and darker. The buzzing sound becomes even more loud. At the same time, tiring. You have completed the daily quest Volcanoes mining. Reward is paid. Did you receive the protection of the dead dragon? All. The content of the daily quest is as simple as this. You can dig the ground to find the Volcanoes vein, dig up the dark red ore and throw it into the furnace. But compared to the difficulty, the reward is. It was quite salty. Wu Hyonggun felt his body swelling slightly. When you open the status window and check the stats, you can see that the total attack power, defense power, and physical strength have increased by 10%. Good. With this stronger body, you can catch stronger and more scary monsters. The duration of the buff was 24 hours, and Wu Hyonggun quickly moved away from the furnace and prepared to go out of the dungeon. You have to start hunting as soon as possible to enjoy the beneficial effects of the buff as long as possible. Right then, It's an airstrike. The air raid has begun. Lee oversees the workshop down there. The Zadman NPC shouts into the loudspeaker. Ding 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 dash. The chime began to ring loudly. At the same time, thumping sounds at the entrance of the dungeon spread loudly. You dirty lizards. We also came to do one day. Orc warriors broke into the workshop. Lizardmen players' daily quest is to mine metal and throw it into the furnace, but Orc players' daily quest is to interfere with it. Annoying Orc children, we're here again. Hey, where have all the guilds you've been watching outside have gone? She said it was pierced before even warning. Oh, they seem to have decided this time. Lizardmen with spikes and hammers jumped out of the densely arranged grottos along the beehives. However, they are not very unpleasant. Rather, the expressions were full of joy. That would be so. Killing an Orc player gives more experience than hunting a monster of the same level. Because, in addition, the number of race kills can be increased, and additional rewards are given in addition to the Death Dragon's buff. Above all, it was perfect to test the body that was strengthened by the buff. Wu Hyungun also lifted his nails comfortably. Death Dragon's buff is received only once, even though some people have never received it. There's no one. Otherwise, it is enough to become a body that cannot live. I wonder how much it is. In addition to that, numerous other lizard men fight against the Orcs. There was a reason for the Orcs to attack so aggressively. Once you step into the workshops of the lizard men, your experience will increase, and you will return to life. If you do, you will be rewarded with great rewards. No matter where you are hiding or running away, if you can interfere with the work of the lizard men, you will be rewarded for that alone. In addition, if you succeed in killing the lizard men who have not yet completed the daily quest, the reward was truly enormous. Ignorant muscle pigs. Get it off. Dirty lizard children. Please do not disturb. Lizardmen and Orcs fought fiercely in the middle of the mining farm. The mine was turning redder and hotter. And, ugh, it's a bad game. Neither lizardmen nor Orcs. One here. Humans who just entered the dungeon entrance. Come out as a ninja. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 364. Previous talk next. Chapter 365. Racial Furnace, Melting Pot. 2. Tiring. You have entered Sameo Island, the bottom of the road of death. As soon as I entered the dungeon entrance, I frowned. Oh, why are there so many people? Strictly speaking, they are not people, but lizardmen and Orcs. The inside of the mine filled with hot air became a battlefield where lizardmen and Orcs were fighting. Boo, 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 bang, slash. Gas explosions emanating from floors and walls. Because of the sound of lava boiling in the furnace rising high in the center of the dungeon, the hall was already a long ago before the war. Please cut the tail first. These dirty fish scale guys. You guys are so much disgusting. I'll pull everything out. Orcs and lizardmen fight each other in a merciless killing battle. Quackwang. An orc with a large hammer smashes lizardman's torso. Rot slash. The lizard man with sharp nails cut off the leg of such an orc. The orc, who missed the hammer, wrapped around the waist of the lizard man with his slender muscles, and the lizard man with a broken nail was a sharp tooth, like a blade. I put it in the necks of the orcs. Blood, flesh, and bone fragments splattered from all over the place, and bright rays of light announcing death logout were appearing one after another. Meanwhile, let's see, is the oak a little better? I measured the angle to dive by looking at the inclination of the battlefield. In fact, looking at the contents of the daily quest alone, the lizard man side is at a disadvantage. The attacking side is more advantageous than the original defending side. However, the lizard men were covering it with the number of pages. As it is the home of receiving daily quests, there are lizard men of various levels ranging from low level to high level. Lizardmen's size and strength vary depending on the level, so the level occupied by the level is very important in battle. Therefore, even if there are only a few high-level lizardmen players, the daily difficulty of the orcs will increase rapidly. Kill everything. Dirty lizards. Oh guys, get rid of the NPCs you came with. The conflict between the two races was closing to the limit. At this point, I tried to take a sneak peek at their conflict. Looking closely, the oak side seems a little more advantageous, too. It is common for humans to notice and play a role between orcs and lizardmen. Because by nature humans are neutrals, I stuck to the orc like a bat. Dirty lizard man. Kneel before Mammon's dignity, little penis. And I also orc. Joe. In addition to cursing, I tried to join the orc camp by doing the OOO I was learning. However, the orcs looked at me and expressed contempt. Dirty human guy? Fuck off. Originally, the orcs are those with great racial pride, so there is no possibility that they will not be pleased with the joining of humans. Somehow, The orcs here seemed unusual to be the orc pride. If so, I quickly changed my stance and got on the side of Lee Jadman. Dirty orcs. Always be grateful to the grandeur of Oz. And I also lizard. Manzo. However, the reaction of the lizard men was also not very good. Shy? Dirty human. Go away. Some of them seemed to have recognized that I was a private streamer. It's because in the past, the Abyss Terminal had a broadcast that catches everyone. How? Their hostility was great. Eventually, I was betrayed by both races. Then, in addition to orcs and lizard men, I found human players fighting at the entrance of the battlefield. They also appear to be humans in alliances with orcs or lizard men. Let's see humans in a place like this. There was an enthusiasm for meeting Koreans in the city, and I was convinced that they would help me. Hey, I am human too. Cognate. Compatriots. After all, the only thing I can trust is the same humans. Let me shout brightly and run to the human camp. Cack. Dirty human. Human players spit at me and threw stones. What is that? Why are you taking off? Transformation. Dirty. Can't turn it off right now? After eating the bowl that swears like that, I'm about to get sick of it. Oh, isn't this the race is the problem? However, such misconceptions later. First of all, anger was first. Where am I? As I sprint forward, I can clearly see the rumbling. Oh, of course, Judy Loft's big, rich antennae pushing his head out of my arms. Meanwhile, hey, kayak dash, lizard men, orcs, humans. All races split like an ebb to avoid me. This feeling of being a common enemy of the three races. Look at it, Jin. It's time to reevaluate me. Honestly, if it's us or someone else, I'm going to go with you. Po Dash, Drake and Yoon Sol, who were following me, and even Judy Lope in the cloak are part of the agreement. Okay, nobody knows my heart. I ran straight forward. Work is rather straightforward, thanks to the way all players have paved the way. I ran uphill and headed straight to the Yongwang furnace. There were lizard men who were just about to pour a whip mixed with volcanoes into the furnace. Boo, 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 boo. Standing in front of a huge pot, I asked the lizard men who guarded the furnace. Are sweet and sour pork? Shit. After making sweet and sour pork, do you pour the sauce over the soup and then eat it, or do it? Do you take the pork in the sauce? It is indeed a philosophical debate that has sparked fierce debate among countless people for a long time. It was a shameful daily conversation, but fortunately, the lizard men understood me if they were Asian cultural users. Tang Siyuk is unconditionally chopped. One shouts to me with a determined expression. I nodded. Deep smack out. I reached out and grabbed the lizard man and threw it into the furnace. Push tasting. Lizard men died as they were in the furnace and logged out. The other lizard man who saw it looked at me with a terrified face. Boo boo. Sweet and sour pork is also boiled. When I listened to him, I nodded with a happy expression. Bumbug out. At the same time, I ordered the jack-o'-lantern next to me. Jack-o'-lantern nodded once and lifted the volcano's scythe high. Bulaf. Jack-o'-lantern's scythe cut a lengthy side of the furnace. The tragedy that made crevasses on the hard ice blast the waste of a thick iron pot. Place covered in a bowl of sweet and sour pork sauce. The waste of the rum-torn pot. At the same time, the red-hot sauce broth began to flow thickly. Quackwang. Meltdown. The furnace has burst out. Screaming, 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 screaming. The thick, semi-liquid volcano's melt spurts out. It was, of course, scattered toward the battlefield below, where users were gathered. Humans, lizardmen, orcs. The screams of all three races were similar. Sweet and sour pork marinated in sauce. Rum. Everyone has no choice but to wait blankly for the lava pouring from above. The volcano's melt that had fallen patter was now pouring down like a waterfall. The difference from a waterfall is that it is much thicker, broader, and hotter. Help me. That madman broke the furnace. Kaal, you have to get out of here. Everyone run away. Stop operation. I have to get out of here. No way. Leave it and see it. This dirty human. Nice king naked human. To make matters worse, the volcano's melt poured out like a waterfall seeped into the land, flooded with sulfur and gas. This material, in its extremely hot state, meets the various flammable substances emanating from the ground. It caused a chain explosion. Quack-quack-wang slash. Lit sulfur and gas created an enormous flame. Baba-baba-bang. Countless drops of melt scattering with the explosion. Every drop is extremely hot, and even hard fragments. Destiny to be fried again after cooking. Unfortunately, the exit is narrow, so few players have successfully escaped. Don't push. Dot to dot. Go out. My body is burning. From now on, I don't eat sweet and sour pork. I'll just eat without sauce. Human, orc, lizard man. Everyone was fair in front of the heat. Everyone becomes sweet and sour pork. Taste it. I smiled as I looked down the battlefield that became Abi Gyuan. So why do you curse someone for being dirty for the first time? As soon as all players were buried in the melt, I ended the video recording. At the same time, the yogurt resonating in my ears. There was a loud notification sound. Tiring. The third furnace of Oz has been destroyed. The secret passage connecting the loyalty of Sameo Island and Sungsejing is revealed. After that, the situation went away as it was with the notification sound. Kuriak. When all the lava in the destroyed pot escapes, an eddy current occurs above the surface of the lava that has been shallowly accumulated on the bottom. Rumble. After the little lava disappeared on its own, a huge hole under the furnace was revealed. There was a spiral staircase leading to a deep underground, but somehow, it was like a road leading to the second basement level. Yunsol and Drake admired as they looked inside the pot. Like that, there is a hole under the pot in the center, so the liquid volcanos slowly descends downward. There really was a secret passage. In that case, there must be a space for smelting underneath. Everyone has good judgment. The first floor of Death Road is a space where volcanoes in a raw stone state is mined, placed in a furnace, and melted. The second floor of Death Road is a space where volcanoes flows from melted down are smelted to suit the purpose. The middle boss also said the third impossible zone, Okujia di Gat, on the way to death. Living space. The fourth floor of the Road of Death, Spirit Guy, Sun Jate, is the final point we aim for. The reason why many people mistake this dungeon for the first floor lead dungeon is because the secret passage to the second basement level was hidden in the bottom of this huge furnace. I warn my friends. Be careful from now on. On the first basement floor, low-level players who have been summoned by Oz, the Death Dragon, can come and go at will, but the level of difficulty changes from the second basement level. And, as if to back up my warning, loud beep sounds hit our ears. Tiring. The low man of the no. Free furnace. I notice destruction. The rage of the dead dragon is coming. I have a fixed S+ class monster. By dividing this world into 17 equal parts, one of the ruling absolutes has been completely turned away. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 365. Previous talk next. Chapter 366. Prince Sato Thu Dao Shurzik 1. Tiring. The third furnace of Oz has been destroyed. The secret passage connecting the loyalty of Sameo Island and Sungsejing is revealed. An empty furnace after all the lava has been discharged. LOL. Even the lava that had been slightly accumulated on the floor was drawn out by drawing a vortex. A spiral underground passage appeared to the bottom. A deep and dark hole that was so deep that the depth was unknown, boasting its presence as if tempting adventurers. Yunsol and Drake stood on the furnace and screamed and shook their heads. Indeed, there is a secret passage hidden in a place like this, so people will have no choice but to know. Who knew this secret was hidden in a one-story dungeon where anyone could come and go? Meanwhile, Jack-o'-lantern is also boiling. Murmurs in a seemingly sound. There is a smell of him inside. It's gotten even deeper. That's a natural thing, because there is Oz in the deepest part of it. Black Dragon Lord, Lower One, Death Lies, Ebony Great King, owners of all corpses, 7 oldest phases, absolute of the conflict zone. In the underground territorial sphere, it competes with Mammon among the 7 demon constellations, and in the ownership of the corpses, it competes with the Beelzebub among 7 demon constellations. In addition, he is literally absolute person, having a strong force that is not pushed down while fighting with 2 demonic constellations at the same time. And today, I'm going to take the neck of that Oz. Let's go down. I dive right down to the second basement level. Tiring. You entered the hidden dungeon Death Road. Life and death. First visitor's name is recorded on Akashic records. The deceased person, Yunsol, Drake. Again, my name is recorded as the first visitor on Akashic records. After choosing the name to leave, I turn my gaze to the basement. A cave full of hot steam. It feels like going into a steam room sauna. Lava and flames were flowing all over the place, and red-colored strange rocks and half-melted chains were popping out of the spiral staircase. But most of all, what caught our attention? What is this? Yunsol stood in front of a large box blocking the middle of the stairs and tilted his head. It was a box made of solid wood, and it was made of 4 large pillars with thick planks. I was doing a bird. What is the back circumference? It's a wooden barrel that held rice in the Joseon dynasty. There is an example that is used a little peculiarly. Drake asked me a simple answer. Right then. Wriggle. The back juice suddenly started to shake. It was an unusual sign to anyone. I warned sharply. Soul. Drake. Go back. At the same time, I grabbed Yunsol's waist and quickly stepped back. Jijik. Quakwang. Before long, one wall of the back wall is wide. As he burst out, a huge hand protruded from within. The muscles are tight forearms, the giant palms, and the black scales that cover the entire arm. Uh-huh. I narrowed my eyes. That upper arm is familiar somewhere. It's definitely a guy who's ever been through it. And as if I was proving that my thoughts were correct. Oh. A large-bodied monster smashes the back and runs out. Basilisk, grade, A+/ characteristics, poisonous, earth, dark, earthquake, fearless child, during apocalypse, blood family rebirth. Habitat, 8th floor of Pariana's nest. Death Road Helsingsikyung, Sungsujing. Size, 44m. An illegitimate child born to a black dragon. It is known as the king of all gears. Despite having the same size and strength as a dragon, it couldn't be a dragon because of its lack of wings, but because of that, the inside is always rotten and rubbed. Long time no see. I greeted the strong enemy who had reunited in a short time. The blood flowing in my body meets the original master and becomes hot. Basilisk. The first class A+ monster caught when it wasn't long after returning. Born as a black dragon, but without wings, he was recognized as a dragon by his father. Isn't it the illegitimate child of bad luck? Oh. Nicknamed Death Dragon's forsaken child Anna's illegitimate child, this giant monster roars, vomiting a rotten and cracked inside. A dragon's head, a jet black body, scales like a blade, a full body made of dense muscles, and a lower body like a snake. However, it differs from dragons in that the eyes consist only of black masturbation without whites, and the contaminated blood drawn from the mouth is getting thinner. Above all, he doesn't have 2 wings. I giggled and asked, "Have your father put you in the back? You lost to me." Strictly speaking, it wasn't because I lost to me. Because the basilisk, who was engulfed by inferiority, was corrupted enough to hold hands with the devil, Oz was also punished in its own way. Did you understand what I was saying? Basilisk heard the pad rip and started beating like crazy. Quakwang. He raises his thick forearm and throws an elbow shot at me. Hyo. It shouted in the face of destroying the entire basement. Each time, the uvula fluttered ugly up, down, left and right, and disgusting vomit was pouring out of his mouth. Is this a shame that it doesn't have wings and no bums? Family education is also on the subject I received in the second week. Without hesitation, I drew the basilisk's aggro by blowing the legend pad lip of black rubber shoes. Meanwhile, he stepped back and warned his friends. He has no wings, so he got an A+ grade. If it had wings or could have roamed freely in a wide plain, it would have been an S class. Be careful. After hearing my words, Yunsol made a sad expression. Too bad. It would have been a child who could fly if I raised it a little bit freely. I guess the father has brought him up by forcefully imprisoning him. Is it because she is a big girl with only good memories under a good father? Seems to be sympathetic towards the basilisk. But the opponent is a monster. His history is not really known. I'm just a hunter who hunts monsters and collects experience points, items, and rewards. I began to teach Yunsol and Drake the basal risk strategy once again. Now, did you warn you before entering the dungeon? Just do it as it is. You are following me from now on. Dog's eye. The movement of the star is a pattern in which the cheek is inflated, the neck is shrunk, and the blood in the mouth is spit out like a cannonball while reaching forward. It's a pattern of withdrawing, then reaching forward, and spitting out the poison mist in the mouth. What? Isn't the motion of the 2 attack patterns the same? It's definitely different. Changbanjan's neck recline is 350 frames, and Karakanchi's neck recline is. Because it's 370 frames. The important difference is that the movement is a little bit rougher and faster. If you dodge this a few times, you will feel it. In addition, the roar of Shinlead is 3. It's an octave soul. Hyo sound is easy to distinguish because there are many differences in scale at 3 octaves. I have eyes and ears and 2 hints. Puff 7. When Yunsol heard me explaining the week, he put 3 question marks above his head. However, Drake next to him nodded as if he had understood something. Isn't there another one that was lost? The uvula is damaged when shooting. While it moves only downward, the uvula moves slightly to the left and right when exhaling. Liquid. A soloist. Oh, that's right. It's pretty good, Drake. Huh. It's not even in Korean proverbs. It is said that in 3 years, you can catch a basilisk as well. There is no such proverb, but I know what you want to say. I continued to proceed with the strategy. Now, if the opponent keeps avoiding attacks, the basilisk will. I have been attacking, but there are many gaps in the attack posture before that, so you can get out of the range of the hit determination just by slightly avoiding it to the side. Also, after completing the rush, there is A-scale grenade pattern in which the whole body scales burst like grenade fragments, all of which bounce in the direction of 45 degrees, so you can avoid it just by lying on the floor. After that, you will be stunned for about 0.8 seconds, and this is the deal timing. Be used to. Wasn't it a pattern you've already experienced after regression? I ran with the cutting edge and put it on the basilisk's body. Reflective damage has been handed down due to the characteristics of Piranha, but it doesn't matter because the attack power itself is not very large except for dot damage. 50000. Death Dragon Oz's illegitimate child. This ugly monster keeps advancing forward as if he didn't want to return to the state after he was trapped. However, now that he was stabbed by the cut, the win or loss is no different. Because it was a game to win if we took time. Dig. Yunsol applied the divine inviolability to a protective shield. Shields give us a pleasant feeling and give our enemies a sense of helplessness. Even if you are addicted to being hit by a blind poison drop, you can recover quickly with Yunsol's heal, so it's even more reassuring. I don't have to worry about getting addicted because the blood of Basilisk was flowing inside my body in the first place. Yet, thud. Basilisk fell to his knees after being attacked with paralysis, fear, hallucinations, blindness, and overload conditions. There. Blame your father. I have a tremendous single attack power. Jean Jack-O-Lantern's scythe fell like a death sentence. The basilisk, who had been weakened by the damage of Cutin, Drake's steady deal, and Yunsol's divine inviolability, could not avoid it. However, the basilisk avoided the attack of Jack-O-Lantern falling down by the neck. Where did such power come from? With superhuman power, he broke his neck to avoid the scythe, and it only cut the basilisk's neck in half. Goah! Basilisk grasped his wriggling neck and stepped back. To the place where the Duju he hated so much. I felt sorry to see it. A-plus class monsters that were once so majestic are like this. Even when you go, don't let me relax. I stroked the ring of my finger. Poop. Soon, my faithful pet, who was asleep in the ring, was summoned. Hydra living organs, Yo Shung Keep. Grade, A/characteristics, infinite growth, battlefield, overeating, poisonous poison, rapid regeneration, magic immunity. Habitat, giant guck, myth of mystery, length, 32 m. A mythical snake that has 9 heads. Little is known about the fact that the growth range is close to infinity. I ordered the Hydra. Swallow it away. To forget all reality while sleeping by the powerful sleeping poison in the stomach of the Hydra. To die in the same posture as the fetus. That would be the most comfortable death that suits this poor illegitimate child, who has been bitten by a sense of inferiority. Worn and Torn Newbie. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 366. Previous talk next. Chapter 367. Prince Apostle 2. Hydra. A snake with tremendous resistance to poison. The Hydra protruding from the ring is a bar. Huge. I stood in front of me with my body. The guard snake that once guarded Medusa, but now it is my faithful pet. In Hydra's standpoint, it could be quite a strange situation because he was confronted with the old owner's son. It might be right for you to finish. I said, stroking the Hydra's 8 heads. Easy profit. Hearing me, Hydra crawled toward the basilisk without hesitation. A giant snake and a giant snake face each other. Snake and snake confrontation. They are the same in that they both have heavy bodies, crawl on the ground, and possess tremendous poison. Hoo! The basilisk roared, spewing poison. The risk rating was much higher for the basilisk, but it was already weakened as it weakened. Chill. Hydra just chewed off the venom from the basilisk with her bare body. It was a body that didn't suffer much damage from the venom of basilisk even at the stage before it evolved into Hydra in the first place. Now that it has evolved in 2 stages, it is natural that poison defense has increased further. Okay, it's a good match. I sent an eye of trust towards the Hydra. Quack. Hydra grabbed Basil Risk with 8 heads, as if in return for my trust. Then he raises his tail and wraps up Basilisk's thick body and brings it to his head. Meanwhile, Yunsol and Drake looked at it and tilted their heads. What? Why not attack with the head, but with the tail? What are you trying to do? But I know what Hydra is trying to do. Hydra was now trying to swallow the basilisk in one mouth. Oops. Before long, the 9th head of the Hydra. Lee revealed. It was right at the end of the tail. The flat tail cracked, and this mine became a mouth and wide open. Inside, The bright red gums and blade-like teeth are revealed. Unlike the 8 exposed heads, the 9th head had no eyes, and the size of the heads were also different. Everything was much bigger. Quasic dash. Hydra literally bit the basilisk's whole body, and then threw it over the neck and swallowed it. 50000. The basilisk held on to the Hydra's 9th head with 2 thick arms. However, it didn't last long as he was stabbed. Eventually, the basilisk lost strength in both arms and drooped, and disappeared as it was in the stomach of the Hydra. Hydra swallows the basilisk, and then closes her eyes in a pleasant feeling of fullness. Then slowly exhaled, making a colorful-sounding sound. Good job. Now take a rest until you're digested. I stroked Hydra's 9th head. He has a higher grade than himself and has swallowed a large prey whole, so it will probably take a long time for it to be digested. Poop. I rubbed the ring and get the Hydra. Brought them back into the ring. Only then Drake exhaled a sigh of relief. Now that we have the middle boss, all we have to do is collect the items. Can I go straight down? What kind of shit are you talking about? I touched Drake's shoulder and pointed to the other side, replying to at justice. After being smashed and broken, contaminated blood flows through it. And beyond. Rattle slash. It was seen that the dark backs were lined up all over the underground stairs going down. At first glance, there are more than a dozen or 3 or 4 of them. Less. Rumbling. Less. Rumbling. Less. They were buried deep in the dark, shaking slightly, as if to welcome our appearance. Drake loses his words and opens his mouth. I said a word. The basilisk is treated as a normal mob here. Asterisk. Ugh. Hydra comforts a full stomach. I lay down on my feet. Kyric dash. Judalope was running around distractingly on the Hydra's distracted boat. Are you hungry? Pow, jumchiak, come chiak. It's the expression that I'm not going anymore. Good job. I nodded, seeing that Hydra's stomach swelled more than 10s of times the original. Perpung. After devouring all the last basilisks, the Hydra came back into my ring. Items dropped on the field with fragments of smashed backs, large amounts of contaminated blood, and basilisks. Only remains. Since the drop item grade correction was not received, the grades of the spoils vary from grade B+ to grade A+. Most of them weren't that great, but only the poisonous characteristic of the newly acquired basilisk Yunsol was a significant harvest. If it was any other harvest, Yunsol and Drake rose by 1 level each. How much? Then let's go on. Go fast. Well, quickly, Shechem. Also Koreans. They are lively humans. Like it. Me, Yunsol, Drake, and Jack-o'-lantern began to descend into the depths of the 2nd basement level. I've already been down quite a bit of time, but I still haven't passed half of the dungeon. The staircase that goes round and round continues to the depths of the abyss endlessly. It's so wide and vast that I wonder if it's really going down. It feels like going into a giant snail shell. Yunsol said, striking a solid rock wall and going down the stairs. Right then, the end of the stairs appeared. There was no way down anymore, and a floor wide enough to think that it was the lowest point of this hole appeared. The dark red flatland was spread out so wide that the end of the darkness could not be seen. Sure, I know this is not the end of this dungeon. We are only half of the dungeon with a total of 4 stories, and we have just reached the end of the 2nd floor. Yunsol and Drake muttered, rolling the floor with their feet. Wow, if I didn't know that this dungeon was on the 4th floor, I thought this was the end. Home. Then where is the passage that goes down to the 3rd basement level? I raised my finger to answer my friend's questions. Look over there. In the darkness, there was an area where red light was spreading darkly. Yunsol, Drake, and Jack-o'-lantern followed me sneakily into the bright area. Eventually, when it arrived at the part where the light was spreading, the topography was a little discharged. Seems to be. All my friends except me stopped in surprise. There was a large furnace as seen above. The 2nd furnace of Oz. Lizardmen upstairs. It had a design similar to that of the number 3 furnace where the North Stone was thrown. However, that's not the fact that surprised my friends. Land. Tom. Gang. LaRook. Workers working under the furnace with chisels, pickaxes, hammers, and spikes. Lizardmen were not the workers who suffered from the heavy labor of the heat wave. The figures of the workers are the faces we are so familiar with. Jack-o'-lantern. Scarecrows wearing pumpkin masks were working under the furnace of tremendous robberies. Land. Dang. Land. A scarecrow holds a hammer and drives a large nail into the wall. Hurry. Rumble. The other scarecrow receives the volcanos melts falling from the hole in the ceiling, filters them, collects only the purified water, and transfers them to a mold for smelting. Pop dash. Occasionally, when the volcano's melt splashes on the body, the straw burns and a fire occurs. Some of the scarecrows driving the pulley burned like that. Sizzling or sizzling text. They push and pull the pulley until they turn into ashes and disappear into vein and head for the formwork. Dang, dang, dang. Just. A scarecrow hammers against a wall. After a long period of mechanical hammering, the last hammer turns away and hits the wall. Then, the scarecrow who was hammering looks down at himself for a moment. Is it because of too much work? It can be seen that the straw sheath of the arm is torn. No more intense labor is possible with this broken arm. The scarecrow, who looked at the tattered straw arm for a long time, woke up with resignation. And the furnace of the furnace, which sits on the ledge, creeps down and claims to become firewood. Peruk. The scarecrow burned away so quickly. And behind him, a number of scarecrows scheduled to be disposed of, and workers who were damaged enough to be unable to work anymore, stood in a long line. Scarecrows who work mechanically without any emotions or thoughts. Even in the event of an accident, he has no choice but to extinguish the misfortunes he has been given to him. In the meantime, the doll that has been injured and has no use is relentlessly disposed of in a furnace. Countless scarecrows were moving back and forth between the furnace and the mold. Individuals that have lost their labor force are relentlessly turned into firewood and turned into a handful of ashes. And, in the center of the workshop, all this series, there was an entity overseeing the works. Hoo ho ho ho. Work harder, these useless things. Do not think about anything and work. A witch, Moinu, dressed in black. The pale face had only 2 red eyes and a round mouth, and inside the exposed mouth, pointed deformities are seen sprouting round. His long arms and legs, like skewers, were bizarrely bent, and the skin was crumbling here and there as if decaying. He wears a wide-brimmed black hat and a tattered black dress like a mop, so it doesn't seem like he's sane at a glance. Other than that, a terrible odor mixed with the warm atmosphere of the workshop, stinging the nose. Black, 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 black. The witch was constantly bleeding without closing his red eyes, but when he looked closely, his eyelids were cut out and he couldn't close his eyes. The nose and ears were not cut off, and in the round mouth that occupied half of the mouth, I could hear the sound of these elongated, pointed red straws clashing. I murmured, hiding behind a stalactite. This is Banshee. It's a badass class monster. Do you know that woman? After hearing my question, Yunsol and Drake tilt their heads as if they don't know. It is natural. However, only one being was able to answer my questions. How can I forget the face I miss? Jack O'Lantern, he said in a boiling voice towards the crying witch in the middle of the workshop. It's my mother. It seems that the hatred that had been suppressed in the meantime is no longer hidden. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 367. Previous talk next. Chapter 368. Mother 1. Black, 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 black. The witch in the workshop. This eerie-looking monster twists and sobs its elongated, skinny body like a skewer. The rotten and greenish skin, the flatly painted face, the bright red eyeballs, and the sharp teeth. Banshee Queen, Class, S/Characteristics, Darkness, Minions, Summons, Undead, Venom, Tomb Ministry, Masonry, Bei Michin. Thank you. Habitat, Death Road Hell Life and Death. Sung Soo Jing. Yi Size, 3M. All tombs in the world are secretly linked to the room where she lives, and there are no tombs out of her reach. She was a 7-class witch magician who came to Oz herself to cross the 8th class of the Devil's Wall, and chose to die herself to prove her loyalty, and was appointed an underground vassage. Appointed by Oz to guard the furnace, he lost a precious treasure while sleeping. It is said that he was demolished by the wind of throwing it away, and because of that, he cut off the eyelids of his eyes. Banshee Queen was dripping bloody tears from her red eyes. It's resentful. It's resentful. Crying face, black, 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 black. What's so sad? It's rotted. Whenever you vomit the broken inside, the smell of rotten meat comes out across the workplace. Meanwhile, I was looking down at the workshop from a distance. Of course, the target I am paying attention to is the Banshee Queen. That's a very annoying monster. For an S-class monster, the individual values and characteristics are low, but the actual attack difficulty is much higher than it seems. It was because of the summon characteristic. Black, 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 black. Things like garbage because of you guys. I was abandoned. To him, Banshee Queen mutters, shedding bloody tears. Then he grabbed a handful of his hair. Quack. Ow duk, uduk. Duck. Along with the flesh of the scalp, the long hair is ripped out. She ripped off her long hair like a patient in neuros. Trash, 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 Trash. Banshee Queen rips her hair, while repeating self and curse. Rather, the hair that fell on the floor and the flesh of the scalp gathered together to make a difference. A scarecrow with a blank expression arose from a bundle of hair. Jack-o'-lantern. A pumpkin mask made of rotten flesh and a doll made of straw-like hair. Summoned as spontaneously by the Banshee Queen, this scarecrow stood in a daze for a while. Soon, the scarecrow moved slowly, as if realizing the significance of his existence, to the workshop where the terrible labor awaits. Of course, the mother, Banshee Queen, did not pay attention to the existence of the scarecrow as much as the grain of rice. He is just staring at the bottom of the floor, saying he is busy with hating something, and is dripping the cursed language with bloody tears. As soon as they are born, a child who is neglected, like any other child, is a furnace. Headed to land. Tom. Gang. Drool. Numerous jack-o'-lanterns working under the furnace with chisels, pickaxes, hammers, and spikes. What they did was simple but hard work. The volcano's gemstones collected by the lizard men on the first basement floor melted in the furnace and scooped out through the hole in the floor. It is smelted by receiving what has been brought from the ceiling of the second basement floor. Scream. Curry. After the impurities have been burned, the remaining pure volcanose melt is placed in a chisel and headed to the mold just a few steps away from the furnace. Push this profit. What came out of the formwork was the final result. 1,700 millimeters asterisk 2,000 millimeters asterisk 500 millimeters. Zoo's dark red metal plate. The width of a rather large, king-size bed matrix is over 50 centimeters thick. Overall, it looks like fish scales, but it looks a little more angular than that, and it looks like a rhombus. A hole in the four corners enough to fit a human forearm. These were one by one. Kuguguguk slash. The scarecrows carry this heavy metal plate of volcanoes and head somewhere. Thud. Scarecrows who hung a volcano's plate on a wall far away from the workshop began to drive the plate into the wall with hammers and spikes. Land. Dang. Land. There were holes in the four corners of the volcano's plate, and that was where the nails would go. The scarecrows took hammers and struck the head of the volcano's spike, driving a huge plate of metal into the wall. The stem is thick and long, and after it is nailed once, numerous barbs sprout at the end of the nail so that it will never fall out. There was. After hammering the four corners of the metal plate, the scarecrows returned to the furnace and mold to make the metal plate again. A huge amount of volcano's metal plates that had already been made in that way covered the wall. Right then. Dang. A scarecrow, who was hammering, stopped acting. Is the smelting wrong? When he hammered it, the volcano's spike broke and bounced upward. Puck. A fragment of a broken nail accidentally got stuck deep in her Suave's head. Then, without thinking, the scarecrow that was doing something moves differently from before. Why am I doing this here? The scarecrow muttered, stroking the volcano's metal in his head. He looks around with a blank expression. Countless scarecrows like yourself. To be used after being overwhelmed by infinite labor. When everything is gone, it becomes firewood and is disposed of. The scarecrow put down what seemed to be a new septum. Right then. Garbage guy. Banshee Queen. Mother of scarecrows. She ran in with a sharp scream. Trash regith regraded. Banshee Quinn was showing tremendous hatred to the scarecrow who knows how to think. The child was torn to pieces by the mother's sharp nails. It's so terrible that it can't be used as firewood. Seed seek. Banshee Quinn spits out a curse while looking down at her child, who had already become unrecognizable. Because of you, I was abandoned by him. Sneak. Because of you who ran away with a piece of volcanoes in my head. Ah. Banshee Queen said. Since then, I haven't been able to sleep comfortably. A storm broke out in the sky and a woman fell over her. That strange woman who claimed to be a warrior. Did your name say Dorothy? Anyway, the Banshee Queen struck by her stunned, and when I woke up, the furnace was devastatingly destroyed. And one of the scarecrows is a defective product that followed the woman. A disgusting thief who ran away with a precious piece of volcanoes in his head. When I think about it, the Banshee Quinn is going to go crazy with hatred and anger. Is it due to the influence? Banshee Quinn became extremely sensitive to Scarecrow's accidental brain gains. As just before, when a Scarecrow comes out with fragments entering his head and gaining his brain, he is more irritable than necessary. In general, she wasn't very interested in the pets, but if a particular entity mutates, you can easily spot it. She is the witch who created the Scarecrows in the first place. Banshee Quinn calms her excitement and takes care of her torn child. I looked down, and he recovered the small piece of volcanoes that had been stuck in his child's head. Even a single piece of debris should be valued. All will be his body. Having finished speaking, The Banshee Queen threw it back into the furnace up there. Fondant. Small ripples spreading over the red melt. And, Mother, there was also a small ripple in this workshop. As Banshee Queen turns his head with a puzzled look, it creeps through the darkness. One silhouette is revealed. Banshee Queen's eyes, which were already disgusting due to the lack of eyelids, widened even more ugly. Jack-o'-lantern, the little thief. Long ago, the prodigal son, who escaped from Oz's volcano's sculpture, reappeared here. Meanwhile, while Jack-o'-lantern settled the old debts with his mother, we had something else to do. I went back to the workshop while Jack-o'-lantern caught the Banshee Queen's attention. Backdoor, also referred to as backward in technical terms, is the job. But my target wasn't the Banshee Queen. Boo, 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 boo. A huge pot hanging in the air by numerous chains. This Oz number 2 furnace is my real purpose. Our Oz-sama opened it up properly. I will take it, I muttered, staring at the numerous chains holding the furnace in the air. Right then. Quick. Cuck. Kiki kick. That. Strange sounds come from behind. As we turned our heads, we saw a huge number of scarecrows besieging us. Beings designed to guard the furnace by instinct. They were only A-class monsters because they didn't have a scythe, but it was a bit burdensome to gather so many. Yinsol and Drake told me, Eojin, it seems difficult to deal with all of them if you break this furnace. Will the volcanos melt pour out and you will know that everyone will be burned? Right. I guess what would happen if the chains connecting this pot were cut off? I was a little admired. Now these friends know how to think of emergent play in this way. But it's still far, I said, stirring my index finger. The melt in the second furnace is much more pure than the melt in the third furnace. In the first place, volcanoes itself is a high viscosity metal, so even if you destroy the furnace, it won't flow like a waterfall. When I finished speaking, I looked around in the furnace. Boo, 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 boo. The high-purity volcanos melt boiled in a huge pot looked very sticky at first glance. Whenever the surface of the water boils, sticky liquid droplets appear, so even if you turn your pot upside down, the contents of the pot will not spill out. It's just sticky and stretches long. The friends who listened to me looked embarrassed. Then you have no choice but to grab one by one. There are quite a few. It's going to be hard. Yinsol and Drake seemed to be firmly determined. But I gave them a round ring made of volcanoes one by one. I picked up things that roughly fit the shape from the workshop. What is this? Yinsol asks. Without saying anything, I dipped the metal ring into the pot. Sloppy, sticky volcanoes was buried in the round ring. A film of foam, burning with brilliant red light, was formed thinly between the round rings. What? The metal isn't lather, and does it bubble like this? This is possible if it is a rare metal in the fantasy of volcanoes. Hook, let me breathe into the ring. Vogel, a red glowing mucus droplet is produced. It looks like a soap bubble. Bubbling. But these soap bubbles are extremely hot and heavy. As soon as it is created, it sinks to the bottom of the sky and touches the body of a scarecrow. Okay. Something amazing happened. As soon as the volcano's bubble touched the scarecrow's body, it swallowed the scarecrow into the bubble as it was. Just as a hungry ember consumes firewood, a bubble of bubbles keeps a scarecrow in his stomach and burns with the hot heat inside. Burn. Poop. When the bubble burst, the ash, gas, and heat burned inside met oxygen and exploded violently. Kuriak. The embers got caught up in the scarecrow bees next to him and died. Swallow the opponent and burn it inside. A bubble that kills. Yinsol and Drake are showing a vague expression. I smiled at those friends. Do you know a game called Bumblebugle? Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 368. Previous talk next. Chapter 369. Mother 2. Mother. Jack-o'-lantern, the thief. Long ago, the prodigal son, who ran away with a volcanos fragment stuck in his head, returned. However, the purpose of returning is not repentance, but meetings, It is to completely deny the existence of the mother. Sobbing var hikiki. He hithy Hebrews hickory hikik. Banshee Queen, who has shed bloody tears, raised her head. All of the decayed and dull eyelids come down black like a big circle. The ominous sound of the song. It turned into a creepy laughter. The red eyeballs were shining so brightly that it was difficult to describe them. Banshee Queen said, tearing her big mouth long. The expression of the mother's heart, who waited for her child and waited for her, was deeply buried. You finally got it, this little thief. If I say that I am a little thief, wasn't the 4 years that gave birth to me not thieves? Oh, Jack-o'-lantern aims at his mother with a scythe made of volcanoes. Banshee Queen's face has changed. Heke. Good. The volcanoes that you stole is also there as you are. But why do you think the amount has increased? Was the original handle part also volcanoes? Banshee Queen nodded with a good attitude after tearing off the Grand Sickle's Yomo grandmother, held by Jack-o'-lantern. Good. That's great. You can restore the amount that was stolen. Jay? If that happens, I will be able to go back to the original position. I will be able to receive his love again. At the moment, Jack-o'-lantern tilted his head. Original location. Then it turns out something is weird. Originally, the Banshee Queen was in a very important position among the thugs of Oz, the Death Dragon. The Banshee Queen was once more trusted than the undead two-headed Lich King and Death Knight. The Banshee Queen had the power to bring the dead back to life as the undead, so it should have been located in the heart of the Legion during the war with Mammon, the demon constellation. This is because the soldiers dying due to the war must be quickly resurrected as undead. If the Legion had not been divided into left and right due to the appearance of the Lich King and Death Knight, it is the Banshee Queen here who would have led the Legion of Immortality. As such, her position was unwavering. But why are you here? Jack-o'-lantern asked in a puzzled tone. The Banshee Queen should be located on the 3rd basement level, which is the closest to Oz. It is of course because it is the best thug. But Banshee Queen is currently too underground. Stay on the floor. It was replaced from the 3rd basement to the 2nd basement. It was an excessive punishment for the loss of a piece of volcanoes. Meanwhile, the Banshee Queen, listening to Jack-o'-lantern, began to tremble. I was guilty of losing the volcanoes piece because of you, but, rather, she mumbled what I was saying and groaned. Rarely, there was a light of fear on the Banshee Queen's face. Soon she began to temper towards Jack-o'-lantern. This is all because of you. Kaya! Suddenly a witch with his nails up and running. But Jack-o'-lantern didn't panic and lifted the scythe to the Banshee Queen's ball. I responded in response. Blah. Banshee Queen's nails and Jack-o'-lantern's scythe hit one spot. The result was Jack-o'-lantern's victory by a slight margin. Banshee Queen stumbled back after confirming that her nails were missing teeth. She raised dark circles, dark red eyes, and stared at Jack-o'-lantern. You're putting a sickle on Amy. Have you seen such a baby? If I say that you are a baby, wasn't the 4 years that gave birth to me? Oh. Jack-o'-lantern lifted a scythe and ran towards the Banshee Queen. Blah blah blah. Blah blah. After several face-to-face battles, the volcano's scythe eventually split Banshee Queen's crooked nails vertically. No matter how hard Banshee Queen's nails were, it was natural that he couldn't get the power of volcanoes, which was as strong as dragon scales. When the Banshee Queen saw her nails cut off, she cried in horror. Kaal, my nail art. This. I got the gel nail yesterday. In addition, only the cubic part is cut out. You don't have this mother. Fall to hell with a gold horse. My mother is you. Oh, did you say that there are no parents who win children? Jack-o'-lantern swung a great scythe with great force to defeat the Banshee Queen. It was driving. Kuho-ho. The volcano's scythe of Jack-o'-lantern was great, but the feeling of pressure from the tin armor that tightly wrapped the whole body and the lion's mane cloak spewing out black aura was also tremendous. Banshee Queen is a wizard-type monster. As a woman who is already weak in melee combat, the ball is like a quick-fired Jack-o'-lantern. I couldn't afford the tax. However, Banshee Queen is not an S-class monster for nothing. Her somewhat weak force was enough to be covered by the summoning meta, but there was still some remaining. I can't do this. I tried to play with my child after a long time. I didn't know that parenting would be such a boring thing. Convinced of victory, Banshee Queen relaxed and opened her arms. Come, my children, my enemy brothers. Then, a black wave rattles behind the Banshee Queen. Wasasasasak. ***. A bunch of loose hair and straw-like things gathered together. Scarecrow, Jack-o'-lantern. I just didn't lift the volcano's scythe, but the scarecrows who looked the same as Jack-o'-lantern gathered behind the Banshee Queen. Ordinary Jack-o'-lantern, class, B+/traits. Dark. Minions, Black Warlords, Halloween. Habitat, Secret Puppet Meeting, Singsekyung, Sungsuding. Yi size, 2.5 m. A ordinary scarecrow with no malice. It would be just ordinary behavior, with no malice in cutting your throat. The shoplifter Jack-o'-lantern looked at his brothers silently. Jack-o'-lantern, grade, A+/characteristics. Darkness, Black Warfare, Halloween, Good and Evil, Sangok. Habitat, Gozeong of Evil, Frozen Depth. Size, 2.5 m. The shoplifter was caught. Sin was not yet repentant. The shoplifter Jack-o'-lantern ranks 2 levels higher than the average Jack-o'-lantern. In addition, instead of having the characteristic of being a minion, It had the characteristic of good and evil. That's not all. The whole volcano's scythe, the tin woodcutter's tin armor, and the cowardly lion's main coat are buffing jack-o'-lantern. Hick. Do you know what will change if you wear such messy things? Go, children. Go and kneel those blasphemous brothers of your guys. Get down. The Banshee Queen cried, pointing to the furnace in the distance. Judge/sack. A huge number of scarecrows began to rush towards jack-o'-lantern. Regret. Jack-o'-lantern raised the scythe. The scarecrows who couldn't think because of their brains didn't feel a sense of unity or solidarity. Jack-o'-lantern also recklessly lifted a scythe and repeated the harvest. Boodash. Whenever the scythe is swung once, the scarecrow's necks fall without fail. It was the hair of the Banshee Queen, much tougher and fierce than the usual straw, but couldn't overcome the legendary metal volcanoes. Walk away. Damn it. Blah blah. Jack-o'-lantern spurs like a lion and cuts like a woodcutter. There was no single scarecrow to stop him. However, the Banshee Queen is still only marginal. Heck. The children I gave birth are endless. How long can you last? As she said, the number of scarecrows flocking in was really pretty. However, Jack-o'-lantern steadily cuts down the scarecrows, never backing down. One-man corps, Yi Run Jin Tan. Man couple, Wan Fu Budong. The Jack-o'-lantern, armed with the relics of his colleagues, did not retreat even a single point against the vast majority of enemies. No more running away. I've learned so hard that it doesn't make sense to survive alone. A world where everything is gone, a world without colleagues, a world where no one can remember me. Does such a world have meaning to nothing? Jack-o'-lantern used a dragon as if screaming and swung a scythe. Excellent sorghum. Countless lives were harvested. Nevertheless, Jack-o'-lantern did not show any signs of exhaustion. The honesty of a woodcutter, even with a lion. The same dignity. Jack-o'-lantern wasn't just a shoplifter. Who can look at that and call it such a peculiar term? Jack-o'-lantern was gradually approaching the Banshee Queen, breaking through the waves of rushing scarecrows. Little by little. Heck. Idic. Banshee Queen, feeling instinctively that the enemy's momentum wasn't very strong, decided that the situation should be cleared up a little faster. This rule. Hick. I tried to pick up and play in moderation, but I can't. Come on. Do your best now. The Banshee Queen ordered a number of scarecrows waiting behind. However, Banshee Queen had to tilt her head at an unexpected silence. The troops were not being replenished. When I turn my head to wonder what is going on, I immediately see something strange. Bubbling. Something like a big bubble was floating in front of my eyes. Banshee Queen looked at these bubbles with her eyes wide open. Incredibly hot foam. This was a bubble made of liquid, sticky volcanoes. Even that wasn't enough, and a scarecrow was trapped inside and was walking around. Because of the Halloween nature, the scarecrow floated in the air, and the volcano's bubble was also floating in the air. Then, if the scarecrow inside dies without holding up the hot heat in the bubble pops up and burns flames around it. Spew out. It even sprinkled violent fire damage by splashing the volcano's melt that had accumulated in it little by little. And bubbling, bub, b, 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 G, 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 GD. Hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of bubbles were floating in the air right now. Banshee Queen opened her mouth halfway, as if she couldn't understand the situation. And, center of hot bubble, there is a man looking down on the battlefield with a drowsy expression. Just the moment he raises his hand and bounces his thumb and middle finger. Qua 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 qua. When the battlefield was full, countless bubbles caused a chain explosion at once. Payoan. Standing water. It is my appearance. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 369. Previous talk next. Chapter 370. Mother 3. The situation was just a few hours ago. I was holding a round ring in my hand and dipping it in and out of the furnace repeatedly. Hook. Let me breathe into the ring. Vogel. A red glowing mucus droplet is produced. I said, looking at these bubbles in front of my eyes. Do you know a game called Bomblebugle? What is Boggle Boggle? It was released in August 1986 by Taito, and it was a game exclusively for the entertainment room that was hit by all-time directors, and its original title is Bubble Bobble. It is also a classic game that is regarded as a two-top game of memories along with Tetris to Korean students in the 90s. A relatively simple game where you move a cute dinosaur character that shoots soap bubbles to shoot enemies coming down from the screen. The enemy that touches the bubble is trapped in it and floats, and if you burst the bubble with a dinosaur character, the enemy trapped inside dies, and your score increases. The final stage of Deus Ex Machina's map, Death of Death, Life and Death, consisted of homages to the bubble. Hook. I vomit exhaling on the ring. Now, again, the sticky and hot Volcanos bubbles appear. Volcanos with high viscosity makes this mysterious thing possible. Hio Suave touched the bubble I created and was swallowed up into the bubble in the blink of an eye, and was soon trapped inside it. And in the hot heat inside, it suffers flame damage and dies as it is. Bang! I swung the ring around then and burst the bubble. Then, the fire that was raised by catching the scarecrow inside spit out and sweeps the surrounding area. The explosion was only directed downwards, so if I touched the bubble above, there was no damage to me. Now then, let's start playing. As I shouted briskly, Yoon-Sol and Drake, who were next to me, also nodded. Bubbling, bubbling. We breathed hard to create bubbles. It's extremely hot and sticky bubbles, so I had to be careful when blowing them up. As time passed, some know-how was developed. The foam is very pretty. Yoon-Sol mumbled while looking into the sparkling Volcanos bubbles in front of her. Bubbles shimmering in red are hot and radiant like glass just before casting. It was like seeing a small sun. Countless bubbles of such bubbles appeared and filled the terrain. Meanwhile, since the furnace is on a spiral staircase, the map is structured to move quite widely up and down. I fired bubbles at the scarecrows going back and forth up and down the stairs. Bombulbago looks easy because the rules are simple, but it's actually quite a difficult game. It is easy to achieve some grades, but difficult to master it can be said to be an ideal type of game. In order to deal with so many scarecrows, it is difficult to catch one scarecrow with one bubble. Hook. I took a deep breath to create a large bubble, which was blown into an area of many scarecrows. Poop. A large bubble traps several scarecrows inside at once. Quackwang. Drake shoots an arrow and bursts bubbles, with flames inside. Hot Volcanos melt poured out and flowed down the slope. Rumble slash. The scare-crowned rain, swept by the flames and melt, rolled down the downhill and fell and burned as it was. At the same time, XED. Several scarecrows died and spit out items. It was an alphabet, but only the letter E is in this green color. Oh, I also caught several. From above, Yoon-Sol was seen catching 4 scarecrows at once. Quackwang. When Yoon-Sol burst the bubble, the scarecrows inside again burned. E-T-N. The scarecrows dropped the alphabet-shaped item again. The E that came out this time was in red. I looked at the alphabets gathered on the floor. The alphabets that were spread out by Jungo heating soon gathered in one place to form a single word. Finally, you've got it all. Extend. An English word that has the meaning of to expand, to extend, and to give. Drake looked at this and tilted his head. What is this? Detonator. I answered briefly. Right then. Enamed. What are you doing to my kids? I can hear the Banshee Queen cry from below. In this situation, what can you really say to answer? I said a word to the Banshee Queen down there. Payoan. It's a game called Pew Pew, not Bobble Bogle, but it would be quite appropriate to use it in this case. The original meaning is to impress the other person with a flower, but it is also commonly used in Korea to mean fall away, this shit. This is because it is a sound effect that comes with a combo that ends the other person. Perfect. The moment I raised my hand and bounced my thumb and middle finger, the words extend collected earlier started to glow brightly. Qua 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 qua. When the battlefield is full and floats, countless bubbles will burst into a chain at once. Caused. The hot volcanoes bubbles expand hotly with each other and expand their influence throughout the map. The burning heat was spread evenly to everyone. Kururuk slash. All the scarecrows are swept away by the waves of fire. Exclamation point. Meanwhile, Jack-o'-lantern survived. The Tin Woodcutter's armor raised frost and prevented fire damage. Rumble. There was an earthquake that seemed to shake the entire dungeon. After all the numerous bubbles burst, nothing was left. Except for us only. Yoon-Sol asked with a quizzical expression. Wow, that's amazing. It was a device that pops all the drops at once. Oh, how do you know this? It is the result of rational reasoning. In fact, extend is an item that is also found in Beagle, combining the alphabets that appear when you defeat multiple monsters. This is because if you complete the word, it is considered to have cleared the stage, and you can move directly to the next map. Then, is it over now? Jack-o'-lantern, a shoplifter who became an avenger. He looked up and looked at the empty workshop. All the workers are gone, and the supervisor who used them is no longer there. There was no way to find a miserable child and a heartless mother. The workshop where only the void floated was filled with only the sound of the remaining volcanos melt boiling lightly. Meanwhile, Drake tilted his head. Down. But where is the road going down the road? I can't see the road at all. Yes. On the second basement level, there was no door to go down anymore. No matter where I search, I can't see anything like a secret passage. At this point, I looked at my colleagues. From now on, let's follow what I'm doing. Everyone except Jack-o'-lantern listened attentively to me. I first logged out of the game. Tiring. You have logged out. Please come again next time. A notification sound in your ear. I logged in again as soon as it was heard. Ye tiring. Deus Ex Machina welcomes your visit. A bright glow that announces the login. I made an offensive motion straight forward before the glow disappeared. Boo. Sheer was swung toward the empty air. Tack ye. After that, I jumped out of my place with all my might. Bung. Then, after landing, the attack motions towards the air again. Get on. And again, jump with all your strength from the place. Bouncing. Since then, this has been repeated one more time in the future. Then, in a very short moment, I moved to the right and pressed the login button again despite being logged in. Okay, the surprise began to happen. The words that seemed to be broken began to flicker in front of my eyes. Before long, we saw a large sinkhole appearing in front of our eyes. Finally, the floor collapsed and the hidden secret door was revealed. Yinsol and Drake are startled and open their mouths. I smiled lightly. Because this is a hidden piece that is also found in Puzzle. Turn the power off and on, press the attack button 1 second later, jump, press the attack button, jump, press the attack button, jump, and then move the joystick to the right briefly once, and then press the start button. The door will appear. It is a hidden piece that is close to being forced. Who the hell can find this? Is it? But there are some crazy guys to discover. All I know is that there is someone who has discovered it. If I hadn't discovered that a deceased character from a classic video game accidentally came down to here, played with memories, and that it oddly fits the strategy of this dungeon. If you think that way, who else has discovered the original strategy of this strategy, which is also homage to this strategy? I feel awe. Now, shall we go in now? Now it's time to go down to the third basement level. There is only one floor left to the fourth basement floor, where Oz, the Death Dragon, lives alone. Right then. Hi, I can't go. There was a presence that stopped us. It was the Banshee Queen. She was rushing to this jumping up and running to the Malgal, which became a man in the middle wrapped in flames. I cannot send it to Oz. I'm the only one who can go to him. Hey, he panting. Banshee Queen jumps with an unpleasant laughter. It was a jack-o'-lantern that blocked the front. Goodbye. I have nothing to leave. At the same time, the volcano's scythe flew and threw the Banshee Queen's waist in two. Poop. Banshee Queen was scattered on the ground with the upper and lower bodies separated. I nodded as I looked at it. It's over. Since you've caught two named monsters underground, you don't see anything here anymore. Since Oz's number 2 furnace has also been shut down, it must have been virtually destroyed. Then it's time to absorb the Banshee Queen's traits. Since you killed the S-class monster, Banshee Queen, you will surely get a title. What are the benefits of that? I began to think about what useful traits could be taken away from the Banshee Queen. Let's see. The minion trait is good. You don't need the hit and run trait. The undead trait already exists, and the poison is already there. And the summoning, darkness, and grave ministries seem to be useful. Well, the mathematics characteristics aren't bad either. A while. Masochistic love. The ominous memories that passed through my head for a moment. Oops. I quickly turned my head around because I wanted to make a mistake. But it's already late. Banshee Queen. She has revived with a drop of 2 ranks due to her masochistic nature. I'm really out of remedy to be vigilant, even though I've been so badly by the Zodiac. I was prepared to make no mistakes from now on, but it was too late. Banshee Queen ran quickly and dived into the secret door while we were embarrassed. Oz, I'm coming. Hee. Banshee Queen didn't seem to have any more fights with us. But in the meantime, everything was blocked by the wall. Maybe you're going to run towards Oz, who couldn't go. Sheesh. The jack-o'-lantern swung the scythe, but unfortunately, it only cut off one of the Banshee Queen's ankles. Boing! The Banshee Queen dived into the secret door I had created and was soon eaten by the dark and disappeared. Well, it doesn't really matter because the secret door doesn't disappear. I muttered as I looked down the sinkhole. Then, oh, there. Yinsol grabbed my shoulder and stretched out her finger. It was the place where the Banshee Queen once died. A bright beam of light was rising there. Banshee Queen dropped an item. It wasn't completely killed, but is it a reward for being pretty good at it? Moment. My pupil trembles without ejaculation. What was shining on the floor was a whopping 3 orders. Main document shining in gold. When I check the contents recorded in it, the saliva in my mouth dries up and my hands get wet. I couldn't even kill the Banshee Queen. Can I get such a good reward? This is a huge item that makes you feel like this. What more masses do you need? The best order form in existence has come into my grasp. 3 of them too. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 370. Previous talk next. Chapter 371. Full River. 1. 3 sheets of golden shimmering parchment came into my hand. Limit breakout strengthening order /A+. The taboo realm. The wall of 10 levels of reinforcement. The only medium that can penetrate. Can only be used once. Can only be used for enhanced items of level 9 or higher. Lesson 10 order. It is the second most valuable order book in existence in this world. But the most valuable order. CO, it was spoken like a legend among some heavy users, and no one ever saw it in the future, so it was difficult to say that it exists realistically. Therefore, it is safe to think that the order book in my eyes is actually the best order book. Yojin, is this good? Yin Sol, who still doesn't know the real world of the game, just blinks a big eye. It is only a distance. I kindly explained for her. Items can be smelted more strongly through what is called strengthening. It's possible with only river fossils. Although Ganghwa stone itself is precious, it's not that expensive, so you can get it if you want to. Right now, I have dozens of upgrade stones. Even if you only catch an elite monster, it falls with a certain probability, so it is considered valuable in the market, but I already had quite a lot of supplies. Jadillo is used as a useful toy when you want to play in the air or play beads. One item can be strengthened up to 10 times, and that way, the item that succeeded in plus 10 enhancement will match the item above 1 rank. In other words, if you reinforce a C-class item 10 times, it will have similar performance to that of a C-plus class item. I sat down on the floor and put the order for the 10th in my hand next to it. However, the limit that can be enhanced with only upgrade stones is up to number 9. Starting from plus 9, not only the upgrade stone, but also this order is required to upgrade. I used to reinforce the item Swordsman to the 9th round. It is an item of emptiness that was broken after screaming at the last reinforcement without even a 10th order. Well, at that time, I needed the key to enter the Castle of Evil, so I broke it on purpose. Meanwhile, Yoon Sol, who listened to me, claps with excitement. Wow, so that's great. It was said that there is also an upgrade stone, so you can strengthen this item 9 times here, and then use this 10 order to make it plus 10. The map here is also a furnace, so there are many places to smelt. She said, pointing to the cut in my hand. I heard it and thought. Shielding fleeting horse / one-handed weapon /S. A weapon used by the darkest and most vicious among torture technicians. Even the noble archangel will have no choice but to insult God before this sword. Attack plus 990. Non-destructible, special. Can use the characteristic Nunjabium, Ling Shrichu Dong. Special. It's shaving, the flurry of shaving. Hidden piece obtained by catching Yongok's torture engineer in the hidden area on the 11th floor of the tutorial. At the time, I had invested a tremendous amount of time and effort to catch this monster, not what I had made to catch. And the cuts earned are enough to reward those efforts. An item that is the same as my alter ego as well as the work that made the current metamorphosis meta. And this was originally a full-blown season that symbolized the Ongsin Zodiac before the return. However, I had never heard the story of making this cut by plus 10 even before the return. It means that even that Zodiac has never been able to solve this deterioration after all. What is the reason? That's too clear. That is because of the reinforcement probability. The 10th order book enables the 10th reinforcement, not a guarantee of success. Plus you can start with the first and the plus 7th if you are a lucky person. Actually, even before I returned, I had taken this step before returning. However, the story is different from plus 8. Plus 8 success rate equals 0.0110%. Plus 9 success rate equals 0.0004%. Plus probability of success in the 10th round, if there is no order, equals 0%. Plus probability of success in the 10th round, if there is an order form, equals 0.0001%. For reference, the probability of winning the second lottery is 0.0001%. 0.139% chance of a triplex explode in a horse race. There is a 0.0003% chance of winning a jackpot in a casino slot machine. In Mahjong, there is a 0.043% probability that the government office pair will match. There is a 0.0032% chance of a royal straight flush in poker. At this point, it doesn't promote speculation, it's just saying don't do it. The Zodiac is a psycho, but it's not a stupid one. There is no way he will gamble on these astronomical odds. I handed one of the 3 orders to Yunsol and the other to Drake. Of course, I also took one piece separately for my share. I'm just going to dispose of it at the auction house. If it were this order, the big guilds would be raging about buying each other. Then, aren't you going to strengthen it? In that case, I'd rather gamble or lottery. I'm not afraid to reinforce my items. Before returning, while strengthening the execution sword, the bursting memories were still vivid. When I recall the memories of that day, my hands and feet still tremble. In this life, I never do that. I have decided not to bring out the letter F of Ganghwa. However, Drake is regretful about my decision. Then I should try reinforcing the A+ grade item once. Do you know me? Will it be? I'm doing a guy who did something similar. It didn't work out. A similar thing? Who is that? Even if my mouth is torn, I can't say I am. Why did you do that back then? Pour all your fortune into the fortification gacha and go bankrupt. It is unthinkable right now. I turned away from Drake's question in a cold sweat. Right then. Iojana, what about you cutting? Yunsol opens his eyes round and looks at me. I shrugged as if what were you talking about? Before explaining to Yunsol about the reinforcement probability, I definitely put it next to the order book. I opened my eyes wide. Before, I had to put the order book for the 10th on the floor and pressed it with a cut so that it would not be blown away by the wind. But where is this now? Now my side was empty. The moment I doubt for a moment that my eyeballs are functioning. Ugh, lost. There. Drake was frightened and lifted his finger. It's been a while since this friend looked so surprised. I, too, turned my head in the direction Drake was pointing. There was an empty pot after the Banshee Queen disappeared. It was in the direction of the dragon furnace where the owner was lost. Pooh, Judy Loaf was hanging there. Flattery. P1. He was sitting at the entrance of the pot that had cooled down to some extent. As if I wanted to play soap bubbles, imitating the bubbly movements I used to do. The problem is that he is holding my clip instead of a ring to make soap bubbles. When did you take my item? I had to be frightened. Is it because he's the guy who made me a pet? It seems that my items can be taken out of possession without my permission. Hence, a necklace made of upgrade stone was hung around the neck of Judy Loaf. It was a mistake to take a couple of them because they were usually pretty and played in the air or playing marbles. Flutter, flutter. The order for the 10th round stitched on the cutting edge is bar. Whenever I went out to see me, my heart seemed to be swaying with me. Sitting on the blast furnace, Judaloaf leans his head into the pot and struggles toward the volcanos melt that's left on the floor. I couldn't reach it, so I stretched out a long cut that was sewn by the 10th order book and was stirring. Dalgrak. Whenever Judaloaf gets a long hair and gets messy, the enchantment stone necklace hanging from her neck is loose. Really unfortunately and contrively, the number of reinforcement stones was only 10. Anyone who has ever raised children can relate to it. But because of the fact that they are children, even if the guardian's eyes are a little loose, they often have a huge accident that they cannot even imagine. This is the situation right now. My complexion was turning blue. Oh no, the ingredients in the furnace are automatically smelted. If it falls like that, it was a situation where even Judyloaf could be dangerous. Recognizing the seriousness of the situation, Yunsol raised the Judaloaf hanging on the pot. I started to appease him. Baby, come on, it's dangerous. There, let's come down and play with my sister laughing. Our good Judaloaf. Should I listen to you? Please. However, despite Yunsol's desperate grievances, Judaloaf did not look back. He is just making a blank expression toward the inside of the pot. People. The brilliant red light of the volcanos melt that is slightly settled on the bottom of the pot attracts Judaloaf. As if a fire moth was seduced by a lamp, Judaloaf leans under the pot. Aha! At this point, I had no choice but to write a hard policy. I squeezed all the power I could and ran up the slope at the same speed as the wind. And almost at the same time. Wow! Judyloaf, startled by my scream, woke up. She was almost thrown away from the crisis that almost fell into the pot. He raised his upper body and came out of the pot. However, the sharpening in her hand, the 10th order book on the tip, and the 9 enchantment stone necklaces hung around her neck didn't rumble. Simultaneously with the removal of the enchantment stone necklace. Judaloaf's hand trying to grab it made a fuss. And in the meantime, she couldn't multiply and missed the cut and order book that was held in the other hand. This time, flows. Slowly. Blast furnace. In. Falling. Cut. Oh my cut. No, I. At the same time, I couldn't stand my tears and scream. Papa 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 pot. A bright cluster of lights in forming of gangwa exploded in the pot. It is also 10 times in a row. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie, 371. Previous talk next. Chapter 372. Full River. 2. There are topics that are effective in attracting public attention, but are too terrible to be treated as fiction. These topics should be avoided unless you intend to offend and disgust the reader. In Edgar Allan Poe's live burial. The item was destroyed during reinforcement. I can bet. Is there anything else like this in the world? It was a situation that anyone heavy gamers could sympathize with. Sloppy. My heart is dark and my hands and feet are trembling. The feeling of dampness in my whole body is probably my body outside the game world, inside the capsule, covered with cold sweat. It feels like the inside of the capsule that was so cozy was inside the coffin, inside the grave. The smell of moist graves, the excavation of insects, and the weight of a whip that restrains the whole body. I am struggling in the septum with fear, as if buried alive. You, what the hell have you done? I stretched my hand toward Judilov with a horror expression. If someone touches it very lightly, I will cry on the spot and kneel on the floor. But do you know my feelings like that? You don't know. Judilov just laughs and squirts big eyes at me. Love. Like a 3-year-old baggy wishing for compliment, she opened her small palms wide toward me. A gesture of my own. What are you going to do now? High five. Let me raise my hand with a blank expression and hit Judilov's palm. Tiring. The queen found a new hobby. The sadness of extinction is considerably lessened. Queen's favorability increased significantly. Judilov's favorability rose tremendously. It was a huge rise that has never been seen. I guess you liked gangwa play. Drake next to him muttered in a creeping voice. Instead of losing the cut, Judilov's favorability rose significantly. But the price is too much. It was only true. It is a business that suffers tremendous losses. I clasped my face with both hands with a grieving scream. Shaved was my best beloved. Whether it is a symbol of the deceased, or in itself, it is the season of the moon. Without it, there are no deceased people. In a world without cuts, how to live with? Memories of the past long ago passed through my head like a panorama. In the past, when borrowing money from a loan shark to buy items, and then selling byproduct items obtained by catching monsters. In the moment when I put all my fortunes and bought items on the riverbed for one room to reverse my life. God, Jesus, Buddha, Jade Emperor, Odin, Allah, Muhammad, Zeus, Obelisk, Zoroaster, Maria, sealed exoges left arm, right arm, head, shoulder, knee, foot. Please give me strength. The day when I prayed to all kinds of gods and gave reinforcement to items, the feeling of success of reinforcement felt at my fingertips. +1, +2, +3, +4, +5 full straight. And after that, a full-bodied true sword race. +6, the level at which principal recovery was possible. +7, the signal that marked the start of a new life. +8, I could get a small house. And a failure in the +9 round. Success disappeared like a bubble just before getting everything. Memories of death, Wang Sheng, are clearly reproduced. Like PTSD. Now, I promised that I would never live such a life again, but due to a moment's carelessness, my life went back to its origin. Well, it wasn't my own volition, but it was my responsibility because it was done by Judilo Pei, whom I was carrying. Who would you blame? A little kid who knows nothing of this. What does that mean? After being beaten in succession by the past and reality, I collapsed as if torn down. Should I throw away the old person meta now? It's like coming back to the beginning of the game. I lost a partner who made me special. When this happens, it is like a hero whose ability has disappeared. However, don't worry too much, Ajin. Aren't we there? There were 2 hands that grabbed my shoulders and raised them up. Yunsol and Drake. My friends are trusting me behind the scenes. It's very regrettable that the core items have disappeared, but you've worked well together so far. That's right. Until now, we have only received it. So now it is our turn to give. Yes, I am not losing everything. Strong friends are supporting me. This trustworthiness is not the best treasure I've ever earned. There is a reason for pursuing the cliché of the best treasure was friendship with a colleague in numerous boy cartoons and adventure cartoons. Personally, I didn't like it very much, but when I was in a situation, I couldn't be as strong as this. Tears come to me. Okay, there is still a meta for the king of Madong. It is not over until the end. Think positively. Not only half of the water is left, but half of the water is left. Destroyed in a place like this. It wasn't done, but because there was a cut, I was able to come all the way here. It is better if you think of a place where you could have come because there was so far than the place where you couldn't go because of the absence of it. I decided to redesign the future. I would have to go back a little long way, but that didn't make me dazzle. I am still far ahead of others, and I have strong friends like this. But still, the Death Dragon Oz raid must be postponed for a while. When I'm thinking about this or that in my mind. Who? Judy Loft looks inside the pot again. The volcano's melt has already cooled down, so there is no danger. But still, falling from a high place is dangerous, so I hug Jedi Lope. Hey, what can I do? I can't say anything because I'm a kid. I went there because I was wondering if the item would be fine, but I don't expect much. Done. Plus, being a 10th class is a miracle that will never happen once in a lifetime, and it only hurts my heart even more if I look forward to it. Still Hoxie. There is something like that. I took the Judaloaf out of the pot and glanced inside it. Just as expected, there was no miracle. As you lift your head inside the pot, you can see the destroyed Shamdan. It's a hell of a hell out of it. What was it? Its debris was scattered on the bottom of the furnace in an ugly appearance. Daehyuk. I was expecting it, but I was able to see the disastrous appearance with the naked eye. Now, the crying rises rapidly. The cut is definitely an indestructible item, but it's a different story when it comes to battles or when it comes to reinforcing. I cried as I watched the cold and hardened volcanos melt in the corner of the pot and the shavings moving round the top. If you knew it would be like this, just Joe, I'm going to put it in the hands of Dyak. I picked you up for no reason and made you unhappy. I cried, apologizing to Cumden. When you see that the beloved affiliation is split into two pieces underneath, you have no choice but to wail like this. If it hadn't been for Yin Sol, he might have roared and cried on the floor. Meanwhile, pow. It was only then that Judalope seemed to recognize the seriousness of the situation. With a sad expression, she sucked the thumb of one hand and grabbed my collar with the other hand. But that doesn't stop my crying. Ghastly. Comey fit well. It was rain. It was a wonderful life to be with you. In the next life, be born as a full gang item. I will remember. In my mind, I remember the dignified appearance of Cumdan in his life. No matter how big a large monster attacked, my partner wasn't breaking down. At that time, when you start not to come out. I hated it a little. At first it's night and day. Stick to me. I cleaned all the silver blood spots. That's what people are saying. It cannot be eternal, that's why I was punished, right? Are you cutting it right? Cutting. Suck. Why don't you say anything? Why? I will never forget. My first S-class weapon. Now I have to let go. For at least 3 days, stand in front of the wreckage and put it in a good box. I will move it and spray it on the place where the tower of the tutorial was. To the very place we were together for the first time. After that, we have 49 days of complete separation and self-sufficiency. Goodbye to a good place. The lake was giving me a quiet weeping. Keep calm. This is a good deal. Black. Isn't there a story about touching a dead child's balls? There is nothing left to wail in front of the rubble of the destroyed item. Don't sit down. I would like it to cut down too. Right then. Ujin. Are you cutting off? No, I'm Sol. Yoon Sol, who was standing behind me and Drake, approached with narrow eyes. She, with good eyes, came to my side and pulled her head long under the cold furnace. And asked me, Yojin, I'm asking because I don't know much about the game. Is that really destroyed? I felt sorrow and lost that I had no power left to look at her. So he replied, covering his face with both hands. It's broken no matter who sees, but what? You got 2 pieces each. I was amputated. Like my heart now. Black. The cut down below the furnace had literally 2 dongangs. 2 elongated fragments that are neatly split, as if vertically split, are scattered in different places. Yin Sol, who had been looking at the 2 small fragments under the furnace for a long time, quickly raised his head. Then he opened his mouth with a trembling voice toward me. Ujin, look carefully, that it wasn't destroyed. I listened to her and raised my head. A huge furnace connected to a thick chain. On the bottom of the chilled pot, you can see the cutting edge split vertically. I narrowed my eyes and looked into the furnace. Apparently the cut was destroyed. Isn't that evidence cut into 2 pieces like that before my eyes? However, taking a closer look at the situation. As a result, I had to open my eyes wide. The volcanos melt that was emitting bright light in the furnace loses its light as it slowly cools down. The inside of the pot was gradually darkening. Glitter. The light from the shreds of the cut into 2 pieces only caught my eye. That's the light that announces the emergence of new items. It was also the red light peculiar to a 2-handed weapon. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 372. Previous talk next. Chapter 373. Full River. 3. Glitter. That's the light that announces the emergence of new items. What is that? Without knowing, I put my head inside the pot. I almost fell upside down while pushing it in. That much I was excited. It was Drake who judged the situation most quickly. Look, check it out soon. He moved in a calm and rational manner, quickly tying a rope near the entrance to the furnace. And he handed me the end of the rope. But I have been a slave of impulse for a long time. It was after Drake dived into the furnace before he even tied the rope. Thud. I landed on the bottom of the furnace that had cooled down. HP has been cut down considerably, but it's about this point. There is still hot heat. Volcanos melts that emit a dark red glow were collected throughout the bottom of the furnace. Dig. I looked down at the glow on the floor. Cut. The flurry of shaving. The guy was waiting for me. That way, jerk off. I held back what I wanted to run right away. And, striving to repress my beating heart, step by step, slowly, I went all the way toward the cut. When viewed from a distance, it looked small, so I thought it was broken, but when I saw it up close, the size of the cut was not reduced at all. So, there is one more cutout of the same size. I looked down at the two shavings that were rolling in front of my feet with a blank expression. Even if you look at it again, it is not broken or amputated. The cut was only slightly thinner and longer, but remained in its original form. Oh, the condition of the cut is death to cut off / two-handed weapon /S / enhance +10. A weapon used by the darkest and most vicious among torture technicians. Even the noble archangel will have no choice but to insult the god who stands before this sword. Attack power +990 +990. Non-destructive, special. Can be used with the characteristic Nungjis, Ling Shui Chu Dan. Special. Can be used with the characteristic Nungjis, Ling Shui Chu Dan. Special. Congratulations. Shielding Fleeting Horse, one-handed weapon, silver, has been enhanced to Cutting Fleeting Horse, two-handed weapon. My body trembles. However, a completely different feeling was dominating my whole body. Dalgrak. I carefully reached out and picked up the two shears off the floor. Dual means two, Song Shou Dan Dao. The one-handed weapon was transformed into a two-handed weapon through the Polgang and became two in the process. Is it a dream or reality? If it's a reality that feels like a dream, it's perfect, and if it's a dream that feels like reality, please don't wake up. S+. I muttered with a blank expression. 0.0001%. Successively broke through the gates of that ridiculous probability and succeeded in the full river. Is that because you were so lucky? I can't feel it right now. Well, no matter how thin the odds, every time someone in America wins a Powerball or Mega Million jackpot, breaking through the wall of 0.000000003% probability. Therefore, the miracle of the full river can happen in the game is definitely something that can happen in reality. Of course, that the main character will be me. If you do, the feeling will be different. As time passed, both breathing and pulse were relatively stabilized close to normal levels. It was only then that I was able to examine and appraise this Sang Sudan map, which was wholly attributed to mine. Cutting *2. There wasn't much change in attack power, other options, and appearance, but it was a tremendous change that doubled the dots that went into the damage. Nungji is a characteristic that inflicts damage on enemies. In more detail, it is the ability to reduce HP by 0.01% of maximum HP every 1 second. In 10,000 seconds, that is, 2 hours, 46 minutes and 40 seconds, an enemy full of stamina can be knocked upside down. Of course, you need to keep in mind the enemy's natural resilience and other special circumstances, but as time passes, it will not change that you will drive your opponent into the inevitable swamp of death. The trouble is time. It was always time to be a problem when hunting monsters using this trait. I do damage while dealing with countless boss monsters so far. I have fought in a way that survives and endures until enough to get in. Fights that ended in 2 hours, 46 minutes, 40 seconds were extremely rare. Most of them were fights that took hours or days. And in the meantime, I had to survive and escape from the fierce struggles of the monsters without a single armor. And now, I got another cut. In theory, with this, you can cut your raid time in half. 5,000 seconds. The ability to kill an enemy if it lasts only 1 hour, 23 minutes and 20 seconds. The trait is twice as strong, because the excitement has subsided to some extent. Despite this, I can't say anything because I like it. It feels like I took the elevator from hell and came to paradise in one room. I couldn't even make a sound and jumped. And as if I was worried, I hugged Judy Loaf, who had come down with pour. You were the goddess of luck. Such a gold hand. Like a hand made of gold. Now, let me blow a few kisses against Judy Loaf's plump cheeks. Tiring. The queen is displeased with the excessive skinship. Queen's favorability declined significantly. The queen said, "Why are you?" We look at it with the gaze of, "Aren't we such a close relationship?" Judy Loaf's expression quickly rotted, and his favorability fell. But now that wasn't what mattered. With this, you can play even more ridiculously. I muttered, as if possessed, as I looked at the two large awls in both hands. S-class weapons have been reinforced 10 times, so they have the same power as the S+ grade, which is 1 level higher. Now, Oz, the Death Dragon, wasn't too afraid. The intermediate boss that has to be passed on before that is also now rather awaited. Congratulations, oh. It's a double slope. It's not like a double slope. Was there another big hit in the history of the game? Yoon Sol and Drake, who had just come down to the bottom of the furnace, also responded to my joy with excitement. Did you say that if you share your sadness, it will be half, and if you share your joy, it will be doubled? The situation was just like this now. Then, bing. Yoon Sol and Drake look at me. I tilted my head. Down. What are you doing now? Drake looked at me and asked, seemingly puzzled. I was taking the scales out of my inventory and weighing the 2 shaved weights. No big deal. I changed the meta from a one-handed weapon to a two-handed weapon, so I have to do it. Why wait while adjusting? Drake still looks puzzled. I answered kindly. After grasping the basic resources such as weight, surface area, width, length, volume, etc., we will try to test the melting point, specific gravity, tensile strength, hardness, elasticity, yield point, and elongation again. Why is it like that? That's how perfect pixel-by-pixel control is possible. It doesn't make sense if you get a good weapon at best, and you don't handle it perfectly. Then Yoon Sol stuck out his tongue. OMG, do I have to figure out that stuff in order to control it? Then two-handed weapons, especially. Sangsudo is a weapon that is known for being difficult to control. Actually, this is not enough. I lifted the 2 cuts towards Yoon Sol. Look carefully. These 2 cuts look exactly the same, but in fact there are subtle differences. Do you know what it is? Well, it's weight. If you listen, you may not know, but if you take a precision measurement with a scale, the right cut is about 2 grams lighter. What? I don't know. It is the result of the consideration of the developer. Normal users are right-handed, so I added the weight on the left for balance. But what if I, an ambidextrous person, did not know this and swung the 2 shearers equally? There is obviously an error. I couldn't help but do it. Is that so? It's a difference of 2 grams. Nope. The excess weight of 2 grams, the elasticity when it bends and returns slightly when hit, or the stiffness to withstand it, and the trajectories with the least resistance of air during exercise gather to create a decisive one. I'm not saying very much. In fact, golf players sometimes put lead tape on their clubs to fine-tune their swing. When the 1998 Masters tournament was held, golf player Philip A.M.D. Blackmar wrapped lead tape around the driver to fine-tune the draw shot. The extreme micro area that cannot be controlled by human muscles is enlarged through thorough financial analysis of the tool. It is to lose. I said to Yoon Sol and Drake. There are a lot of gamers who enjoyed one era. But in the end, the gamers who are long-running and who become the final winners are the types that are loyal to the theory rather than the physical type. Over time, physical will eventually be replaced by experience. Someday. After hearing that, Yoon Sol sparkled her eyes toward me. She whispered small to Drake. Isn't Eugen really great? I want to quickly reach that level of craftsmanship. Then, I said to my friends, well, friends, would you please collect some of the volcano's debris left in the furnace? Why is that? I want to do more detailed inspections. Didn't you do all this and that in detail earlier? What are you talking about? That's a basic test of basics. We should also test the heat transfer rate, cold air transfer rate, and conductivity. I'm going to use the volcano's metal to measure the surface roughness. I plan to measure the average roughness of the center line, the roughness of the maximum height, and the average roughness of 10 points. I must apply the method of measuring the surface roughness of KS. When I finished speaking, I turned my head back to Shadan. Sheer, let's play roughness with me. Yunsel's eyes, who saw it, are flesh. I am trembling. I don't think there is a need to reach such a point. Well, I agree. Drake also nodded. Meanwhile, it's time now, Jack-o'-lantern muttered, looking down at the secret door where the Banshee Queen disappeared. It was time to go down to the 3rd basement level of Death Road. Oz, a deadly dragon, is lurking in the heart on the 4th basement floor. To get there, You must first cross the impossible zone on the third basement floor below. There is a middle boss beneath it. Are you ready? I looked up and asked. Instead of answering, Jack-o'-lantern was wearing a volcano's scythe, tin armor, and a lion's mane cloak. Me, Yun-Sol, Drake, Jack-o'-lantern. Everyone is ready. Overflowing. Now, if you grab the middle boss that will pop out soon and catch Oz, the death dragon right behind him, this raid ends neatly. In addition, I will be able to ascend to the throne both in game and in reality. Who in the world can hunt down fixed S+ class monsters? Even in the world before the regression, this was unprecedented until the second cataclysm opened. A jack-o'-lantern spewing out a black aura stood in front of the pit with a scythe. I felt that the blade was standing close ahead of the existence of Oz, the death dragon. Me, Yun-Sol, and Drake also followed Jack-o'-lantern. Go. He chinks briefly at us and threw himself down the cliff. Abyss, Sunyan. The Avenger has begun. Multiple lines. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie, 373. Previous talk next. Chapter 374. Kill Me 1. Tiring. See Oz's number 2 furnace has stopped working. The secret passage connecting the loyalty of the life and death, Shang Sujing, and the loyalty of the unavailable zone, is revealed. A revenge expedition, led by Jack-o'-lantern, ran toward the bottom of the abyss. I wanted my vision to turn into darkness for an instant, and in the blink of an eye, I came down under the sinkhole of tremendous depth. What unfolded in front of us was a straight downhill road with endless steep slopes. All walls are volcanoes. I raised my right hand and knocked on the wall. Shit. A clear metallic sound resonates from the dark red wall that my fingers touched. The shock returning to the knuckle was quite heavy and tingling. The third furnace, where lizardmen players melted volcanoes. Number 2 furnace, where jack-o'-lanterns made volcanoes metal plates. Volcanoes, which came down through 2 furnaces, turned into a rhombic matrix of such a large size and nailed to the wall. Numerous volcanoes plates made in this way filled one wall of an underground cave that went down. It was a sight like seeing a large fish scale. Yun-Sol and Drake asked with puzzled expressions. Why the hell do you do this? What are you going to do by covering the walls with volcanoes? It looks like it's a coating. Drake's expression was most appropriate. Lizardmen and scarecrows seemed to cover the walls of this large underground space with volcanoes. Of course, each of them was simply functioning as a small tool without being aware of themselves that they were drawing such a big picture. Then, she. Strange, under that deep underground cave. I heard a sound. I stopped the group and leaned forward to guess what was going on in the space in front of me. As I leaned over and listened, the sound became a little clearer. Whatever. Pagok. Awesome. Munch. A cow with something eating. It was Lee. Yun-Sol turned his head at the creepy energy that touched the skin. Dalgrak. Looking at the floor, it's all full of bones. From the bones of giant demon-type monsters, to various reptiles, fish, bird-type monsters, and even the exoskeletons of Chungwangjiang monsters, they were circling. Drake shook his head as if he was tired. I don't know what, but I ate a lot. He frowned at the basilisk's bones half buried in the floor. Even the basilisks of the world can be reduced to a single meal, so the middle boss down there. How heinous. The more you go down, the more powerful the corpses of monsters appear. Fragments of internal organs that could not rot and dry, thick broken bones, and torn leather. The thick chains scattered all over the place were all terribly broken. Probably, these foods are here. It must have been faithfully wrapped around the entire prey before it was carried away. In time, it was almost approaching the end of the third basement floor of Death Road. We ended up in some subterranean space that was quite completely isolated. The purpose of the space looked quite insidious, but it had the appearance of a pit. But the entrance was narrow, the inside was wide, and the passage was long, so it was like putting an Erlenmeyer flask on the ground. It was buried, and I noticed the purpose of this structure at a glance. Any facility that confines and disciplines uncontrolled troublemakers. Yes, it was a retribution room. In that narrow quarantine space, the middle boss, the final gateway to pass through to meet the death dragon Oz, was trapped. Oh my gosh. Yun-Sol, who made eye contact with the middle boss trapped in the punishment room, opened her mouth in horror. That much, the enemy's appearance was shocking. I, too, had no choice but to make an uncomfortable groan. One day, I encountered a monster that looked similar to that one. Lizard man, grade, C/characteristics, dragon, high-speed regeneration, battlefield. Habitat, all over South Continent, Abyss Terminal. Yi size, 2M. It is said that she likes to shine so much that she frequently causes territorial disputes with other races. Because near the gold mine, you can always see this monster in Esau, along with orcs, the monster that causes the most damage to humans. Before the cataclysm occurred, the lizard men were like this, only one monster. I also had a history of guerrilla warfare against a number of lizard men when I attacked Abyss Terminal before going to Cheongong Island. Well, what happened to the power distribution of the lizard men? At that time, the ranks and ranks of the lizard men living in the Abyss Terminal were as follows. C/Lizardman General. C+/Lizardman Claw. B/Lizardman White Chief. B+/Lizardman Heavenly Father. A/Lizardman Mananjang. Among the lizard men I met at the time, the strongest entity was a grade, but in fact, there are obviously high-ranking lizard men who are stronger than that. Armed forces capable of directing 1,000,000 lizard men alone. And there are no monarchs who will leave a strong man with enough power in the wild. Death Dragon Oz is the Lich King, Desna. He had the most powerful subordinates he couldn't even dare to deal with. Lizard Man Brave, Jung Shur. Class, S/Characteristics, Dragon, Minions, Darkness, High-Speed Regeneration, Battlefield, Lower Extreme, Poisonous, Medium Width, Penetration, Self-Destruction. Habitat, Impossible Zone, The Path of Death, Giant Nguk. Yi Size, 9m. The size is different from the general lizard men. A giant lizard, bound in a chain thicker than a human's waist, can be seen trapped in the deepest part of the retribution chamber. Oh, replying to at Justice. He was eating with his hand pulled out under the hem of the chain, but we are also familiar with the identity of the prey that is squeezed into his mouth. Was to do. Pale and bluish skin, thin, long limbs, and a wide-brimmed cowl hat lying on the floor. Although starting from the head, and almost all of the upper body disappeared, it was immediately recognizable due to the striking features. The Banshee Queen, are you dead here? I made a grunt. The Banshee Queen, who fled from the second basement floor, became the prey for the Lizardman warriors in such a place. In both name and reality, even the Banshee Queen standing in front of the Lizardman champion, the strongest firepower of the Death Dragon Oz Legion, would have had no way of doing anything. Meanwhile, the line that Banshee Quinn was talking about is understandable only then. Okay, that's great, the young thief. You can put the right amount back to the original one. If that happens, I will be able to go back to where I was. I'll be able to receive his love again / Her expression of joy and fear coexisted. The expression was mixed with the desire to return to the original position and the fear of the lizard man, who pushed himself away and took the place. Thud / Lizardmen took off the chains that had been straddling the body and began to climb upwards. It has found us. The cold sweat oozes out of the mind. I diligently search my knowledge before returning to my mind, and the power distribution diagram of the Immortal Legion, under Oz, the Death Dragon. The power of the Frozen Vampire Corps led by the Lich King is about 30%. The power of the Swordsman Army led by Death Knight is about 30%. The power of Lizardman warriors and Lizardman players equals 40%. And the rest are Death Dragon Oz himself and the Black Dragon Army he is leading, and players are in a position that they can't be touched at all, so in fact, there is nothing to encounter in war. Shrew Dumble. Pop. A loud noise broke my thoughts. It was the sound of the handcuffs and shackles that had been on the wrists, ankles, and neck of the lizard man being cut off without defeating the overload. Jaya. Soon the lizard man jumped out towards where we were. Quakwang / My head is already tingling as I see it soaring through the entrance of a narrow pit. Be careful, because this guy is very troublesome. I warn my colleagues. The battlefield before the return, the way he ran wild is still good in the eyes. Its power was literally notorious. All the game communities have been posted over 72 hours in swearing about the balance of the Lizardman warriors. A creature that is quiet only when he is with Oz, and is so violent other than that, it is out of control. Even the Lich King and Death Knight have a high level of attack difficulty like this one. I didn't lose. As soon as he was released on the battlefield, he made a hole in the tanker line of the Orc Legion in front of him, dug into it, and pushed it into the depths. At that time, the number of orcs scattered under his feet was about to exceed 4 positions. A legendary boss monster that couldn't be overcome even with the joint efforts of orc rankers with hundreds of heads. After a while, the boss monster whose attack difficulty was evaluated as heinous in the dragon camp was this Lizardman warrior until Yongok's torture engineer, which is a high-level compatible monster, appeared. Fuss. The Lizardman warrior struck the body of the Banshee Queen on the ground and started walking towards this side. You can feel the pressure as if the entire field is tightening. Indeed, it was the dignity of the Death Dragon, Oz Legion's final weapon. However, ground. There is one really strong ally who is not at all depressed despite the momentum of such a Lizardman warrior. Oz is right there. Do not disturb. A child who has gone wild after his mother's death. A shoplifter or avenger jack-o'-lantern was trying to save the enemy's life with a scythe. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 374. Previous talk next. Chapter 375. Kill Me Too. Lizard Man Brave. Class. S/characteristics. Dragon. Minions. Darkness. High-speed regeneration. Battlefield. Lower extreme. Poisonous. Medium width. Penetration. Self-destruction. Habitat. Impossible zone. The path of death. Giant in Guk. Yi size. 9M. If you think about it, the ranks of the middle bosses that have appeared so far have been controversial. The Lich King's middle boss is the S-class demon-type monster Horimaru, and the Death Knight's middle boss is the S-class fusion chimera monster human centipede. Of course, there will be an intermediate boss under Oz, the Death Dragon. The problem is that the middle boss is rich. It is an S-class monster that is much stronger than a king or a Death Knight. Gaiaha. Jio. Nope. Lizardman Champion. This gigantic reptilian monster was looking down at us with a murky eye. The raid starts. I gave orders carefully. Yunsol falls behind, and Drake blocks in front of him. At the same time, me and Jack-o'-lantern took over the left and right of this giant lizard man and approached carefully. Then, lizard man warriors appear hard from the start. Boom! It threw the Banshee Queen's corpse into me. Banshee Queen trembled to see if he still had power. But I relentlessly reached out and cleared her body. Pack! The moment I kicked the Banshee Queen. Boom! Thicker than the base of a baobab tree. Lee flies like a whip. It's fast, but I quickly leaned back on my back and bent my head to the side. That's all. The Lizardman Champion's tail passes through the tip of my ears. Damn it. Quack quack wang. The whole terrain behind me is a roar. Rumble. After his tail passed, I flowed like water into the empty space. Exclamation point. The Lizardman warrior seems to be embarrassed by my movements, even if he digs to his side. I crossed the two cuts with an X, crossing the Lizardman warrior's waist. Per fuck. The two pieces cut through the gap of the hard scales are stuck and inflicted minor injuries. He gave little damage, but once he succeeded in applying damage, he benefited from the deal exchange. It's done because I put in a valid hit. Let's fall. As I stepped back, everyone except Jack-o'-lantern retreated outside a certain distance. Now, after a few hours, it is clear that the HP of the Lizardman Champion will hit the bottom. If it wasn't for high-speed playback, which is one of his characteristics, it would have been. The Lizardman warrior was recovering the damage inflicted on him with amazing regenerative power. It's an annoying characteristic. The raid time will be longer. I stepped back behind Yinshin, looking at the Lizardman warrior. Gnome is set to attack all players except Lizardman players unconditionally. Among our party members, there were no people with similar items or characteristics, let alone Lizardmen, so we couldn't avoid the aggro of him. Quackwang. The Lizardman warrior came to swing his nails. 5 rows of strikes are long, and split everything in front of me. I retreated out of the reach of the tragedy, but the slope was steep, so even if I went back a little, I could get out of the scope of the tragedy. The problem was penetration damage. Puff puff puff. The Lizardman Champion has. Due to the penetration characteristic, the damage of a strike breaks through the soil or rocks that block them and pours behind them. I certainly hid behind the stone pillar, but the devastating damage broke through the stone pillar and put a sheath on my abdomen. Wow. I had to be frightened by the range of damage beyond imagination. Fortunately, I ended up with minor injuries, but my maximum stamina was so low that I almost died from this one hit. Had it not been for the angling team, he would have really died. Crew. The Lizardman warrior randomly cuts the things in front of him. Even if it was not successful in cutting, it was very annoying because it had a penetrating characteristic. If you can't avoid the attack of the orbit at all, the tragedy damage will continue to follow no matter where you hide or run away. Drake frowned. It's very annoying to have the penetration characteristics attached to such a guy. Drake also uses weapons with penetrating properties. Papon. He picked up 2 crossbows and fired them in succession. 2 one-handed crossbows capable of continuous shoot arrows at tremendous speed. Puck. Per fuck. Puck. Puffer puck. The Lizardman warrior made a crackling sound as he saw the arrows hitting his body. Drake's arrow is for Lizardmen. Although I couldn't penetrate the hard scales of the company, every time I hit it, it was making a lot of scratches. The regenerated part became harder and harder because of the Beakjin no Jang characteristic, but it would be very annoying for a Lizardman warrior because the lake was skillfully targeting only soft parts such as joints, eyes, nose, and mouth. Ah! Lizardman champion is Drake's angry. I tried to swing my nails to see if the flesh was annoying. However, dang, Lizardman's warrior's nails slid halfway down in the air and then stopped. Jack-o'-lantern. The blade of revenge he had forged was holding the Lizardman warrior's nails in the air. Do not disturb, get off. Jack-o'-lantern kicked off his feet and kicked the Lizardman warrior's ship to the rear. Jaya! Lizardman's warrior swung his nails, but Jack-o'-lantern struck out the assault using tin vampires. At the same time, the lion's main cloak is fierce. Fluttered. Quack-quack-wang. Jack-o'-lantern, who made a big leap forward, lifts a scythe and digs into the arms of the Lizardman warrior. Aim behind the neck, Jack. I hurriedly placed the order. 3 pieces of wickedness protruding from the back of the Lizardman's neck. This area, where all nerve bundles are concentrated, is the biggest weakness of reptile-type monsters. Boom. Jack-o'-lantern lifted a scythe and aimed at the back of the Lizardman warrior's neck. Since the volcano's scythe has an abnormally curved edge, it is possible to attack the back of the neck while still in the front of the enemy. But, dang, the sound of hitting hard things is loud once. Krook. The Lizardman warrior covered his back neck with both hands and used the scales on the back of his hand to prevent Jack-o'-lantern from attacking. At the same time, pew. The Lizardman warrior sprayed the venom in his mouth toward the front. Disgusting, sticky venom came out and spewed out toward the Jack-o'-lantern. Damn it, there was also a pattern of poisoning. I stepped back to avoid the pouring poison. Then, flash. I wondered if the body of the Lizardman warrior was covered with a dark red aura for an instant. QQQQQQQQQQ slash. The amount of venom emanating from his mouth has increased several times. It was, of course, a huge spray of venom that splashed up to Yoon's soul and Drake behind me. Oh, shoo, shoo. I spit out the venom that went into my mouth and stepped back behind a stretch. Basilisk's poisonous characteristic prevented him from being heavily addicted, but he couldn't avoid a decrease in HP because his venom was more poisonous. Is it because of the amplification characteristics? Amount of venom. There are a lot of these. I bit my lips while receiving Yunsel's heal. One of the characteristics of the Lizardman warrior, amplification, this literally greatly strengthens one characteristic. The penetration characteristic doubled by amplification increases its range several times, and the poisonous characteristic increases its toxicity several times. Puwak. The Lizardman warrior amplified his poisonous character and was sprinkling all over the world with poison that had overflowed with it. The poisonous luck emanating from his body was soaking the dark red earth all black. Flash. Yunsel's special mana burn from Gordix. I used my castle to confront the Lizardman warrior. Crush. However, the Lizardman warrior does not turn into a golden statue even though he has seen the curse of gold with his eyes. As expected. Yunsel lamented slowly. I was vaguely guessing. The 2 eyeballs of the Lizardman champion. Those 2 eyes with only whites squeezed beyond the full brows have already lost their role long ago. Kwa 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 ko kwong slash. The Lizardman warrior again swings his nails and blows a blow. He's now stabbing his nails into the air and killing them in a straight line. I was sending it to make it. Drake muttered with a shocked look. Pass through, poison, amplify. These 3 linkages are incredibly troublesome. In addition, because of the high-speed reproduction and the characteristics of a long battlefield, you can withstand the damage of the cut to some extent. In addition, basic physical strength, defense, attack power, and agility are evenly excellent. I've been dealing with a lot of boss monsters so far, but it was the first time I had such a headache. First of all, what can we do if we pierce the harder scales first? But, as always, I find a way. But it doesn't mean there's very little way to catch it. To be precise, the strategy that countless deceased figures found before returning. But it is. I went through the inventory and pulled out an item. Immortal / materials / The manly appearance symbolizes immortality itself. The Lich King and Death Knight. An item that combines 2 halves of beads obtained by grabbing them into one. A black marble was blowing an ominous aura above my hand. Yunsel and Drake paid attention to my choice. Are you writing this here? But how can I use it? The expression that neither could catch up with it. I shook my index finger. It's hard with this item alone. I have an auxiliary tool that I need to use together. When I finished speaking, I drew one more item besides the essence of immortality. Inverted integer / material / D. It is a marble with the power to turn it upside down. It is applied in various places. What I took out was a loosely shaped, translucent bead. Ding! As it is an item that doesn't have a strong presence, Yunsol and Drake can't remember it either. I kindly brought back their memories. Why? I used to catch Gordian. When I went there, I said, these are the items I got on the first floor of the Nether's play. I grabbed a cricket that burns upside down and a golden tree frog and got it in large quantities. Only then the faces of friends brighten. However, that doesn't mean that the question of how to deal with the Lizardman warrior will be resolved. I asked Yunsol and Drake, what is the opposite of immortal? Then Yunsol and Drake both answered easily. That's mortal. But I shook my head. That's right too, but that's half the answer. While my friends tilted their heads, I turned and looked at the Lizardman champion, Youngster, in front of me. What I was paying attention to was that sturdy scale that covered his whole body densely, abundantly, and stubbornly. Soon, I said the opposite of I'm mortal in my mouth. The correct answer is hair removal. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie, 375. Previous talk next. Chapter 376. Kill me, 3. Immortal. Adjective. 1. Immortal. 2. Immortal. Immortal. A word that means immortality. It has been covered countlessly in military, games, music, movies, and novels. The opposite word is mortaf, a rather common cliché, which is also used as the main subject of many content. I think the power of these two words makes it somewhat special to the in-game worldview. I knew it would apply. Immortal means immortality. If it is reversed, it is hair removal. The meaning is also overturned, and it has the meaning of mortality. In the end, it can be seen that hair loss means mortality. In other words, it's all about transcendental translation. Yunsol and Drake hit their knees in front of my logic, with an expression that he doesn't understand at all. Well, it doesn't matter. My friends won't be able to understand anyway. After all, the grief of hair loss cannot be known unless you experience it yourself. Isn't it me who lived until the age of 35 before the return? I am a body that already knows the pain once. Well, it would be faster to go through it once than to listen to it 100 times. What? How terrifying is hair loss? I opened my eyes and nodded toward Yunsol, who asked. Puni. Judy Loaf, who was in her arms, came out through the mane of her cloak. He put the two beads on both waists together into one. Immortal / material / the manly appearance symbolizes immortality itself. Inverted integer / material / d. It is a marble with the power to turn it upside down. It is applied in various places. The power from the two marbles was exerting tremendous power. Doesn't hair loss eventually come because of the power, hormones, produced by the two beads, even in reality? Looking at that, you can feel that this game is subtly tested in reality. Tiring. Item fusion is complete. Soon, the two marbles in Judaloaf's hand became a complete item. Depilation / materials / the manly appearance symbolizes mortality itself. This is an item that is made by turning the immoral upside down. Who will deny that it soon symbolizes mortality itself? The item name seems a little weird, but in fact, even items with names such as sesame leaf sauce cloak or kimchi wrapping could be a bit wrong in translation in the existing yard. For example, there are many examples of strange translations, such as translating the bastard sword as sword of the West, or translating the two-handed greatsword as the great sword with two handles. I took the newly made beads in my hand. If you are concerned about hair loss, you will understand all of these situations generously, and if you are not, you will not understand. I really want to understand. Not a map. The moment I just held the hair loss beads in my hand. Jaya. The Lizardman warrior has come to a match. It exhibited amplification and poisonous characteristics at the same time. Boo 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 boo. Boo, boo boo boo. Dark steam boils from the whole body. I wondered if his tonsils were swelling enormously, and soon a whirlpool of dark venom began to spurt out of his mouth. Qua 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 qua. Powerful acidic waves sweep through the super wide area. Since it is an attack with a penetration characteristic, it would be difficult to prevent the poisonous energy from penetrating the ground and attacking it even if it is covered. Damage all. I shouted ahead of the incoming black waves. Jack-o'-lantern bravely stepped forward with a volcano's scythe. First I will try to stop it, but I can't guarantee for more than 1 minute. That's enough. Wow. I stood behind Jack-o'-lantern and soon broke the hair loss beads in my hand in a fierce look. Oh. Then a tremendous energy began to explode in my hand. The black energy that leads everything to mortality. The energy of hair loss. Grow up your hair. I made a gun shape with the thumb and index finger of both hands outstretched and fired at the Lizardman warrior. Hair loss beam. The rays of light emitted from the index fingers of both hands penetrated the waves of poison and accurately penetrated the heart of the lizard man warrior. Jaya! The lizard man champion stops, spraying the venom, then stands in place and stumbles. We could barely survive the storm of violent poison. However, oh goo, wow, my head. Oops, what happened to this? Yoon-Sol and Drake, who were close behind me, were also caught in my attack. Yoon-Sol said that he had a smell that he had changed and was covering his head with a cloak of a sandworm he didn't like. Apparently, the hair loss beam was combed, and the side hair and the back hair seemed to remain. For reference, Drake, who was hit by a hair loss beam, was left as it was. Should I call him Mandrake, not Drake? When I'm thinking about this or that, Yoon-Sol and Mandrake cry urgently. How long will this be like this? It doesn't even affect reality, right? You must have been very embarrassed. Calm down. Of course it has nothing to do with reality. But Ujin, even with the heal magic, it can't be cured. Even in the original reality, hair loss is not covered by insurance. It's similar. Divine power. I can't even cure it. I answered Mandrake and Yoon-Sol's question step by step. But calm down. There is no way to get it back. What is it? Abnormal state hair loss is a pretty troublesome debuff. Physical stats aren't really falling, but it looks like it's outwardly. Because I hate it. A powerful curse that even priests with powerful divine powers cannot break. There is a possibility that your hand can be seen through your head when gambling, that you can be mistaken for a baked egg by others, that when you go to the beach, there is a protest due to the reflected light and the cold of metal when wearing a helmet. There were also fatal disadvantages, such as having to feel it directly with the scalp. However, it is surprisingly simple to get out of this condition. You guys were hit by the hair loss beam. If you don't shout grow up your head 5 times within 30 seconds, your characters will be under the curse of maintaining that customization for life. Grow up, head, 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 head. It was Yoon-Sol and Drake who shouted quickly without even breathing. Before long, Yoon-Sol and Drake's hair began to return abundantly. However, monsters who could not speak were an exception. Patter, patter, patter. Lizard hit by a hair loss beam. Immediate changes began to occur in the man's body. It seems that he was so severed that his voice could not come out properly. The sturdy scales wrapped around the body of a lizard man warrior. The only thing that made it a light groove even with Drake's arrow shooting. The rotten radishes were being pulled out. Patter, patter, patter. Scales accumulate in the sinkholes in the lowlands, flowing down into the suchet hole where venom flows out. The lizard man warrior is struggling with both hands and pulls the scales out and tries to attach it to his body again. That way, the scales that have already been removed. There is no work. I did not do well when I was like that. I spoke to the lizard man warrior. However, this is not just a word for the enemy. I prayed for my sincere advice to me 15 years later. Whatever is important, you have to be good at it when you are stuck next to it. Even if you feel the vacancy after leaving, it is because it is too late. People too. Hair too. Whatever. The raid starts in earnest from now on. I charged for the lizard man champion, who had most of the scales peeled off and became bare. Poop. Pop. It's been blocked or bounced, but the unknowns get stuck. When the scales, which were proud of their strong defense, disappeared, the lizard man warrior looked like a big chicken. While Yoon-Sol grabbed the ankle with his divine inability, Drake fired a large arrow made from the bad ending's body and intercepted the joint. And Jack-o'-lantern held the volcano's scythe and made the final match. I go beyond you to Oz. The Avenger raised a scythe. Boom! A heavy scythe fell towards the lizardman's neck. Spot! However, the lizardman warrior escapes the death sentence with tremendous reflexes in the process. Even though I had a long scar on my face. Pew! Push tasting. The poisonous liquid and blood, which is extremely acidic, splashes in all directions, dissolving the soil and rocks. Jaya! The lizardman warrior screamed. The flesh cracked, and the bones inside were clearly revealed. It was a big wound that could not be easily repaired even with its high-speed regeneration characteristics. Look! No! The lizardman champion retreated back with a staggering appearance. Drake blown in the whole body. The arrow was stuck like a hedgehog, and due to Yoon-Sol's debuff, he was unable to move freely. There, the dot damage stack I had stacked up until now was stacked, and he was a mansion chang. There, now lifesaver Jack-o'-lantern prepares for the final blow. Good profit. The scythe shook like a pendulum and was aimed at the face of the lizardman warrior. Finished. It is now, I shouted without missing a gap. Then, the lizardman warrior raised his tattered palm. Ha, don't do it. Hate. His rotten voice. He hissed and said sparsely. It hurts. I'm scared fight. Everyone was amazed that this monster knew how to speak. Both Yun-Sol and Drake nodded. Hey, it was the setting that Lizard Man was originally human? Well, Mo twisted by the power of the dragon. It is Lizard Man who has become accustomed. Lizard Man players and Lizard Man monsters that existed before the cataclysm are the same. It is a fact that all users know that a human being corrupted, evolved, and transformed by the power of a dragon is a Lizard Man. So now the Lizard Man warrior. I can't speak to a certain extent. It wasn't particularly surprising to me. Well, it doesn't seem that the language skills are properly equipped in the first place. However, Tuck. At the moment, Jack-o'-lantern stopped standing in place as if it had been hit by a lightning bolt. The candle inside the pumpkin's head trembled. It was because of the last word that the Lizard Man warrior gave hard. Run away, Jack. The Lizard Man warrior was holding on desperately, barely standing upright in his declining body. There were times when I was crushed by fear. The will to never fall down. What is it to stand up for? What are you looking at now with your distant eyes? The vortex center of this chaos that nothing can guess. The Avenger stands blankly without doing anything. The only thing he could do was ask a little bit of an enemy who had become a barrage in front of him. Dorothy. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 376. Previous talk next. Chapter 377. Kill Me for. The Era of War. A world where dragons and demons fought. Weak humans had to choose. Dragon or devil? Which side should I stick to be able to live one body in this whirlwind of confusion? Humans who chose the protection of the dragon were distorted and transformed by their mighty power. As soon as they fell into the dragon's minion, scales that imitated their masters sprung on their entire body, and their teeth and nails also became sharp like blades. He has strong muscles, a large body, and a long and tough tail so that he can adapt and survive in a messy world, and the blood flowing in his body has also become colder. Those who had a noble character or had a powerful body during their lifetime, the more severe the change was. It hurts. I'm scared fight. Lizard Man warrior. He wasn't falling down with his body being broken down. A long time ago, the memories of being still humans seemed to be the only stakes that kept this miserable lizard from falling down. Gon Yi. The poisonous acidic liquid falls like tears from his eyes. Each time, the whites were getting muddy with the sound of burning eyes. Run away, Jack. The Lizard Man warrior persists without being knocked down even though he retreats in horror. Meanwhile, Jack-o'-lantern froze in place like a child who met a ghost. Dorothy. However, there is no answer to the question. I closed my lips firmly. Then, I opened the status window of the boss monster in front of my eyes. Lizard Man Champion Level 1. S/traits. Dragon. Minions. Darkness. High speed. Regeneration. Battlefield. Subclimactic. Poisonous. Amplification. Penetration. Self-destruction. Habitat. Impossible zone on the way to death. Yi size. 9M. It's okay, Jack. I will find you. Like a midsummer night's shower. Brave Dorothy. Dorothy the Dragon Hunter. She became a lizard man. I fell into the toy of Oz, the death dragon. The deep, incomprehensible goal has now become something that cannot be crossed forever. Run away? Even you. Jack, okay, I can fight more I have. I stop it. Is she still trapped in the nightmare of confronting the death dragon Oz? Dorothy raises her distant eyes and keeps holding on and holding on again. Jack-o'-lantern was still standing in a desperate attitude. Tin Woodcutter, Cowardly Lion, and Dorothy. Everyone has become a play street for Oz, the death dragon. Dorothy, trapped in such a harsh environment. How long the hell? Jack-o'-lantern looked at the chains and handcuffs scattered around. In addition, Dorothy's ugly split and ruptured body. Dorothy. Jack-o'-lantern stood blank for a while. And soon, he figured out what was at the end of this chain of fate in the chain. Oz. 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 A eerie blood exploded under the pumpkin mask of Jack-o'-lantern, who shouted 3 times in a row. The soul of the Avenger faces a deeper abyss. The momentum was so fierce that even me, who was next to him, flinched for nothing. Well, joining forces with new colleagues was killing old colleagues. It will feel strange. I looked at Jack-o'-lantern with a bitter look. Originally, I thought that the circumstances of the NPCs were nothing more than programmed settings. But these days, the sensitivity has become more sensitive, so whenever I do this, I feel like it. Wow, Jean, it's so shocking. How to? I'm so pitiful. Hoing me. Yun-Sol, who became deeply immersed in the game after the story of the angel girl Nettie on the Celestial Island, has already been crying. Jadilo Fei, who was in her arms, was also full of tears in her eyes. In this situation, the coolest person was Drake, who was also the ancestor. Okay, How long are you going to leave all of the catches? Let's do it quickly. Go ahead and go to the next stage. It was a voice full of joy for being able to compete with Oz, the Death Dragon, one of the strongest players in this worldview. Wow, Mandrick, are you really lacking in sensitivity? Yes. In this situation, is it important to hold the boss right now? I and Yunsol also blame Drake, but still, we are aware of our position as players. Ready to resume hunting. I jumped forward with the Shamdan that became a dual Sudan do. Fook. Fu Fook. My basic attack power, wearing a picaresque mask, is already at a considerable level, so I can stick a lot of dill just by touching it lightly like this. Watching the dill meter in front of me pump up straight, I spur my knife. Boom. Jack-o'-lantern also held a Volcanoes versus Scythe, and he made the final sentence for a friend, teacher, friend, benefactor, and woman whom he once respected and loved more than anyone else. Then, exclamation point. Jack-o'-lantern had to stop the scythe again. Just before the final blow, Rossi and his eye met. No, maybe it was his own illusion. Dorothy had long since lost her sight a long time ago. Foray. Just before the blade of the scythe touches Dorothy's flesh, it stops and trembles thinly. What are you doing, Pumpkin? It's fast. I was pretty embarrassed. It's the first time I've seen NPCs troll at such an important moment. However, Jack-o'-lantern does not move as if a bug occurred. Yet. Bang. Dorothy's tail flew and struck Jack-o'-lantern's body. Jick. The Jack-o'-lantern just went back and fell. It was a strong impact that the Tin Woodcutter's armor crushed. Jia. Dorothy climbed on top of a Jack-o'-lantern with a nearly missing finger saw and teeth. Quackwang. It was a floor where the soil was corroded a lot by poison, and there was a punishment room under which Dorothy had been confined. Rumble. Jack-o'-lantern and Dorothy are alike. It fell into the pit that was like a trap. Kugaguguk. A Jack-o'-lantern on the floor pushes Dorothy's face with both hands and holds it up. Then, Jack-o'-lantern and Dorothy's gaze once again met. It wasn't an illusion this time. An ugly distorted face, dull eyes. It was Jack-o'-lantern's own face that reflected on Dorothy's harsh whites. Rumble. In deep darkness, the abyss and the abyss face each other. Once again, Dorothy's mouth opened again as he was brought into the retribution room. Bamboo. It was a choppy voice. Porridge W give it. The moment I heard that, Jack-o'-lantern's body began to shake violently. Perhaps if he had a body that knew how to cry, he would have cried. The trembling soon stopped. I'm sorry, Dorothy. I made those words come out of your mouth. Jack-o'-lantern reached out and touched Dorothy's face. How long have you been alone? How long have you spent in loneliness, humiliation, and misery in this narrow abyss of deep depth? While you wander around the world in a state of losing your memory. Jack-o'-lantern continued to mutter. I'm sorry, Dorothy. Sorry. Sorry to be alone. Sorry. Then. 66. I sensed something strange. Scenery inside the punishment room. Strangely sturdy walls, small open spaces without blind spots, and a map with no space to hide. A warning rings in my head. It is also very loud. This map was a space to doubt at least once if you were a worn-out gamer. Jack, get out of there. Die. I cried urgently, but it was about half a step late. Hesitating Jack-o'-lantern, Dorothy. South face came close to him. Alone no Jack. I'm scared do not. Exclamation point. I'll seek you. Midsummer night shower like. This was the last word Jack-o'-lantern, who was running away from Oz, the Death Dragon one day, heard it. Perhaps because of her words, Jack-o'-lantern also had the courage to run away. I don't have a heart, Jack. I don't feel sick. So go ahead. It is courage to give up. Run away, Jack. Somewhere, the voices of other colleagues can also be heard. The voices of the Tin Woodman and the Cowardly Lion overlapped with Dorothy's voice. Wide. When finished speaking, Dorothy laughed brightly. In Jack-o'-lantern's eyes, it looked like a beautiful smile. Always in his memory. Dorothy's clear face. However, hey man, Pumpkinhead. Splash. Ah, that troll child. I've never seen and see troll again. In my eyes, it seems that the White Chief of Lizard Men, who became a man in the heart, and the middle boss guarding Oz, are preparing for the final counterattack. Drake and Yunsol, Jack and Rode. I glanced at me hindering the poetry, but I ran forward without worrying about it. Pa-a-slash. Dorothy's body swells enormously. It means that the amplification characteristics have bloomed to the limit. At the same time, his last trait, self-destruction, was triggered. Automatic when HP falls to the limit. Characteristics expressed as. It is literally self-destruction. Rather, I wore a barbed wire around Jack-o'-lantern's body, using the kill chain feature. Oz raid is right there. Don't lose your pumpkin head. Pull. Yunsol and Drake, who heard my order, and even Judalope helped me. Come. The moment I pull the barbed wire wrapped around the waist of Jack-o'-lantern. Quabang! A terrifying explosion took place and swallowed everything up. Torn Newbies. Korean novel Torn and Torn Newbie 377. Previous talk next. Chapter 378. Kill Me 5. Kururuk/. The aftermath of the explosion was stronger than expected. The blood of intense acidity soaked into the earth. Rocks, soil, and sand crumble and become tangled together. They melted and became a solid mass. The land is torn down, and the land is getting lower and lower. Meltdown. When the furnace collapsed or the catastrophe that would have occurred, the power of the Lizardman warrior was. I felt like it was fictitious. This one was really close to death. I barely survived with 1 HP left. This is thanks to the characteristics of Death Knight Samber team. Even if he barely managed to save his life, it was even more difficult to survive the storm after the torture that loomed right after him. Dump. I sank in the heart of the explosion. Ho-yen. Judy Loaf popped out of my arms. He didn't know what to do, looking at the wounds in every corner of my body. The crying expression is pretty cute. Probably, leaving the relationship between the monarch and his servant, he is worried about the safety of the few remaining people in the world. It's okay. I'm not dying. Number 1 in the wills of men in this world. I stroked Judy Loaf's head and read it out. Then, there was a white flame that removed the dark poison fog. The warmth peculiar to the heal magic waved warmly. Oh, okay. Are everyone okay? Yin-Sol, who ran through the poison fog, hurriedly grabbed my shoulder. Drake, who flew in the storm, was also running with potions and poison neutralizers. In the moment of crisis, I covered Yin-Sol and Drake and even saved Jack-o'-lantern. This is because he had confidence that he would not die because he had the characteristics of an overbearing team anyway. And thanks to that, Jack-o'-lantern in the punishment room was also able to survive. He just looks down at the floor of the retribution room, where nothing is left, soaked in poison. In everyone's ears, including Jack-o'-lantern, there was a buzzing but inaudible voice. You all go find it. A midsummer night's like a shower. Champion Dorothy. Her last line, turned into Oz's soother, revolves around her ear. The earth is all wet with poison. Jack-o'-lantern muttered with his head shaken. Why did Dorothy self-destruct? An unanswered question weighs heavily on his shoulders. Of course I know the answer. Just looking at the script of the game, the scenario of the quest, and the programmed result, it was a simple mechanism. The reason the Lizardman warrior committed self-destruction is due to its self-abuse characteristic, and this is a situation that can occur at a certain rate in a certain HP range. Looking outside the game, it can be easily explained with this sound analysis result. But saying that didn't mean Jack-o'-lantern could understand it. He is an artificial intelligence in the game, and he believes in fate, a scenario in the game. In the first place, the dialogue and emotional state of NPCs are also just programs that expand to a variety of options to suit various situations. Jack-o'-lantern keeps going on his own. Why did you make that choice last time? Would you ever want to kill me? Until the moment when life is over. Was she a slave to Oz? He suffered as he looked down at the pieces of flesh and bones on the floor. Probably if I had hair, I would have squeezed it over and over again. Tuck. I put Jack-o'-lantern on the shoulder. It's not too late for troubles even after revenge is over. Right. That's right. Jack-o'-lantern nodded at me. He noticed that neither Yin-Sol nor Drake were a little surprised because it was rare for him to listen to others outside of the battle. Dorothy's blood is terribly toxic, has polluted all of the vast land. The whole terrain has changed. This powerful acidic blood melts the soil and digs deeper and deeper, causing the entire map to collapse below. The whole floor was colored black. Was it because he blew himself up? Lizardman brave, no brave road. The poem has left nothing behind since his death. No item, no title, or even a common notification sound did not ring. As if they weren't there in this world from the beginning, they completely disappeared in front of them. All she left was blood with a terrible smell. Yin-Sol and Drake muttered bleakly. It seems that not only Jack-o'-lanterns, but also the players. I'm tired of both my body and my mind, but I don't have any compensation. It was the hardest among the middle bosses I had fought so far, but nothing fell. There's no beggar like this either. Didn't game developers hate making this reward? It's almost compelling. However, I had no disagreement with what happened to this result. To be cool, Jack-o'-lantern put all the key deals alone, and besides, since he blew himself up at the end, there's nothing to say in terms of contribution. If it is a reward, it is about a slight increase in experience. Although no compensation has been given for titles or items. Continued. LV82 up. Title, Basilisk Hunter, Special. Poisonous / Sandworm Lander, Special, Drought / The Devil Sinker, Privilege, Deep Sea / Tombstone for the Dead, Privilege, Undead / Hellwheel Great King Crab, Privilege, Close Battle Veteran / Maw Catfish Taegong, Special, Sleep, Fortune / Kraken Killer, Privilege, Paleontology / Pet of Judalope, Queen Widow, Special, Gnawing / Eight-Legged King Beheader, Privilege, Incomplete Metamorphosis / Lizardman Slayer, Privilege, Collection / Cannibal Emperor Siege Self, Privilege, First Cataclysm / Survivor of the Twisted Nether, Privilege, Saving / Commander of the Left Army of Immortality, Privilege, Heart of the Bees / Commander of Friendliness of Immortality, Privilege, Optional. HP 820/820. It has been a long time since the phrase new did not appear in the title column. The status window opened after a while. The level of the experience bar was almost completely filled, and the level went up. The level has risen, but it seems like something is only good. Drake sighed lightly. He, too, has gone through the battlefield in the meantime and has risen to level 73. State. Then Yoon Sol responded cheerfully. Don't be too disappointed. If you listen to Yeojin's words, all high-level things have benefits later. Surprisingly, Yoon Sol, who contributed the least in this battle, also crossed the wall of 70 of Rama's level. It seems that he has accumulated a lot of experience while coming down to this point. Maybe it's a reward for sweeping countless scarecrows in Taejun? However, neither Yoon Sol nor Drake were actually very satisfied with the level rise. In fact, even if the level is higher than the human race selected in this game, there is no special perk. At best, inventory expansion, or the degree of efficiency gain when using consumables such as potions and food. Lizardmen and orcs have a sharp difference in their basic physical depending on their level, so the higher the level users are, the stronger they are, but humans who are greatly affected by the item are more dependent on the temper than the level. No matter how much the level goes up, the item's skill level increases and the characteristics of the item increase. Even we do not register our level in the official rankings, so it is difficult to be the object of envy of others. I quietly poisoned all those friends. If you put a lot of levels up, they'll all be useful later. It's better. Just one word of that was enough. Both Yoon Sol and Drake nodded, stopping any more grumbles. This is because I know it through my experience. If I say I like it, there is a reason for that. Meanwhile, it wasn't that the rewards of this raid weren't very missing. Dorothy's blood engulfs the entire ground. The blackened soil was melted down by the powerful acid poison, and the massive blood clots in the bedrock were revealed under the reddish soil. Tiring. The death of the last guardian, brave Dorothy, has been confirmed. Hell on the way of death, the zone of impossibility, Kra. The secret passage connecting the layers of loyalty to the Shimji, Sun Jate, is revealed. Heart Guy, Sun Jake. The last space where Oz, the dead dragon, lives. The secret passage connecting the third and fourth basement floors has finally appeared in front of me. This is the last match. I'm in front of the abyss leading to the heart. Stood on. The entrance to the hell. Below this is the real. Behind the scenes, beyond the black curtain. One of the 17 overlords reigning at the top of Deus Ex Machina's worldview is waiting for me. The Black Dragon Lord, the lowly one, the great king of the 7 blacks, possess all the corpses. Now, the 7 oldest phases, the absolute of the conflict zone. Fixed S+, grade monster death long Oz. Poke. The thrill runs from the tip of the toe to the crown. I've finally come this far. The moment I catch him, I will reign at the top. Game and reality. To the king of both worlds. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie, 378. Previous talk next. Chapter 379. Death Dragon Odds 1. Tiring. You have entered the hell on the way of death, Heart Guy, Sun Jate. First visitor's name is recorded on Akashic records. We are the deepest of the road to death. Came down to the place. As the slope of the spiral orbit disappeared, a dark red plane appeared. Abyss where sticky lava flows slowly. Boo, 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 boo. What looked like flat wasn't really flat. A huge sea of lava spread underneath where black and sharp strange rocks were scattered. Those unfolding below the horizon were so wide and vast that they looked like the ground. The flames blazing brightly enough to blind you were running around like a foal, pushing your profit. Hot heat, gas, and fumes float through the wet air. Above the lava sea, there was a single road made of black rock cliffs, and although it was cut off in some places, it was a shape that stretched for quite a long time. Patter. The patter. Fondant. Passe. Several black pebbles rolled down a single road slip into the sea of lava. They turned into a handful of soot and disappeared. If you slip your feet, you'll be logged out right away. Drake muttered, looking down the steep cliffs as if he had carved them out. The moment you enter a single road, an eerie notification sound popped up in front of my eyes. Ye tiring. The Master of the Heart shows interest in the dead person. Death Dragon Ots, the oldest and most powerful of the Black Dragon clan. He noticed my approach. I recalled 2 hidden quests that I had. Hidden Quest, Immortal Left Corps Commander. Hidden Quest Occurrence Condition, those who defeated the Lich King. Hidden Quest, Commander Wu of Immortality. Hidden Quest Occurrence Condition, the person who defeated the Death Knight. Thanks to these 2 quests, I am able to stand here. Will be. If either of the 2 had been copied, the entry to the 4th floor would have been denied. Thanks to the Lich King and the Death Knight, I was able to come this far. In the middle, I remember the Zodiac almost stealing the Death Knight, and my spine was thrilled. I knew what would really happen then. Everything that had been arranged step by step was almost in vain. Had it not been for Yunsel's base and Drake's trust, it would not have come to this point. Jack-o'-lantern was also a strong ally. In the end, it can be said that it was thanks to my trusty colleagues that made me stand here. But how come you are here? I looked around with an overwhelming mind. Black rocks rising up and down over the sea of lava, and a single road on a cliff winding in between. Anyone who has stepped on this bloody earth burning with hot red light will never exist except for me. Then, exclamation point. The jack-o'-lantern walking earlier stopped stepping. The lion's mane that wraps around his entire body stands stiff like a needle. Hot heat and gas are raging above the vast underground cavity. I did it. Clouds and gases that had been hazy floated together to create a large vortex flow, and a giant face appeared in it. Skin that looks old and old, like the bark of a tree that is thousands of years old. Wrapped around the black aurora. 2 red eyes. Death Dragon Oz was looking down at me in the hologram. You human. Oz opened his mouth to me. / those who have lived since Yeo cannot enter. If you are here to pay me a pledge of allegiance, take your own life here to prove it. There was nothing more to hear. I hit the quest window in front of me and hit the reject button. Tiring. Had you found the hidden quest Lizardman Warrior? Hidden quest occurrence condition. Having defeated the champion Dorothy. Conditions for completing the hidden quest. Accept the suggestion of the low man. Achievement reward. Lizardman's higher class, Drakeman. If you refuse, the displeasure of the lowly person will strike. The quest window that appeared in front of me disappeared before the contents were even opened. It really happened in the blink of an eye. At the same time, warning from the hidden quest window. The Death Dragon Oz's anger began to rush. Quang / gas and lava explodes just by opening his eyes. Corona occurred and rocked like a snake on the sea of magma. Rocks the size of a house fell from the ceiling. The whole sea of heat was violently tumultuous. Think again. Human. Unlike the fluctuating natural disasters, Oz, a porridge, was calmer than expected. Life will be too short to be overwhelmed. If you follow me, I wonder if you will be able to enjoy all the things you can enjoy as a single human being. If you know that you are satisfied, you order a man who is ripe to bow down. Listening to your teeth and keeping it in mind. 7. There are so many things. I hit the skip button repeatedly with an annoying expression. In the past, my legs trembled just by receiving the gaze from him, but not now. I am currently armed with 4 S-Class items. One of them was recently reinforced to the S+ rating. There are also strong colleagues who support their backs, so there is no need to panic. As I continued to chew the horse, the illusion of Oz disappeared at some point. S/S/S-S/S. The illusion of Oz turns into clouds, gas, and dust, and disappears. Aurora Man only wanders aimlessly in the blazing darkness. The earthquake stopped, and the lava sea was all quiet. No sound can be heard except for the sound of boiling lava. The surroundings were again immersed in silence, as if one did that. Pooh. Then, Yun-Sol, who kept holding his breath, spit out the old exhalation. After, I felt it the last time, but there is no real sense of pressure. Is this the dignity of a fixed S+ class monster? Isn't it? It's the second time. I'm sorry. My back is very wet because of the cold sweat. When I log out, I'll have to clean the capsule once. Yun-Sol trembles and laughs. Meanwhile, Drake asked me with a puzzled look. Down. But was Oz originally such a kind personality? Why? Well, no. It's curious to invite you to think again. I was angry and thought I would attack right away, and I had a long obstacle. I laughed at the words. Oz sees us as worms. Bug? Huh. An insect that can be stepped on and killed at any time. I looked back at Yunsol and Drake and asked, how would you feel if a small bug suddenly appeared and you pushed down a moderately heavy object such as a water cup, dumbbell, monitor, or flower pot? Then Yunsol replied with a terrified expression. If the bug knocks down the water cup, I think it's scary / Well, this isn't the reaction I was hoping for. But Drake just gave me the response I wanted. In reality, this guy? You're pretty strong on the subject of beret. I think it's amazing. That's right. I nodded at Drake's answer. From Oz's point of view, we are just little bugs. The Lich King, Death Knight, and Lizardman warriors are tools like water cups and dumbbells that Oz usually uses. Of course, curiosity is inevitable when small bugs push them down or kill them. Is that something like that? Right. Even that little bug. If you ask him to be a subordinate, you have a lot of power while talking about it. I think it will be very interesting. I think I'll try to use it as a subordinate for now. Right. But what if the worm I used as a subordinate sometimes doesn't obey my orders? Would you kill the worm with one fist while getting angry because it's the best? No, if the bug rebels. It would be amazing in its own way. It seems like I will try to persuade you with as good words as possible. They ask what they want. Right. A few tablespoons of sugar or a piece of jelly shouldn't be enough for the bugs to want. Giving something like that will gently tempt you and appease it. You don't really want to post with this mysterious and powerful bug. Our situation from Oz's point of view is roughly like this. Rather than being an enemy, he treats me as just a weird toy street. You have to be bitten by an insect and die before you become conscious. There is nothing wrong with the enemy being vigilant. I was going to take this opportunity to show you how hard we were. It's not a pet beetle that quietly eats jelly or eats in a plastic bucket. It is said that he is like a double B that cannot be tamed. While Drake and Drake were playing, we reached the very end of the hell out of the way. Tiring. You have entered the Shimji, Sunjate, Malhajang district, Marilijia Chu. First visitor's name is recorded on Akashic records. The deepest place in this dungeon. The point where the steeply connected road is cut off. Last place. Boo, 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 boo. The sea is boiling red lava. It's like a natural furnace. Oz's #1 furnace boasted an enormously large area. It looks like an infinite layer of oil, gas, and coal was ignited. It was like cutting the sun in half and looking inside it. And, goo-goo-goo-goo-goo-goo, something slowly rises from the bottom of the red water. A huge mountain of lava. It was being created in real time right in front of you. Quackwang. Rumble. At the same time as the lava sea shook fiercely, the nearby wall collapsed. Pajijik. Come on. Gooduk. In that short moment, a crack broke out on the surface of the hardened lava. Soon hot debris crumbles down. A wall covered with volcanoes' metal plates. All the walls that had passed by countless times were gradually swaying like a tent. It looked like 2 giant wings. An overwhelming scale. In that terrifying eruption, a heavy metal sound rang out. I can't understand the things that are still alive. In time, the lava is swept away like a waterfall, revealing a huge entity within it. The dark red volcano's coating shines smoothly in several places on the dark scales. Oz level 3. S+/special. Habitat. Size. One of the 7 monarchs who rule over all dragons in this world. A great black dragon that rules the abyss and tombs. Death will make you eternal. Ozji Yakchui Mal Hai Quan, Black King. Verse 4. Oz, the Dragon Lord of the Ebon Scales. He was there. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie, 379. Previous talk next. Chapter 380. Death Dragon Oz, 2. Oz, grade. S+/characteristics. Yi habitat. Yi size. One of the 7 monarchs who rule over all dragons in this world. The stomach that rules the abyss and tombs. For the black dragon, death will make you eternal. Osweek Blackwan Mao, Ahadu Black King. Verse 4. Older dragon, the 3rd oldest of the 7 dragon lords. Born as a promising dragon of the Balor, a giraffe of the Ebon clan. An underworld dictator who has never come down from the throne. Oz, the dragon of death. Here he is. It feels cramped all over the body. With my mouth shut, I looked up at the giant creature in front of me. Black dragon. There are only 17 monsters with a fixed S+ rating in the world that are against me. The pressure was tremendous when I put in front of my eyes the being who had always been hiding behind the veil and adjusting the causal rules of the world. Meanwhile, Yunsol and Drake were also unable to shut their open mouths. Wow, it's really amazing. At this point, it's not just a monster, it's like a god. That's a ridiculous size. I didn't make it to catch people. Oz, the death dragon, was the third oldest among the 7 dragon lords, boasting an enormous body. It looked much bigger than the lava dragon I had met before, Morgmer. Reptile or crustacean monsters. Because it grows in proportion to the age of listening. I narrowed my eyes and looked at Oz's appearance. The horns bent like a goat, scales like mountain ranges sprouting in the whole body, and lava flowing down through cracks throughout the body. Eyes that resemble the sun on the ground and teeth that are thicker than the swords of tens of thousands of legions. How on earth would you describe the overbearing feeling in words? However, the most peculiar thing was the dark red luster that he saw everywhere on his pitch-black scales. The madness that flashes as if burning an eyeball, Gongcheat. It was too bright and smooth to see that it was simply illuminated by the reflected light of lava. Volcanoes! I cried out. The black scales of the death dragon Oz were obviously missing teeth or were pulled out at all, and the place was replaced by a large metal plate of volcanoes. Even the wings were almost entirely covered with volcanoes' scales. All those volcanoes are mined by lizardmen players and scarecrows. It seemed obvious that they were smelted by. I was nailed to the metal plate from above. It was to coat the body. The entire wall of the dungeon was the wing of this monster. It's amazing. Was all the heavy labor that the gangsters upstairs were doing was for one Oz? Yunsol and Drake opened their mouths and admired. I nodded. Death Dragon Oz, I lost most of the scales of my whole body due to circumstances. So, to cover the weak spot where the bare skin was exposed, I chose volcanoes, which is light and hard enough to be compared to dragon scales. Circumstances? What's the matter? You must have lost in a power battle with some demonic constellation in the past. Well, one. It was a big difference. Both Yunsol and Drake both opened their mouths when they heard me. How wide is this world? There's another monster in the world enough to defeat that terrifying monster. I continued speaking, frowning at the dazzling light of the lava falling from Oz's body. The problem is the volcanoes Oz chose to cover his body is that it is a rare metal that is only mined in the area of Mammon, another constellation of demons. So Oz suddenly built a nest in Mammon's realm and declared the realm. Right. Of course, the greedy Mammon couldn't be still, and a conflict zone was created between the two. That is the 7th conflict zone that became a battleground for lizardmen and orcs. As everyone knows, after the cataclysm, a full-fledged current of war began between dragons and demons, and as the first death dragon Oz began to move, a conflict zone was created. In the midst of that, the era of gold mines, in which the fallen spirit Gordixa was entangled, began. All the players who flocked to the conflict zone were naturally caught up in the main quest according to their own race, which ignited the ignition of the race conflict that we have experienced so far. Like lizardman users and orc users attack each other with daily quests. And it is we who put an end to all these disputes. I subtract 2 double-headed shears. I faced a huge death lurking at the end of a high cliff. One of the absolutes who made the first movements after the cataclysm. Meanwhile, Jack-o'-lantern, he, too, was staring at Oz while holding the scythe firmly. Then Oz narrowed his eyes. I remember. You're the little thief back then. The reason I remember you is not because you are worthy, but because my memory is great. Did you share the story with your friends? You must have met while coming. The jack-o'-lantern exploded in response to Oz's stupid question. Flash. The volcano's scythe emits an eerie blood. Oz dash. Jack-o'-lantern lifted the scythe high. The Avenger took out the blade that had been forged for such a long time. However, before he smashed the raised scythe. Pop. Death Dragon Oz moved first. Even if it moved, it wasn't a big move. However, the hand that was sinking under the lava must have been lifted and lightly stirred once. Only, it is as if the flies twisted on top of the fruit are chased once before picking it up. However, the aftermath was terrifying. Quong slash. Jack-o'-lantern fell out of the room. 2 large waves of lava pierced and flew away, breaking 7 stalactites behind them and making a long, deep hole in the cliff. Now, even if the dialogue is open now. After taking the jack-o'-lantern lightly, Oz turned again and looked down at me. He doesn't have much heart to fight unexpectedly. It seemed to be missing. Hey, it would be funny to fight the lions as soon as the insects attack. I lowered my posture and waited for Oz to speak. It still takes time to get him into a battle phase. Human, the lightness of an irresistible existence. Oz said, I can listen to anything you want. Part, honor, authority, human. There is only one thing you have to offer in exchange for getting all of that, but your life. It is a blessing to be able to reduce the weight of being born as a lower race of humans. Please listen, human. Think human. How many stains were there in your life, / living with boredom as the original sin? Sad thing, but it will not be your sin. The dragon of death was tempting me with sweet words. Sure, I feel bad listening, huh? I'm angry. Although it was counterproductive. But Yinsel's too behind me. The eyes were loosening hazy. Done. She began to rub her neck with both hands. Then slowly wrap it up and tighten it. Slowly, so that he doesn't even notice his hand. Widely, I struck her shoulder with strength. Soul, wake up. Huh, I'm asleep right now? I was stupid for a moment. I shook my head. It's because of one of Oz's traits, a cunning negotiator. You just got convinced by Oz, and you almost committed suicide. During the attack pattern of Death Dragon Oz, there is a mysterious suicide theory. There are times when human life really feels insignificant when looking at the two eyeballs that resemble the sun in the abyss. Rather, it would be a more valuable life to be resurrected as an undead by Oz after death, and a belief like a pseudo-priest would arise. But, fortunately, I am not subjected to such a mental attack. Continued. LV82. Title: Kraken Killer, Special, Paleontology. This is because the Kraken I caught with you Dahi in the past, and the paleontological trait obtained as a bonus at that time, protects me from mental damage. Paleontosis. J beings who have lived since ancient times always keep their place heavy and unchanging. The Paradise trait is a counter trait that resists mental magic. It is a passive characteristic that increases the magic resistance of mental systems such as brainwashing, hypnosis, hallucinations, and self-study to almost 100%. Drake also had this trait, so he couldn't go over to Oz's suicide theory. I was a little worried about Yinsol, who was not with me at the time of the Kraken raid. G.I.N.G. The harp baby Chion's cueing, held in Yunsol's hand, shakes lightly and vibrates her hand. This item contains the heart of my sister Betty, who wants to protect her younger brother, Nettie. The will of an angel who was born in love with the dark nature that he would be born with resides in Yunsol's body. Thanks to that, Yunsol was also able to manage the spirit of scattering and hit Oz straight. Drake said urgently, "Can't you attack right now? More. If you hear the above, you will be deceived. I think I've already suffered a jack-o'-lantern." But I shook my head. Oz hasn't made up his mind to fight yet. No damage right now. In order to bring him into the battle phase, he must first shred his sneaky negotiator character. In other words, they say that you must win the arguments and logic fights to make him sincere. First of all, the raid would be possible only if I made me to recognize me as an enemy rather than a bug. Well, to put it simply, the plan was to make it angry and pull it out. Yunsol asked with an anxious look, "Win the fight against the dragon. Can you do it?" Death Dragon Oz is an OP monster that is fraudulent even at the individual price, but in fact, it is the human power that is so outstanding. Monster who thinks and deduces everything in an instant, thanks to an incredibly sophisticated deep learning system. To overcome such an opponent with logic? It is possible. Enough. I nodded. Yunsol and Drake looked at me with respect. He is curious about how he will fight. However, my strategy is really nothing. I told Oz. To be precise, it refers to the dragon scales that were peeled off in some places on the giant head of Oz, and the volcano's scales that cover it. Is that a wig? Mr. Bald, personal attacks weren't the only way to make a rational and logical opponent mad. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 380. Previous talk next. Chapter 381. Death Dragon Odds 3. Is that a wig? Mr. Bald. I deliberately led the conversation to a poor quality mud bath. Even that noble Oz will say for a moment. It was a conversation that was low level enough to forget about it. Be polite, human. It's terrible. It's quite unshaven for myself to say this on my own. However, despite this, Oz had not yet lost his gentlemanship. Surely, great immobility. It's like a fixed S+ grade. I decided to scratch him a little more. I think it would be faster for me to grant your wishes than for you to do my wishes, Mr. Dayhead. My comment was a tricky twist on the algorithm of choice of deep learning AI. Oz, with incredible intelligence, immediately unfolds a conversation according to my topic. I changed the way. At first, there are two contradictions in your words. First, you don't have the ability to grant my wishes. Second, I am not bald. Because I didn't have a body part called hair. No, seeing that you are desperate to deny, you are bald. If you hit the scales with your hair, you do. The two are completely different. From my point of view, it's the same. It's just the point of view of your petty humans. Even from the perspective of dragons, it's a bit of a mandolti without scales, right? Oz listens to me and opens his eyes. It was unraveled. I wedge. Wouldn't the female dragons like their bare body without scales? Aren't you popular with women? Is one of the personal attacks that are quite insulting. However, do you have to be dichotomous like you humans? I am a feminine body. Oh, I didn't know that. This time I ate one shot. I shrugged. Well, that's okay. So let's move on to the wish issue. Oz is standing still, as if letting go of it. I open my mouth. Do you think I'm not capable of fulfilling your wishes? Yes. You won't even know what it is, let alone grant my wish. How insignificant humans are the best dragon's wishes. However, Oz couldn't keep talking to the end. The devil constellation. My words blocked Oz's speech. Furthermore, even the hot heart, seen as a crack between the volcano's scales on the chest, made the heart pound. I smiled as I looked at Oz. You want to kill this Mammon, the demon constellation of greed who is struggling for supremacy in the underworld, right? Once it is. Oz heard me and nodded as if he was quite admired. But this is not the end. And in the world after death, the devil constellation of binge-eating, Bellsbow. Do you want to kill this guy too? He too is. I'm quite intelligent for humans. Oz nodded softly at my words this time. However, I couldn't keep my composure as I had been with my last words. And ultimately, long ago, Satan, a demonic constellation of anger that made you like that during the Dragonma War, Lungua Zhanzheng. I'm sure you're aiming for that guy's life. Oz's eyes widened at those words. The vertically elongated black character sharply narrows in the burning eyeball. Soon, Oz spoke with a slight trembling voice. The first is that he is a little smart man, and anyone could have been able to do it. And the second is, among humans, if he is in the ranks of the great sage too, he can barely get a glimpse. However, third, there is no way to guess from my spirituality. Death Dragon's two eyes began to burn yellow. Chia, how did you find the keyhole? What is your identity, human? He asked, and I replied, I'm the only one who can make your wish come true. Then Oz laughed. How do you dare to listen to my wish? It can be accomplished by someone. Is not. It's only possible with my own hands. Certainly, it was stronger than before. It's a little bit, but sarcastic. I wedge. What can you achieve with that old and ugly body? What? Oz doubts his ears, but I'm not hesitant. You cannot beat Mammon, the young and brisk constellation of demons, with a weakened body due to lack of scales. The old and seasoned Beelzebub is even more. And more, Satan, who made your body into that ties. Okay. Quack 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 quang. The lava waves shook violently. Oz, excited, began to tremble. Coo goo 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 goo. Oz leans over and approaches this way. The lava waterfall cleared, revealing his body completely. Yunsol and Delake just opened their mouths to the overwhelming majesty. There is only. Look at me. Oz exclaimed. Volcanic coals, lava and whirlpools of flames in all directions. If you were a normal player, you would have died and logged out with only the terrain damage caused by these. But, despite Oz's majesty as if the heavens and earth are upside down, I opened my eyes straight. Almost all of them are now caught. Oz was extremely agitated. The fact that I feel threatened is auspicious as it means that he is revealing the underlying fabric. The majestic body of Oz, the death dragon revealed before his eyes, is all dark red. It's greasy. Half of the body was coated with black dragon scales, and the other half was coated with volcano scales with a dark red luster. I will extinct all the demons of this world. With this strongest body, the beating of the heart beats and shakes as if to explode in line with Oz's energy. Like a giant boom microphone in my heart. It felt like yelling in person. Both Yunsol and Drake were holding their hearts and staggering back. However, I am as casual as a person without a heart. It's not possible because I lean on foreign substances like that. I stabbed the lungs of the death dragon Oz. The most painful place when stabbed. It is the inferiority, Lir Dengam, hidden in the deepest part of the heart. I talked to Oz, who was smiling. To die while fighting with me. That's probably the best revenge you can do against your enemies. Oz's expression was gradually distorting bizarrely, and the wedge stuck in my words that followed. Because, with the power I gained after killing you, I will kill the 3 demon constellations mentioned earlier. Because, now I'm even broken. Come to think of it, why have you used respect until now? Have you ever been attacked by the psyche? Before long, a full-fledged death dragon raid began. Oh! Oz raised his big hand and smashed the sea of lava. A huge lava tsunami strikes the cliff where we stand. Then, blah. With a tremendous roar, the lava waves that covered us split horizontally. The waves where the waist is cut off. It deflected and bent into a strange orbit, and soon fell onto the surface of the faraway water. Oz. Jack-o'-lantern. He is back. Hoo. That's not good. You guys. Oz was in earnest and was willing to kill himself. No matter how much bugs you are, if you scratch your nerves to this extent, you will want to kill them. He has been attacking us with his enormous body. Let's fall. I order my friends. The cliff road we are standing on is very dangerous. Since the width of the cloud was limited, it should be at least on the flat ground where you started to fight while avoiding Oz's attack. Quackwang. Oz was constantly creating waves of lava. Walk away. Damn it. Jack-o'-lantern with a scythe from behind. If the lava and flames had not been removed, the escape would have been quite uncomfortable. It's because you have to look ahead and run, and at the same time block attacks coming from behind you. As I ran, I kept talking to my friends. The cliff road phase is comfortable when you think of Metal Soul X's boss, Pudgy Hermit, because the pattern is almost homage to you. One of the classic games, Metal Soul X, he is a classic game released in 1996. In this game, a giant hermit crab called Tissue Hermit appears as the middle boss, where the player must flee to the right on the one-way bridge map, and at the same time shoot a gun to smash the left leg to fight the approaching monster hermit crab. Oz's attack pattern was quite similar to it now. Bang, quackwang, puffer fong. While chasing through a single road, Oz fired 3 fireballs, one hitting the player, the other hitting a sea of lava, and the other hitting the ceiling. If you go back unconditionally, you will be hit by a fireball, so stay away from it, so that the fireball falls slightly behind the player's position, because it is programmed. In my words, neither Yunsol nor Drake nodded their heads. The fireball flying directly from the front was covered by Jack-o'-lantern. If he hadn't been with us, the raid would have been really tough. Oh! When all the lava waves missed, Oz roared and charged. Quack 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 quack. The cliffs of a single road crumble, and lava and fire swallow everything up. But we were retreating faster than that, so there wasn't a big problem. In a way, it can be seen as a forced scrolling method. Let's start hunting properly from that point when we fall back and come out of the flatland. So far, everything was going according to plan. Soon, the cliff of a single road in the distance ended and the dark red flat terrain began to appear. This is the first place we stepped on. Then, quackwang, the variable has risen. Fireball fragments hitting the ceiling were scattered irregularly and hit my ankles. No matter how old I am, I cannot predict variables like this. Thud. I rolled the floor for a moment. In the meantime, he rolled forward like a deceased figure to maximize the escape distance. Unfortunately, it was time for Oz to run and charge. Quack 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 quong slash. Oz's enormous body rushes through the road. What should I do? When I'm thinking about how to get out of this deadly situation. Oh, damage. Yunsol's voice came from behind my back. When I turn my head, Yunsol is mine. You can see it is approaching to the back. Idiot. Don't run away. Before I could even finish talking, she threw me back with Harimaru's arm. Look, Drake, who ran a little later than Yunsol, accepted me. Finally, quackwang. Yunsol got caught up in the aftermath of Oz's assault. Sol. I cried in astonishment. Yunsol, who took Oz's charge on behalf of me. However, surprisingly, Yunsol did not die. Coo-goo-goo-goo-goo. Oz slowed down the instantaneous speed of the clash and gently grasped Yunsol, who was ready for death, in his ear. Yunsol with a stupid expression in the fisheye. I looked up at Oz. The death that I thought would meet in an instant did not come. However, he was stuck in the grip of that death and was in a hurry. It was a situation that neither I nor Drake had expected, so I have no choice but to make a blank expression. In such a situation, Oz opened his mouth. Where, shall we see how sticky the friendship between coworkers is? He looked down at me with glaring eyes. Quageek. When Oz gave strength to his hand, Yunsol's body was slightly crushed. Your HP decreases in no time. Ah! As Yunsol screamed in surprise, Oz laughed. I clenched my teeth. Then it is. It was Oz that brought Dorothy's party to ruin. There was no way this cunning old dragon could just spare Yunsol. He's a neck that buzzes towards me. Spoke out loud. Give me a chance to take the place of this woman's life. Oz raised his hand holding Yunsol high. Whenever it was, the momentum was going to be the same as it was in the bottom of the Sea of Yongam. If you accept the deal, I will send everyone here to life, excluding only you. Cunning negotiator, Oz's proposal. It was exactly what was pointing at me. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 381. Previous talk next. Chapter 382. Death Dragon Odds 4. The bird fights to get out of the egg. Egg is the world. Those who want to be born must destroy a world. The bird flies towards God. The god's name is. From Hermann Hesse's Damien. The sneaky negotiator character was simple. After capturing the enemy alive, he proposes a hostage deal to his companions. Death Dragon Oz's attack pattern is very different from common sense. What are you going to do? It looks down at me like a laugh. The promise of returning Yunsol is also guaranteed to guarantee the lives of Drake and Jack-o'-lantern. But it is my life that I have to pay in return. Taking a supporter hostage and making a request for an exchange with a dealer, there is no way that common sense would accept this request. Without either of them, the raid becomes difficult, but the more important. It was because it was the dealer's side to pick the side. If it was an ordinary party, it would eventually lead to giving up the hostage. It was a really cunning separation strategy that was enough to crack each other's trust or friendship. But we are different. Oh, if it would have been, take it instead. I didn't even hit it. Just go, don't be shaken. I'll log out. After Yunsol finished speaking, he quickly opened the status window for logout. Unable to use her hands due to the pressure that was clamped in all directions, she attempted to log out with voice recognition. Disconnect. Recognizing sex. Recognition complete. Synchronizing. Logout certificate. 91%. 92% 98%. 99% However, a while. Wait. I reached out to see Yunsol's actions. Restrained. After seeing my desperate hand, Yunsol stopped laughing with a crying expression. Even if it was a little late, it was almost a big deal. Thanks to Yunsol's snot sound, voice recognition was delayed, so I was fortunate. Yunsol might make another extreme choice, so he had to hurry. I said to Oz, I will accept the deal. Drake listened to me and was astonished. However, he couldn't say anything because Yunsol's life was in the mortgage court, and he just made a grunt. The jack-o'-lantern next to him opened his mouth, swallowing a swelling voice. I know the importance of my colleagues. I won't force you to make a choice. Everyone knows that I'll fight to the end. I just nod my head. Before long, Oz laughed and relaxed his hands. Thud. Yunsol fell to the ground and rolled. I don't have the energy to cast heal magic. Standing Drake had to run quickly and feed him potions. Death Dragon Oz. As always, everything went according to his will. The same was true for me. He got the right to hold my throat after a cunning deal. Come here. I am here. An order that cannot be denied. It is death. HP started to drain from my body like an ebb tide. Like low tide, like sunset. Animation that slowly exits. It's the result of the promise I made in my words, so I can't help it. What's more, your opponent isn't one of the world's absolutes. I clenched my teeth. Death in front of Oz does not mean just death. / Your vision is blurred. An irresistible itching was spreading throughout the body. The sense of touch stood sharp. Countless senses of touch touched the whole body. The feeling of worms creeping up on my body, not sloppy, creeping out from the inside of my body. Puduk. I tore my skin and something sprung out. Like a bird breaking out of its eggshell. The changed essence inside me broke the human mask, which was just the outer shell, and hatched. It was thick black scales. The lizard fights to come out of the egg. The egg is the world. Those who want to be born must destroy a world. The lizard runs toward God. The god's name is Oz. Oz, the deadly dragon, is also afraid of its name. The reality was clear. Lizard man wah. I died and fell under the control of Oz. Oh my gosh. Drake was astonished. It was the first time I saw a human-like player being forcibly changed into a lizardman-like player. I've seen everyone change since the cataclysm, but no one has seen that change happen in real time. Ugh. I desperately put up with itching. If you scratch or twist the body here, the human body will be destroyed as quickly as that. And the inside that turns into a lizard man. It will also be faster. During this time, HP was steadily decreasing. Originally, it wasn't very long, but it is gradually reduced in proportion to the percentage. Oh, please just run away. I'm okay. I'll die instead. Yunsol cried and clung to me, but I had already lost all the energy to run away. Oz, the death dragon, was looking down with an attitude that I enjoyed twisting my body. The child's innocence, which makes the double bee's wings open and crawls the floor, is buried. Why do you hold on? Accept my strength. Death will make you eternal. Oz's words tap on the chest. But I firmly refused to let the message penetrate my heart. Since it was like this, I was thinking of taking a little more time. It's not good to be a lizard man, but I don't like the feeling that I can't help but think about. That's good. Oz, the death dragon, understood my words with amazing computational power. Or it's just a personality that doesn't listen to others. Blah blah. Now it is no longer inevitable. My life was on the brink, and scales sprung up all over my body. The nails, toenails, and teeth began to sharpen, and a snarky tail popped out of the buttocks. People Judy Loff, surprised to see my unfamiliar appearance, cried yesterday. Although the likelihood was lowering, it was something I couldn't do. Look, how are you going to do it? I'd rather log out. Yet. I don't know yet. Drake shouted urgently, but I'm just stupid and holding on. Yunsol and Drake just boiled and were rolling their feet as if they didn't know my intention. I'm sorry for my colleagues watching, but for me, it is unavoidable because there is neither strength nor time. I want to scratch it. I was persevering desperately in a mad tickling. In the Middle Ages, was there a torture that tied a person's body to a mold and tickled it with feathers until death? I seem to be undergoing such torture right now. As I suffered with a strange expression, Yunsol exclaimed urgently, "Oh goo, wouldn't it be better to just give up at this point? Even if you become a lizard man, I think you can play well." She's not really wrong. Even if I'm the son of Oz's offer here, I'm still over. You will be able to keep Verwin's place. A race called lizard men also has various perks and benefits. Even I am not a special entity directly contaminated by Oz. The color of the scales that have just started to sprout is black, like Oz's, which gives a qualitatively different feeling from the yellow-green scales of other lizardmen users. However, shouldn't I have to give up the meta for the King of Madong or the meta for Rot? It would not be bad to be a lizard man as it is, but if it does, it will not be worthwhile to preserve human dignity. You will have to give up the numerous Dragon series monsters you will face in the future, as well as the splendid rewards and perks you get from catching them. Oz, who is right in front of you, will not be able to kill forever. When I thought about it, I was so sorry that I couldn't give in. You will be a good lizard man. I thought there weren't any scales because I was naked, but it's a little surprising to see that it's running properly. Oz, the Death Dragon, is now very blatantly starting to mock me. But in the meantime, I fought back against Oz. Aren't you naked? No, human. I am covering my body with scales. You mean the volcanoes? I laughed hard, and I said a word. Originally, the true master is to go naked, coward. At the same time as that said, thud slash. Something happened. The ceiling was shaking lightly. Question mark. Death Dragon Oz tilted his head and lifted his gaze upward. Done, higher than Oz's head. The top of the ceiling in front shakes slightly. Was it because of the volcanic bombs and fireballs shot earlier in the single road phase? The ground seemed to be a little weaker. However, it's not just that. It was the color of the ceiling that made Oz's head tilted. The bedrock dyed with a black light. The ceiling of the confusion zone of the road to death was all dyed with black and damp light. Dash, what is this? Oz frowned as if he didn't know the English. And at that moment, there was a small voice passing by everyone's ears. It's okay, Jack. I will find you. Like a midsummer night's shower. The voice of a soft girl. When Jack-o'-lantern heard the sound, his eyes were so wide that it couldn't be opened anymore. I spoke out loud what I had been waiting for and holding back. Come. At the same time. Patter patter. 1 or 2 drops of black rain from the damp soil on the ceiling fall down over Oz's head. Shoot a dash. It soon went beyond falling off and started pouring down. It was the beginning of the terrible acid rain rainy season. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 382. Previous talk next. Chapter 383. Death Dragon Odds 5. Shoot all 1. The cool rain pours over the entire confusion zone of the path of death. In our eyes that were ripe in the extreme heat of the lava field, this Meiji gun. Even one raindrop looked like a cool shower. However, Kai Prophet, it wasn't just cool rain. It was acid rain with tremendous strong acidity. What? Drake is a patter-patter. Was embarrassed looking at his hair. Again, he became a mandrake that wasn't there. Wow. It was the same with Yunsol. She had to wrap her head in a red cloak made of sandworm skin. The rain that falls on the whole lava lake takes off the items of Yunsol and Drake. It poured down so hard that it was cut off. Go, suddenly some rain? It's an item, you can wear it again, but you're really doing too much hair. Meanwhile, Oz, the Death Dragon, frowned at the sudden surprise. That's ugly, humans. He was both bald and naked. He looked down and expressed contempt. However, since I was naked from the beginning, I am confident that I do not feel weak. I didn't need anything like hair. Rather, it makes the body lighter. The ceiling leak is severe. How did you manage the house? I have to claim the right to indemnify. I asked Oz, the Death Dragon, about his negligence. In this case, according to civil law, the landlord must provide the tenant with internal work. Oz listened to me and snorted. It doesn't seem worth dealing with. Let's put this down. The foolish regret and obsession with wanting to lead, even though that trivial life. But he couldn't maintain his composure anymore. Wormwood. The moment he moved his body, one of the scales near the horns above his head had been peeled off. With a plop. Volcano scales. The solid artificial scale that was sprayed with dark red luster escapes from Oz's body and the dragon. Fell on the sea of cancer. Oz didn't seem to understand what had happened at the moment. However, that was the beginning. Mugwort, sook, mugwort, hollerdang slash. The scales touched by the acid rain falling from the ceiling. I wondered if the nails and joints were loose. It comes out without being pulled out. To be precise, the nail in the area where the scales and the skin touches becomes thinner and loses strength, and then falls out as it is. A huge amount of volcano's scales were falling off Oz's skin. Oz sees the volcano's scales escaping at terrifying speed. I was in confusion for an instant. He was amazed to see how amazed he leaned over and ravaged the scales of the volcanoes that sank under the sea of lava with his hands. But, even if I put the collected scales on the head or neck again, the volcano's scales that were once dropped did not stick back to their place. Toward Oz with his eyes wide open, I said, "It looks ugly." He pays back for teasing me for seeing my bald head. Eyes for eyes, teeth for teeth, hair for hair. Black Dragon Lord. The lowly one, the Dark King, the owner of all the dead, the 7 oldest aspects, the absolute of the conflict zone, cunning negotiator, 7 dragon lords, the 3rd oldest Noryom, old dragon. 1. The dictator of the abyss, fixed S+ grade monster. Oz, the dragon of death. The pinnacle of this worldview, which is both true and true. This is the mortal power that even amazed Oz. Hair loss. Ah, what a terrible curse you mean. Even death cannot escape. If it is this curse that has to reveal a shameful bare face, or bare head, I will be willing to carry this as fate. Oh. Oz was amazed when he realized what was going on in his entire body. The strength that has been prepared for such a long time. I have been waiting for the time, while crouching in the dark abyss for just one leap. But at this moment, all of my efforts so far were disappearing like a bubble. The volcanose coating was peeling off without leaving any leftovers. The location was great. It was nice timing. I raised my head and looked up with my thumb up towards the raining ceiling. It was a trap that I would not have dreamed of had it not been for the helper upstairs. Jack-o'-lantern was also looking at the ceiling with a blank expression. Huge raindrops from the ceiling, as if a sprinkler burst. It seems to have permeated from the impossible zone on the 3rd floor of the death road and came down through the thick ground. Dorothy. Jack-o'-lantern muttered blankly with a desperate appearance. Yes. Up there is the impossible zone on the 3rd floor of the death road, where we defeated the warrior Dorothy and came down here. The warrior Durasi, who turned into a lizard man, was struck by the hair loss beam I created just before he died. I had to lose it, and in the end, I sprinkled poison in a wide area and destroyed myself. Just before self-destruction, the warrior Dorothy once expressed the amplification characteristic that amplifies his character to the limit, which fused with the hair loss beam that I sent, completing the curse of hair loss with an enormous wide area effect. There is also a saying that if you get acid rain, your hair will fall out. I laughed at Oz's fluttering. Champion Dorothy. She did not self-destruct without leaving anything. It was only his last choice to help Jack-o'-lantern with his own blood. It's okay, for I'll go find you. Like a midsummer night's shower. Dorothy's words rub her ear. It was a very small voice, but everyone heard it. The warrior does not become a slave. Even this lukewarm rain felt very cool in the hot lava field where a single wind didn't blow. It was the sound of a knocking on the hair that had been peeled off, and raindrops of freedom. The very moment. Hook. Jack-o'-lantern's body wriggled. Did you feel Dorothy's Yuji? The tin woodcutter's armor and the cowardly lion's mane were inspiring courage and strength into this skinny scarecrow. There, the last will of the warrior Dorothy is spread throughout the world. Ozzy, a shoplifter, a brainless slave. Yes, a skinny scarecrow. However, the scarecrow got his brain, his heart, and his colleagues. Having everything, he is no longer a shoplifter. Ozzy. Jack-o'-lantern lifted a large scythe and poured out his overflowing power generously. Quackwang. A huge attack erupts and cuts the sea of lava. Damn it. A tremendous shockwave hit the heart of Oz. It was an empty part without the scales coming out. // Death Dragon Oz. He distorted the area around his eyes and opened his mouth wide open. A far-reaching pride that cannot be dared to guess with a human head. Because of that, I can't make a sound, but it was clearly a screaming posture. Mugwort. Sook. With a plop. With a plop. With a plop. Was it stressed out? The number of scales escaping from the whole body increased sharply. Shoot-aha. The volcano's scales were swept away by the continuous acid rain. They fell so helplessly that they were slowly sinking under the sea of lava. No, a feat that I've been preparing for so long. Oz screamed as he lifted the scales that fell out of the patter-patter with his hand. His expression was also distorted because of the scar on his chest. But I just laugh at it. It's such a great feat to match the wig. It's up to you to decorate your bald head as well. Isn't this the era of self-appeal? You can make up for it by dressing well or growing your body. Hair loss is just a physiological phenomenon, and it's not something to be ashamed of and hide. I was completely off the edge of a single road. As I stood with my feet on a large, flat land, my specialty, mobility, has completely revived. Now there is a place to hide. Kuho-ho. The awakened jack-o'-lantern is engulfed by the buffs that his colleagues have given him. I, Yoon-sol, and Drake are now in a safe zone where they can fight freely. Oh. Oz, who was devastated, then raised his head and looked at us. Thud. Quack-wang. It leaned on his face and stopped raking the scales and raised his huge body to approach us. I look angry. Without the scales, I walk well on both feet. I don't even have hair. I guess I can't escape from lava, so the hair doesn't come out. I continued to do such odds and attracted aggro. When I heard it 15 years later, I picked and collected only the drips that would have jumped. Mortal. Human. Oz has been rushing, cursing me. In the past and now, there is nothing more suitable than a low-level personal attack to destroy a noble shout. Even if I can't destroy my opponent, I can at least bring it down to the same level as mine. With a plop dash, Oz jumped without hesitation into the mud that I had made. He is blinded by anger. At the same time, flash. Jack-o'-lantern's whole body burned red. An angry Oz. And his anger is the key to blooming one of Jack-o'-lantern's last traits. Oh. Jack exposed to the dragon's wrath. O-lantern's status window began to shake violently. Jack-o'-lantern, a little thief, class, A+/characteristics, darkness, battlefield, Halloween, good and evil, Sangok. Good and evil, Sanbrogok. Unlike the usual jack-o'-lanterns made by the Banshee Queen, the jack-o'-lanterns that followed Dorothy the Warrior, the strange character that was going on. At the time of the destruction of Heavenly Island, the cannibal Emperor Bokasa Pharisee, it is related to the attempt to reverse the fierce anger of Death Dragon Oz. One of those key traits is being manifested in the shoplifter's body right now. I stood behind an awakened jack-o'-lantern. Sang-Suden, which increased to 2, was also in the state of wearing a picaresque mask with a sharpening in both hands and a picaresque mask with a maximum offensive power on the face. It is now the start of Phase 3. War was declared. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 383. Previous talk next. Chapter 384. Odds, Death Dragon 6. Oh. Sea Coast of Lava. Oz, the Death Dragon, roared with terrifying momentum. But the rain that was covering the whole body. It was because all of them had fallen into it, and I didn't feel the dignity as before. I exclaimed confidently with Oz in front of me. A dragon without scales is like steamed bread without anchovies, dumplings without beef, chocolate without mint, pizza without pineapple. The plan is already in the final stage. Oz completes the trap I planned. It was hung up against the wall. Phase 1, on the edge of a single road. Forced scrolling pursuit. Phase 2, ceiling. Dorothy's suspicion. Phase 3, flat. From here it is my turn. There is no separate pattern from here. Just pour some dill. When my order ran out, Yoon-sol and the lake moved as if they had been waiting. Pappet. Yoon-sol's divine inviolability characteristics were revealed. The beautiful melody created by the harp turned into a white flame and wrapped around a wide range and tightened. The clear energy of angels. This shield applies a buff to allies and a debuff to enemies. This is perfect if the enemy has the dark attribute. Woodduck. Oz's actions were restricted. He is the incarnation of darkness. Isn't he the one who possesses more powerful dark characteristics than anyone else? In the sanctuary that Yoon-sol declared, Oz's actions were inevitably slowed down and unnaturally. Finally, these arrows met the owner. Drake pulled out a few arrows from deep in his inventory. It was made by carving out the solid spine of the bad ending, and it has almost comparable power to the siege weapon. It is an item exclusively for one room of Gene. Pop, poop, table, pow. Oz, naked, is helpless to Drake's sniping. If there were scales, they would have defended and counterattacked with all sorts of bizarre traits. As I said before, reptiles that have lost their scales have a lot of restrictions on their behavior. Oz didn't hide his screams anymore. At the same time, it jumped in pain and moved a giant body to create waves of lava. Squash. Oz's tail scraped off the surface of the lava and flew in, creating an enormous Mahan-sized wave. Lava waves are coming. We quickly gathered to one place. The jack-o'-lantern in front lifted a scythe, and swung it toward the waves. Blah. The wave broke again into 2 pieces, and we were able to get out of the hit range. Oh! Oz screamed after being hit by a blow that flew through the lava waves. Oz also seemed to be taking damage from the lava itself. Even now, Dorothy's blood was pouring out and the scales were still falling, because there was no means to protect the body from the heat. It's time to finish. Jack-o'-lantern stepped forward. Volcano's scythe flowing dark red gloss. It was aimed at Oz. He was aimed in reverse by Volcano's, who had been protecting his body so far, so he would be crazy for Oz and jump with arms. Flash. Jack-o'-lantern struck out and cut Oz's chest lengthwise. On sock. Dragon's blood and boiling blood spattered, turning Jack-o'-lantern's pumpkin head red. This is the responsibility of the Tin Woodcutter. When finished talking, Jack-o'-lantern grabbed the scythe in reverse. Ziok, fuchsia. Again, a disaster flew, and this time Oz's chest was struck horizontally. The more it does, the darker the body of Jack-o'-lantern becomes. This is the cowardly lion's share. Jack-o'-lantern continued to swing the scythe. Ah! One side of Oz's face was tattered by a scythe. Jack-o'-lantern saw it and made a joke and added a word. This is Dorothy's job. However, this sloppy thing. Oz was bleeding red, but he wasn't at all frustrated. He lifted his huge fist and smashed the body of Jack-o'-lantern, who was staying in the air. Quack-wang. As the Jack-o'-lantern hit the wall, Oz took a deep breath in that direction. I cried in astonishment. Damage Jack. Big one is coming. At the same time as my words are over. Quack-quack-quack-quack-quack-wang, slash. A black storm spewed out of Oz's mouth. The energy of death consumes everything. The wind that brings everything that touches to death. Wuji. Jack-o'-lantern was truly struck by the breath of Oz. It is the strongest and worst weapon a dragon can use, and is caught in the breathless attack pattern, which is impregnable. Make me a lifelong saga that made me into this soul goal. In the eternal hell that will unfold after death. Oz, the death dragon, looked down at the ruined wall and ridiculed. However, easy profit. What was revealed after the smoke was cleared was a Jack-o'-lantern standing upright in its place. He was standing confidently facing Oz, holding a scythe that was burning hot. Even though his whole body became a ragged rag, he didn't die at all. I admired it looking at it. Good and evil, Sonbruguk. Physical damage or damage to light and dark castles is increased by 10 times. As soon as the subject dies, the title disappears immediately. This title is for only one individual. Applies only to a rare trait created to kill only one individual. As far as I know, there are only 4 in the entire game world that possess this trait. One is the cannibal Emperor Bokesa Pharisee, the other is the shoplifter Jack-o'-lantern, and the other 2 are from the Giant's Bureau. Then, Jack-o'-lantern broke my thoughts. Now I don't run away. Let's see the end, Oz. It is ironic to make a declaration to see the end to the beings who rule the end of life. But for today's Jack-o'-lantern, he deserved it. The Jack-o'-lantern awakened by the Tin Woodcutter's armor, the cowardly lion's mane, and Dorothy's blood. His status window slowly began to change. Jack-o'-lantern in front of the good and evil. Grade. S/characteristics. Dark, white battlefield, Halloween. Good and evil, Sangok. Habitat, the Hell of Death Road. Understanding zone, Mailidia, Dida. Yi size, 2.5 m. Dash, I don't run away anymore. Let's see the end, Oz. Brainless scarecrow. Flash. A ferocious blood spews out of Jack-o'-lantern's whole body. It's not only a scythe, but his armor, cloaks, and blood-soaked whole gods were dyed. Du-Rossi expedition failed to hunt dragons long ago. Their power is once again expelled by the hand of this scare suave. Behind the neck. The back of the neck is a vital place for reptiles. I quickly told you about the vital spot of Oz. Pappet. Jack-o'-lantern jumped to Oz with a scythe. Choke. A huge wave of lava rose and struck Jack-o'-lantern, but he stepped over the air several times and sat down to the sky, right in front of Oz. Flash. The volcano's scythe was swung. The abnormally curved tragedy was bent like a snake and like a whip and wound around the side of Oz. For buck. Poop. At the back of Oz's neck, a vital spot that would have been sprouting in the face is split, and red blood explodes. Indeed, it was a one-shot attack power that was majestic. Done, comma. I went in. Yunsol and Drake sang delights. However, Quakwang, Jijik, Oz even with a half-cut neck, did not fall down. He just leaned forward as if falling and swung his huge tail and struck a jack-o'-lantern. Another jack-o'-lantern with a hole in the wall and stuck in it. Oz said in a vague voice. Not twice. That was it. Flashed. Another dark storm, Death Dragon's breath swallows everything. Rumble. A heavy earthquake shook the entire abyss. Ugh. Mr. Jack. Hey, Pumpkinhead. Yunsol and Drake shouted in surprise. However, there was nothing in the pit where the black smoke was scattering. Only a tattered black cloak and a dark red volcano's scythe remained. Goodbye, friend. I was silent for a moment over the fire and poison of Ashiraji. It was truly a magnificent end. Now it's your turn. Death Dragon Oz. He looked at me, or even us, with bloody eyes. Despite the wounds deep enough to reveal the neck bones, Oz's momentum did not subside. Whether there is a high-speed regeneration characteristic, the wound on the neck was already filled with new flesh. To some extent, the scales that had been forcibly pulled out by acid rain were in the shape of sprouting again, and black spots gradually increased throughout Oz's whole body. I swallowed the penetrative nature. Just before, his colleague Jack O'Lantern, who had been with him for a long time, died. The NPC's death is different from the player's death. A player's death is a minimum of a few hours and a maximum of several tens of hours of inaccessibility and a decrease in items, money, and levels. However, the death of NPC means the extinction of existence, that is, complete extinction. The Tin Woodcutter who became the Lich King, the Cowardly Lion who became the Death Knight, the Warrior Dorothy who became the Lizard Man, and Jack O'Lantern ended their lives as one of the many Avengers. The annihilation of Dorothy Party gave me a lot of thought. I looked back at Yunsol and Drake. Done. Now we have to go through it with our own strength. Jack O'Lantern, a reliable dealer, is absent, but the enemy is also weakened. Yunsol and Drake nodded. I will never do Jack's will in vain. I will definitely take revenge. I knew that NPCs were just artificial intelligences, so I tried not to sympathize with their situation as much as possible, but this is really intolerable. The determination of the friends is also different. I nodded and looked back at the last boss monster in front of me. It's time to get the last number of matches. The throne flickers in my eyes. Now it has reached the point where it can be reached with just a handout. Can do. It wasn't a vague dream or hope anymore. It was a specific plan. A goal that has come to the point where the breath can be felt in front of your eyes. Pappet. I dived to Oz, the Death Dragon, and he stretched his hand forward, toward the pitch-black throne that has come to the fore. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 384. Previous talk next. Chapter 385. Death Dragon Odds 7. A feudal smoke. Jack-o'-lantern disappeared as he stood upright. I should have been hit by Oz a long time ago. The end has now been reached. Those who have been sentenced to probation. He is now left for his old colleagues. I feel a little late, but I will meet my old colleagues again. The relationship started from the Castle of Evil, Frozen Decay, passed through the Tower of the Sword, and ended in the Hell of the Death Path. However, if you look at it, his original affiliation would be the Do Rossi Party, not the Dead Person Party, so you might think that it was the result of Providence. All we can do for him is to make the raid a success. I tried to silence him at Jack-o'-lantern and then kept his hold. Chin_. After putting the volcano's scythe left behind by him in the inventory, I looked back at Oz, the Death Dragon. Oz was really angry. On the outside, it seemed calm, but in fact, the scales of the whole body fell out of sin, but all the big projects that I had prepared while crouching were all. It's ruined, so there's no way you can be calm. Quackwang. Oz's nails fly up, creating a deep scar in the lava field. Perpum. It was fast and powerful, and although it was a wide area attack pattern, it was still simple physical damage. After taking Oz's attack with my body, I applied reflection damage to counter it. This guy? Oz, the Death Dragon, narrowed his eyes. I was smiling brightly while applying reflection damage. How? Is it a familiar force? Yes. The armor that wraps around my body is made of black blood. Heart of Imperious Children /armor/A+. Basilisk's heart skin cut out and dried well. I am ready to hate and curse all of the world. Defense plus 500. Able to use the characteristic P.E. Ryan special. Basilisk. Death Dragon Oz's illegitimate child is here with only his heart left. Oz shrugged his son's energy from me. It's like trash. It doesn't help even if I die. It should have been made into human centipede by killing it rather than trapping it in the back of the house. Then, the basilisk's heart that wraps around me flutters. Exciting. Parents who have never acknowledged themselves since childhood, sent exile to the bottom of the abyss, and even tried to kill them by being locked up in a narrow back week at the end. Didn't he even cast out Medusa, the only object that gave him love? Is it because I met such a mother? Basilisk's peculiar trait, Ryan has blossomed to the limit. It is not enough for the black veins to cover my entire body, so the layers are wrapped and tightened up to the top. Because of that, I seem to have grown considerably in size. Bang! Oz, the death dragon, swung his tail and struck me. I confronted this with the trait of a Periuna who has bloomed to the limit. The trait of a lunatic usually has a damage reflectance of around 90%, but only to enemies with a higher rank than the self. It reflects 100% of the damage as it is. Pajijic. The sound of tearing tough muscle fibers. Ah! Oz screams. Red blood splattered in all directions, and a huge chunk of meat fell to the ground. It was Oz's tail cut off. After, deep in my heart, I felt the Death Knight's unbroken heart. Thanks to the Angber team characteristic of the Lionheart King, I was able to survive again with 1 HP left. Oh, heal. Yinsol quickly puts a heal on me. Again, my little stamina is completely filled. Thanks to the reflex damage caused by the trait of Bei Ryan, the endurance due to the anti-bearing trait, and the blood gunner of the Dark King and the heal of Yinsol, I continue to come back just before stepping on the threshold of death. Should we step on or not shall we step on? When I see myself running forward and backward with my claws in front of the threshold of death, the god of death is also in agony. I will lose and die. That's exactly what Oz was right now. Ah, this nasty bug guy. Death Dragon Oz. It roared, spewing a black aura from its entire body. Originally, his main stage should have been a wide battlefield. There are many corpses, so Oz's combat power could be 100% exerted. Not in this abyss. The bigotry that no one around you puts you in the end suffocates you. I stood in front of Oz. No, maybe Oz put me in front of me. The small causal relationship was not important. But what's important is that Oz is now preparing the breath, the strongest attack he can make against me. Quack 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 quang slash. The black breath flies like a beam of light. There was a black energy like an aurora swaying fiercely around it. Poop. Again, I blocked Oz's firepower with my bare body. Death Knight, Richard's courageous spirit, the king of lion hearts, protects my whole body from death. And Basilisk, a poor illegitimate child who inherited only a sense of inferiority and lack of affection, vomited an old grudge against his parents. Quack 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 quang slash. Oz, who received the flesh he had shot, returned to himself, wriggled his whole body with a painful scream. Oh, how to reap what you sow. I hurried to the front with a mouse to cut the two means. I was thinking of doing that damage as it is and ending the game. But Oz was seasoned. Where dare you? Oz, who was roaring in a low voice, quickly fired his breath towards me. It was not a single breath, but a short, thick, divided breath. Puff, puff, puff. Several holes were drilled in the air. I opened my eyes wide. Oz, the Death Dragon, has discovered the characteristics of my Angber team. Several of the breaths rushed to me with a time difference, and a few of the breaths flew to Yinsol, who was providing heal support from behind. Sheesh. Drake flies with incredible agility to evacuate Yinsol far away. But I couldn't avoid the breath of Oz, which was poured out simultaneously. Bang! The first breath held on, although there was 1 HP left. I quickly pulled out the waste potion and cast a blood predator at the same time. But, Kuriak. Oz made a wall of fire by stepping on lava vigorously, and the blood that was sucked in from Oz became cooked in flames and turned into a prophet. I couldn't fill my HP by doing that. Quackwang. Second. Quack quackwang slash. Third. Quack 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 quang. The fourth breath flew in one after another. Weeing. The black smoke fades. Oh. Yinsol and Drake look at this side with expressions full of despair. Everything that is alive is dying. It is even more so if it is against me. The law of causality is quite soft, so take it sweetly. Oz, the Death Dragon, ridiculed me before my death. It looks happy to have a favorite undead material. However, poop. The wind blows away the thick smoke in one moment. It was me who appeared as a hole in the center of the smoke. Continued fall down mode. LV82. Title: 8 Legs Great King Beheaded. Special: Incomplete Metamorphosis. The bird's body is dyed dark red. At the moment of inevitable death, I changed to Berserk mode just like before Death Knight. All stats exploded nearly 10 times. In that state, I grasped the Shamdan, which became a dual Sudan. Pappet. My body is so light that I can just step on the lava sea and run. I ran across the surface of the heat sea like a water swallow. Oz laughed. Is it? That power, I've seen it somewhere. The big spider in the West Sea, which the Lava Dragon clan's kid was coveted, probably had that power, right? Oz, the Death Dragon, also seems to know the ruler of the floating island, 8-legged Great King Kulikium. At that time, the lava dragon Morgmer and the corrupting constellation Beelzebub recruited her. It was enough to quarrel for, and I think the prestige may have been passed on to Oz's ear. The only thing that rejected and accepted my power is the power of the insignificant spider year. How absurd. After all, inferior bug thinking must be difficult to understand and understand. Oz spurs on the surface of lava and said, looking at me as I approached, I know your reality. West. The spider's power is quite remarkable, but in the end, micromole, Weiwu, is microwater. The time to maintain it is too short. He seemed to know that my life lasted only 100 seconds. Ah, I'll step back. He smiles round and round. It cuts through the sea of lava and continues to fall back. After calculating my movement speed with that cunning brain, I'm trying to keep the distance that I can't run within 100 seconds. The distance is so far that Yunsel's heel magic doesn't even reach. I ran with all my might on the sea of lava. You can't even reach me. But Oz was too far away. It was located just 101 seconds away from me as a result of precise calculations. 100 seconds to run out of my life. In other words, just before I reach Oz, I leave a distance difference of 1 second. It disappears like a bubble in front of you. Oz was smiling as if it wasn't worth fighting with me. The moment you die, all of your colleagues in the back will be my men. The Lich King from an angel, Death Knight, shooting a bow must also be attractive. He ridiculed me, drawing the future a few seconds later. Yet, my HP is on the brink. Would you like to hold on for about 10 seconds in the next 10 seconds? Come. I am death and immortality. You are the one who will lose everything. Oz spread his arms wide as if he had no intention of defending. Now the distance between him and me is the distance that I can run in just 11 seconds. But my stamina can last only 10 seconds. I squeezed my strength and ran into Oz's arms. The countdown of death has already begun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The world's longest 10 seconds pass. 10. The end of the countdown. But I couldn't reach Oz's body. By only 1 second difference. Oz's cunning intelligence is a little. I left a gap of just 1 second without making any mistakes and made me retire. As if the difference of 1 second on land is the same as the difference between the sky and the ground, I also did not finish the 10-second frequency in the end. Sure, that doesn't mean I'm dead. But it is. 11. The count has started again. Death Dragon Oz's eyes were torn apart. He was surprised how surprised he even made a breeze that he didn't usually make. Surprising. I made one wink. Then he settled in Oz's arms, drawing a red trajectory. Oz's chest and heart, who had fallen into pride and remained defenseless, were cut off without hesitation. Per fuck. It flies like a double B and shoots like a double B. The blood fountain exploded as a cross-shaped scar was scattered by Jack-o'-lantern. Great. Oz also vomited blood through his mouth and struggled with pain. I noticed I didn't know why I wasn't dead. I flapped the mane of the Death Knight and stand in a mischievous posture. I looked down at Oz. Then he plucked off some of the basilisk's black veins and opened his chest. Surprisingly, it was empty inside. Only red water vapor, as if the potion was vaporized, is rising from the hole in my empty chest. I keep the ridicule of Oz as it is. I paid back. I have no heart, Oz. I don't feel sick. The last line of the Tin Woodcutter. The counterattack of the Dorothy expedition is not over yet. Worn and Torn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie, 385. Previous talk next. Chapter 386. Odds, Death Dragon 8. Lich King, Grade, S/Traits. Darkness, Undead. Minions, Summons, Earthquake, Frostbite, Redundant Heart. Habitat, Rock at the end of Frozen Decay. Ye Size, for M. Dash, I don't have a heart, Jack. I don't feel sick. So come on. Nicholas Chopper. I don't have a heart. I don't feel sick. I took the last words of the Tin Woodcutter in my mouth and conveyed it to Oz. At the same time, my body in Berserker state became more and more red. HP is recovering. Heart of the Lich King. An S-class item and a characteristic linked to my title left Commander of the Immortal. This item was created by the Lich King in his lifetime. You can use it exactly as you used it. The role of continuing to supply blood to the owner even at a long distance. Before entering Oz raid, I took it out, which was now my heart, and put it in a secret warehouse in Utoris, a beginner village, and sealed it tightly. At the time, my heart was sealed in a large, sturdy oak barrel with the finest potions. Anyone except me can touch it. Where there isn't. This heart, which is like an extra life, can be set to on/off separately, and it will constantly supply me with stamina until the full potions in the oak barrel are exhausted. In other words, I have an extra HP bar, and I have infinite health as long as the amount of prepared potions allows, which can continue to withstand even in a berserker state, where 1% of my maximum health per second disappears. In a way, it can be said that it is a high-level compatibility with the characteristics of Halloween's Cloud Sweets and Blood Predators. Because I bought 1,000 liters of potion, I spent some money. I laughed as I felt the warmth of the potion flowing straight into the blood vessels in my body. 1Q00L into an oak barrel, a fish tank. It's a terrifying amount that is as small as 16 characters in size. Probably my HP is much more than the quite a few tankers who reign in the world-ranking celestial world. Meanwhile, Kua, this worm-like. The number. Oz, the death dragon, was outraged. He picked up his sharp nails and struck me straight away. Quite a bit of destructive power to go away with siege weapons. However, Flong Slash. I don't die immediately even after being hit with Oz's exhausting attack. Death Nightlion Heart King. Grade. S/characteristics. Dark, Undead, Minions, Beasts, 1:1. Battle Entrepreneur, Fighting Enthusiast, Fearlessness, Choice, Anger Team. Habitat, the 9th floor of Calcum Tower. Asterisk size, 3M. Dash, it's courage to give up. Run away, Jack. Cowardly Lion. It is courage to give up, Oz. The Cowardly Lion Zangbo team character raises my body up. I still survived with 1 HP left and recovered my full HP by the power of the Tin Woodcutter. The Dorothy Party's maintenance, Yidru, is still maintained in this space and is now recreating the battles of a long time ago. Will be. Yes, my bastards, you guys dare? Oz, the Death Dragon, trembled with anger. He took a deep breath and prepared a breath. However, fish tasting. The breath was misfired, making a soft sound. Perhaps because of the forceful movement, the wound on the neck suffered by Jack-o'-lantern was further widened, and the breath broke out in the meantime. Jack-o'-lantern in front of the Good and Evil Department. Class. S/characteristics. Darkness, White War, Halloween, Good and Evil, Sangok. Habitat, Ununderstanding. Zone, Mai Ligia, Dbai. Yi size, 2.5 m. Dash, I don't run away anymore. Let's see the end, Oz. Brainless Scarecrow. Now I don't run away. Let's see the end, Oz. I ran forward, holding the 2 shears. The goal is a scar on the neck half split by Jack-o'-lantern. Fu-fook. My shaver hit the front of Oz's neck. Is it big? The blood flowing back from his mouth stopped Oz from exhaling. Because I was wearing a picaresque mask, the simple physical attack power was also considerable. It is clear that it is difficult to be fine even with the world's Oz, as the damage of Cumden is steadily doubled there. Oz is about to be cut off because the front and back of his neck have become ragged. He's never heard of. With a sound, he stepped back. However, running away is useless. Lizard Man Warrior Level 1. S/characteristics. Dragon. Minions. Darkness. High-speed regeneration. Battlefield. Sublime. Poison. Amplification. Penetration. Self-destruction. Habitat. It is impossible to go to death. Giant in Guk. Yi size. 9M. It's okay, Jack. I will find you. Like a midsummer night's shower. Champion Dorothy E. It's okay, Oz. I will find you. I ran over the sea of lava with a tremendous mobility unique to the infinite berserker mode. No matter how fast Oz is, it is impossible to run away from me with that size. In the beginning, this place wasn't in a narrow abyss. Who said that a dragon that cannot fly is not a dragon? As I blow a scorn, the heart of the basilisk wrapped around the body sympathizes with it. Exciting. Throb. Throb. The anger of an illegitimate child, who was not recognized as a dragon because of lack of wings, and had to die after being trapped in the rear, was headed for the heartless mother. Quack quack wang. I put the shavings into Oz's body again. The tremendous lethal power delivered by the picaresque mask struck Oz's chest, revealing the heart between the clavicles at the end. I made it. Jaya Ahwan. Oz was now screaming desperately. He tried to shoot his breath, but his tattered body doesn't listen. The black heart, which was clearly revealed, pounded and shook. Dark mana was pumping violently in it and spreading to Oz's whole body. Fook! An arrow, much larger than a human kidney, flew into the heart and stuck it. It was a fire arrow wrapped around a white fire flower that felt the divine energy. Fook! 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 In the distance, Drake was shooting an arrow. Look! I will cover it. Feel free to run wild. Oh, I will apply too. Pop! Poop! Poop poop! An arrow of divine fire, containing Yunsel's divine power, pierces holes throughout the body, including the heart of Oz, which has no scales. They don't do anything from a distance. He was trying to help me somehow, rather than just rolling his feet while holding it. They are very reliable colleagues. Quack, 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 quack. In the state of an infinite berserker, I wandered the whole body of Oz's enormous body to my heart's content. It was even safer because Drake and Yoon-Sol supported fire. Mugwort, Sook, Heel Dang. Oz's whole body, contaminated with Dorothy's blood, was running out of scales at this very moment. Earthquake, vortex, poison, mana burn. All sorts of offensive traits I could do were poured out over Oz's body. Quack, quageek, crackling. The neck and chest left by Jack-o'-lantern. Scars are open and open again. Each and every one was a deadly vital spot. 50000. Oz, the Death Dragon, was infuriated. In fact, I was angry long before, but what is now is a little different. The yellow and red eyes that were like the sun in the abyss were shaking violently. Fear, Kongbuk. I could see the feelings that didn't match at all in Oz's eyeballs. I said a word. Are you scared? To die. The moment he heard that, the Death Dragon's eye egg turned over. Those who do not believe what is alive, but believe only what is dead. Those who eat all death and manage them. The great king of corpses in the abyss. The end of hell. Jongdan. However, contradictorily, does the god of death really fear death? Kia. Oz, the Death Dragon, roared with an overturned eyeball. Was it the reason you were stabbed? It was in rage that had never been seen before. I giggled. Hey, I'm afraid of dying, so I must have run away from the demonic constellations and hid in the abyss. Picking up hard things and sticking them to your body. You're neither seasoned nor brave, you're just an old coward. It's a child. Dare. There is nothing to know about. There was a classic comment from the conglomerates who had nothing to say. It feels like, we're young guy, dare you. However, the immortality and absoluteness of Oz have already collapsed. Those who respect and fear the mythical majesty of the lower one. There is no abnormality. Black Dragon Lord, the lowly one, the Dark King, the owner of all the dead, 7 oldest aspects, the absolute of the conflict zone, cunning negotiator, 7 the second oldest Dragon Lord of the Dragon Lords, the Abyss Dictator, and fixed S+, class monster. What's the use of all those pseudonyms? You are caught by me. Oz is now just a monster, thoroughly reduced to prey. Get on. I was running over Oz's body with a shave. The back neck with almost all jack-o'-lanterns cut off, and the front neck that I made to tattered by shaving. What's left now is the neck bone in the middle that connects the front and back. There is only one. Yahaha. I jumped and jumped up. Yoon-Sol and Drake. And Jack-o'-lantern, Dorothy, the coward Rambuja, and the protection of the Tin Woodcutter are with me. Party play that transcends the time and space of the Dead Person Expedition and Dorothy Expedition. City. 0. Good. Shouting out the old-fashioned word of God game. I poked 2 double-handed daggers deep into Oz's neck. And, / with a huge flurry, Don thud. The whole death road began to be confused. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 386. Previous talk next. Chapter 387. Death Dragon Odds 9. Kurung. The dungeon that was shaking as if it would collapse at any moment is now gradually calming down. The poisonous shower from the ceiling and the fluctuating lava waves all stopped. Only silence goes to the bottom of the abyss. It only benefits. However, there were sounds that could only be heard in our ears. Tiring. That's right, the upbeat ringtone sound. It was the voice of the Akashic Records manager. You are the first in the world to succeed in the Death Dragon Oz raid. The first conqueror's name is recorded on the Akashic Records. Would you like to leave your name? Yes, the deceased person. Reward is paid. The end point of hell. Oz has fallen. Oz's land is destroyed. Half the world is afraid of you. The 2 warlords in the second cataclysm pay attention to the deceased person. Mammon, the constellation of demons, is your achievement. I like it. The devil constellation Belpagal loves your achievements. The devil's constellation Satan is your achievement. I could know for sure through the notification sound. Death Dragon Oz is dead. I raised my arms and called for delight. Oh, look! From afar, Drake and Yoon-Sol run. In the center of a sea of lava that became hardened and became a bedrock, we embraced each other and shared joy. It would be impossible without Jack-o'-lantern's sublime sacrifice and a party play that transcends time and space with the Dorothy expedition. It would have been great to see this landscape with Jack. Yoon-Sol looked at the desolate basalt land, wet with emotions. However, Drake and I, who were relatively dry with emotions, were devoted to taking rewards without hesitation. I immediately checked the status window. Continued. LV86 up. Title, Basilisk Hunter, Special, Poisonous, /Sandworm Lander, Special, Drought, /The Devil Sinker, Privilege, Deep Sea, /Tombstone for the Dead, Privilege, Undead, /Hellwheel Great King Crab, Privilege, Close Battle Veteran, /Maw Catfish Tagong, Special, Sleep, Fortune, /Kraken Killer, Privilege, Paleontology, /Pet of Judelope, Queen Widow, Special, Gnawing, /Eight-Legged King Beheader, Privilege, Incomplete Metamorphosis, /Lizardman Slayer, Privilege, Collection, /Cannibal Emperor Siege Self, Special, First Cataclysm, /Twisted Nether Survivor, Special, Saving, /Left Commander of Immortality, Privilege, Heart of Red Bees, /Allied Leader of Immortality, Privilege, Choice, /Black the Status of Dragon Lord Oz, Privilege, Blood Family Rebirth, New, HP 860/860. The level has risen 4 times at once. In the midst of increasing the amount of experience required, it is really tremendous to level up 4 times in a row. But, Blood Family Rebirth? What is this? Titles and features that I can't even know. Metastasis has occurred. The title phase of the Black Dragon Lord Oz once defeated Oz, so the rewards obtained are certain. However, the perks that followed was something that even I couldn't know. Characteristics of Blood Family Regeneration, Shijiu Zhansheng. It was a trait that I had never heard of in my life before returning. I can't easily guess. What should I worry about later? There is no time to think about this alone. There were a lot of rewards to check. I checked the items I had put into my inventory. Death Dragon Oz's Death Scale, /Armor, /S+. With the scales worn by the King in the Abyss, there is an overwhelming fiery feeling that nothing in the world can dare to encounter. Weak beings will not escape death just by approaching them. Defense 1666. Darkness Resistance plus 500%. Dash Corruption Resistance plus 500%. Can use the characteristic Kumionjak, Jinghi. Special. Can be used for the characteristic when attending the deputy, Po Ganjan Si. Special. A huge item was dropped. S+ great item. Armed with terrifying specs that make sense. A new thing fell to me that I couldn't even dare to see in my life. Is this a good balance? Strict enough to worry about yourself. I got something young. There are 2 surprisingly good properties attached to it. Kunmukja Black, Jingli. I reflect 100% of damage to enemies that have attacked. In addition to that, enemies lose 0.01% of their maximum health per second. This damage continues until 10% of maximum health is lost. At the time of attending the deputy, Po Ganjan Si. The penalty for the death of 2 enemies is doubled. It was evident that the characteristic of Kunmukja Black was a superior compatibility with the characteristic of Peruna of the Basilisk used previously, and the characteristic of at the time of attendance seemed to be a very useful characteristic for someone. Even though the defense is close to minus, leaving the poor. Even taking that into account, I'm angry enough. These were Raihan perks. Level up 4 times. It is called the phase of the Black Dragon Lord Oz. The questionable characteristic of Blood Family Rebirth. And the new S+ grade armor. Indeed, it is worthwhile to deal with a fixed S+ grade monster. In addition, I also paid attention to the content of the notification sound I just heard. The 2 warlords in the second cataclysm pay attention to the deceased person. This is also a very interesting message. I seem to have attracted the attention of the 2 absolutes, not the use devil. I barely managed to get rid of my weird feelings. And in his arms, he smiled at Judiloff, who was sucking his finger. I will see more friends soon. Pooh. Judiloff looks up at me with an innocent glance that he doesn't know anything. Yes, how do you know my deepest meaning? Those who look far are usually silent. I just quietly stroking Judiloff's head. Meanwhile, wow, level up. You do a lot, this time. Down. This reward is incredible. Yunsol and Drake also got quite satisfactory rewards. First of all, Drake has leveled up 6 times in a row, and has now risen to level 79. Willing Wall, I did not go over level 80. But it was a tremendous achievement. Yunsol also became level 77 due to 7 consecutive level ups. It is common to give all party members the same title when the boss monster raid is successful, but in this case, it was a little different. Unlike me, Yunsol and Drake named Black Dragon Hunter. This was one of the extraordinarily good bonuses, as a privilege that doubled the damage when fighting dragon monsters or monsters under the dragon. Envy. Everyone got something really good. I had to envy Yunsol and Drake's titles. The trait of kinship rebirth that I got was because everything was wrapped in a veil. When looking at the deal meter, Jack-o'-lantern was the first place, I was the second place, and Drake and Yoon Sol were respectively at the third and fourth place. But there is a possibility that the perks I got would be better. This time it was an item. Separate equipment items did not fall for Yoon Sol and Drake with relatively low contributions. But volcanoes / ingredients / light and hard material comparable to dragon scales. It is an extremely rare and rare mineral that appears only in legends. A large number of pure volcanoes ingots left by the death dragon Oz were allocated to Yoon Sol and Drake, respectively. The result of smelting the sturdy gemstone that countless Lizardman players around the world used to die, and the S-class monster, Banshee Queen, smelting with all his might. Its purity and sincerity are so great that it is difficult to guess. In fact, this alone was a reward enough to envy many large guilds and put bubbles in their mouths. Drake was pleased that he would make arrowheads out of these. Was it a concern that the arrowheads bought at the store didn't match the arrowheads made with the bad ending exoskeleton? If you put the volcano's arrowhead on the arrowhead made of the bad ending exoskeleton big, its power must be seen. This is Lake, who is very happy in his own way. On the other hand, Yoon Sol, who has no greed at all, simply tilts his head. I don't know where to use it. Just bring you, Eojin, or, if there is someone in our club who needs it, I asked them to write it. Did you become an angel after walking with an angel? I wanted to receive it, but it is in trouble. Sol, you also need to know how to take care of your share. Put it in because there is a place to use it all. As I have the age before the regression, I know how to discern. I put the volcano's ingots directly into Yoon Sol's inventory, and Yoon Sol repeatedly expressed his intention to donate to my club if he had anything to use. Good. Everything was done perfectly, Drake exclaimed, looking at the pit of the empty road of death. The dark red lava sea has now completely cooled down and has turned into a basalt rock formation. Is there another place that looks as peaceful as a dungeon where everything is cleared? Yoon Sol turned to me and asked, Ujin, I also caught Oz. What are we doing now? In the meantime, he has been running a long and rough road toward Oz, the death dragon. Ilmadolunu tongue this road, which has been running hard with the mind that the day is dark but the road is still far away, is now over. Starting with Netherlands Play, Auction House, Frozen Decay, Tower of the Knife, and Death Path. Indeed, it has come through many places, and the result of preparation has been successfully completed. Will be. However, this is just the beginning. I have a firepower, so what should I do? When Yoon Sol tilted his head, I said to him, we have to raise our nationality. Korea was once a powerhouse in esports. However, it is only an honor of the past, and it is increasingly lagging behind in the esports competition due to the misconception and irrational regulation of the social leaders. And now even the voice of the underdeveloped country is being heard. I was planning to overturn this trend. To compete in the Asia Champions League. Will, Yoon Sol and Drake both opened their mouths when they heard me. Eojino, isn't it too much of a balance breakdown? It's like an elephant is participating in a bug wrestling. Yes, I will go to the contest and wipe everything out. Once again, it is time for me and my country to sit on the throne. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 387. Previous talk next. Chapter 388. National Team Selection 1. You have logged out. Please come again next time. The game connection was disconnected. I completely turned my mind to reality. Despite coming back, I was lying in the game capsule for a while. I really caught it. Oz. A tremendous joy was heating up the whole body. My God, I'm catching Oz, the death dragon. It's a tremendous achievement that I can't believe the result of my life. The God Killer. I have upset the God of one world. Pyong shook. The trembling did not stop even after opening the capsule. Still in my ears, the sound of the apocalypse that Oz had made and the sound of a notification sound announcing the success of the gods echoed vaguely. Quack. I was filled with warm water in a large bathtub, soaked my head, and curled up for a while. The bathroom is full of warm, cloudy water vapor covering the mirror. The fact that I caught a fixed S+ class monster slowly touched my skin with warm water temperature. It completely seeps into me. By the time I heard it, the trembling of my body stopped. One, shida. Then, I hear a cell phone bell sound outside the bathroom. I dripped the water and went out to the living room. What is ringing is a cell phone dedicated to the deceased. The calling number is Boyun Park of Nia. Hello. When I answered the phone, I heard a familiar voice. Master, I just returned home. This is the first time you call Master. Where have you been? Oh, what is it really? Do you want to die, Master? It's a little bit aggressive. I really want to be the same. I'm kidding. You've been to a Japanese concert. Oh, did you remember? But why do you pretend you don't remember it? I told you to buy me rice. I remember getting eaten well. I think I have bad memory, so I have to buy it often, Master Amoeba. When and where can I go? When do you have time for Master? I just finished one big raid, so it's okay for the time being. When I asked, Park Bo-yeon shouted with a cheerful voice. Then now, I headed to the famous Hanjeongseok house around here. The car I was riding was a normal Ben, a sports car and a sedan, which had only two, are widely known to the public, so I had to purchase this one separately. After putting the car in the parking lot, putting on a mask and sunglasses, I entered the restaurant and saw a large room surrounded by folding screens. Boo! Here. Park Bo-yeon was waving his hand inside. Recently, the popular group Nia was waiting for me. In addition to the leaders Park Bo-yeon, Park So-dam, Bae Ji-ji, and Yoon Do-na, and even manager Lim Woo-ram. A total of 5 people are welcoming me and smiling. Do you remember the old days? It's a bald Emperor Sway raid. With a bloody smile, I sat next to manager Lim Woo-ram. While waiting for the meal, we always talked about the current situation. Most of them were conversations led by Park Bo-yeon. The Japanese performance was so much fun. Work. All of the fans who saw it were all good manners and cheerful people. Oh yeah, master present here. This is the photo book you requested. Park Bo-yeon chatted well, and the manager Lim Woo-ram and the other members who knew her usual silent personality only opened their eyes round. I gave thanks to her. These days, the stature is piercing the sky. This is all thanks to the advancement of technology. Park Bo-yeon smiled and took out his cell phone. Nowadays, after setting an idol that they are interested in, you can receive an intensive notification of the idol's concert or TV program appearance schedule. A notification pops up even if you don't look for it one by one, so it's more convenient to do virtues. When I heard that, I nodded. Actually, I have something similar these days. What I think of in my mind is the Magio app that Yu made a while ago. It is to cheer for the Madong King's event schedule, advertisements, and fan meeting schedules. When I receive an ad, I was giving a lot of help, such as clicking hard, watching, or volunteering in my name. This is a different word, but in fact, these days, the views and advertising fees of the Madongwang account have gone down a bit. This is because while he was active as a deceased person, he did not play much as a Madong King. But it's also for a while. The jackpot will explode soon. Asia Champions League. When that day comes, it is clear that the Madongwang account will fly again. I was planning a few events in preparation for that time. Meanwhile, Park So-dam, Bae Su-ji, and Yoon Do-na are also active in recent talks. In the corporate atmosphere of respect for human rights comes first. They were having an active public relationship. Park So-dam solved her love affair. My boyfriend is a businessman, but I can't meet him normally because he's very busy. I think I have less time in Korea. Go to Japan, go to Russia, go to China, go to America. When I was a trainee, I had a lot of time, so I didn't get in touch. Rock itself is not easy. Really. It was nice to be able to meet for a while after my schedule in Japan this time. I don't know if I'll always see it now. Sigh. Then, Bae Suzy, who was sneaking over Tiok Galbi, struck Park So-dam's back. Hey, this girl. Even if you don't tell your boyfriend. My boyfriend is a reporter and just wanders around Omani places. But last time, he said that he was investigating a suspicious group infiltrating for a month. I was lost in contact. As I heard later, I heard that I was stolen from my cell phone and forced to work. And then it was a live burial. I'm going crazy. What kind of police is Jiga? When Park So-dam and Bae Su-ji were angry, and they broke their boyfriend, Yoon Do-na, who was listening to it, touched her forehead with her head hurting her head. You guys are medicine. There's no one else that's as bad as my boyfriend. Eating room. BJ was well released, so I debuted as a celebrity and went well after that. Suddenly, the kid goes crazy and says he will go to Africa. Africa? Are you doing BJ there? No. Not a personal broadcasting platform. Continent. Real Africa. If it wasn't for my real boyfriend, I killed everything. At that time, the people who gave us grandeur were disappointed. If I only think about that time. I can't hear the face, very. Burst in the rain. Everyone couldn't shut up at Yoon Do-na's words. Anyway, all 3 of us don't have normal boyfriends. Dating is difficult. Everyone seems to get a little weird at the last minute. It's nice though. Boyan. You are in a relationship. Mara, why? Just don't. Park So-dam, Bae Ji-ji, and Yoon Do-na put their mouths together and strike a hand at Park Bo-yeon. Are you making fun of the mother-in-law, Bo-yeon Park? Right then. We eyeing. The cell phone in my pocket vibrated loudly. It is a phone for Ma Dong King. Few people would call on this phone, so I could immediately notice the caller. It is Director Jae-young. Why? I'm eating now. However, at the words of Director Jae-young, I had to stop eating. Oh, the selection schedule is now open. Official. Can you come to the practice room now, or not to my house? Where are you? I'll go pick it up now. The outpost of the Asian Champions League, which has been awaited since he captured Oz, has been held. It seems that the domestic league that selects the Korean national team has finally been confirmed. 66W. Why is that so, Master? I laid down my spoon and woke up. Beep. Ugh. Master, did you eat something weird? Is it food poisoning? Sujeonghwa, which was served as dessert, was very scary, but I didn't have time to drink. After explaining to the NIA members and manager Lim Woo-ram that there was an urgent matter, I hurried out of the restaurant after asking for patience. No, I was trying to get out. However, the NIA members didn't let me go easily. What is it? Did you think you heard something like this? I saw everything on the name of the director. Asterisk. Hey, tell me straight. Master, are you preparing for your professional debut lately? Master, is this between us? I struck my hand. Oh, it's not really. I hurried out of the restaurant to avoid the nasty members of NIA. Wow, things that are quick to notice. Even so, it did not reach the fact that King Ma Dong and the deceased were the same person. At best, it's just that I'm in contact with a professional club. I took a slow breath. The Champ League, which was postponed after the first cataclysm, is now really about to begin in earnest. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Meanwhile, Park Bo-yeon put the spoon down with a gloomy expression. Sodam Park, Bae Soo-ji, and Doon-yoon saw it, and I kicked my tongue out. A look at your facial expressions becoming bleak right away. Will we not have enough friends for rice, Bo-yeon? So why can't you speak? Why can't you say I want to be your? Park Bo-yeon is a little embarrassed when everyone gathers their mouths and fills. No, it's not like that. No, it's all obvious. Manager Woo-ram Lim smiled and accepted Bo-yeon Park's words. Bo-yeon, then, shall we officially try our hand? Yeah? Officially? How? When Park Bo-yeon opened her eyes, Manager Lim Woo-ram replied with a confident smile. When I took a peek at the last minute, it appeared as Director Jae-young. Then everyone knew which club it was. At the end of that, the NIA members became fussed. Are you Director Jae-young? I know. It's a very hot Torn Newbie club these days. So, did you come from there now? It's where the Madong King is there. Wow. Master was completely successful. Idiot. Hey, Master was originally so capable? He didn't go there. Manager Woo-ram Lim coughed and brought his attention again. We knew which club we were recruiting for, so the company. Formally putting an offer to the club over there. Still, the company is also preparing to save the image of Jim soon these days. I was going to talk to you today because I just finished talking with the boss yesterday, but he suddenly went away. However, I don't know if he's going to debut as a pro or not because of his personality. He's a Euro user. Then the members of NIA also closed their eyes. Manager Woo-ram Lim shrugged while receiving the attention of the NIA members. Then he said with a very confident voice, Anyway, we are the first girl group to sign a contract with a professional club. The light of joy was on the faces of the NIA members who heard that. Cack. Am I going to be a pro gamer once again? To be sure, when I look at the professional league these days, I thought that I would be able to challenge myself. The new professional teams are very crowded. It's not the whole spring and autumn Sengoku period / Right. We've been playing hard games too. I hear a lot of reviews that I can become a June professional. Guys, put your hands on our hearts. Let's think. Honestly, isn't there a possibility that the second army can also be established? Let's apply by practicing really hard. I also wanted to learn the game from Master again. Park Bo-yeon, Park Sodam, Bae Gigi, and Yoon Duo I are excited and talk with us. Seeing that he was pleased, it seemed as if he had already passed the programmer exam. In such an atmosphere, Manager Lim Woo-ram had no choice but to show an awkward smile. With what he was going to say next, quietly swallowing it into his mouth. I was talking about the club promotion model, guys. Torn Newbies. Korean novel Torn Newbie 388. Previous talk next. Chapter 389. National Team Selection 2. Yongsan, Seoul. The roof of the esports stadium, where the national team competition is held, can be seen in the distance. Aiku, somehow the shabby one is in one of these years. Director Jae-young at home is you. They greeted me trembling. I asked, breathing. You said that your schedule is up? It's up. The official announcement was made 2 days later. You can see it right now. Director Jae-young dragged me to his room. Choke. Various documents, maps of the stadium field, and photos and profiles of players were laid out on the floor. Director Jae-young looked up at me with a single smile. Ugh, He refused to have dinner with the goddess Nia and came to such a place. I don't know where to put my body, so I use it all. Do you know Nia? Asterisk. No, it's not a popular girl group these days. It's a special day? I thought the entertainment industry wasn't interested at all. It didn't exist in the first place. Until they call you first. I didn't know what I was talking about, so I frowned for a moment. But now that's what's important. No. Woohoo, Eojin. Take a good look. That I prepared this in detail for you. Isn't your effort virtual? The materials that director Jae-young collected were certainly vast. I took a closer look at the faces of the national team candidates for the Asian Champions League. This time, these friends are me. That player plays. Didn't it? Oh, this guy also came up? It's surprising. Oh, this player transferred here. Oh, did this ranker make your pro debut? Who? This team also played. Where did the team go then? Oh, it's dismantled. 5. Is this also me? Huh. Thanks to the scrutiny and prepared data, it has also been of great help in reviving my memories before my return. Sometimes I recall my memories before my regression and my history after regression. He carefully looked at the documents. It is generally similar to the future I knew, but it is a slightly different entry. But overall, there were no ones who would make a big difference to my course. Sometimes I can see things that are annoying, but overall it will be okay. The future hasn't changed much. Rather, the change was much less than I expected, so it is easy to prepare for it. At the same time, I recalled the structure of the Asian Champions League. A total of 12 countries participated in the Asian Champions League, which was held for the first time before the return. Korea, China, Japan, Russia, Mongolia, Taiwan, Vietnam, Philippines, India, Pakistan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan. These countries will play 2 huge leagues, Little League and Big League. First of all, the Little League. The 3 countries will be in a group to play the 1st point-based playoff game, and the second battle will play a YAL Ground Zero game. Only 1 country can pass this Little League, and a total of 4 countries will advance to the Big League. The 4 countries that pass the Little League are selected for the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place through the Big League, and the method of selecting the 1st place is a tournament. As it is the first Asian Champions League to be held, its significance is enormous. Having won the Championship Cup, as well as simply advancing to the big leagues, you will be able to achieve a tremendous increase in nationality. It is all too much to say that there is even public opinion that professional players who achieve good results here should be exempted from military service. This point is no different from the regression transition. Except for the change in the date of the tournament due to the cataclysm I caused, there was no big impact. Most of the names of the bold participants in the national team selection were almost the same. Jae-young said with a serious expression. Another 10-wave battle. Seoul, Gyeonggi, Incheon, Cheongnam, Cheongbuk, Gyeongnam, Gyeongbuk, Jeonnam, Jeonbuk. This time, the Gangwon-do team declared absent due to unknown reasons, and Jeju is stuck instead. The first is the Battle Royale Ground Zero method, similar to the rules of a Champ Little League. What's different from the domestic league is that it doesn't choose 5 teams, but only 3 teams. And then the second play. We select first place off. It's really quickly. Because I don't have much time. I don't think I'm running out of time, but it seems like the senior elders of the association uselessly took up a lot of time to reunite. There is no time for players to prepare. I saw it exactly. It's all the association's work. Director Jae-young scratched his head with a shuttered expression. Although not, it seems that one big hand of the association has put up a lot of mischief. That's why the schedule was also announced a lot late. Because of that fact, even the associations I know are not only stressed. Even the delay in Korea's schedule caused discomfort to other countries. International embarrassment. International embarrassment. Who is the truth? There is one human, like garbage, called Cha Gi-yeep. What is this important? You have to adapt quickly to the schedule that came out. Well, in this regard, director Jae-young is right. I closed my eyes and pictured the future. So, Battle Royal Ground. All you have to do is survive from 0 and get into the top 3 teams. Right. If you are in first place there, you only have to play 1 defense battle. And if you are in 2nd or 3rd place, you will have 2 matches. Battle Royale Ground Zero is a game that ends only when 50 people fall on one map and survive for a limited time or become the last survivor. If you kill an opponent, you get 1 point in this. By counting the scores by team, the 3 teams with the highest total score are selected. Director Jae-young opened his mouth. It will be a little different from the previous Battle Royale Ground Zero. In the past, only humans fought, but now the orcs and lizard men also fought together. I don't think there's any problem in that respect. In that respect, I think you are the only one who says that there will be no problem. I shrugged my shoulders to erase director Jae Young's worries. Orcs and lizardmen. After the first cataclysm, the guys who will have the power of demons and dragons on their backs are as strong as possible. However, the ethnic minority humans counterattack will be quite spicy. I am still human. The question is, how shockingly does King Ma Dong play his first debut match after the cataclysm? Let's see. I grabbed my mobile phone and accessed the internet with the account of the deceased person's name. People are still crowded today. All of the videos that were uploaded were recording huge number of views. Cataclysm enemy complete orc public. First blood, I picked it. Yee wow. The deceased person remains human. Loyalty. Orc, lizardmen fall into fear. The deceased remains human. Yee filthy pseudo-humans. Phew. Distant is out. I was worried because the number of humans was the least, but TTIE. I'm relieved that the deceased person existed. Phew. Originally, real masters like Sun Zhong. Long live humans Buffen Haogong. I'm a lizard man, but TKTF, the deceased, raises the character again as a human being. That's just the president of Ko Inmol's fan club. Anyway, I lost my account when I was in the last day, so I deleted my account. We will nurture again as a human. Even short videos that are less than a few seconds have a basic number of views in millions. It was my personal broadcast that is gaining popularity abroad. However, I logged out of the account under the name of the deceased and reconnected as a paternal account under the name of the Ma Dong King. Not surprisingly, these days, there are few people in the Ma Dong King system. Since the cataclysm, there has been little activity or achievement seen as the King of Ma Dong, and most of them have only come up with notices of the recent events delivered by Yu Dehi and the Makio fan clubs instead, so there is no feeling somewhere. There were reports that Dehi Yu had volunteered or donated in the name of King Ma Dong, but the number of views was far lower than that of my own video recording. It's time to skyrocket once. For the first time since the cataclysm, I was planning to publicize the steps of Ma Dong to the world. In order to do that, it is necessary to show a charismatic one-shot in this national team selection. What are you doing lately? I don't like the race after the cataclysm. There is a rumor that it was hurriedly. Sheet, Ma Dong King. Please come back. TD2 guys, they will come out this time. If it's not the King of Ma Dong, who is the country's leader? But honestly, isn't King Ma Dong go out of date anymore? How many outstanding rankers have formed since the cataclysm? I want to see the Ma Dong King come out. If it is not the King of Ma Dong, it will be difficult for Korea to regain its position as the no. But I don't know what would have happened to King Ma Dong after the cataclysm. Do you think you have to prove your skills again? I might have collapsed because I didn't like the change to a different race during the cataclysm. If the Ma Dong King also became an orc or lizard man, I deleted my human account and turned on another one. Many comments about my whereabouts are in full swing. From the inferences of various detectives to ridiculous rumors. Compared to other rankers who have become stronger since the cataclysm, my skills are poor. There was an atmosphere of doubt that I would lose, and some were anxious that I would close the game as it is. Well, people are very worried. I still remain human, and it is overflowingly strong. The question is how to show it. Director Jae Young opened his mouth after contemplating for a while. I have to show it in the first Battle Royale Ground Zero, right? Orcs and lizardmen pro gamers who are on the rise. After stepping on them overwhelmingly, you must win an impactful victory. But I shook my head. That's natural. Director Jae Young's words were straightforward, but there was a slight lack of feeling. That alone is not enough. I need a plus alpha. I closed my eyes and rolled my head. What should I do to win the most shocking Sung Lee in this national team selection? Moment. There was something running through my head. Okay, there was it. I remembered it. The excitement of the public, the inertia of the association, and furthermore, the best possible performance is to overthrow other countries that will compete in the Asian Champions League. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie, 389. Previous talk next. Chapter 390. National Team Selection, 3. I'll go. Don't come out. I left Director Jae Young's house. Let's go to bed. Okay, go to bed. It's late. Hee-sun Oh and Director Jae Young said with expressions that it was easy, but I politely declined. Because my younger brother is waiting outside. Don't come out, it's okay. I put the car right in front of you. I refused the recommendation of Jae Young and others to go to bed and went to the yard. Suddenly, before I left the gate, I paid attention to the pond in Ma Dong. Wet yard at night. The pond is blackened with water. A bright moon quietly swaying in the water. Several fallen leaves slowly flow over the moon. I walked to the pond and looked down at the water surface. Deadly. I saw a worm drowning and struggling. It looks like a baby cricket flew in the wind and fell into the water. Let me watch the pond. Fondong. Soon something came up from under the black water and swallowed the cricket in one mouth. It was a goldfish with a red body. Predators and predators. Even within this small pond, the upper and lower relations of power are clearly divided. I watch a cricket sucked into the mouth of a goldfish at once. Thought. Who will be the cricket and who will be the goldfish? Anyone who participates in this competition will certainly eat someone else, or someone else will eat them. It's simple to avoid being eaten. You just need to grow big and increase your strength. If that little cricket is a little. If it were larger, it might not have been eaten by goldfish if the exoskeleton was firm and the hind legs were thicker. Maybe you've gotten out of the pond before that. However, I thought about it. No matter how much you increase your strength, the overwhelming gap, it's useless for powers of different dimensions. After the cataclysm, numerous rankers made their professional debut. They accumulated know-how by raiding against stronger monsters and harsher dungeon ecosystems, and soon became accustomed to the newly acquired body. Orcs and lizardmen. They will be proud of their stronger body and their experience of becoming proficient. And all I have to do is, it breaks the elevated snots and breaks them. It's a Korean Pro League or a World Pro League. Wait. The price, GUA, will show you a different power. I turned around the pond. Moment. With a plop. The center of the pond with a loud sound. Splashed from it. The giant tropical fish black arowana, raised by director Jae-young, swallowed up a goldfish on the water with one bite. In front of director Jae-young's home. I opened the rear door of the sedan parked by the fence and got on inside. Ah, are you done with your business, brother? Yu Chong, who was sitting in the driver's seat, turned to me. I nodded, buried deep in the back seat. Let's go home right away. No, let's wait a bit and go. Take a rest. Why don't you just relax at home? When I go home, I have a lot of work again. Cars are the most comfortable these days. Naturally, time spent with fluency also increased. We have been getting close to each other. Yu Chong closed his eyes, looked at my resting eyes, and turned on the radio. Soon, a good-looking beauty comes out on the radio. It is the voice of a young woman. Midnight's dim radio private channel today's game story. What? I opened my eyes halfway. Then Yu Chong turned his head and asked, are you going to get in the way of your brother's rest? Shall we turn it off? No. Try turning up the sound. After listening to me, Yu Chong smiled and turned up the radio. Then the voice from the radio became a little clearer. This is Yu Dahee's Yu Dai show. Yes, today's story has come in again. An unfair death just before being cleared. Oh, this is a case where I'm really angry at reading. Yu Dahee was broadcasting on the radio. Originally, it was not in the future. I'm glad that my older sister has been energetic these days. I think I try to do a lot of small things I want to do. Yu Chong said with a single smile. After you say he completely recovered from the sickness, Yu Chong he made up her mind and worked hard under me. Yu Dahee's personality has changed a lot. It seemed to me to live while doing what I wanted to do, such as broadcasting a game, going on the radio, sometimes volunteering in the name of King Ma Dong, and holding a support group. A while ago, a big agency also offered an offer for trainees, but they said they didn't like it. Was it MS Entertainment? Good job. It's better not to go there. Originally from the world before the return, Yu Dahee accepts MS Entertainment's proposal and makes her debut as a girl group. It was because the down payment was urgent right now, and because I was confident that I would be able to do it well because of its unique self-confidence and character. However, the entertainment industry wasn't a place where I could do well with my ability, and Yu Dahee had only been damaged more severely there. But not in this life. Is it a butterfly effect? The small changes I have made are increasingly changing the future of the people around me. When I heard Yu Dahee's positive change, I made a strange expression. She was doing better than before the return because she was purely playing the game. Wow, I was just getting hit there. If you're like me, just check out all those PKs. Anyway, all the XXs who slaughter the people are XX. So you have to XX. Really? The tipper, don't cry? You'll be punished. That massacre. The peculiar personality did not seem to have gone anywhere. Yu Chong said, scratching his back. You are very busy these days. In the Achamp national team selection, Ma Dong Woom will gather and prepare for support. Well, I'm sorry about this. If you know that King Ma is me, you will be disappointed a lot. You will be very shocked, right? I'm sure you'll have an open mind. I wish I had a little strength. Yu Chong shook his head and said, I too got creepy when I recalled the grip power of Yu Dahee, who once smashed the bones of a pig's foot at the YouTube View year-end party. What is Sihe doing these days? I think your brother knows better than me. I haven't been talking to the youngest very well these days. He's almost only attached to the practice room these days. When I asked, Yu Chong shrugged. You say he only goes back and forth between the club members' practice rooms and accommodations in my own building. Most of the day, I was stuck with Matthew River. They seem to be doing something deep in the game world without meeting anyone. When I'm in the real world, I just eat, sleep, exercise, and spend most of the rest in the game. Seemed to be. Yu Chang swept his chin. From what I heard, I think I was looking for some kind of item. What was it? Was it a living fossil? The moment I heard that, I opened my eyes. Living fossil? You're looking for that item? Yes. He said he needed a guy named Matthew Kong. See, he seems to be helping with that. Okay, what do you like about a guy who looks like a parasitic long rain? Yu Chang is not happy with Matthew, who is close to his youngest brother. If you look at it, this guy also has a temperament to show off his eyes. By the way, when it comes to living fossils, it is an item that I know. Living fossil / material / an ancient existence that has been handed down since long ago without any change. That you were looking for this. Oh. As soon as I showed the notice that I knew, Yu Chang mumbled, I'm sure, and looked up. Nodded. In Sihe's words, was it green hell? It's a very rare item that is dropped only in the outskirts of the western jungle. So he said that he probably wouldn't know, but he doesn't know anything. Then, it's a hidden piece that I know very well. I laughed bloody. Matthew, this guy. Taney seems to be secretly preparing to help me, but it is in the bottom of my hand. I know that the intention is good though. The intention to surprise me with a remarkable achievement was clearly communicated. I felt the desire to show me something and be recognized. I wanted to pretend to be right, but unfortunately, there is not much time until the national team selection. I watched myself as much as possible, but it was the amount I would save if I had a car. I have a gift for Sihe anyway, so I can give it to Taegang as a gift at once. I tapped my forehead with my index finger. The resurrection of the Madong King. Even after the cataclysm, it is the nation that dominates the Korean professional league. But that's simply not all. The national team is decided by team, so it's difficult for me to run wild. The skill of Yu Sihe, who will debut this time, is also clear to the public. It was time to prove it. No one will ever be able to object to our being the national team. Not only me, but all my people will be recognized. The Worn and Worn Out Newbie Club has prepared a certain performance so that no disagreement arises in representing Korea. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 390. Previous talk next. Chapter 391. Hole in 1-1. On the day of the national team selection, in front of Yongsan Esports Stadium, a large crowd gathered. The scene where as many as 150,000 fans gathered at one time was spectacular. Throughout the history of esports, an infinite record after nothing. Not only the hall, but all the facilities around it are so prosperous that they are paralyzed. At the time of the first Dem Pro League, even hotter than when 100,000 spectators flocked to the world, the heat was shaking all over the world. Festivals took place everywhere, and promotional videos of the competition were played on large electronic boards and hologram machines. Within, boo-woo, several vans broke through the crowds and entered the exclusive road. Familiar faces emerged from Ben. There were 50 players who participated in the national team selection today. Wow! A loud shout that would blow the stadium away. Oak, 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 lizard, 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 Liza. It was a big change considering that in the past, players' individual names and team support were mainly heard. After the cataclysm, the fans' greatest interest was race. Since the strongest race buff, which occurs only when the race kill number is high, is given to ordinary players, fans can share the aftermath if the same race player hits the box office. In reality, they are all the same humans, but when they enter the game, the races are divided into 3. An orc player got off the bend and lifted it high for the main meal. Whoa! Oak, oak, oak. Thousands of people roll their feet and beat their chests, screaming loudly as if they became oaks in reality, responding to the athlete's performance. Then the lizard man player started rolling his feet as if he couldn't lose. Wow! Lizard, 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 lizard. Then, the lizard man players who got out of bend raised their fists and responded. Orcs and lizard men. This nerve war, which was set on fire among the players who participated in the competition, ignites the hearts of tens of thousands of spectators. However, among these large crowds, the number of people who advocated humans was very few. The users who chose the human camp were somehow sandwiched between orc users and lizardmen users with a depressed expression. Right then, the last Black Ben Hannah arrived at a stop. It is me who got out of it. It's the Madong King. When I appeared, the facial expressions of the fans of the human camp slightly brightened. Wow! Human! 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 A small shout began to echo. 1, 2, 3. Ah! Fighting the Madong King. 4. With. Year. Yo. Hemp. Copper. King. Ooh. Yet. Light. LOL. Hemp. Copper. King. It was almost natural to hear the cheering sound of the Maggio fan club led by Yudahi. As I raised my hands in response to the fans' love, voices filled with regret burst out among the fans. What did you do in the meantime, Demon King? Show me today that humans are still alive. I look forward to good grades. But it wasn't just good sounds. What is the Madon King race human? If it were a human race, it would have one. Ooh, it's retired. It's old. You should have retired before the cataclysm. Leave when you clap. Old man in the back room. The glory of the past. It's ugly. Others accept the fan club boo me. Most of them seemed to think that I had become obsolete, but such a thought seemed to prevail among Orc users and Lizardman users. When I'm walking through the lines made by the security staff, you filth child, stop retiring. Don't pretend to be strong. On the subject of humans, some radical tribal hooligans have been terrorizing. A muscular man with green body painting on his whole body. He will be 1 meter and 90 centimeters tall. The other was a muscular man with a scaly tattoo covering his arms and neck, and he looked like the man who had just run. They appeared to be Orc and Lizardman users, respectively, and they seemed to have tremendous enemy conversion to me, representing human race pro gamers. However, when they just ran through the security staff and came up to me, what are these cute things? There was a hand protruding from behind me. Fluency. Yu Changhe. Not long ago, an employee who has been working as my driver, capsule room manager and bodyguard. Yu Chang grabbed the necks and collarbones of the 2 terrorists and knelt down on the floor. Ah, hurt. Bye, save me. The 2 men, caught in Yu Chang's grasp, couldn't use their strength once and were so easily scattered on the floor. One grip is really great. I felt a little creepy at Yu Chang's power to subdue 2 similar sizes in less than a second. I thought I was chased by a guy like this before returning, so I sweat. There are so many eyes looking at this, so I can't get rid of it. There are a lot of these guys these days, brother. Yu Chang grabbed the backs of the 2 men, handed it over to the staff of the security company, and then returned to me. I shook my head. What can it be? It should be said that the impact of this game on reality has increased that much, right? It's also a good thing in some way. The bigger the influence of this game, the bigger my influence will be. Aren't I even the one who took over Oz, one of the 17 gods in the game world? Today everyone will know who really is the #1 in Korea. I stepped into the Dongyujang with Yu Chang standing behind me. There was no such thing as loud performances by other race players. The first sign of the return of the peak began so quietly. Situation relay room in the stadium. Several casters were sitting in the relay room drinking coffee. There are still a few minutes before the competition begins. With the microphone turned off, caster John Yongjin and a few others briefly talked about today's competition. Okay, how do everyone watch the game today? I see it in 3D. Oh, don't play around. Which team do you think will win? Well, I'm the first to look at the Torn Newbie club with Ma Dong-won, who was the former #1 in Korea. But aren't they all human? These days, Orcs and Lizardmen are the most popular, so humans are a little. But there are also foreign mercenaries, right? Isn't Matthew Taegang, a former promising player, also in the club? What do you do then? They're all human. Even the rest of them all heard that it hasn't been long since they started the game. Because of the shortage of manpower, I have anyone. You get a spot that fills your head while trying to do it. No matter how well 1 or 2 people do it, the combination is bad. Yes, teams made up of humans are bound to be eliminated. I can't help it. Balances. No matter how much Ma Dongwon has shown a wall of 4 dimensions that cannot be overcome, that is the story before the cataclysm. I think it is what covers the tremendous skills and growth of the Orc and Lizardmen players that have been shown recently. Probably, it will be very difficult to restore the glory of the old days. It will be a very difficult challenge for Ma Dongwon. I also said that my gaze was going, but I didn't say it was going to win, ha ha ha. However, if you are a Ma Dongwon player, you will definitely show a good match regardless of your performance. While the casters exchanged their thoughts, all the players entered. Watching the fans fill the seats, the casters could realize the popularity of the game. Enormous attention and concentration. It was a spectacular view that the veteran casters gathered here had never experienced it. Eventually, casters, centering on the casters, explained to the fans the rough rules of the game today. Started. Yeah? Infinite thanks and love to the ladies and gentlemen who gathered today. Welcome to the Battle Royale Ground Zero, the first round of the Asian Champions League national team selection to be held today. There is a cheer that makes the intestine excitement. Caster John Yongjin continued to speak with an overwhelming heart. The seat to be held today is the first contest to select the national team for the Asian Champions League, so it has a great meaning. Unlike before the cataclysm, the races of orcs and lizardmen have been added, so I am sure that you will be able to enjoy a more diverse play of more diverse players. After speaking, the caster John pressed a button on the board. Weeing. Then, the video began to be played on the large electric board in the stadium. It was a huge cube-shaped wooden chest, which was hung up on the railroad tracks on the floor. A long road made like a train track was divided into 10 rows, one for each map, and it converged toward a point in the center of the map. A shape in which 10 straight lines have only one intersection. It was like seeing an asterisk sign. And there are a total of 10 wooden chests lumped at the end of such a railroad track. It was a chest that looked big and heavy so that it wouldn't budge even if several people pushed it together. On the chest were stickers written in large red letters, hazard goods, and handling caution. John Caster exclaimed. As those of you know, we decided to change the game format a little from this tournament based on the opinions of the tournament management team. This newly added system is a little more fine-tuning the balance between races and at the same time. It was created to give you more and more fun. Of course, this is the content that was announced before the game was held. However, most of the fans showed a mysterious expression. This is because not many people come after reading the notice before the game. Caster John Yongjin said, looking at the large wooden chest on the hologram. In the existing Battle Royale Ground Zero, a total of 12 divisions were randomly set as a danger zone, and the range expanded as time passed. If you stay in the danger zone for a certain amount of time or more, it is considered dead, and the player who survives to the end in this limited area has won the honor. But now I can do anything other than just survive. If so, what is the method? After finishing the talk, Caster John pressed the button once again. Then, 5 holograms in the shape of a human appeared on the screen. They worked hard and started pushing a huge wooden chest on the screen. Grup. Drool. A chest that is pushed slowly with a heavy sound. When the caster John pressed the fast-forward button, time started to flow several times. It eventually moved along the railroad tracks and plunged into a large hole in the center of the map. Then, the message victory appeared on the screen in large words. Oh. The crowd cheering while seeing the victory message. Caster John Yongjin dressed up and said a word. It's pushing the cargo. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 391. Previous talk next. Chapter 392. Hole in One 2. The crowd cheered at the words of Caster John Yongjin. A shout as if blowing the roof of the dome stadium. Encouraged by the heat, the casters explained the rules changed in a heated voice. The clearest way to win is to avoid the slowly narrowing red zone and survive to the end, but pushing the cargo in each area and moving it to the central point is also a way to win. A new concept system that goes beyond the existing Battle Royale Ground Zero, which was introduced to adjust the balance between races and classes, aka Battle Royale Ground Zero. Battle Royale Ground Zero, over. In short, it is a new way of survival competition called Bag Off. A system that wins by pushing something and puts it in a specific position, discovers a hidden piece, or inflicts fatal damage to an opponent is a method that has long been widely preferred regardless of genre such as FPS, RPG, and AOS. In particular, the concept of pushing cargo is Watch Dean's Man Monster, Arcade, etc. It is already familiar to gamers because it is a material that has been enjoyed in the game. John Caster explained in detail the cargo on the screen. 8 meters wide, 8 meters long, 8 meters high. The secret to what's inside. It's an indestructible object, so it doesn't matter if you handle it a bit roughly. If you slide this cargo into the large hangar in the center of the map, you are an unconditional win. You have to be careful. See, as is. It's pretty heavy. Then the other casters also left additional comments on the concept of pushing fire. Oh, the last time I saw it. Even if a lot of dealer users pushed me, it almost didn't budge. The cargo weight was really crazy heavy. Well, we should be able to push because all of our players will have high-strength stats, but still, it is a weight that cannot be vigilant. Really scary. Heavy. If the cargo is so heavy, it would be pushed and attacked by other people? I think I'm worried that I'm being pulled by other players and being bombarded. So, it seems like we should take the cargo that others pushed, or we should focus on survival as usual, instead of paying attention to the cargo in the first place. Anyway, the concept of this cargo. I'm still not sure how big this will be. Maybe this is the first tournament. Everyone has different opinions on the change system. John Caster brought together the attention to scatter again. Yeah, next, we will lead to the map description. The place where the competition for survival will take place today is Magbird, an aerial city. It is a map of an aerial island floating 200 meters above the ground. The fall of the celestial island. Isn't it the setting that the remaining floating stone debris was collected? As it is a map made with the motif of Peru's aerial city Machu Picchu, its height is quite high. It's about the height of a 50-story building. So if you fall, even a tough tanker can go in one room, right? Everyone seems to have to be careful about falling damage. After briefly explaining the map, caster John moved the camera screen to the left. There you can see some people wearing black hoodies sitting in a calm position. The black hood at the front arose and nodded to the screen. Caster John Yongjin greeted each other with a bright expression and then removed his lips. This time, the monsters on the map. Thank you to all of the GM squads for helping to clear up other pitfalls. Before long, the super clock on the electronic board began to rotate rapidly. Countdown to mark the start of the match. It is urgent to look like an almost burnt fuse. Game. It's starting to work. With the roaring cry of caster John Jean. At the same time, Battle Royale Ground Zero over began. 10 clubs and 50 players were randomly dropped onto Magbird in the midst of the ball. The players quickly grasped the surrounding terrain and moved according to their own strategies. Some people go to find their companions right away, while others occupy the base to create a hideout or hideout. As soon as I started, there were some who were fighting the enemy who fell next to them, and some who ran away and were hiding. The casters calmly started broadcasting the movements of all 50 people on each screen. Yes, players. In general, it is showing a cautious response. As always, do you start farming new homes and recovery items? There are some players who found the cargo, but no one is interested. If you're sane, you wouldn't stick to that crazy heavy cargo alone. If you push the cargo there alone, you will be the target of the enemy's intensive bombardment. Right then, caster John grabbed the microphone. What is this? There is one person who makes a remarkable move. He made a large close-up of one of 50 small screens. All the spectators' eyes pointed towards it. Caster John Yongjin shouted with his eyes wide open. Madong King. This is the Madong King. Oh my gosh. I'm pushing the cargo by myself. The other casters also looked at the screen with surprised expressions. However, soon all the casters had to open their mouths to absurdity. It's a close-up of the casters. The same was true of the hundreds of thousands of spectators looking at the screen. Soon, John caster barely moved his lips that did not fall off, leaving a word apart. No, by the way, should I see that it is pushing it? Connect. Release security by voice recognition. Synchronizing. Synchronization complete. I fell above the aerial city of Magbird with a bright pillar of light. A huge disc-shaped city. Buildings made of civil engineering are beautifully stretched out. Of course, there were no NPCs or monsters passing by. Oh, look at this. As soon as I logged in, I was admired by the green cross in front of me. This is called a healing pack, which is like a potion that is created at a certain location on the map C. For small heal packs, put your hands on the green cross. The moment you hit it, you get 1.000 HP. When used once, the cooldown time is about 1 minute. The large heal pack instantly recovers 3.000 HP the moment you hold your hand against the green cross, and once used, the cooldown time is about 3 minutes. These heal packs are randomly placed all over the map. This is also part of the change system. It's a bag-off. It's a nostalgic system. I've only been able to meet you now. I went past the small heal pack in front of my eyes, groping my memories before my return. I saw what I was looking for as I passed between the piles of earthen bricks and vine plants along the railroad track in front of me. Freight. There was a large wooden chest of 8 meters in width, length, and height. I shrugged my hands. Pushing the cargo is the virtue of a mature gamer and the role of a team pillar. Everything I want to run wildly is the same. But isn't it the true form of an adult to contribute to the victory of the community silently in an invisible place? For reference, cargo is indestructible and is an incredibly heavy object. Normal users only need to gather 5 people to be able to whine and push. But who? There was a scene that lit up my eyes. The cargo I found had already been pushed first. It was seen that an orc user was pushing the cargo with all his might. The muscles of the whole body swell, as if bursting. Shinbak, Lee Gunhyung. In terms of muscle strength and physical strength, he was a top-notch tanker in Korea who was never left behind. He became an orc after the cataclysm. It's sheep. He seemed to have polished his specialty to the limit after becoming an orc, as he knew one of his strengths even in human days. Kugaguguk. As Lee Gunhyung applied strength to his whole body, the green muscles that swelled as if to burst were vigorously stirred. 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, 3 centimeters. Heavy cargo was slowly pushing forward. Is it a fruit with the added race characteristics of orcs? It's really amazing power. Right then, Dash. Lee Gun-hyung, who was pushing the cargo, knew me and opened his eyes round. He stepped back and took a vigilant position, revealing fangs protruding upside down. But I didn't dare to engage in a nervous war with him. But, move. He rolled up his sleeves and handed him a short word. I passed in front of Lee Gun-hyung, who was looking blank. Exclamation point. Seeing that I am defenseless, Gun-hyung Lee prepares to rush toward me to see if he is awakened. However, Lee Gun-hyung, who saw my subsequent actions, had to stop as if he was nailed to the place, rather than rushing in. Quabang. I lifted my palm and smashed the cargo as it was. Quajajajajiji. Thud. Rumble. The cargo floated in the air in front of my eyes and fell tens of meters in front of me. Go. In the place where the cargo fell, a lot of dirt rises. It was a big blow and shock around. The wave caused a large amount of sand to be blown away, creating a large circle at the bottom. The sight as if it was hit by a nuclear warhead. Heavier than I thought. Lee Gun-hyung sits down in the spot, while looking at me crackling his wrist and muttering. I know even if I don't see what the audience and casters are shouting from outside. Then shall we push it again? Again, I raised my hand toward the cargo. Pop. Quackwang. Quajajajiji. Perpung. Rumble. Thud. Every time I swing my palm, the cargo is pushed straight out. In fact, it was more of a blow than a push. I pushed the cargo straight ahead. We entered the center of the map. I can see the hangar in the distance. The game is over just by pushing the cargo into that pit. However, the other players weren't stupid enough to just watch it out. Inside the window of a wooden building, on top of a pile of earthen bricks, amidst a pile of vines, numerous players appeared from all over. Humans, orcs, lizardmen. Regardless of the race, everyone was paying attention to me and my cargo. That number is almost over 30. The eyes that are burning lust toward me all together. I laughed bloody. Hey, are you here with great determination? The best way to show off your body, which has been strengthened by the cataclysm, is to publicly execute me, who was the strongest player in the pro league before the cataclysm. But they didn't know. I am also very committed to this competition. The fact that I came out after doing it. The best way to boast of being the strongest even after the cataclysm, it would be to deal with the strongest who are raging after the cataclysm all at once. I squeezed my fingers towards the pros in front of me. The plate was laid. Come in. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 392. Previous talk next. Chapter 393. Hole-in-one 3. Hole-in-one. For golf, the ball goes into the hole in one stroke. John Caster looks astonished. Opened his mouth. No, by the way, do I have to say I'm pushing that? The way I push the cargo is the blow-away method based on overwhelming force. The strength of both hands is also great, but in fact, the real driving force that makes this godliness visible was the picaresque mask. Ye picaresque mask. /mask/A+. The skin of the psycho serial killer's face was cut out and dried as it is. At the moment of writing, counting begins. Property serial killing available, special. Attack power plus 13,021. This mask is applied with the wearer's karma value instead. Attack power increases according to the number of kills from the moment the mask is worn. The increase in attack power per 11 kin is 1. The number of X kills is counted only for the player character. Thanks to the tremendous increase in attack power, I have a tremendous strength stat. This is the result of annihilating Orc and Lizardman users at once using the Golden Miner's Blood item. The result of acquiring an item that could be massacred relatively early in the game came back with this privilege. Thud. Karur/. I hit the ground with my right hand to cause an earthquake, and each time the fire fell from the turbulent ground and soared into the air. Bang/puff. Then I'm infused with the power of eddy currents. It hits the cargo with his left hand and blows it forward. That way, the cargo is advancing at a tremendous speed. However, pushing the cargo is inevitably a way to stand out from others. Noise and vibration. Lang has been led by the fuss I make all over the map. Curdle appeared. Humans, orcs, lizardmen. A huge number of professional gamers, totaling 32 players, gathered around me. The momentum as if they were very determined and gathered. There were very few examples of all 5 members from one club. Entries that seemed to have been picked up little by little from each club. I narrowed my eyes. Look at this. The smell of matchmaking is strong. Before the game, it seemed that there was something behind the scenes, such as collusion or cartel. If not, I can't be able to move so quickly and systematically. I looked at the faces of those who gathered in front of me. 32 out of 50. This is the number of people corresponding to 64% of the species participants. Except for the Frayed Newbie Club, the entries from almost all clubs were evenly mixed. This level of degree is the beginning of history. In the first Dem Pro League, Mad Dog's Kim Jong-un tried to instigate a helper, and the result was less than 50% participation rate. Did you buy players from other clubs? It would be difficult to do this unless you decided to form an alliance before the start of the game. I laughed at the idiots of my enemies. It is rather a good premonition to move so quickly that it will be noticeable. Hagi, if you look at it, the contest itself was caught in a hurry. No, the cataclysm itself was urgent in the first place. You too. It must have been a lot harder. Come to think of it, there was a time that you Dahi had warned me before. I know that this person is in a higher position because of investing a lot in the game industry this time, but it is a story that he is involved in the selection of the Asian Champions League through the association. There seems to be someone who is pushing me in this competition. I have to do that, because I was too big to leave it alone, and the plate called Akam is so attractive. But do you know the guy who's forcing me? I'm also looking for the guy who's looking for me. 1. I pulled my finger toward the stocks in front of my eyes. Plate was laid. Come in. 32 rankers sprang up in my provocation. It's 2 installed on human subjects. Even if the king of Madong is the king of Madong, it was before the cataclysm. You're drunk with fame in the past and can't cover your shit. It makes you realize the topic. Sentiment. Words are rough. Some seem drunk with the atmosphere and forgot even the fact that the fans were watching. But the more I do, the more advantageous I am, because I can more dramatically reveal that I am still strong. Qua 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 quan. Arrows and magic poured down on me. The swordsman sent a blow, and the tankers tightened the shield line even more in preparation for a returning counterattack. The 32 people of the highest ranking in Korea, the heroes and Seekums who have adapted to the ecosystem after the cataclysm, have each delivered their most confident special moves. Fire and ice, lightning and wind, iron and tree, sand and rock are mixed together. A huge shockwave hit me. Quakwang. Jijik. The terrain was transformed with a roar. Buildings made of baked soil and wood are all turned into powder and collapsed, and huge rocks and trees are pulled out by wind pressure alone. Their passing technique proved in real time that 1 + 1 was not simply 2. The sum can be 3, 4, or 5. The shockwave, which is much more multiplied by mixing up, is pouring down towards only one person, me. Then, are you late? From far away, a shock erupted. It was the sound of Yun Sol and Drake, who were just running around the corner. Meanwhile, a similar sound erupted from the other side. Ugh, what? Matthew and Sihiyu. They too arrived here at the same time. Torn Newbie clubs gathered at one point. But it was too late. The 32 rankers who have already joined forces have poured out their full strength. Who? That's it, because I got rid of the most annoying enemy. Now it's your turn. An orc ranker wearing a black robe said, pointing to Yusehi at the front. Next to him, for rankers wearing black robes as well, there was. The new Team Basters is an unusual team where all 5 members participated in the hunt for the Madong King. Matthew Kong stared at the black robes in front of his eyes with the tendons on his forehead. Drake united Yun Sol, Yusehi, and Matthew River into one. The situation is not very good. You can be bombarded with intensive bombardment, so step back first. However, no, there is nothing like that. The shadow is revealed after the smoke is lifted. I stood tall on the ground in a fine form without any scars. Exclamation point. All of the rankers who attacked me looked blankly with their mouths wide open. Even Drake, Yun Sol, Matthew Kong, and Yusehi were the same. It's amazing. I smiled bloody and raised my head. Currently, I am a Kumlof's infinite nose. Using the special effect of a stiletto ring, he hides his true appearance. However, I had already activated the effect of the item. Death Dragon Oz's Death Scale, /armor/S+. With the scales worn by the King in the Abyss, there is an overwhelming fiery feeling that nothing in the world can dare to encounter. Weak beings only approach. You will never escape death. Yi Defense Yi 666. Darkness Resistance, plus 500%. Dash Corruption Resistance, plus 500%. Can use the characteristic Kunmukja Black, Jingyi. Special. Can be used for the characteristic when attending the Deputy, Po Ganjan Si. Special. Basilisk's Heart's top compatible item that was used before. I had the ability to reflect 100% of the damage done to my body. Even. What? Is my body turning black? Ugh. Is it rotten? Wow. My stamina is running out. What? What's up this? Why does the attacker lose HP? Enemies that attack me lose 0.01% of their maximum health per second. This curse continues until the enemy loses 10% of their maximum HP. What's more, I haven't even used real strength yet. Gripping support dash. Reflective damage. The reflective damage accumulated from the enemy is still jumping in my hands. Blah blah. Blah blah. GGJIK. The anglerfish knuckle and giant king crab gauntlets began to crack. Somehow, to support the effect of S+ grade items, the durability of A+ grade items wasn't enough. I'm a shattering two-handed gauntlet. I moved forward without expressing the message. Flinch. The 32 beasts were crushed by the momentum of me and stepped back half a step. How will it make the audience feel that 32 people step back 2 steps each time I step forward? In the meantime, the distance between me and my enemies is gradually narrowing. Yet, I raised 2 fists. Let's see what happens now. When I finished speaking, I stretched out my arms with all my might. A cool room. A devastating blow. Wow jiggly dash. The 2-fist gauntlets could not withstand the condensed reflection damage and shatter into pieces. At the same time, terrifying wind pressure completely consumed the surrounding area, powerful enough to turn A+ grade items into powder. Who can resist that overwhelming energy? The 32 rankers screamed from the stand, neither approaching me nor running away. The tankers lifted the shield with all their might, and the wizards and archers collapsed, covering themselves with both arms, without even knowing myself. If you're an orc and lizard man and you don't want to die, you'll just have to crouch and buy. Who dare to call me a filth? A sight that overwhelms everything with just momentum. However, quabang. It wasn't the rankers that my 2 fists were facing. Everyone's eyes were torn apart. Their gaze soon turns from the ground to the sky. Boo-dash. Soaring like a rocket towards the sky. It was just cargo. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 393. Previous talk next. Chapter 394. Hole-in-One 4. Yongsan Esports Stadium attracts more than 150,000 people. Even after the admission time passes, the crowd keeps increasing. The total number of people camping outside the dome was close to 2 and 2. Throughout the history of esports, it cannot be said to be an infinite record after nothing. On the streets, merchants, reporters, and artists doing performing arts gathered to create a half-festival atmosphere. Large and small flames explode everywhere, and people with portable capsule devices are enthusiastic. Children, adults, men, women, foreigners, and Koreans alike are enthusiastic and enjoyed by everyone. All of these things were new to the ordinary fan Hwang Young-hyun, 17 years old, high school student, who is here now. Wow, there are so many people. Hwang Young-hyun and his friends were sitting on a mat outside the stadium, watching a huge holographic image rising above the stadium. Of course, it has a game screen that is broadcast in real time on a mobile phone. In the meantime, Hwang Jong-hyun had opened the channel of King Ma-dong. Before the start of the game, the 3 friends who came together persecuted Hwang Young-hyun in a raincoat. Hey, honestly, it's Gyoba's watching the Ma-dong King screen. Will you die as soon as you start? Bar in the middle with another player channel. I can't even have it. We have to pick a channel for players who will survive long. Nim, when are you the enemy king of Ma-dong? Don't you know that the mainstream is orc? The humans are not wiped out. Lizard men are squeezed. The Ma-dong king honestly admits that it is a waste. But Hwang Young-hyun shook his head. Even after time passes, the Ma-dong king is my number 1. Hwang Young-hyun remembered the first Dem Pro League. The path of defeat to defeat and break opponents with overwhelming power. At that time, King Ma-dong was the pioneer, teacher, friend, and idol who led Hwang Jong-hyun to the world of Dem. Therefore, Hwang Young-hyun did not change his favorite player. Even though the cataclysm occurred and the game system changed a lot, it was an old idol. Even if there were a lot of strong rankers, pro gamers have a short lifespan. The 3 major replacements are made quickly. There are countless cases of pro gamers who have enjoyed the world and retire after being treated as an old man in just a few years. Even if he is treated as an old man, he is a noble class. There are also a number of people who are left with stigma such as wastefulness, waste, and old people in the backroom. Show me the fierce play, hope of the human race. Hwang Young-hyun stood here with the heart of cheering for the old man. Friends were busy praising the play of Orc Ranker and Lizard Man Ranker, which are emerging hot these days, without understanding Hwang Young-hyun's single-minded fansim. However, after the game starts, all things were turned upside down. Crazy. Hey, who said it was a retirement after seeing King Ma-dong? Dozens of thousands of people gathered here are staring at the billboards as if possessed. The appearance of the Ma-dong King appearing while walking in thick smoke. Plain armor and cloak. And before the cataclysm, the mask that symbolized the king of the professional league. Everyone was thrilled by the dignity of a giant tree that did not fall even after receiving the passing of 32 people. Who did it? Veterans do not die. It just disappears. That was wrong. Not only does the veteran die, it doesn't even disappear. Look, boys. Heroes do not die. Huang Yonghyun shouted in a heated tone. The extra-large screen outside the dome is large and small, depending on the player's control of the map. And now, King Ma Dong alone controlled more than 90% of the screen. King of Immortality. It resembles the majestic appearance of the previous generation of professional leagues before the Cataclysmic, or more. The spirit that used to apply 25 people alone has evolved more and more, and now it is pressing on 32 people. Huang Yonghyun's heart. I felt overwhelmed. From the depths of my heart, a pride that cannot be described in words was rising from the depths of my heart. Meanwhile, now, I came out of Maggio, Ma Dongwang Sarangio. You just need to stamp it and give it back to you dash. The missionary activities of the members of Maggio who are handing out applications in front of me are even more enthusiastic. It was seen that a number of Macchio members, starting with a beautiful woman who stood out, were actively engaged in missionary activities. I'm Yu Dehi, the chairman of the fan club. Please get your enrollment application. Did you say you're rowing when the water comes in? Everyone's interest and poem for the missionary event that even the chairman of Maggio runs with. The line is focused. Huang Yonghyun heard that and nodded. And all of his friends also nodded at once. It was the moment when 4 high school students were added to the list of new members of Maggio. Quang slash. A shockwave from 32 rankers fell on me. Jijik. The feeling of my body being shattered is clear. However, it doesn't matter because it has the characteristic of Angbium team. I struck all the shocks with Death Knight's cloak and, as usual, survived with 1 HP left. At the same time, stiff. He swung his feet back and stepped on the green cross on the floor. Pot. Heal Pack's effect is activated to restore my HP. My HP was extremely low, so just stepping on a small heal pack could fill the health gauge. Easy profit ye. Thanks to this, I was able to walk out unattendedly tearing the gun. It's natural because it's in full HP. I didn't even have to use the extra heart. However, the 32 enemies seemed to mistake me for no damage. Hagiya, a heavenly tower that's about me. It's natural to think that the tier ranker's HP cannot be filled with just one small heal pack. Oh my gosh, didn't you die even after being hit by that? I'll turn. Wow, how much stamina is it? The dog went crazy. Hold on to this. How high is the defense? The rankers representing the Korean League were having unfamiliar experiences. Even if there are many enemies who have been gathered in the usual way, there will be very few cases where they have gathered and have dealt with one enemy. Even if it's a monster, it's even more so if the player is an opponent. Moreover, it is difficult to be familiar with this situation, which is being overwhelmed by that one enemy. At first, the eyes that came to me when the game started changed 180 degrees. Laughter, competitive consciousness, hatred, challenge, curiosity, self-examination, and others. Those who thought of me as a good mark to beat me. But what is their gaze now? Fear, a sense of awe. Those 2 feelings would be enough to abbreviate. The price of not knowing the subject is expensive. I quickly took the initiative as the enemies were unable to grasp the situation. Quang. As I stretched out my fists, the shockwaves shot by the 32 rankers were reproduced intact. Go. 2 black dragons soared from behind my back, twisting my fists and tightening them. The damage that seemed to overturn the whole world was exploded from my body and flew away. A sight that makes everyone sweat in their hands. However, my fist was not where the 32 rankers were. Bubber-bubbang. Freight. A massive, indestructible object measuring 8 meters in height, width, and height. It hit my fist and shot into the air. Couple. Hey, town. Ah. Several rankers who were in the range of my fists sat down, trying to breathe. Some even had their heart rate increased so rapidly that they were forced to log out. I raised both hands. Absolutely. Don't fall out. The 2 gauntlets stained black became powdery and completely shattered. Even with the durability of the A+ grade item obtained in the harsh environment of the deep sea, the attack power and reflection damage of the Bloody Cares K mask could not be contained. Meanwhile, there was an uproar in the relay seat. All, please export the replay screen right away. I haven't seen it. Play player cam and top view cam pool. Cam is not enough. The cargo is being pushed too fast. No, it's not being pushed, it's soaring. OMG, did you just see them? This scene must be saved. It's a famous scene that leaves a way for game history. Even the broadcasters don't even know that the microphone is on, and if they add the audience seats to the excited village, they add more, not less. Wow, the top view screen is black. It's cargo. The cargo came in and covered the camera. The dog went crazy. How high will the cargo come if it covers the top view cam? Is it lagging? Nero must have flown lower than this. The crucible of enthusiasm. The audience seats were just before the explosion, and I was already expecting all that confusion and confusion. As it was a performance plan from a long time ago, it is quite natural. My 2 gauntlets and 32 rankers. A cargo shot high into the sky using the reflected damage of the vehicle. Yee. It draws a smooth parabola and falls back to the floor. Shooting star. Cargo falling down like a meteorite. It is a place a little over a kilometer from where the cargo was originally located. Touchdown. It was the hangar. Kuwoom slash. There is a heavy aftershock and a cloud of dry soil rots. The surrounding earthen buildings collapsed, and even the steel frames inside them bent outward. Everyone looks with their mouths open. In the meantime, the cargo fell completely into the hangar in the center of the map. Silence. A fierce stillness overflowed the field in the game and overflowed into and out of the dome stadium and into the real world on the road. 200,000 spectators stay silent for a few seconds. It was a strange phenomenon that was reported to other media. The first person who broke the silence was John Jean Caster. The cargo was pushed, then the game is over. With a word from the special caster. Wow. The cheers exploded. The dome stadium's dome ceiling floats in the air. It was a truly shocking hole-in-one, which will remain forever in the history of the game. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 394. Previous talk next. Chapter 395. Bad Guy 1. The cargo has been pushed. Then the game is over. The game ended with the comment of Caster John. Just looking at the content, it was a game that ended in vain, but no one complained. Did not. The 200,000 spectators gathered in Yongsan that day, and the countless game fans watching the game felt it. The king of Korean professional leagues is still alive. King of Madong. He was still Korea's #1 after the cataclysm. Rather, much more overwhelmingly than in the heyday before the cataclysm. It appeared because it became stronger. Eventually, the worn-out newbie team won the game in the form of a bag-off, with a cargo pushing system. Bloodless championship, Wuxie Yosheng. It was an unprecedented feat that no one in the pro league had ever done. Since there were no second and third places below that, 45 people from 9 clubs played a rematch, excluding the worn-out newbie clubs. It is natural that there was a situation where you could not laugh. And the day after the game ends. Of course, all game community sites in Korea have burst. Wow. Is it true that the game ended in a hole-in-one 1Q? Lu Eon Dog Pig when refuting LLL Oak Lizard Man when refuting. If you go intuition in the game, I regret it because of the yen. This time, the intuitive person was Sung Lee-ja. Artsong he was just a fan of the Madong King. It's just the way to put donations in the Madong King fan club. It's not enough to just shoot tone. I want to take care of King Madong's brother. Bigger, finally, we played again. Basters and elites tied. L labor interest. L Amulan Palace. L is that important now? All attention and attention is directed to Hannah, the Madong King. The personal screen videos of 49 players, excluding King Madong, recorded poor views, while only Madong King's personal screen videos were actually receiving enormous views. The price of not knowing the subject is expensive. After I threw a short word and swung it for the main meal, a sandstorm struck and covered up all the surrounding screens. The sound of screaming rankers around. The tankers who were in the range flew to the back, and the wizards and archers with weak defenses caused breathing difficulties and fell. Some people were forced to log out because their blood pressure rose above the threshold in extreme fear. Excited voices of casters reign in a situation where nothing is seen due to the storm. All, please export the replay screen right away. Please. Quickly. We haven't seen it. How high did the cargo go up if it covered the top view cam? I have to turn the player cam and top view cam pool. Is it? I saw. Everyone I have seen. Ha 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 ha. OMG. Did you just see them? This scene must be saved. It's a famous scene that leaves a way for game companies. At that point, only the camera from the point of view of the Madong Wang is brightened. Gaze processing that accurately predicts the point where the confusion will end. It was a screen proving that it was a very detailed and accurately planned blow. Touchdown. The cargo fell into the hangar after Madong's last line. When the video is over, the comments run like crazy. But is that possible hole-in-one? Par 7 days is over 1,000 meters, and it seems like that. It's a 1 second long hole-in-one. It's a record that doesn't even come out in golf, but this is. L cargo weight is not said to be too heavy. Sheet. I believe it's a real action movie trailer video. Class that silences 200,000 people for 10 seconds. L said it even appeared in foreign media. RM. LPA. I thought it was a still screen, but it was a live screen as it turned out equals 1 EG. Japanese, Chinese, Indian, Russian villains. Wait, Korea will never lose in a champ. L. It's going as planned. No. Isn't Matthew Matigang in that club, too? It's like the Madong King who makes even L investment into Bs. L over 0.4. Wall. In this way, the first round of selecting 3 teams was finished. The ranking match that will take place from now on will consist of 3 teams, Torn Newbie, Basters, and L Lit. It was a situation where a fierce battle was expected. And among these 2 teams, the most sung team and the worn-out newbie team face each other. And in the end, the national team to represent Korea in the Asian Champions League will be decided. Meanwhile, I was looking around the inside of the building in preparation for the next second ranking. As I looked around the one-pack capsule room, I saw a lot of customers. Here are 2 outlines of cup ramen. A lot of pickled radish, please. Which is the smoking room? Hyung, the men's toilet paper has run out. Appa, this capsule machine is not allowed. Let's move it to the side and do it. People are crowded in the expansive capsule room space. Even though it was an ambiguous weekday evening, it was almost full. Meals and drinks are also being sold on fire. It's a very good business. It's not a business that I started to make a profit, but it's embarrassing to see it going well. I looked all the way around the first floor, scratching the back of my head. Total sales are over 200 million per day, with the intention of not making a profit. It was a business that only matched the assortment, so it was more prosperous. I didn't say that I opened a capsule room to make money. At that time, I heard Yu Chang's voice over there. Hey, high school kids. You're over 10 o'clock. Go home. Oh, brother. Really? 10 more minutes. I almost got it. Sungyeonji in front of the nose. But, go home. Because of the regulations, my brother can't help it. The law must be obeyed. Oh, since when did you obey the law so well? Sophie Marceau said, the law is evil, don't you know? It's Socrates. It is evil, law is all law. I never actually said that. Yu Chang is struggling with a group of high school girls. Eventually, watching the high schoolers being kicked out of the capsule room, I made a sad expression. Are you high school kids? When I asked, Yu Chang nodded. Yes. It looks like they're running away from home, but these days they come all the time. Gun Chuk. Do it, the kids. The next time you come, give me 1 cup ramen at a time. And go home, yes. You don't have a home? I don't have a family. Okay. I quietly swept my chin. Yu Chang sighs while wiping the floor with a mop. I think there are more and more kids who have run away these days. I want to see how society is doing this. There are some of you who have been privately hired since the time of the private sector. Oh, brother, I'm a unique case. When I'm talking with fluency. The Demon King. I heard a call to me from the other side of the capsule room. Yu Dahi. She came to meet me on time for today's appointment. As soon as I met Yu Dahi, I took her to the 16th floor. The 17th floor is a space that only I can access, so important and secret stories are told in the conference room on the 16th floor. Yu Dahi looked up at me while sitting on the big sofa and said, this competition was really cool. I'm glad. The number of Magio members has almost doubled. Most of the new members are human, but there are also many orc and lizardmen users. Finally, my charm began to be of any kind. It was in contrast to the fact that most of the late fandoms were humans. However, without a chance for me to be happy, Yu Dahi immediately brought out the reason for coming to visit me today. Did you feel something weird about this contest? It doesn't make sense if you didn't feel it. I nodded. 32 rankers came to catch me in a hurry. It was also a little bit of a number from each club, and even the races were mixed. It doesn't make sense that they exchanged opinions as soon as the game started. There was something behind the scenes between the guys who took care of me. Yu Dahi said with a confident expression. There is someone who has intervened from the outside. She closed her lips once to see if her mouth was dry, and then took it off again. It's a game control broker that has been drawing attention to esports for a long time. It's pretty big. Having finished speaking, Yu Dahi took out a document from her bag and handed it to me. It was a profile with a picture of an old man full of age spots on his face. I'm a person called Gi Cha, who is the head of Red Moon Corporation, aka Big Brother. It's the information I barely got through my old father's network. It was Cha Gi, who was a Big Brother, who gave her a gift such as a luxury foreign-made car and wanted to be happy. Yu Dahi stared at the picture of Cha Gi in front of her with an expression of hate. But for a while, she sighs and closes her eyes. It was a complex and subtle expression that felt anger, sadness, and resignation at the same time. Actually, I don't know much about this person either. There aren't many that turned out to be so insidious humans. I'm sorry for not helping. However, I was able to stick to a relatively relaxed attitude. I know someone. Yeah? After hearing my answer, Yudahi opened her eyes. I answered again. I'm someone you already know very well. In the past, I heard it briefly from director OMJ Young. Although not, it seems that one big hand of the association has put up a lot of mischief. That's why the schedule was also announced a lot late. Because of that fact, even the associations I know are not only stressed. Even the delay in Korea's schedule caused discomfort to other countries. It's international embarrassment. International embarrassment. Who is the truth? There is one trash-like human called Cha Gi-yeep. It is a fact that I already knew that the person Yu Dahi warned before and the person OMJ Young talked about were the same person. Taeki. I have the papers on the table. I picked it up. The old man's face in the ID photo. Cha Gi-yeep. 10 years younger than the face I remember. Yeah, I can't forget it. Early. Oysters. How many photos were reported on the news? Can't you remember this? The trash guy who made the whole world buzz in the world before returning and half ruined the esports edition and the professional league. To Koreans, this guy who can be a more villain than the Ongsin Zodiac. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 395. Previous talk next. Chapter 396. Bad guy too. Do you like cocktails? Yudahi asked me. In the corner of the conference room on the 16th floor, there was a small bar, and Dahi sparkled his eyes when he saw the alcohol in the showcase. Was your hobby making cocktails? In the past, I was doing drinking broadcasts at my favorite bar. Come to think of it, we first met on the street at night, right? I remember that I was on my way to drink again that day. Yudahi looked back at me and smiled brightly. Dalbrak. She lifts a glass of garnet. I started making cocktails. Vodka 40 milliliters, peach liqueur 10 milliliters, sweet sour mix 20 milliliters, tonic water 10 milliliters, cinnamon powder 0.5 ounces, a drop of honey, finely ground ice in a fan shape, and a dried bugloss petal. Simple as it. Yudahi said, putting the cocktail glass down in front of me. The soft mood light touches me. The shattered red cup has a bright luster on every angled side. A cocktail that is sticky, sweet, and poisonous. It is a famous drink that means please tell the truth, please tell the truth. I have to add more vodka in the first place, but it's a pity. Yudahi looked around the showcase and touched her neck. Meanwhile, I grabbed a cocktail glass and asked, aren't you deeply ill with a person named Cha Gi-yeep? At my question, Yudahi was silent for a moment. Soon she nodded my. Answer the question. Yes, he was on top of my father. At one time. Yudahi began to open her mouth with a sigh. My father was a poor man. Changhe and Sihe may have different opinions, but at least I think so. The story that Yudahi brings out. It was a long time ago, something I had never heard of her in the pre-regression world. Cha Gi-yeep was with my father from the bottom. We grew up doing all kinds of dirty things together. Then one day, when Cha Gi-yeep had to go to jail, the charge was overturned by his father. Like an idiot, saying that I will keep my righteousness. Cha Gi-yeep certainly promised to remove his father soon. But the promise wasn't kept and my dad had to stay in jail for a long time. Meanwhile, Cha Gi-yeep has been acting as our guardian. Yudahi said that she has been scared of Cha Gi-yeep since childhood. When faced with the sticky gaze on one's own body, there was an illusion that a snake and a centipede were wrapped around the whole body. After time, my father was released. But the world was so different, and my father, who couldn't adjust to it, became a ruin. Yudahi swept her face once with both hands. My bare face is dry without a toilet. Can I have a personal story? She is like a dog in the ring. I nodded without answer. Unlike her facial expression, Yudahi continued to speak in a calm voice. Someday, once after school, I was walking near the market with my friends, and I saw my father sitting on the side of the road. At that time, there were a lot of cat moms in my neighborhood, so I often left cat food everywhere to eat street cats. Yudahi's eyes are getting redder. My father was eating that feed, leaning on the pole. I couldn't say anything. Yudahi shrugs her eyes with the back of her hand. Rubbed. It felt so dirty and disgusting back then. I left my friends and ran away. After that, my father was found dead. It was a lot of sudden. The cause of death was suicide. Are there some people in the world who tie their hands behind themselves and throw themselves into the Han River? Even 2 legs were hit by a car. It was broken as if. It was obvious to anyone that it was Cha Gi-yeep's job, but no proper investigation was done at all. One's death was forgotten like a stain on the invisible part. Yudahi turned on a cocktail. At that time in the market, I was told not to run away. The sincerity that I had been holding down for a while came out with a sigh. Yudahi, who took one shot of that strong cocktail, raised her red eyes, and looked at me. I didn't drink the cocktail Yudahi gave me and set it aside. In this atmosphere, I don't know what to talk about right now. Poor empathy and comfort can be rather poisonous. One of the things I felt as I was getting older is that if I stay still, I will go in the middle. I kept silent. Then, Yudahi seemed to be a little bit happier. But it's a little better to say this. In the meantime, there was no one to talk to. It would have been, who are you going to tell this to? If it's my father's story, it's a story that can't be said to the youngest Yusei. After a long silence, I put out this other story. This is a story about a man, Cha Giep, who gave Yudahi an unforgettable wound. Are you sure about the story of Cha Giep's esports matchmaking broker? When I asked, a light of disappointment fell on Yudahi's face. What is this topic change? Don't you drink cocktails? I made it hard. I'll drink slowly because I'm a little weak. Let's focus on this issue first, because it seems that the root of all troubles is here. I pinched Cha Giep's photo with my index finger. Then Yudahi nodded slowly. Then he replied with a brighter expression than before. Almost sure. Among the hot blood members of the Maggio fan club, there are children of a high-ranking official of the DEM Association, because they told me directly. The passionate members managed by Yudahi are made up of trustworthy people who voluntarily take on heavy duties without any special rights. It was reliable if it was information from avid members. And I also have a separate line of information. If that person's good Jeong's Hyung hated it, he said everything. There is no need to see any more if EOM Jae-young is swearing while using the expression garbage. Also for me, the next 10 years. Don't you have future knowledge that allows you to look back? I remembered a lot of news I had heard in the world before returning. A huge lobby intervenes in the player selection and infringes on the authority of the coach. And if it does, it causes bad physical condition by distorting the accommodation reservations of foreign players. And by buying a specific club, it is used to manipulate the game and act as a broker, and by purchasing and subtracting players, selling clubs or players to foreign capital, cleaning their mouths, causing mechanical malfunctions, lowering the physical appearance of the players, buying referees, playing various media, private gambling, illegal stock insider trading, and even high-ranking executives' infidelity and sexual harassment scandals. I've done all sorts of esports irregularities. The rotten roots of the association, represented by Cha Giep, all of the young players who were promising in the future were lost to overseas clubs because of these damn things. I got it. Several meaningful coaches and coaches, including famous coach Jae-young, have declared full retirement, and numerous whistleblowers bravely exposed corruption to confront injustice. There were even some righteous people who took their own lives and resisted injustice. In the end, justice triumphed, and all evil had to reveal its face to the world. After prolonged resistance, Cha Giep was eventually imprisoned with handcuffs in his hand, and his deeds and despicable tactics were revealed to the public. However, the pain that the Korean esports industry has suffered so far has been beyond words. Numerous talents have disappeared, and fans have only deep distrust of the association, even if you try hard to recover after removing the roots of evil. Because the infrastructure was castrated, I couldn't even dream of a resurrection. However, now it's different. I read all of the news from the game industry. I was very well aware of the corruptions of Cha Giep that numerous whistleblowers and passionate reporters exposed and uncovered. Even the rain that hasn't happened yet. Even if only the thick ones are prepared in advance, it is not a work to attack Cha Giep in reverse. The scoops that the just people fired in the world before the return, in this world, I was going to mark them exclusively. The just side has always suffered losses, but not this time. The penalties faced by whistleblowers, and the enormous cost of struggle for the just. All of those things I'll cover now. For the endless development of the Korean game industry that I love, for my well-being, and for the happiness of those around me. Then, oh, I almost missed this. Yudahi took another document out of her bag. Bing. As I turned my head, a picture was placed on the table. Yudahi opened her mouth with a serious complexion. Recently, where is Cha Giep? I'm picking up one and raising it. The player? Yeah, it is a player whose record is not viewed. There is no ranking. This is my opinion. Maybe he played in the illegal private Toto League side. The story of illegal private Toto comes out, so it's hot. I squeezed my neck long with a curious attitude. Moment. I had to open my eyes wide. The face in the picture was a face that I knew well. It can be said to be a Honam type except for the handsome face and the sharp point of a snake-like eye without double eyelids. When I was silent, Yudahi looked up at me and opened her mouth as if strange. Isn't it amazing? It has the same name as the Demon King. King of Madong, Ma Dongwang. Before the return, the real Madong King, Leon Wang, finally appeared in front of me. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 396. Previous talk next. Chapter 397. Bad Guy 3. Yudahi opened her mouth with a frown on her forehead. The original name used until recently was King Ma Dong, Ma Dong Wang, now renamed Ma Dong Siup, Ma Dong Shit. It is 187 centimeters tall and weighs 90 kilograms. In reality, I'm from the super middle class of combat sambo. I want to study in Russia. Currently, it is being spawned by a company called Red Moon, and the total number of that company is Gyupcha. Before he debuted as a pro gamer, he seemed to have played in a place like the private Toto illegal league because his record was clean. Yudahi seems very suspicious that there is not much information about the rookie gamer, who is so talented. But I didn't even feel suspicious. Long time no see. I looked down at the picture of the real King Ma Dong, who is now Ma Dong Siup. The biggest blot in the history of esports, a game-manipulating icon, who led the Dem Pro League to the downfall, and Dem fans leave behind. Originally, the main seat, Ma Dong Siup, before the change of name, Dong Wang, was the leading role in leading the era of twin horses along with Tussin Matthew Taegang. The nickname that followed him at the time was quite splendid, such as Masterpiece, Marjules, and Mabanja, in addition to the main character. It is clear that he was one of the best protagonists who once led the revival of esports, especially the Dem Pro League. But after that, nicknames are important. The finale, Maregi Majijak. It wasn't until Ma Dong Siup became known that Ma Dong Siup was a win-and-match broker. At the time, Ma Dong Siup used a revolutionary item build called 2 gauntlets and 1 shield. 3 have 3 horns, which he carries on his back, and attacking the enemy with 2 fists. When a counterattack comes in at the time, the body turns around to block or flow the enemy's attack with a shield such as the back, and then round and round again and attack with a backspin blow using the horns of the back of the hand or elbow. It may seem simple when you hear it in words, but those who haven't actually been beaten can't know the extravagance. It was also expected that he was an orc warrior who appeared like a comet when the lizardmen race dominated the pro league. Persimmon added, Ochre targets a niche market and overwhelming performance. This is a psychological ability that encourages and uses the opponent's anxiety freely, the ability to respond to unexpected variables that occur throughout the battle, and the personality that ignores the opponent's provocation and unconditionally puts his own provocation. It was the result of this collaboration. But it didn't last long. The Sang Ma's period, when Ma Dong Siup started to reign in earnest while listening to the sound of the main seat, was just after the collapse of all the old bees before the cataclysm represented by M. Joseph. From this time on, the game itself was heavily influenced by race teeth, and the ability to combine standard temp trees, tactics, and characteristics based on solid basics and physical skills was essential. In some ways, no matter how largely the mass-produced combat method with the correct answer was flooded, it was also a time. Ma Dong Siup's anomalous and improvised operation was obviously a genius, but the decline was large due to his condition and emotional state on the day. I couldn't. Maybe Ma Dong Siup is a player between old B and new B, who was temporarily stuck in the transitional period of the cataclysm. His fall could have been inevitable because it was a great time. However, this could be seen as a result of Ma Dong Siup's neglect of research to survive and develop. This is because Matthew Kong, who has been in the same generation and has long run for a long time, has knocked on the door to a higher level with constant self-examination and training. It was regrettable in that respect. Gee, that's why I preoccupied him with his meta. I was nostalgic as I remembered Meta, the king of Madong. Ma Dong King, now Ma Dong Siup, of those days was definitely a fucking guy, but the overwhelming impression of the fans who were enthusiasm at that time was real. Before I was betrayed, I was sure to feel the trembling emotion and get drunk with excitement. So Ma Dong Siup is the worst guy. Shao. At that time, Ma Dong Siup's team was a car that made full investments so that he could become an icon, the incarnation of the Dem Pro League, who will succeed M. Joseph. Had Ma Dong Siup maintained a decent career, he would have left his name in the history of esports with Matthew. It could have led the Dem Pro League to its second heyday. However, as the matchmaking incident broke out, all these achievements fell like dust. With the achievement of the Grand Slam, which is widely reported on the news of the 3 airwaves, Nam was permanently expelled from the Dem Pro League. All enemies and awards before the league hosted by LGB game broadcasters have also disappeared, and all pictures of Ma Dong Siup, who were in the Hall of Fame on the first floor of Esports Stadium, were also taken. His name has also been neatly erased from the list of previous winners, like someone who hasn't been there since the beginning. In fact, Ma Dongseop officially became not even a pro gamer as all his records were erased. In addition, the court ruled 3 years in prison, 3 years probation, and 360 hours of community service, and he became a complete criminal. The reason was that the sentence was not carried out because he was even more regretful that the guy who did well, without lack of money, participated in the matchmaking. And most of all, the disappointment and anger of the fans is that the awareness of esports has become very poor due to the Ma Dongseop incident. It was even almost excluded from the official national sport, so the athletes almost flew to the military exemption system. In the midst of buying everyone's sympathies, Ma Dongseop appeared again in the private broadcasting league. With the money and sponsorships earned so far, he bought a luxury villa in a foreign car and made the whole body of a luxury villa, so it was not enough to make other players and fans feel deprived. Exposed. Friendship with celebrities on social media every time. A warning came from the SNS platform side by showing off and certifying that he meets model-class beauties. Around this time, the exposure of other professional players also continued. Ma Dongseop was famous for not receiving good greetings on a regular basis, or he had a habit of hopping other people's things, which led to unfavorable stories about the team's disagreement. I groping the memories before the regression, and nodded. This time, I'll have to pluck the bud so that I can't do anything like that at all. It was even better to say that the club in which Ma Dongseop is working is also supported by the company's basters and Red Moon, led by Cha Geep. I was a little uncomfortable because I wondered what the crime would be for the club, who is giving full support to him without knowing anything if he trampled on Ma Dongseop. Sagittarius Flexor, Xiao Ju Ku Gun. It even pulls out the roots. Upon hearing my determination, Yu Dai tilted her head. Demon King, do you know anyone? Well, a little before. I replied by playing the video of Ma Dongseop's play. Soon, the video was played, and Ma Dongseop appeared. The player is covering his body with a black hood. However, the fact that his race is orc can be seen immediately by looking at the height of over 3 meters and the massive muscle bones and the tremendous amount of muscle that can be seen through the robe. The appearance of Ma Dongseop in the video was exciting. Quackwang. He slaps the chin of a lizard man warrior running in front of him with a big fist and blows it away, and at the same time pierces the body of another orc behind him. The lizard man, whose lower jaw was torn off, fell to the ground, and at the same time, an orc with a hole in his chest knelt to death and logged out. Woodji Jijik. After that, 2 human wizards pour fire and ice. Ma Dongseop put up a solid body, chewed the magic, jumped up into the air, grabbed the 2 wizards' necks, and thrown them to the ground. The lizard man archer then shoots an arrow. Ma Dongseop turned around and used a shield to bounce off arrows. It blown like a cannonball and killed the lizard man archer as it was. Plenty. Afterwards, he vomited to take the attack of a human warrior with a great sword with his bare body, and the human player was struck by Ma Dongseop's fist with only his face and became blood-clawed on the spot. Per billion dash. Finally, Ma Dongseop's play video ended by taking off the shield on his back and throwing it into the back of a lizard man thief running away. The number of consecutive kills Ma Dongseop recorded in this match is 7. It was a hexa kill that was difficult to get in one game. The total score is 7/1/2, with 7 kills, 1 death, and 2 assists. But the comments weren't that hot. Oh, that's a good fight. Big E good level. Isn't it backwards compatible with the Madon King? Yu Oru is the king of salt. Before the cataclysm, you seem to be like the Madon King? Fong, I think it's worse than that. But at that time, even though he was a human being, he killed more than half of 50 people alone. Gigi. At that time, the Madon King Kildet was probably 26/0/2. I was so crazy. Fong, it's different from then. All the players were leveled upwards. What's different from that time? The Madon King is doing that much this season as well. Little Madon King? Unlucky is the king of Madonna. That's why I put the audience's eyes too high. Great King, Little Madon King, Unlucky Madon King, Backward Compatible. Ma Dongseop has various nicknames. The atmosphere is quite different from when they are called by nicknames such as Banja, Maestro, and Mashin. Okay, you need to go through some snow lust. Since I preoccupied the meta and made an unprecedented record, no matter how well I do, I can get out of my shadow. Will be difficult. However, Yudahi is still anxious. Looking at it, it seems that the fighting machine where I was originally in combat was kicked out of the game because of a matchmaking. I was winning unilaterally, and then suddenly crowded to the corner and lost. I turned to the cameras that were on the blind spots. At the end, I was caught deliberately not using one hand. As a result of the investigation, reports that a huge sum of unknown sources had been deposited into Ma Dongxiup's account prior to the victory would have put him in further trouble. Yeah, I didn't know that. He's a yellow guy from the real Buds. He betrayed not only the fans, but also the coach and club who raised him. But I really ignore that talent. It's negligible. Some users speculate that it may be comparable to the Demon King. I shook my head firmly at Yudahi's words. It's ridiculous. Yeah? Yudahi opens her eyes in a circle. I said firmly, this guy will be organized in our Taegang line. In the era of the twin horses, the big match between the main character Ma Dongking and the trusty Ma Tae-kong was the one that caught the public's attention most. Everyone wanted to see the twin horses confrontation. In the game community, debates were held every time about which of the two horses was stronger. But unfortunately, the two have never met in an individual league. A confrontation between the two that did not take place in the world before the return. I was going to take this opportunity to make that big match. The theme is, should I do it like Quan Xian Jingak, Chen San Chen? Of course, it's not a recommended ticket, but a main ink ticket. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 397. Previous talk next. Chapter 398. Bad Guy 4. Cha Gi-yeep. A man with white all-back hair and a neat suit is sitting at the top. Because of the round glasses, the impression seemed mild, but in fact, there were snake-like eyes lurking under them. Several middle-aged people can be seen sitting next to it. The young blood of the ruling party who is popular these days, Ju Pil of a major newspaper, a person working in the Central Investigation Department of the Supreme Prosecutor's Office, a high-ranking executive of a huge labor union, a director of a large-scale business, a president of a famous entertainment agency, a director of a large hospital, a military general. The so-called social leaders were all gathered in one room. There are even a lot of foreigners. For the infinite prosperity of Red Moon. CEO Gi-yeep Cha, please do everything. Red Moon, live forever. Cheers. With their mouths, everyone prays for the safe and eternal prosperity of Cha Gi-yeep and Red Moon. It's embarrassing to people. Even though Cha Gi-yeep hits his hand, all praises were taken for granted. He is the representative of the multinational company Red Moon, and is the venue that hosted this social gathering today. So what kind of company is Red Moon? Its main business is to manufacture various versions of game capsule equipment as a subsidiary of DEM, the #1 capsule manufacturer in Korea, and a transnational company that developed God game, Deus Ex Machina, and I am taking it as a field. Recently, capsules dedicated to DEM have reached 99% of the production volume, which is virtually the same as a subsidiary company. The official sales amount to KRW 1 trillion and the number of employees alone exceeds 3,000. The estimate for non-regular employees, subsidiaries, and business partners would be more than that. Although it is a medium-sized company that has been listed on the Kospi relatively recently, it was known that only the enormous capital power that was living was great enough to match it with quite a large company. It is this Red Moon that is taking root in various places such as politics, economy, and military through its capital power. Okay, let's make it. Listen. Cha Gi-yeep suggested a toast with a glass of malt whiskey. The sound of ice hitting the glass. Amber whiskey lit by a chandelier hits the glass and flows down sticky. Cheek. Clink. Everyone started to pick up the cups and dry them according to Cha Gi-yeep's instructions. Cha Gi-yeep, who swallowed a cup of liquor comfortably, with a disgusted expression. I laughed lightly. Come, business partners. Let's fight for DEM, who is protecting our food line. Company DEM, the best game company of the 21st century. Under the management of William Wilson, a developer and president of unknown nationality, the world's most influential first country has steadily recorded an explosive growth rate of 10 to 20% every year since the 2020s. Grew into an enemy company. It employs approximately 90,000 people in 16 branches and 107 countries around the world, with sales of more than $200 billion. It dominates 98% of the global virtual reality game market and has more than 100 million simultaneous users. Cha Gi-yeep opened his mouth while receiving alcohol from a member of the National Assembly. DEM is the most popular these days. No one can survive if you disobey DEM. Well, isn't it? That's right. Everyone takes Cha Gi-yeep's liquor and words with Li Gudong and puts it in a cup and mouth. The moment the company called DEM opened its wings, Cha Gi-yeep quickly bowed his head and went under the giant wing. In a way, it could be a fast follower strategy. As a result of his quick actions with an eye that reads the trend of the times, Cha Gi-yeep transformed from a local Yangachi into a national tycoon, and now has a number of social leaders. He is said to have close ties even with U.S. lawmakers. Cha Gi-yeep said, brushing off the drops on his beard. The U.S. senators also called William Wilson. I was so busy trying to match. I was lucky. I was given the authority to go under it early and sleep in the Korean game world. He looked back and said, do you know the difference between a hero and a villain? Then everyone was wondering. No, I don't know, old man. Teach me. I will listen. Members of the National Assembly, directors of large corporations, and generals of the military all bow their heads. Cha Gi-yeep said with a smile round and round. Heroes don't have specific goals for their own future. It is always the reward of life to disturb and frustrate other people's dreams and plans. Always act alone without joining forces with someone and work every time again. Only move after this happens. Very passive. There are always a lot of complaints in society, and I am angry. After speaking, Gi-yeep Cha opened his eyes and looked at the people in front of him. But what about the villain? He has big dreams and ambitions. To achieve the goal, we always do research and development and collect data and accumulate data. Solidarity with helpers and acting systematically. Not. Even if I fail once, I will never be overwhelmed and challenge again, and I will not lose hope and expectation that only this time will succeed. And don't you laugh well again. Wow ha 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 ha. At the words of Cha Gi-yeep, a note of clothes bursts in the middle of the seat. He laughed and raised his head. This society doesn't need heroes. There must be a lot of such things in this world full of losers. It just gets more confusing. That's right. Kia. The reaction in the middle of the left is no different. Everyone was busy putting down their glasses and clapping. Right then. Me, big brother. There was a person who stopped Cha Gi-yeep's speech in the middle. One of the staff at Red Moon opened the room door a little and sang Cha Gi-yeep in a small voice. Well, let's have fun first. Cha Gi-yeep beckoned toward the middle of the left and then moved out of the door. Then he opened his eyes to the employee. I told you not to come in during the meeting. What? Well, I have 2 things to report. The employee was embarrassed and bowed his head. Neither you De-hee, you Chang-hee, and you Se-hee are able to track the location. What? They rose up to the sky and went out to the ground. Why can't you find it? That it's hard to find a way to find it after going through the discharge procedure at the hospital. There is not. No matter how many times I watch you De-hee doing a private broadcast, there is no way to guess the location. Have you seen these incompetent cubs? Cha Gi-yeep, trembling with a mustache, kicked the employee's shin with his feet. When I think of you De-hee's face, the strange heat in Cha Gi-yeep's eyes is young. Must find it. I'm after that bitch. It's traction. I have a duty to take care of me until I become a true adult. Ugh. Yes. I'll try to tighten the kids from the showroom side a little more. The employee limps on one leg and lowered his head again. It was a rotten expression because of the burden that there was still one more thing to report. Me and... what else? Battle Royale Ground Zero, over. Don't you have it? When the story of the Asian Champions League national team selection came out, Cha Gi-yeep opened his eyes again. The employee said in a creeping voice. The Torn Newbie club was the final dignified. Then, a bloody snake-like vein stood on Cha Gi-yeep's forehead. These days, besides YouTube View, who put a spoon on them all over the place, there are new entrants who have no proper spawning. FW, can I show you the play video? I do not need. Game. Why am I seeing the self-comfort of such reality losers? Cha Gi-yeep is famous for hating games while earning money from games. He pressed the temple firmly. It's ridiculous that the professional clubs they sponsor are not performing well in the pro leagues, as Myung-sak is a DIMS partner and one of the most famous capsule makers in Korea. It was a big negative in terms of promoting corporate image. Moreover, in this selection, Red. If Basters, a company that spawns inquiries, does not win, it will no longer be possible to see the fun of the game. Isn't there too little pride and too little pie to play with the lower-ranking clubs? At least you have to massage. The national sphere is too small. If you're a man, you have to play world-class. You can't even be a frog if you're in a well-called Korea. Cha Gi-yeep put bloody feet in his eyes. Because the new team, gamers, and bums block me, which the government can't even think of? Yeah, I don't know. Cha Gi-yeep wore a beard. Then he asked the employee next to him. I will play the 2nd and 3rd place decisions again soon. Then take good care of our kids. Yes. Nearby hotels, transportation, rest facilities, practice facilities, meeting application, association information department, have you checked everything? Yes. All of them are handwritten. At that time, Cha Gi-yeep holds a fishy smile at the employee's answer. Where will I show you? That the world is so scary. Who? Whoa. Cha Gi-yeep's voice, echoing in the dark, was coloring the moon red. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Is the moon red today? Itaewon. I am exercising from the top of a 17-story building looking at the sky through the glass windows. After coming down from the treadmill, I wiped my sweat and sat down on the bench press. And he mumbled as he lifted the dumbbell. Nearby hotels, transportation, rest facilities, practice facilities, meeting application, association information desk. You think you've checked everything, right? I had a fishy laugh. Where will I show you? That the world is so scary. Hoo. And by now, he sent a scorn to the enemy who would be decorating the mask in the dark. The villain always has a tendency to overconfide in himself, but then he will die. Shall I lightly kill Yako first? From now on, true education begins. Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 398. Previous talk next. Chapter 399. True Education 1. For weeks have passed. Yongsan Esports Stadium, a large crowd again flocked to the battlefield of gamers. Today is the day when the second-place match is held. Team Basters and Team Elites. It is the day of the ranking match. The winning side here is to join the Worn and Worn Newbie, who won first place in the bag-off competition. And when that time comes, the true number 1 of Korea will be hidden. The match structure is a tag matching system where 5 members of the Busters and 5 members of the Elites stick to each other at 1:1. There were fewer people than during the bag-off game, but the heat is still. It was hot enough. More than 50,000 people came to watch the Busters and the Elites. Numerous reporters, regardless of airwave or terrestrial, flocked to broadcast today's game. A huge number of streamers also turned on their own personal broadcasting channels to report on the situation. Various game community sites. It's noisy. What day is it today? Today's Busters and Elites and ranked battleships. What? Then, isn't the Madong King coming out today? I'm on a business trip today, but I thought I couldn't see the King of Madong. Listening to each other. It's not what the Busters and Elites hear. It's Busters with Ma Dong-seop and Lee Yun-ho. Elites has Agent Ryu, Juno Lee, and Gimyeon Dong. It's because it's hidden by the King of Madong. This is the next level entry in Gyeonggi-do. Wabo, Rinjem idiots. That level of sucking that only the Madong King is good. Of course, I love only the King of Madong, the sucker's brother. Today's game is skipped because L's Madong King's not come. It's going to be a fact. Elites Ryu Yeowon Lee Junho Jiamoon Dong. Busters Ma Dong-seop Lee Yun-ho Oh Sung-hoon. These players are the strongest infrastructure in Korea, hidden by the King of Madong. That's it. Higher real gamers pay attention to these players. But it's obviously not that these players are higher than the Madong King, just because they're a gamer. There is no Madong King class in Korea. It is incomparable to anyone else. So that's why the Madong King is really amazing. I can't like and dislike, because I make everyone shut up with their skills. But what if a deceased person dispatched? One go. It is. Water. The battlefield is heating up again amidst the attention of countless people. 2 contenders reaching out to the throne temporarily occupied by the worn-out newbie club. Bastard. vs. Elites. Fools and schoolboys. It's a confrontational composition that goes well with it. And the stories coming out from now on are those that took place exactly 24 hours before this day. One day before the competition. The members of the Team Elites gathered at Seoul Station. The air is soft. Hemp. 2 sorts, Lee Junho. He frowned at the intricate view of Seoul Station. Next to it stood Agent Ryu, the Emperor of Heaven and Earth, carrying a large suitcase. Don't speak dialect. It's tacky. Mirko this Monday. I don't speak dialect, too. Don't try it then. I just didn't write it. When Juno Lee and Agent Ryu are struggling. Hey, idiots. Come here. There was a sound calling them in front of the convenience store in the distance. It was Yunbai Lee. Next to her, her sister Lee Jianbai and her younger brother Lee Dongbai put their hands in the pockets of the cardigans and blow bubble gum. It's the last time that K1's and Seoul's national team's position has disappeared. The club was in competition. Team Elites, they gathered in one place. Likewise, Yeowon Ryu and Juno Lee, who were the aces of the disappeared clubs Kyeonjapi Hwang and Star 5, joined hands with sister Jiamoon Dong. Of course, all of this was the result of Kim Tae-kyung, manager of the Team Elites, scouting players who became refugees while running hard. Agent Ryu is an idol Yespio. He is a talented person enough to be offered a coaching position by MS Entertainment at the time of the game. And he is an outstanding ranker who has been consistently sending love calls in overseas leagues as a pair of swordsman Lee Junho. In addition, the teamwork alone was added to sister Jiam Eun-dong, who once drove Coupe K, one to the point of destruction. Team Elites has certainly become a club with great power to become a treasure trove after winning. Why come to meet us? You have to do it. Yeah, one day before the competition, I have to take a good rest. Since there is one team, we have to move together. Anyway, our house is also far from Seoul. What should I do to sleep in a hotel? Leader Lee Jianbai finally joined with Lee Junho and Ryu Yowon while healing his younger brothers Lee Eunbai and Lee Dongbai. Yepudang. It looks like a dirty girl. Lee Junho couldn't wake up after seeing the beauty of sister Jiamoon-dong, and Ryu Yowon shook his head to see such Lee Junho. Eventually, Coach Taekyung Kim took the lead of the 5 athletes and caught a taxi. Please go to the Hermit Crab Hotel. After revealing the destination to the taxi driver, all the members of the elites, I was able to arrive at the hotel where I booked my stay today. But the problem arose from then on. Oh, I am very sorry for this. It seems that there was a computational error. I don't have a single room. What should I do? The front desk staff scratches their head as if they are sorry. Director Kim Taekyung had no choice but to make a blank expression. No, I made a reservation almost 2 weeks ago. What if I do this now? Sorry, we will give you a 100% refund. The room will be empty from tomorrow. No, today is important. Tomorrow is the game. Then I will upgrade the room by 1 level tomorrow. Are you kidding? No matter how good a room is, it doesn't mean tomorrow. Director Kim Taekyung and other team members continued to protest against the hotel with a ridiculous expression. However, the hotel side only repeated that it couldn't be helped because there were no empty rooms. Bishop, I just go somewhere else. Yunbai Lee shook her head with a tired expression. She has a sensitive personality, so she has to meditate in a quiet place for about half a day before the game. Does that make the magic chant better? Lee Junho and Ryu Yowon from Gyeongsang-do and Jeolla-do were also quite exhausted from coming up a long way. Director Kim Taekyung had no choice but to nod her head countless times. This way, taking a little rest during the time to get into trouble will help stabilize the player's physical condition. However, their suffering did not end there. Yes, this is the Bebecoin Hotel. An empty room? No, it is difficult to use today. Sorry, there are no empty rooms. Unfortunately, I have a lot of reservations today. I have a car. All nearby hotels were refusing to stay. Even in a hotel a little farther away, large men are sitting in the lobby and drinking coffee. Even though the room was not occupied yet, there were many cases where all the rooms were left just by reservation. Countless elite members have to go round and round around Seoul. Among the members of the second group, those living in the provinces were completely exhausted with that alone. Oh, I'm sick. I've been in the car for too long. I want to lie down a little. Complaints are leaking among players. Eventually, Coach Taekyung Kim took a special measure. I got the players to stay at the motel. The members of the first group set up a room, and the members of the second group set up a room together. The managers and coaches and other working level staff shared a room. However, the elite's suffering did not end here. Fireworks started suddenly in a nearby park. Got it. Wow. Thump, thump, thump. In the party room of the building next door, the sound of the Gozeong Banga is roaring along with the sound of music. Guarantee the right to survive the mid-duck. Let's save the ocean ecosystem. Let's not throw away the trash. On the road next to the motel, the suspicious group called me Deodiok Survival Rights Solidarity. Che was holding a loudspeaker and protesting violently day after day. Meteodiok is an animal in the animal world, a super strong phytophilous sea vegetation, and a human friend with a cute appearance. Distinguish arrogance and virtue, /distinguish. Yunbai Lee, who looked at the protesters out of the motel window, looked as if they were absurd. The protesters looks like the people in the lobby of the hotel you went to for the first time. Even that wasn't all. Director Kim Tae-jaeong kept a letter coming. Some of the documents required for the game were missing, so they were asked to take them back. All these things the day before the game. It happened simultaneously. It seems as if the whole world is trying to defeat the elites. The coaches, as well as the first and second teams, were inevitably nervous. Is sure that something has been done to this. I heard that there are bad things that prevent international players from adapting to jet lag by interfering with foreign players in this way during international competitions. Wow. But even though we are in Korea, it's so bad. In the meantime, the slogan of the Virtuous Rights Regiment heard from the window even more heated. As it turned out, it was ambiguous to make a claim because it was officially approved. When the stress of the players is running toward the pole like that. Smart. There was a hand knocking on the visit of the motel with the elite's Director Taekyung Kim. Director Tae-jaeong Kim, who opened a visit to the motel, froze at the moment. This is because one of the ugly-looking, tall man was looking down at him. A face that looks more fierce than the tattoos who are protesting outside. But he bowed down and said hello with unexpected kindness. Hello, I'm Yu Chong, the manager of the worn-out newbie team. Will you be the director of El Ritz? Director Kim Tae-kyung nodded with a quizzical expression, and Yu Chong smiled once at a time. Our owner wants to provide a complete stay environment for free until the next morning. Are you interested? Worn and Worn Newbies. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 399. Previous talk next. Chapter 400. True Education. The day before the second place decision. 5 hours before the battlefield opens. The world was still immersed in the dim morning light. A chilly wind wakes up the empty city. Cha Gi-up was sitting in the chairman's office of Red Moon's headquarters and watching a large TV screen. Maybe it was a little difficult to sleep. It is Cha Gi-up who recalls the past with a serpentine smile. Nearby hotels, transportation, rest facilities, training facilities, meeting application, association information desk, etc. Cha Gi-up released all the members of the affiliates and booked all nearby hotels. It doesn't matter whether it's an in-house workshop or a unity competition. All nearby hotels where players from the provinces can stay as a group have been preoccupied. If too much funding was desired, the employees' incentives and various other allowances were forcibly changed to hotel stay rights and provided. Or even the trick was to do a no-show. That's not all. It was planned to buy a private bus driver chartered by the Elites Club to make it turn around, and various vehicles on which the crew members were mobilized to interfere with driving or cause minor contact accidents on the way to the stadium. Manipulating the devices of capsule rooms or other capsule facilities where you can practice, making it difficult to adapt, or pretending to be a draft of the association and various essential documents. He also set up a strategy to bother him saying that he was missing. After that, after the lodging company was decided for the players to stay, the meetings were held in real time all night in a nearby place to set up a night's sleep for the players. Even the players' anxiety was amplified by installing a model of a camera suspected to be a hidden camera in each room where the players stayed. Speaking of models, anxiety is anxiety. This is because there is no special punishment even if you can give it to the police and report it to the police. All of these are commonly used as a low-level strategy for the home team to hinder their adaptation when foreign players arrive. But Cha Gi did not mind using all of these in the domestic league. Now I've done everything that can be intervened from outside. Now, be fair and stand up. Quick. Cha Gi leaned on the sofa. The current time is 7:30. To prepare for the game at 2 p.m., you have to wake up, wash, and so on. Cha Gi was planning to check if the players had risen by installing a camera in the lobby of the motel where the elites decided to stay. But, no matter how much time passes, the players are not captured by the camera. The other guests who happened last started to appear one by one, but the team didn't even see a nose. People. Are you still sleeping? No matter how badly you slept last night, you shouldn't do this. A stubborn car. Cha Gi grinned and took out the pocket watch in his arms. 7 o'clock, 40 minutes. There are only a few hours left until the competition. He took a deep breath and then turned back to the TV screen. He started out as a back alley and is now the chairman of a top-notch company in Korea. The reason this was possible is because of his meticulous attention to the enemy's every move through the TV screen. Now it's 8 o'clock. However, there are still no images of the El Ritz players in the motel lobby, even the managers and other practitioners. Could this also happen? Of course. There is a ridiculous case of not being able to enter the stadium on the day of the tournament due to the fact that all of the players and all the team members oversleep after coming from far away from abroad. It feels similar to the number of people who do not come to college entrance exams, job interviews, public officials exams, or TOEIC exams. Of course, in Cha Gi-yeep's thorough common sense, it couldn't and shouldn't happen. On a day when the incompetent things are important, you say you're a little tired, and you still fall asleep? So you guys can't go up in their lifetime. Cha Gi-yeep took a cigarette in his mouth and looked into the pocket watch again. A pocket watch made of gold. It is an honorable award received as a souvenir when Red Moon bowed down to an institution under Dem. In the years that followed, it faced a few breathtaking crises, including hostile M.A. by other companies, tax audits by the National Tax Service, boycott of the public angry at defective products, and night attacks by other gangs. Now, worn out, he is able to show an unprecedented appearance in a certain crisis or variable. There was always a strange belief that somehow it works at the bottom of my heart. In this case, Yudahi, I wish that bitch was next to me. Cha Gi brushed his head and buried himself on the sofa. A long time ago, I had to appear at the police for a trivial thing. It was when I was about to leave Red Moon, so I sent a younger brother I loved so much to soothe myself. Introduce me, saying that the woman you have loved for a long time is the person to marry. Since we met, it was a feeling of gratitude, guilt, and coolness. The excuse of being busy is a good excuse to use in everything. And Cha Gyip was really busy. Cha Gyip did not care about his younger brother until he was released. Maybe more on purpose. After a long time, I feed my younger brother and such a father. When he found his 3 siblings, Cha Gyip felt something touching his heart. It was fate awkward. Let's live with me. Cha Gyip reaped Udahi. Objectively, it was excellent beauty, but the resemblance to the first love's appearance also played a big part. And it's a man to her. There was a magical power that made me obsess over it. Although the age difference was more than between father and daughter and less than between grandfather and granddaughter, Cha Gyip did his best to Udahi. I did anything that forced me to want to have it. Building, car, house, dress, various luxury items. But they were all just filling something in a bottomless swamp. The more you throw in, the more you throw, the more you lose, not the goal. Bigger and bigger. Then, I reached a point where I couldn't even contact her at all. It was a mistake. I should have made it so that I could only rely on me and could only look at me. I should have removed not only Abby, but also the younger siblings under him. Cha Gyip trembled with anger once and for all. The price for betraying my faith will be heavy. He looked up and looked at the TV screen again. 8:30 a.m. the current time. Still, members of the elites don't show their faces in the motel lobby. But it doesn't happen too much. For the first time, Cha Gyip thought that something was strange. I thought I would be able to see the enemies hurriedly by being late at around 7:30. However, it was strange that 1 hour after the expected time, one working level staff was still not working. Do you want to abstain from all? Things like nerds. Cha Gyip muttered annoyingly while fiddling with the pocket watch. By the time the small hand of the watch has now crossed 9. Chin dash. There was a person who appeared on the TV screen. Cha Gyip narrowed his eyes and put up his glasses. As you move your head closer to the TV screen, the outfit of the person caught on the screen catches your eyes. A large floppy hat and a white dress. This dress is definitely. When entering the lobby yesterday, a player named Yunbai Li entered this outfit. Human type wizard user. Elites. He was paying attention because he was the player who reigned as an ace inside. I'm getting up now. Things are the best these days. Cha Gyip kicked his tongue. Following Yunbai Li, Junbai Li and Dongbi Li follow. They were all wearing a fluffy one-piece. They were walking slowly from the other side of the corridor in a leisurely manner. Cha Gyip laughed absurdly. I don't have a concept because they are young. You woke up late and you're still so relaxed? What is that outfit again? One piece. A player going out of the tournament. Eyeing Tuk Tuk. However, Cha Gyip couldn't just kick his tongue. Sister Jiam Undong gradually walked over and, as she approached the screen, Cha Gyip's eyes widened. It's a little big. What is big? It's big. In time, Sister Jiam Undong, who has a large body, stood in front of the camera installed in the lobby. Height 190 centimeters, weight 90 kilograms. Jiam Undong's sisters of more than this physical. Hi. Among them, Yunbai Li raises her hand and shakes her hand at Cha Gyip. Fluency. And some of the runaway youth who followed him were greeting Cha Gyip while wearing dresses. Hurry. Cha Gyip spilled the orange juice he had in his mouth. Buwukni. Yu Chang laughed and tore the dress he was wearing. 3 slacks were caught zooming in on the camera. Cha Gyip took off his glasses in a hurry, feeling that he was rotten. From broad daylight, you have to see 3 men swaying out of nowhere. Is it a coincidence? Absent. Around that time, a large piece of gold disappeared from the screen of the pocket watch that I had cherished. It was a fair timing to say that the machine was old. Are you watching? Gyip? Now it's not the same. So let's talk a little bit. I didn't treat me at the age of asshole. Yu Chang was sarcastic against the TV screen. Are you still doing this? I took a hidden camera in this place. And where aren't you going to the town's Dongyang Arch Guts? Whatever. My family met and packed a really trustworthy guardian, and I don't think I'll see you again anymore. Don't look for it. Well, you won't be able to find it. After speaking, Yu Chang disappeared from the screen and reappeared after a while. I noticed that there was something I forgot to say. Well, if you stand out from the front, you fall behind. Cha Gyip opened his mouth wide. My whole body trembles when I hear the words and swear words from a young man of grandchildren. The feeling of blood flowing from the whole body through the soles of the feet. What preceded surprise and anger was self-doubt and sadness. And what followed was a hate that was hotter than hellfire. But Cha Gyip's suffering is still. It is not over. Day CEO. The secretary outside the door opened the door without knocking. As Cha Giep turned his head, the secretary shouted with a contemplative expression. The elite's players are now entering the waiting room of Yongsan Gyeonggi Stadium. What are you talking about? Is it this story that even sleeps at night in the players' waiting room? Dog sound. There was no such report from the association. Well, that I refused all the vehicles and information services provided by the association and entered the stadium by a dedicated vehicle at around 7:30 in the morning through the back door of the stadium. Immediately after that, the player waiting room. I went to and waited quietly so far, so it was too late to grasp. Cha Giep felt that his mind was getting distant. Yesterday, I played drums, Django, and raucous Bruce's so much, even though I was still taking pictures of the hotel lobby with hidden cameras. What is this situation? How the hell is going on? The angry voice of Cha Giep resonates toward the top of the red door and toward the empty corridor where no one is located. When and how did the elite players leave the motel, and where did they stay last night? For Cha Giep, it was a fact that even after he died and awakened, the future began to change little by little. Korean novel Worn and Torn Newbie 400. Previous talk next.